If we don't succeed with this hunger strike, we will either die or be psychologically and physically destroyed by brainwashing, isolation, and special treatment. Spiegel, is it really a matter of isolation, torture, or even extermination through prison conditions? You read a lot of newspapers. If you like, you can listen to the radio or watch television. For example, at one point Herr Bader had a library of 400 books. You are in contact with other members of the RAF. You exchange secret messages between yourselves. You receive visits and your lawyers come and go. RAF, one might wonder about these things if all they had to go by was Spiegel and the information put out by the state security services. If one only has access to Spiegel or state security information, one might ask that 2, 3, 4 years of social isolation, certainly no more than that, is enough for you to realize that you are in a process of extermination. You can deal with it for months, but not years. Breaking through the institutional brainwashing by isolation is a question of survival for us. This is the reason why the trials will go on without us. Point 1. To claim that we are using the hunger strikes to make ourselves unfit for prison or unfit to appear in court, when everyone knows that the only political prisoners who are considered unfit for prison are those who are dead, is a counter tactic. It is counter propaganda. The BAW has already postponed these trials for 3.5 years, so that the prisoners could be broken by isolation, by the dead wings, by brainwashing, and psychiatric reconstruction. The BAW is no longer interested in these trials taking place. Or, if they are to take place, it should only be without the accused and without their defense attorneys, because these are meant to be show trials to discredit revolutionary politics. Imperialist state power is to be put on display, and Buback can only achieve this if we are not there. Spiegel, such lies don't become more convincing, no matter how many times you repeat them, and the public understood long ago that these lies are put out in bad faith in order to sow doubts about the justice system, a goal in which you have achieved some success. RAF, because these are facts, you can't eliminate their political importance simply by denying them. Spiegel, you are being held in remand, having been charged with serious crimes such as murder and attempted murder. Aren't you being held in the same conditions as other prisoners in remand? RAF, we are demanding an end to special treatment, and not only for those in remand, but for all political prisoners, and by this we mean all proletarian prisoners who understand their situation politically, and who organize in solidarity with the prisoners' struggle, regardless of why they are in prison. The justice system also keeps prisoners who have already been sentenced in isolation, some for as many as 4 years, for example, Werner Hoppe, Helmut Pohl, Rolf Heisler, Ulrich Luther, and Siegfried Nutz. There are thousands of people here who are abused by the prison system, and the moment they begin to resist, they are broken by isolation. This is what we are fighting against with this strike. It is a collective action against institutionalization and isolation. In the older prisons, where previously there were no isolation facilities, separate wings for troublemakers, meaning for those who disrupt the inhumanity which victimizes them, they will be built, for instance in Tegel, Bruxelles, Straubing, Hanover, Zweibrücken, etc. In their architectural design, the new prisons incorporate isolation as a form of incarceration. In the FRG, these design principles are not in line with the Swedish model, but rather with the American methods and experiments with fascist rehabilitation programs. Spiegel, in concrete terms, tell us what you mean by special treatment. We have looked into the actual prison conditions of the RAF collective. We found no evidence of special treatment, other than a series of privileges. RAF, you have not looked into anything. You got your information from the state security services and the BAW. When we say special treatment, we are referring to 1. 8 months in the dead wing for Ulrich and Astrid. Years of isolation for all the RAF prisoners. Forced drugging ordered by the court as an investigation technique. Years of being chained during yard time. Ongoing court-ordered immediate use of force, which means cruel treatment in pacification cells, during transportation, during interrogation, as a result of confrontations, and during visits. Newspaper censorship. Special legislation. Special buildings for the trials of RAF prisoners in Kaiserslautern and in Stammheim. The 150 million DM2 bloated state security budget for the Stammheim trial to take place in a concrete fortress, which will require the relocation of police units from 3 Länder, even though it looks like neither the accused nor their lawyers will even be allowed to be present, assuming, that is, that the justice system will let the accused live that long. Interfering with the defense, publishing defense materials, sections of files and state security documents and using them in government campaigns to determine the verdicts and have the defense barred. The Springer Press has access to defense files and to files that the BAW has withheld from the defense. The defense attorneys are watched day and night. Their mail is opened, their telephones are bugged, and their offices are searched. They receive disciplinary sanctions from the bar for their public work. Relatives and visitors are harassed by the state security services, even at their jobs. They have been terrorized with open surveillance. Anyone who wants to write to us or visit us is spied on and ends up in the state security services files. Because of the pressure from the hunger strike, they have made cosmetic changes, small things, details, which the ministry presents to film crews. In reality, nothing has changed. The reality right now is that isolation is organized within the prisons with deadly technical precision now, with prisoners allowed to be together in groups of 2 for a few hours at a time. This doesn't interfere with the destructive process, it remains a closed system. This means that the brainwashing is to continue and any social interaction will remain impossible. In regards to the outside, isolation is perfected by excluding the lawyers, or else by limiting their number to 3 at a time. Given POSSE's 3 conditions, for example, are 6 years of remand and the role of the BAW in postponing the trial, it's clear what we mean by extermination through prison conditions. Disprove even one of these privileges. Spiegel, first you said that force-feeding was a fascist tactic, then after Holger Manes died of starvation, you described his death as a murder by installment. Isn't that a contradiction? RAF, we're not the ones who said that, but force-feeding is a tactic used to diminish the effect of the hunger strike, how it appears on the outside world, in short, to camouflage the murder. This is why intensive care units were set up in the prisons, so that it could be said that they did everything they could, although they didn't do the simplest thing they could have done, abolish isolation and special treatment. Holger Manes was intentionally executed by systematic undernourishment. From the beginning, force-feeding in Wittlich prison was a method of assassination. At first, it was carried out by brutal and direct violence to break his will. After that, it was only done for show. With 400 calories a day, it is only a matter of time, certainly only days, before one dies. Buback and the security group arranged for Holger Manes to remain in Wittlich prison until he died. On October 21, the Stuttgart Supreme Court ordered that Holger Manes be transferred to Stuttgart by November 2 at the latest. On October 24, Buback informed the Stuttgart court that the state security services would not be able to respect this timetable, a fact that was only made public after Holger's death. Finally, Hutter, the prison doctor, completely cut off the force-feeding and went on vacation. It must also be pointed out that throughout the hunger strike the BKA received reports from the prison administration as to the prisoner's condition. It must be emphasized that in an effort to protect himself, because he could see that Holger was dying, before Hutter left he asked Degenhardt to guarantee that he would not face charges, in the same way that all of the charges against Degenhardt had been dropped. Degenhardt was the doctor who, in the summer of 1973, during the second hunger strike, deprived prisoners at Schwamstadt of water for 9 days for medical reasons, until a coma was induced. He is the doctor who Buback described, in comparison to Frey, who was dealing with the prisoners in Zweibrücken, as having what it takes. Holger was assassinated according to a plan by which the scheduling of his transfer was manipulated to create an opening that the BAW and the security group could use to target the prisoner directly. The fact that so far no journalist has looked into this and nobody has written about it doesn't change the facts, but does say everything that needs to be said about the collaboration, complicity, and personal ties between the media conglomerates and state security, the BAW, the BKA, and the intelligence services. Spiegel, there is no way we can accept your version of the so-called murder by installment of Mainz. It seems to us that you have a persecution complex, which would make sense after years spent underground and in prison. We at Spiegel criticized Dr. Hutter's behavior, and the BAW launched an investigation into his actions. RAF, it's not about Hutter or any other prison doctor, they decide practically nothing. The medical system in prison is organized hierarchically, and at most Hutter is an expendable figure. He's a pig, but only a little one, who in the long run might be held accountable, although nobody who knows anything about prison or prison medicine would believe it. When you say you criticized him, you are referring to the old trick of talking about mistakes, so that the actual mistake will not be understood. Class society, its justice system, and its prison camps. Given the situation in the prisons, the media's fascist demagoguery around the hunger strike, the chorus of professional politicians, the uncontrollable outburst against a nonviolent action carried out by a small group of people, imprisoned and isolated, who have been pushed into a position of extreme defensiveness, as if the hunger strike were a military attack. Strauss spoke of the rules of war. All of this shows to what point the system's political and economic crises have eroded its facade of legitimacy. That's where you should look for the sickness, in the state's real interest in exterminating the RAF prisoners, instead of babbling about persecution complexes. Spiegel, the British recently stopped the use of force feeding, for instance in dealing with the terrorists from the IRA. The hunger strike stopped right away. How would you react if this was done here? RAF, it's not our problem. The CDU calls for an end to force feeding, in the same way that it leans openly towards a state of emergency and fascism, while the SPD uses its electoral base and its history towards the same end, fascism. State control of every aspect of life, total militarization of politics, media manipulation and indoctrination of the people, all to promote the domestic and foreign policies of West German imperialism. And public policy amounts to disguising social shortcomings and selling them as reforms. So the CDU openly advocates murder, while the SPD passes off the murders as suicides, being unable to openly embrace the state security hard line, which in the final analysis determines our prison conditions. Spiegel, isn't this another case of your tilting at windmills? Is it not true that everything we have heard from the RAF so far is based on a patently false analysis of the state, society, the SPD, the CDU, and the justice system? RAF, what you're serving up here is a bit foolish. That which you describe as patently false is not some kind of scam or simply a position held by us alone, proletarian counterpower in response to your imperialist power analytical and practical antagonism. It is analytically empty to take a journalistic approach, to talk about the weaknesses, the effects, and the basis of revolutionary politics, which it is your job to dispute, as journalism has long been recognized as playing a supportive role for the state, which is to say, it negates proletarian politics. For us, the question as a question coming from Spiegel is pointless. Theory and practice are only united in struggle, that's their dialectic. We are developing our analysis as a weapon, so it is concrete, and has only been properly presented in cases in which we have control of its publication. Spiegel, you won't end your hunger strike until your demands have been met. Do you think you have any chance of success? Or will you escalate matters and, for instance, begin a thirst strike if the demands are not met? What further actions are you preparing inside and outside of prison? RAF, Buebach still believes that he can break the hunger strike and use it to destroy us. He hopes to do this by using murder, psychological warfare, and counter-propaganda and forced psychiatric treatment, which is to be intensified in prison, with us strapped down 24 hours a day and disoriented by psychiatric drugs and sleep deprivation, so as to provoke our complete physical and psychological stagnation. Buebach received the help he needed from amongst other places, the Heinemann Initiative, but also from the precisely worded fascism of the Spiegel essay written by Dietfurt, one for whom murder and forced psychiatric treatment are fair game for his cynical distortions, meant to increase the brutality of the political climate around the hunger strike. When, in mid-November, Carstens too began to produce propaganda openly calling for our murder, it created public shock, antagonism, and horror. It was Heinemann's role to eliminate any lingering doubts among intellectuals, writers, and the churches regarding Buebach's hard line. It has always been the role of this character to dress up the aggressive policies of West German imperialism in a language and form that makes them seem humane. Heinemann's letters amounted to an appeal for us to submit to brainwashing or murder. In the same way that he, as president, pardoned Roland, with his letters he promoted the death sentences the BAW wanted to impose on us, with humanist gestures that soothed the conscience of his supporters. What he wanted was to clear the way for murder, just like in Easter 1968, during his presidency, when he hoped to integrate the students, the old anti-fascists, and the new left into the new fascism. We are going to escalate to a thirst strike, but imprisoned and isolated as we are not planning actions either inside or outside of prison. Spiegel, did Holger Main's death provide the RAF collective with an opportunity? RAF, that is fascist projection, an idea from someone who can no longer think except in the terms of the market, the system that reduces all human life to money, egotism, power, and one's career. Like Che, we say, the guerrilla should only risk his life if this is absolutely necessary, but in such a case, without a moment's hesitation. Holger's death most certainly has the resonance of history, meaning that what started with the armed anti-imperialist struggle has become a part of the history of the people of the world. An opportunity in this case could only mean that it broke through the news blackout about the strike. You yourself bear some responsibility for the fact that lots of people only woke up when someone was finally murdered, and only then began to realize what was going on. For 8 weeks Spiegel did not say a word about the hunger strike of 40 political prisoners, in order to prevent solidarity and leave them vulnerable. Your first report on it appeared on the 53rd day of the strike, 5 days before Holger's death. Spiegel, are you prepared to see other people die? RAF, Buebach is sitting at his desk waiting for that. Spiegel, you must know that we think that's a monstrous suggestion. RAF, Österreicher, the chairman of Amnesty England, a professional human rights activist, following a conversation with Buebach in his efforts at mediation with the state, was shocked by the ice-cold way that Buebach was gambling with the prisoners' lives. That's a quote. Spiegel, how do you analyze the situation in the Federal Republic? RAF, an imperialist center. A U.S. colony. A U.S. military base. The leading imperialist power in Western Europe and in the European community. Second strongest military power in NATO. The representative of U.S. imperialist interests in Western Europe. The position of the Federal Republic vis-a-vis the Third World is characterized by the fusion of West German and American imperialism, politically, economically, militarily, ideologically based on the same interests in exploiting the Third World, as well as on the standardization of their social structures through the concentration of capital and consumer culture in terms of its participation in the wars which imperialism wages, as well as being a city in the worldwide revolutionary process of cities being encircled by the countryside. So the guerrilla in the metropole is an urban guerrilla in both senses. Geographically, it emerges, operates, and develops in the big cities, and in the strategic and politico-military senses, because it attacks imperialism's repressive machinery within the metropole, from the inside, like partisans operating behind enemy lines. That is what we mean by proletarian internationalism today. To sum up, the Federal Republic is part of U.S. imperialism's system of states, not as one of the oppressed, but rather as an oppressor. In a state like this, the development of proletarian counterpower and the liberation struggle to disrupt the ruling power structure must be internationalist right from the beginning, which is only possible through a strategic and tactical relationship with the liberation struggles of the oppressed nations. Historically, Since 1918 to 1919, the German imperialist bourgeoisie and its state has held the initiative in an offensive against the people, from the complete destruction of the proletariat's organizations under fascism, through the defeat of the old fascism, not by armed struggle here, but by the Soviet Army and the Western Allies, and onward up until today. In the 1920s, there was the treachery of the Third International, one with the Communist parties all totally aligned with the Soviet Union, which prevented the KPD from advancing the revolution and conquering power through a policy oriented around armed struggle, through which it could have developed a class identity and revolutionary energy. After 1945, U.S. imperialism tried to brainwash the people with anti-communism, consumer culture, and the political, ideological, and even military restoration of fascism in the form of the Cold War. Nor did the GDR develop communist politics through a liberation war. Unlike France, Italy, Yugoslavia, Greece, Spain, and even Holland, there was no mass, armed anti-fascist resistance here. What conditions there were for that were then destroyed by the Western Allies after 1945. What this means for us and for the legal left here is that we have nothing to hold on to, nothing to base ourselves on historically, nothing that we can take for granted in terms of proletarian organization or consciousness, not even democratic republican traditions. In terms of domestic policies, this is one of the factors which makes the drift towards fascism possible, with the exaggerated runaway growth of the police apparatus, the state security machine as a state within the state, the de facto concentration of power, and the proliferation of fascistic special legislation in the framework of internal security, from the emergency laws to the current special laws that allow show trials to be held in the absence of the accused and their lawyers, permit the exclusion of radicals from the public service, and extend the jurisdiction of the BKA. A democracy that is not won by the people, but is imposed on them, has no mass base, cannot be defended, and won't be. All this sums up the specific conditions within the borders of the Federal Republic. Spiegel, so far, all of your bombs and slogans have only attracted very small groups of intellectuals and anarchist fellow travelers. Do you think you'll be able to change this? RAF, the Third World People's Liberation Wars have economic, political, military, and ideological repercussions within metropolitan society, which Lin Biao referred to as cutting the feet out from under imperialism. They accentuate the contradictions within the metropole. The techniques the system depends on to cover up these contradictions cease to work. Reform turns into repression. In areas where people lack social necessities, the military and police budgets are enormously bloated. Inevitably, the system's crisis unfolds: impoverishment of the people, militarization of politics, and increased repression. The historic, politically defensive intervention into this process of disintegration forms the basis for revolutionary politics here. Spiegel, you are often criticized for having absolutely no influence on the masses or connections to the people. Do you think this might be because the RAF collective is out of touch with reality? Have you sharpened your perspective? Many now feel that the only people paying attention to you are those who feel sorry for you, and that even the far left does not approve of you. Where do you think your supporters are? RAF, the politics of the RAF have had an impact. Not supporters, not fellow travelers, not successor organizations, but the RAF, and its political effect is apparent in the fact that as a result of the measures the government has taken against us, many people are seeing the state for what it is, the repressive tool of the imperialist bourgeoisie against the people. To the degree that they identify with our struggle, they will become conscious the system's power will eventually show itself to be relative, not absolute. They will discover that one can do something, that the feeling of powerlessness does not reflect objective reality on the level of proletarian internationalism. They will become conscious of the connection between the liberation struggles in the Third World and here, conscious of the need to cooperate and work together legally and illegally. On the level of practice, it's not enough to talk. It is both possible and necessary to act. Spiegel, Do you intend to remain a cadre organization and bring down the system all by yourselves, or do you still think you will be able to mobilize the proletarian masses? RAF: no revolutionary wants to bring down the system on his own, that's ridiculous. There is no revolution without the people. People said things like this about Blanky, Lenin, Che, and now they say it about us, but they only ever say this to denounce revolutionary initiative, appealing to the masses in order to justify and sell reformist politics. It is not a matter of struggling alone, but of creating a politico-military vanguard, through everyday struggles, mobilizations, and organizing on the part of the legal left, of creating a political military corps that can establish an illegal infrastructure, which is necessary in order to be able to act. In conditions of persecution, an illegal practice must be developed and can provide continuity, orientation, strength, and direction to the legal struggles in the factories, the neighborhoods, the streets, and the universities. In this way it indicates what is necessary at this point in the imperialist system's economic and political crisis, seizing political power. Our political objective, what we are struggling to develop, is a strong guerrilla movement in the metropole. This is a necessary step, in this phase of US imperialism's definite defeat and decline, if the legal movements and the movements that develop in response to the system's contradictions are not to be destroyed by repression as soon as they appear. In this age of multinational capital, of transnational imperialist repression at home and abroad, the guerrilla organizes proletarian counterpower, and in so doing represents the same thing as the Bolshevik Kader Party did in Lenin's day. It will develop through this process nationally and internationally into a revolutionary party. It is stupid to say that we are acting alone, given the actual state of anti-imperialist struggle in Asia, Latin America, and Africa, in Vietnam, Chile, Uruguay, Argentina, and Palestine. The RAF is not alone in Western Europe. There is also the IRA, the ETA, and the armed struggle groups in Italy, Portugal, and England. There have been urban guerrilla groups in North America since 1968. Spiegel: it seems that right now your base consists of 40 RAF comrades in prison and about 300 anarchists living underground in the FRG. What about your sympathizer scene? RAF: those are the constantly changing numbers issued by the BKA. They are incorrect. It is not so simple to quantify the process by which people become conscious. At the moment solidarity is spreading internationally. At the same time, international public opinion is becoming increasingly aware of West German imperialism and of the repression that goes on here. Throughout the RAF's existence, there has been an increasing process of discussion and polarization on the legal left regarding the question of armed struggle. A new anti-fascism is taking shape, one which is not based on any apolitical pity for the victims and the persecuted, but on an identification with the anti-imperialist struggle, directed against the police, the state security services, the multinational corporations, and US imperialism. Helmut Schmidt wouldn't have listed the RAF in his New Year's speech under the 5 things/developments of 1974 that are most threatening to imperialism: worldwide inflation, the oil crisis, Guillaume 1 unemployment, and the RAF if we were fish out of water, if revolutionary politics here had as limited a base as you and the psychological warfare campaign claim. Spiegel: it is said that one of your main sources of support is the dozen or so lawyers who are in charge of coordinating things for you inside and outside of the prisons. What role do your lawyers play? RAF: committed lawyers, those who are involved in our cases, are inevitably politicized, because quite literally at every turn, right from their very first visit with the RAF prisoner, they experience the fact that nothing they took for granted about the legal system holds true. The body searches, the mail censorship, the cell raids, the hysteria, the paranoia, the disciplinary committee rulings, the criminalization, the psychological warfare, the legislation custom made to exclude them, on top of what they see of the special conditions we are subjected to, and their utter powerlessness to change anything in the normal way, that is to say, by using legal arguments in court, and the fact that every step of the way they see that it is not the judges who are making the decisions regarding us, but the Bond Security Group and the BAW. The discrepancy between the letter of the law and the reality of the law, between the pretense of the rule of law and the reality of a police state, turns them into defenders of the constitutional state, into anti-fascists. It is part of the counter-strategy of the BAW and the BKA to claim that these lawyers are our auxiliary forces, which they are not. To a large degree, the justice system has been taken over by state security, in order to serve the goals of the counterinsurgency campaign and to aid in the BAW's extermination strategy. In this context, defense attorneys who insist on the separation of powers are considered obstacles to the drift towards fascism and must inevitably be targeted. Spiegel, do you have political disagreements with other underground anarchist groups? RAF, not about Spiegel. Spiegel, what about the 2nd of June movement, which murdered the West Berlin Supreme Court Judge Drankman? RAF, you should ask the 2nd of June about that. Spiegel, what do you think, did Drankman's murder accomplish anything? RAF, Drankman didn't become the top judge in a city of almost 3 million without ruining the lives of thousands of people, depriving them of their right to life, choking them with laws, locking them away in prison cells, destroying their futures. What's more, just look at the fact that despite calls from the highest West German authorities, the President of the Republic and the President of the Constitutional Court, only 15,000 Berliners came out to the funeral, and this in a city where 500,000 to 600,000 people used to come out for anti-communist demonstrations. You yourselves know that all the indignation about this attack on the Berlin judge is nothing but propaganda and hypocrisy. Nobody mourns a character mask. This whole exercise was just a way for the bourgeoisie and the imperialists to send a message. The indignation was just a reflex action in one particular political climate, nothing more. Those who, without themselves being from the ruling elite, automatically identify with such a character mask of the justice system simply make it clear that wherever exploitation reigns, they can only imagine themselves on the side of the exploiter. In terms of class analysis, leftists and liberals who protested the Drankman action simply exposed themselves. Spiegel, we know something quite different. We know that Drankman was shot, and we consider the RAF's justification of this murder to be outrageous, nothing but lynch mob justice for a so-called crime that was committed collectively by what you refer to as a fascist justice system. Even if one accepts the maxim that the ends justify the means, as you obviously do, one can see by the public's reaction that Drankman's murder constituted a setback for the RAF. RAF, the logic behind the means lies with the ends. We are not justifying anything. Revolutionary counter-violence is not only legitimate, it is our only option, and we expect that as it develops it will give the class that you write for many more opportunities to offer up ignorant opinions, and not just about the attempted kidnapping of a judge. The action was powerful as an expression of our love and our mourning and rage about the murder of an imprisoned combatant. If there are to be funerals, then they will be on both sides. Your indignation has to be seen in the light of your silence regarding the attack in Bremen, where a bomb went off in a vending machine shortly after a football game had been cancelled. 1. Unlike the action against Drankman, this bomb was not aimed at a member of the ruling class, but at the people. It was a CIA-style fascist action, and it met with a much less heated reaction. How do you explain that in this case the Bremen railway police were already on alert the morning of December 8, the day that the bomb went off at 4:15 p.m. because they had been warned by the Hessian Criminal Bureau to expect an attack in the station or on a train? How do you explain the fact that at 3:30 p.m. the Civil Protection Service in Bremen North had already received the order to send 5 ambulances to the central station because a bomb was going to explode, while the police, who were there immediately after the explosion, claimed that they had only received word of the bomb threat at 3:56 p.m., and that they had thought it was going to go off in a downtown department store. The Bremen authorities not only knew the exact time and place of this attack, but immediately afterwards they had the statement prepared to conceal, manipulate, and deflect any investigation away from what they had actually been doing. So where is your indignation now? Spiegel, we will look into your allegations. While underground, You yourselves emphasized violence. When the bombs went off in Munich, Heidelberg, and Hamburg, the RAF saw these as political acts and claimed them as such. Since then, have you recognized that violence against property and people is ineffective, that it doesn't attract solidarity, but rather repels it, or do you intend to continue along this path? RAF, the question is, who does it repel? Our photos were hung in the streets of Hanoi, because the RAF attack in Heidelberg destroyed the computer that was used to program and guide US bombers deployed in North Vietnam. The American officers and soldiers and politicians found this repellent, because, in Frankfurt and in Heidelberg, they were suddenly confronted by Vietnam, and could no longer feel safe. Today revolutionary politics must be both political and military. This is a given because of the structure of imperialism, which must guarantee its sphere of control both internally and externally, in the metropole and in the Third World, primarily by military means, through military pacts, military interventions, and counter-guerrilla programs, and through internal security, i.e. building up the internal machinery for maintaining power. Given imperialism's capacity for violence, there can be no revolutionary politics without resolving the question of violence at each organizational stage as the revolution develops. Spiegel, how do you see yourselves? Do you consider yourselves to be anarchists or Marxists? RAF, Marxists. But the state security image of anarchists is nothing more than an anti-communist hate campaign aimed at portraying anarchists as only being interested in blowing stuff up. In this way, the necessary terminology is established for the government's counterinsurgency campaign, meant to manipulate those anxieties which are always lurking just below the surface. Anxieties about unemployment, crisis, and war, which feed the insecurity about living conditions that people experience in a capitalist society, and which are used to sell the people internal security measures as peace and security measures in the form of the state's military machine, the police, the intelligence services, and the army. It aims at a reactionary, fascist mass mobilization of the people, thereby manipulating them into identifying with the state's machinery of violence. It is also an attempt to turn the old quarrel between Marxism and revolutionary anarchism to the advantage of the imperialist state, to use the bland opportunism of contemporary Marxism against us. Marxists don't attack the state, they attack capital, and it is not the streets, but the factories that are key to class struggle, and so on. Given this incorrect understanding of Marxism, Lenin must have been an anarchist, and his work, The State and Revolution, must have been an anarchist work. Whereas it is, in fact, the strategic guide of revolutionary Marxism. The experience of all the guerrilla movements is simple: the tool of Marxism-Leninism. What Lenin, Mao, Jup, Fanon, and Che took from Marxist theory and developed was for them a useful weapon in the anti-imperialist struggle. Spiegel, so far as the people are concerned, it would seem that the People's War as conceived of by the RAF has become a war against the people. Bohl once spoke of 6 against 60 million. RAF, that's just the wishful thinking of imperialists. In the same way that in 1972 the newspaper Bild turned the idea of People's War into a war against the people. If you think that Bild is the voice of the people. We don't share Bohl's contempt for the masses, because NATO, the multinational corporations, state security, the 127 U.S. military bases in the Federal Republic, Dow Chemical, IBM, General Motors, the justice system, the police, and the BGS are not the people. Furthermore, hammering into the people's consciousness the idea that the policies of the oil companies, the CIA, the BND, the Verfassungsschutz, and the BKA are in the interests of the people, and that the imperialist state represents the common good is the function of Bild, Spiegel, and the psychological war waged by state security against the people and against us. Spiegel, Vox Populi, Vox RAF? Haven't you noticed that nobody takes to the streets for you anymore? When there is a RAF trial, hardly anyone shows up in court. Haven't you noticed that from the moment you began throwing bombs nobody has been willing to shelter you? All of which goes some way to explaining the successes in the hunt for the RAF since 1972. It is you and not Bol who have contempt for the people. RAF, it's nice of you to repeat hackers' cliches, but the situation is this: a tactically weak and divided legal left, facing heavy repression in the national context, cannot transform the reactionary mobilization into one that is revolutionary. This is not on their agenda. It is precisely because of this contradiction that proletarian politics must be armed politics. The understanding of strategy and class analysis contained in your silly polemic can be repudiated by examining these facts. The RAF, its politics, its line, and its actions are proletarian, and are the first stages of proletarian counterviolence. The struggle has just begun. You talk about the fact that some of us are prisoners. This is only a setback. You don't talk about the political price the imperialist state has paid hunting this little unit, the RAF. Because one of the goals of revolutionary action, its tactic at this point in its development, is to force the state to show itself, to force a reaction from the repressive structure, so that the tools of repression become obvious and can be transformed into the basis for struggle in a revolutionary initiative. Marx said, revolution progresses by giving rise to a powerful, united counter-revolution, by the creation of an opponent through which the party of revolt will ripen into a real revolutionary one. The surprising thing is not that we suffered a defeat, but that 5 years later the RAF is still here. The facts to which the government alludes have changed. In answer to a poll in 1972, 20% of adults said that they would hide one of us at their home for a night, even if it meant risking criminal charges. In 1973, a poll of high schools found that 15% of high school students identified with the RAF's actions. Of course, the value of revolutionary politics cannot be measured through opinion polls, as one cannot quantify the processes of becoming conscious, of gaining knowledge, and of becoming politicized. But this does show how the concept of armed insurrection develops into protracted people's war. This shows that through the struggle against the imperialist power structure, the people will eventually recognize their role and will break free from media brainwashing, because our battle is a realistic one. It is a battle against the real enemies of the people, whereas the counter-revolution is obliged to stand facts on their head. At the same time, there is the problem of metropolitan chauvinism in the people's consciousness, which is poorly addressed by the concept of labor aristocracy as an economic category. There is the problem that national identity can only be reactionary in the metropole, where it implies an identification with imperialism. This means that right from the beginning, popular revolutionary consciousness is only possible in the form of proletarian internationalism, by identifying with the anti-imperialist liberation struggles of the people in the Third World. It cannot develop simply through the class struggle here. It is the role of the metropolitan guerrilla to create this connection, to make proletarian internationalism the basis for revolutionary politics here, to connect the class struggle here and the liberation struggles of the people of the Third World. Andreas Bader regarding torture. This statement was made after the testimony by Henk, the Stamheim prison psychiatrist, who concluded by declaring that isolation intensifies the impact of torture and, as such, constitutes a philosophical problem. Prinzing and the BAW interrupted Andreas 17 times to prevent him from developing a coherent argument connecting isolation torture to his political perspective, to which it is directly related. This explains the blanks. This is an example of what it was like every day. Point 1. Events unfolded exactly as follows: the dead wing, and when that didn't work as they had hoped, when no confession was forthcoming despite the effects of isolation becoming apparent at the BAW's request, they locked Ulrich in an isolated psychiatric unit for 8 weeks, for observation, as Gott said. And when that didn't work either, they tried to arrange for forced drugging and a forced scintigraphy. The Federal Supreme Court's idea being to open her head to see where human thought comes from, the BAW's concrete project was stereotactical intervention in her brain. Witter was to be in charge of the drugging and scintigraphy, Lahu was proposed for the brain surgery. Note, both are connected to the University of Hamburg/Saar. After the mobilization prevented this project, the dead wing was used again. The hunger strike and the smear campaign. Following the smear campaign came the law that makes it possible to exclude defense attorneys and to continue the trial in the absence of the accused, to which signifies the elimination of what remained of public accountability. Because the hearing to establish the prisoner's inability to appear wasn't public, the hearing was held in the special section, just like in Stamheim. In Zweibrücken last week, in the case of Manfred Grashof, it was demonstrated how these obligatory medical examinations could be used to prevent a prisoner from testifying. We certainly can't agree with the argument regarding torture as it is developed by Schiele in his petition. That is to say, we refuse to be the object of his analysis. For the torture victim, arriving at a conception of torture is an ambiguous and impossible endeavor, because we can only appeal, and it's pointless, to an indignation based on a liberal conception of the state confronted with the deformation of that state, a deformation which is unavoidable, for it is conditioned by the contradictions resulting from the movement of capital itself. In reacting to revolutionary politics, the state does not know what to do except torture, and in doing so it exposes itself as an imperialist state. The indignation of degenerate bourgeois antifascism only masks this. The latter is already so weak, corrupted by social democracy, and locked in revisionism, that it can no longer express itself in a meaningful way. An example of this same old miserable situation. So bourgeois antifascism puts itself at the service of the state in the hope of changing it, and is itself changed by the state, becoming an instrument of the state, serving to prevent radicalization, before it is finally liquidated for being an expression of bourgeois ideology, of bourgeois humanism, of traditional bourgeois liberties, that disrupts the broader process of capital's ideological reproduction. It makes no sense to talk about torture without at the same time talking about the perspective and strategy that will abolish it, those of revolutionary politics. The bourgeois anti-fascist blather on this subject ends up denouncing the torture victims themselves. Certainly isolation is torture. No matter how those who suffer it experience it, it is a slow process that leaves one with lots of time to reflect on the destruction of one's political identity, and is more horrifying than any physical pain we have experienced. Political consciousness falls into the trap set by consumer society, the trap of alienated production and alienated consumption, with all its complex cultural and psychological mediations. It is only in opposition to all this that one's identity can be developed. It is a process that can only be realized in struggle. In the agony of isolation, it is this process that they want to break down by depriving us of its basis, political practice and conscious social interaction. The prisoner is deprived of his political history, his own history, to the degree that his conscious history is a political history. It is also the end of one's personality. To the degree that history is the process that creates the personality, if history is lost, the personality is lost. Not because one forgets it, even if that is one manifestation, but because the ability to reconstruct it, to reflect upon it, to recognize it, is destroyed. One becomes unable to relate to what has been accomplished and what one has oneself accomplished. It is the system that creates the relationship. One regresses and flounders about aimlessly amidst the ubiquitous mystifications of bourgeois socialization, because one is alone and can no longer see that these mystifications are utterly destructive. The moment one ceases to fight, can no longer fight, one becomes a blank slate, as we have said, a victim, and, in this way, maybe one becomes innocent as well. One's misery is fundamentally connected to the fact that it could be foreseen for some time, and to the fact that one knows that spending years in isolation is the equivalent of being shot. It is just harder to comprehend. This is part of what it's all about, and much more cruel. The human being is in the most literal sense a zoon icon, not merely a gregarious animal, but an animal which can individuate itself only in the midst of society. Production by an isolated individual outside society, a rare exception which may well occur when a civilized person in whom the social forces are already dynamically present is cast by accident into the wilderness, is as much of an absurdity as is the development of language without individuals living together and talking to each other. Grundriss 1. It took us quite some time in the special section to recognize the method and the goal of isolation. I would say that to make sense of isolation it must be considered as part of the system as a whole, the fact that the system must respond with extermination to the contradictions that it produces, because it sees in these contradictions the possibility of its own definitive extermination. One who is re-educated is effectively destroyed by the special section. While this isn't the objective of forced socialization, even the problem that it exposes, social dissatisfaction, can only be addressed by the destruction of the prisoners. The attempt to clarify this and to justify the torture comes from Klug, who has since become Senator for Justice in Hamburg. This comes as no surprise, because he provides a corrupt liberal facade, disguising his filthy work with the pretense of morality, the need for re-education, although this society no longer has any morals. Its basic problem, even in this respect, lies in an antagonism, in that re-education or brainwashing, as a project, must be legitimized by the system. That is to say, to use it, the system must be able to create the subject. But the thing the repressive state apparatus shares with the revolutionary, the prisoner, is that both know very well that they are, in their irreconcilable antagonism, as in their relationship, the expression of the very process by which the bourgeois state's legitimacy is disintegrating. The fact that the state has sensed the extent of this disintegration leads it to develop its extermination strategy against us. Possier, as a social democrat, knows this, and acts accordingly, in spite of his ineffective and panicked denials. What he has foremost in his mind is not re-education, but the destruction of Ulrich and the propaganda value of presenting a destroyed prisoner in the trial, all of which would be made even more powerful if she confessed, the collapse. As an official in a party that props up the state, he is pragmatic. The smooth ritual of power is what he wants to orchestrate in order to plug the hole at the edge of the abyss his clique is hovering over. When problems arose because the lawyers managed to mobilize people to break through the silence his plan required, he had a sick idea, typical of social democracy's version of the truth: buy them off. After all, the entire leadership of the Brandt/Schumacher party was bought off in 1945 by American capital, turning against the German proletariat in the process, so why not buy a witness? The government faction, of course. Against, is not precise enough. The strategic function of social democracy is to safeguard the initiative of capital during the crisis. Witnesses for the crown, witnesses for the state, while this is an institution to guarantee overall ideological continuity and, above all, to affirm the constitutional state, it is also used to address our politics. Even if it is only a passing expression of the rupture on which we base our understanding of the state's reaction to armed politics. Because the strategic necessity in this phase, the crisis of capital and the economic crisis of the state, of which each guerrilla action is a political interpretation, is to finally transform the state's political crisis into a rupture. This must be done through an ongoing offensive, in what will certainly be a long and contradictory process. We will return to this subject. I cannot talk about the person who has been tortured. What is proven with him, through what in the end constitutes the open liquidation of his fictional status as a subject because he is the object of state repression, is simply the fact that from the moment they are no longer of use to capital, the values of bourgeois legal ideology appear as outdated fetters to the imperialist state. What should be talked about is the source of torture, the state, and the process by which the state's entire counter-revolutionary strategy is reduced to torture, developing a new fascism within the state apparatus, its technology, its structures, and, always lagging a bit behind, its laws, and, finally, the structural and organizational means of mass communication, which dull the senses, everything which torture presupposes at an institutional level. We repeat here, torture is not a concept of revolutionary struggle. Information about torture fulfills a protective function, but a mobilization based on such information must eventually turn against the very politics that the state is targeting with torture, and, in the final analysis, against the prisoners themselves. This will be the case as long as such a mobilization's politics are based on the moral reflexes of those who still feel comfortable with the state, and this is because they want to address it as revisionists. This means the mobilization must eventually turn against us if it is not combined with propaganda for armed politics, if it doesn't propagate the morals and strategy of armed struggle, which would mean that it hasn't itself accepted armed action yet. Andreas Bader, June 18, 1975. 8. A desperate bid to free the prisoners, the Stockholm Action. Not all RAF members had been arrested in 1972. Furthermore, there was no real evidence against many of those who had been captured, meaning they could only be charged with belonging to a criminal organization under 129. Even when found guilty of this crime, they could not be held for more than a maximum of 6 years, and in practice, often had to be released before that. These remnants of the RAF's first wave did seem to carry on an underground existence of sorts, but failed to carry out any actions after May 1972. Still in the preparatory stages of acquiring documents and weapons, many of them were picked up on February 4, 1974 in simultaneous pre-dawn raids in Frankfurt and Hamburg. Ilse Stachowicz, Margaret Schiller, Helmut Pohl, and Wolfgang Beer, who had all been active prior to 1972, were captured along with former SPK attorney Eberhard Becker, Christa X, from RAF lawyer Kurt Grenwold's legal office, and K. Werner Allnach. Police claimed that they had had these individuals under observation for months, bugging their phones and opening all mail before it was delivered without their being any the wiser. When they did move in, they claimed it was because they had recently learned of plans to rob a bank in the North German port city of Kiel. 1. Stachowicz had been sought in connection with the May offensive, and, in 1977, received a life sentence for the Springer bombing. Pohl and Schiller each received 5-year sentences. They were released in September 1979. Beer was released 1 year earlier, in 1978. Allnach was kept in isolation for 2 years after his arrest, during which time he broke with the RAF while still refusing to testify against anyone. He was convicted under 129 and sentenced to 3 years. The others, sentenced for possession of guns, explosives, and phony papers, similarly spent years behind bars. As we have seen, capture did not spell the end for the guerrilla. Despite these ongoing setbacks, the intense confrontation between vulgar state brutality and the steadfast determination of the captured combatants enabled the latter to inspire a new militant support movement on the outside. In the face of the brutal prison conditions, the RAF prisoners did, at least initially, seem to succeed in exposing the violence inherent in the system, as the state's actions lent credence in some circles to the accusation that the Federal Republic had an extermination policy regarding the revolutionary left. Indeed, according to one leading British news magazine in 1975. During the past year, there has been a discernible return of support or at least sympathy for imprisoned members of the group among politically uncommitted West Germans. It is founded upon growing concern at the apparent determination of the authorities not to put Meinhof and her comrades on trial until they have been softened up with long, arduous spells of solitary confinement. 1. In some cities, the RAF support scene that had developed around the committees against torture overlapped with the Sponti left, though the two were never coterminous. It was far less close to the K groups, for these remained overwhelmingly hostile to any guerrilla politics. Even the KPD/ML, which had provided such unprecedented support during the Third Hunger Strike, remained dead set against the guerrillas' politics. Its activity on behalf of the prisoners had simply been a case of non-sectarian solidarity with victims of state repression. As for people on the undogmatic left other than the Spontis, they generally remained uneasy with the level of violence employed and hostile to much of the RAF's politics, though this did not rule out their feeling outraged at how the prisoners were treated. It was horror at the way its prisoners were treated that was the main factor drawing people into the RAF's support scene in this period, and the prisoners themselves became potent symbols, both of the violence of the system they were fighting against and of the possibility of resistance. Despite the risks and the human toll, the strategic use of hunger strikes had proven a useful tactic capable of rallying these supporters, as well as important sections of the liberal left. In some cases, concern with liberating or protecting the prisoners would serve as an impetus for further armed actions. From the very beginning, low-level attacks smashed windows, slashed tires, even firebombings were carried out by members of the support scene and others on the radical left without much fanfare and often on a one-off or ad hoc basis. Eventually, other guerrilla groups also took action on behalf of the captured combatants. As we have seen, in 1974, the 2nd of June movement had killed Judge von Drenkmann in an attempted kidnapping meant to support the RAF prisoners' hunger strike. Most people considered the RAF to be operationally finished, and many assumed that the 2JM, which had always kept a much lower profile than the RAF, might be a successor organization. Then, much to the surprise of many, on February 2, 1975, a communiqué was released from the RAF outside of prison, the first such communiqué since the May offensive almost 3 years previously. More surprisingly still, this new RAF was ordering the prisoners to call off their third hunger strike. It disparaged the legal left, a category which was clearly meant to include the Spontus and other supporters who fell shy of carrying out guerrilla-level actions, stating that this left, as a result of their defensiveness and helplessness in the face of the new fascism, has not developed the capacity to organize solidarity as a weapon, and has failed to develop in a way that corresponds to the construction of the guerrilla and the politics of the RAF. Point 2. Finally, the new reconstituted guerrilla promised to carry out its own action on behalf of the prisoners, announcing that the prisoners' struggle is now something that we must settle with our weapons. Barely 3 weeks later, on February 27, 1975, the 2nd of June movement kidnapped prominent West Berlin Christian Democrat Peter Lorenz, a candidate for mayor in the upcoming West Berlin city elections. Given the timing, it is not surprising that some may have mistaken this for a RAF action, but in fact it was not. The 2JM Commando demanded the release of 6 prisoners being held in West Berlin's Moabit prison: Ingrid Siepmann, Verena Becker, Gabriele Kroscher-Tiedemann, Rolf Pottel, Rolf Heisler, and Horst Mahler. They further demanded that each prisoner be given 20,000 DM1 and safe passage out of the country. All 6 prisoners on the 2JM's list had been active in the APO, and all except Mahler could trace their roots to the anti-authoritarian scene. The women were all members of the 2nd of June movement, and the men were all accused of being members of the RAF, a charge which Pottel denied, all the while expressing his solidarity with the other prisoners. There was, nevertheless, some criticism of this action, as the kidnappers did not demand the release of Meinhof, Insulin, Rasp, or Bader, whom RAF supporters considered to be not only the heart of the resistance, but also those most likely to be targeted by the state. Horst Mahler let it be known that he would not go with the others and remained in prison. He used this opportunity to reaffirm his new anti-guerrilla position, releasing a public statement to this effect. The kidnapping of the enemy of the people Peter Lorenz as a means of freeing political prisoners is an expression of politics disconnected from the struggle of the working class, and can only lead to a dead end. The strategy of individual terror is not the strategy of the working class. During the show trial of Bakker, Meinhof, and myself in September of last year, in an open critique, which was simultaneously a self-criticism, I clearly stated that my place is at the side of the working class. I am of the firm conviction that the prison gates will be thrown open for all political prisoners through the struggle of the working class, and that the terror verdicts passed against me will be wiped away. For that reason, I decline to have myself removed from the country in this way. Onward with the KPD. Point 2. Peter Lorenz, prisoner of the 2nd of June movement. Of his ordeal he would later recall, "I could always wash, was well fed, they didn't harass me. I was afraid primarily of what the police might do. The food was simple food like everyone eats. They were intelligent people, and I was well treated." According to 2JM's Ronald Fritzsch and Ralph Reinders, upon his release Lorenz shook hands with his captors and expressed the hope that they would meet again under better circumstances, perhaps at one of his garden parties. In a stunning victory for the guerrillas, the state chose to acquiesce. There was just one sticking point: one radical regime after another refused to accept the prisoners. Point 3. Finally, it was decided that the FRG itself would try and entice the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen to offer them sanctuary. The only self-described Marxist-Leninist country in the Arab world at the time, the PDRY, or South Yemen, was a staunch opponent of Western imperialism, and had earned the admiration of many progressive people for its far-reaching social and economic reforms. 4. Saudi Arabia's King Faisal, on the other hand, described it as a satanic citadel of subversion. 5. While to the Associated Press it was a radical Arab backwater regarded as the Cuba of the Red Sea. 6. Nevertheless, in the real political world, the Cold War notwithstanding, even anti-American states would rather not be associated with guerrilla actions in the First World. There was simply too much to lose and too little to gain. Yet, the West German establishment was adamant that it wanted this exchange to work, and so Foreign Minister Hans-Dietrich Genscher promised that if South Yemen accepted the prisoners, the FRG would provide 10 million DM in development aid. The deal was sealed, and the PDRY agreed to accept the 6 prisoners. 1. On March 3, a Lufthansa plane left Frankfurt Airport for Aden. On board were the 5 newly freed revolutionaries, Mahler having opted to remain behind, along with former West Berlin Mayor Alberts, whom the 2JM had stipulated must accompany the prisoners to confirm that all went as planned. On March 4, Peter Lorenz was released unharmed. Within minutes, the police sealed off sections of West Berlin, raiding left-wing hangouts and homes which had been identified as possible targets beforehand. 200 people were caught up in the police sweeps, but none of the guerrillas could be found, and all those detained had to be released with no charges laid. 2. The Lorenz kidnapping was a perfectly planned and executed action. While the 2nd of June movement would be criticized for not demanding freedom for leading RAF Qatar, most observers agreed that the exchange only worked because none of the prisoners requested had a particularly notorious profile. The 2JM timed its action well, abducting the mayoral candidate just 72 hours before the city elections. The People's Democratic Republic of Yemen, or South Yemen. Note that in 1990, at a time of worldwide retreat for real existing socialism, the PDRY agreed to unification with North Yemen, creating the Republic of Yemen. Finally, the group managed to take control of the media, insisting that the government respond to its demands on television. As one television editor put it, "For 72 hours we just lost control of the medium, it was theirs, not ours. We shifted shows in order to meet their timetable. Our cameras had to be in position to record each of the released prisoners as they boarded their plane to freedom, and our news coverage had to include prepared statements at their dictate. There is plenty of underworld crime on our screens, but now it was the real thing, and it was the gangsters who wrote the script and programmed the mass media." 3. The successful liberation of political prisoners, with negotiations carried out through the media itself, constituted a serious blow to the government's prestige. Going slightly over the top, the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung waxed poetic as to how the humiliation of the state was completed in the nation's electronic Valhalla. For CDU politician Alfred Draeger understood what was at stake. Citizens have the impression that alongside the legitimate civil power there now also exists an illegitimate power, which, at least on occasion, can make the power of the state submit to it, an illegitimate power which has become a negotiating partner of the state power in the full glare of television publicity. This means we must expect further attempts at kidnapping and blackmail. 5. Nor was Draeger the only one to understand that the 2JM's success would beckon to others. On March 7, Chancellor Schmidt acknowledged that the government was expecting there to be more abductions. 6. The CIA-funded Encounter magazine suggested that all it would take for the RAF to be free would be if Lufthansa can find another open Arab airstrip on which to disembark them. 7. While Time magazine entitled its article on the subject, "The Lorenz Kidnapping, a Rehearsal." This was a bitter pill for the state to swallow and contributed to future reticence to negotiate with terrorists. The context in which the Lorenz kidnapping occurred only made it all the more impressive. In the early 70s, there had been a rash of hostage takings around the world to secure the release of political prisoners, but these had mostly been the work of Palestinian groups, and by 1975 this tactic was proving ever less successful. The police intervention against Black September at the Munich Olympics in 1972, for example, did not bode well for guerrillas taking hostages in the FRG. In fact, it is possible that the state intended a double cross. Subsequent to Lorenz's release, pressure was put on South Yemen to detain the 5 freed prisoners and to send them back to the FRG. The Aden government refused, pointing out that it had never agreed to be party to such a ruse. Bonn cancelled the promised development aid package, but there was nothing else it could do apart from complaining loudly and hypocritically about how the PDRY was harboring terrorists. 1. Whether the RAF's February communique to the prisoners indicates that there were already plans for what came next, or whether the new guerrillas were inspired by the 2JM's success, or both, remains a matter of conjecture. It has been said that key RAF prisoners felt that the 1974 busts were due to people spending too much time on preparation when they should have been going into action. 2. Following the death of Holger Mainz, there was intense pressure to act, and certain departures from the committees against torture were certainly a sign that something was afoot. Indeed, as one such new recruit to the RAF later recalled, it was Bader himself who specified what should be done next. 3. On April 25, almost 2 months after the 2JM's operation, the RAF's Holger Mainz Commando, consisting primarily of former SPK members, most of whom had been active in the committees against torture, seized the top floor of the West German embassy in Stockholm, Sweden, taking 12 hostages. They demanded the release of 26 West German political prisoners, not only Insulin, Meinhof, Rasp, Bader, and the rest of the RAF, but also Anne Rose Reich of the 2JM, and various independent political prisoners, such as Wolfgang Quandt, a squatter who had been arrested in 1974 after a bomb went off in his house, and Sigurd de Bus and Wolfgang Stahl, Hamburg-based independent Maoists who had been robbing banks to fund guerrilla operations. If the 2JM had measured their demands against what the state might be likely to concede, the RAF seemed intent on avoiding any such limits. Swedish police rushed in, occupying the embassy's ground floor. They were repeatedly told to leave the building, and the guerrilla threatened to execute the FRG's military attaché if they did not do so. When the police failed to heed these warnings, Lieutenant Colonel Baron Andreas von Merbach was shot through the head. Thus convinced that the guerrillas meant business, the police quickly vacated the premises and set up their perimeter outside. A special intervention team was flown in from Hamburg. 4 telephone lines to the embassy were cut, and the surrounding area was evacuated. Chancellor Helmut Schmidt summoned a special crisis management team, Krisenstab, consisting of his ministerial cabinet and the House Speaker of each parliamentary party, in order to facilitate communication and provide the government with cross-party backing. 5 Thus united, the West German government refused to give in to any of the commando's demands. For its part, the Swedish government tried to defuse the situation, offering the hostage-takers safe passage out of the country, but this was rejected out of hand. "It's useless, we're not negotiating," a guerrilla spokesperson is alleged to have replied. "If our demands aren't met, we shall shoot a hostage every hour. Victory or death." 6. Slightly more than 1 hour later, at 10:20 p.m., the commando shot dead economic attaché Heinz Hilligart. Shortly before midnight, as police were preparing to storm the building, the explosives the guerrilla had laid detonated. 7 Police rushed in, and RAF members Siegfried Hausner, Hanna Krab, Karl-Heinz Delwo, Lutz Toffer, and Bernd Rossner were all captured. One RAF member, Ulrich Wessel, had been killed on the spot, not by the explosives themselves, but by his own hand grenade which he dropped as the blast went off. In spite of severe burns to his own body, Siegfried Hausner tried unsuccessfully to revive Wessel and single-handedly dragged Bernd Rossner out of the building. Siegfried Hausner. Subsequently, certain RAF prisoners would claim that Hausner's efforts to save Wessel and Rossner suggested that his initial injuries were not so serious. Instead, they would assert that he had been beaten by the Swedish police, and that this is how his skull was fractured, leading to his death. This was part of a conspiracy theory that the police had purposefully set off the guerrillas' explosives, and that Hausner was the only one who had enough knowledge about how the explosives had been laid to prove this. In this regard, they would accuse the state pathologist Rochk of covering up evidence of a beating. While Hausner's death would always be attributed to the state, these particular claims faded from RAF statements, which eventually framed the murder as the state having withheld medical care. Prisoner's testimony in Stamheim, July 9, 1975, in Text de Prioniers de la Fraction Armée Rouge et dernières lettres d'Ulrich Meinhof, 72. It would subsequently be said that the embassy occupation had been organized by Hausner, who had been released from prison in 1974. Trained as a welder, and already suspected of building some of the bombs used in the RAF's May offensive, it was Hausner who had rigged the explosives that were used in Stockholm. Despite the fact that he had a fractured skull and burns over most of his body, he was only hospitalized for a few days, then, over objections from doctors in Sweden and Germany, flown to Stamheim prison. He died soon after. The other captured combatants would be brought to trial in the city of Dusseldorf, and on July 20, 1977, each received double life sentences. 1. Coming right after the Lorentz kidnapping, the embassy takeover prompted Chancellor Schmidt to announce that anarchist guerrillas posed the worst threat West Germany had faced in its 26-year history. 2 Yet the action was clearly a failure, no one was freed, 2 RAF members were dead, and 4 more in prison. In contrast with the Lorentz kidnapping, the state now emerged victorious, and capitalized on the situation to enlist the people's support in its campaign against the guerrilla. Gas stations received a circular from the BKA, explaining to attendants that, "Your knowledge puts you in a special position to help the police. The enclosed checklist will help you to notice suspicious features when attending to vehicles, please report them." 3. A similar plan was discussed to enlist hairstylists who would be asked to report who had their hair cut, dyed, or restyled, who bought wigs, etc. but did not pass. 4. While it may have helped solidify public opinion behind the state, the Stockholm action in no way represented an end to far-left support for the guerrilla. Indeed, defeat or no defeat, the fact that people had been willing to lay their lives on the line impressed many, and this itself served as an inspiration to struggle. According to Karl-Heinz Delvaux, actually the Stockholm action also encouraged some people to go underground. Before Stockholm, we were only about 10 comrades, of whom not all were sure how far they were prepared to go. Afterwards, the RAF was rebuilt with many more people. Stockholm as such also established a new reality on our side. The embassy said, "The RAF is still there and has the capacity to carry out such an attack. Imagine what would be possible if it was organized on a larger scale." 5. The Holger Mainz Commando has been described as a new generation of the RAF, a term which some supporters felt was promoted by the state and counterinsurgency forces to suggest that successive waves of combatants were in fact members of different organizations. This was seen by these supporters as part of an ongoing strategy to divide the prisoners from one another in order to break solidarity. This terminology was resisted, and the RAF line was always that all actions claimed by the various RAF commandos were the work of one single, unified organization for which all members bore collective responsibility. While we acknowledge the sentiment in this position, we nevertheless note that during the guerrillas' history there were clearly different waves of fighters with different priorities which led to an evolving praxis. The captured combatants always had the moral authority to sanction or repudiate the guerrillas' activities, so one can certainly talk of organizational continuity. Nevertheless, given the clearly distinct waves of fighters, we think it makes more sense to talk about an emerging tradition of armed resistance in which the choice to identify with the RAF's praxis had real political significance, rather than to regard the RAF as a standing army or corporate body which retained a frozen identity even as its own members changed. Regarding the guerrilla in 1975, it is clear that the Holger Mainz Commando consisted of former members of the prisoner support scene who felt the state was intent on exterminating the prisoners, and that it would not think twice before crushing any legal or semi-legal solidarity movement. As Delvaux stated decades later, Stockholm was also an endorsement and reaffirmation for the prisoners. People they didn't know at all carried out such an action to get them out. That proved there was a desire on the outside for the dividing line and the revolutionary struggle. Point 1. Yet, the focus for the revolutionary struggle had changed, as can be seen in the communiqué accompanying the Stockholm action, and with subsequent actions in the 1970s. During the 1970–72 period, the RAF had been preoccupied with things like radical subjectivity, workers' alienation, the exploitation of the Third World, police violence, a left wing out of touch with rebel youth, and a new fascism exemplified by social democratic corporatism and general repression. In statements like the urban guerrilla concept, Serve the People, and Black September, the RAF had attempted to grapple with these questions while dialoguing with the rest of the left. This initial openness now gave way to a single-minded focus on a new fascism defined as attacks on the prisoners and their legal team, and hardly anything else. Clearly, the prisoners' struggle was not only guiding the RAF, drawing in almost all of it new recruits, it was now defining its very politics. On May 9, 1975, 7 months after Holger Main's death and within a month of the Stockholm action, Main's former lawyer Siegfried Haag, along with Elizabeth von Dijk, herself a former SPK member too and assistant to RAF lawyer Klaus Croissant, were caught trying to smuggle guns out of Switzerland. Point 3. They were released and immediately went underground, Haag issuing a letter in which he accused Attorney General Buback of trying to frame him. Point 4. It has been claimed that Haag had a direct hand in recruiting members of the Holger Main's commando. Whatever the truth of the matter, his decision to join the guerrilla has been noted as a key point in the development of armed activity to free the prisoners. Point 5. Despite the heavy losses, the Stockholm action would not be the last attempt to replicate the successful Lorentz kidnapping. Letter from the RAF to the RAF prisoners. To the RAF prisoners. We are asking you to call off your hunger strike now, even though the demand for an end to isolation has not been met. This demand has not been met because of the powerful reactionary mobilization and the class offensive from above, the subjective conditions of an underdeveloped class struggle, the corruption of the proletariat's class organizations, and the weakness of the revolutionary left. Understand that this is an order. The fact is that the legal left, as a result of their defensiveness and helplessness in the face of the new fascism, has not developed the capacity to organize solidarity as a weapon, and has failed to develop in a way that corresponds to the construction of the guerrilla and the politics of the RAF. The strike has brought them face to face with reality, the weakness of political strategies that ignore the need to establish and develop the capacity to act from the underground, the necessity for armed politics as the concrete expression of proletarian internationalism here. Our massive mobilization in '68 was followed by a series of setbacks, the splits, the sects, and the corruption that forced us onto the defensive. We are saying that the prisoners' strike has done everything it could to mediate, mobilize, and organize anti-imperialist politics here. Its escalation would not contribute anything qualitative to the struggle. The state has calculated that it will be able to create propaganda from the execution of guerrilla prisoners who struggle, always struggle, in spite of everything struggle that would make resistance seem hopeless. Allowing you to continue in this situation would amount to sacrificing you. We are taking this weapon away from you, because the prisoners' struggle given the existing balance of power is now something that we must settle with our weapons. Victory will be ours. RAF. February 2, 1975. Occupation of the West German Embassy in Stockholm. To the governments of the Federal Republic of Germany and the Kingdom of Sweden. On April 24, 1975, at 1:50 p.m., we occupied the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany in Stockholm and took 12 embassy employees prisoner, including Ambassador Dieter Stürker, Military Attaché Andreas von Merbach, Economic Advisor Heinz Hilligard, and Cultural Advisor Anno Elfgen, in order to free 26 political prisoners in the Federal Republic of Germany, namely Gudrun Inslen, Stuttgart; Andreas Bader, Stuttgart; Ulrich Meinhof, Stuttgart; Jan Rasp, Stuttgart; Carmen Roll, Stuttgart; Werner Hoppe, Hamburg. Helmut Pohl, Hamburg. Wolfgang Beer, Hamburg. Eberhard Becker, Hamburg. Manfred Grashof, Zweibrücken. Klaus Junschke, Zweibrücken. Wolfgang Quandt, Bremen. Ronald Augustin, Buckeberg. Ali Janssen, Berlin. Brigitte Monhaupt, Berlin. Bernhard Braun, Berlin. Ingrid Schubert, Berlin. Anne-Rose Reich, Berlin. Ilse Stichowiak, Hamburg. Irmgard Mahler, Hamburg. Sigurd de Bus, Hamburg. Christa X, Hamburg. Wolfgang Stahl, Hamburg. Margaret Schiller, Lübeck. Monika Berberich, Berlin. Johannes Weinrich, Karlsruhe. One within 6 hours, by 9 p.m., the imprisoned comrades must be brought to the Rhine-Main airport in Frankfurt. There, they must be allowed to speak freely amongst themselves and with their lawyers. They must be allowed to broadcast information by radio and television concerning the course of events. Contact between ourselves and the prisoners must be provided, first by telephone, and later by radio, and must be maintained until their arrival in whatever country agrees to receive them. A Lufthansa Boeing 707, fully fueled, with a 3-man crew, must be held at the ready at the Rhine-Main airport. Within 10 hours, by 1 a.m., the prisoners must be flown out of the FRG. They must be accompanied only by Backlund, the Kingdom of Sweden's ambassador in the FRG, and one of their lawyers. We will tell you the destination once the flight is underway. The federal government must give each of the prisoners $20,000. Our statement and statements from the prisoners or their lawyers must be immediately distributed to the international press agencies and broadcast unedited over radio and television in the FRG. Throughout the entire process, the government must announce its decisions through the mass media. The departure of the comrades must be broadcast live by television in the FRG and Sweden. Our demands are not negotiable, nor will we extend the period of time in which they are to be fulfilled. If the Federal Republic tries to delay the freeing of the prisoners, we will shoot one official from the FRG's Foreign Office for each hour that the time limit of the first or second ultimatum is exceeded. Any attempt to storm the embassy will result in the death of everyone in the building. In the case of an attack, 15 kilograms of TNT will detonate in the embassy enclosure. After they land, the freed comrades will confirm by radio that they have been granted permission to stay. We will then free some of the embassy employees and announce our means of departure. We will be human beings' freedom through armed anti-imperialist struggle. Responsibility for the shooting of military attaché Andreas von Merbach lies with the police, who, despite repeated warnings, failed to vacate the embassy building. Holger Mainz Commando. April 24, 1975. Defense Attorney Siegfried Haag goes underground. Attorney General Buback and the State Security Police are attempting to have me imprisoned on the basis of a series of totally fabricated allegations. During the search of my home and my offices, with the participation of federal prosecutor Zayes, who was also armed, State Security Police seized a large number of files concerning my client's defense, notes from discussions regarding the preparation of their defense, as well as correspondence. At the same time, they seized my personal notes for the impending trial against Andreas Bader, Gudrun Inselen, Ulrich Meinhof, and Jan Karl Rasp. Given the gravity of what has happened here, the intentional destruction of the last place where the accused prisoner might still place some trust the trust a defendant places in his lawyer, this can be qualified as an openly fascist act of violence. This is a state where the extermination of revolutionaries is part of the program, with legislation and the justice system mobilized towards this end, a state that tortures political prisoners by subjecting them to systematic isolation for extended periods and to brainwashing in special units created for this purpose within the prisons. This is a state where functionaries have executed Holger Mainz and Siegfried Hausner. This is a state that slanders its lawyers using the entire arsenal of psychological warfare, using the media to conduct its malicious campaign that excludes them, treats them like criminals, and finally imprisons them. In a state like this, I will not allow my freedom to be threatened any longer, nor will I be exercising my profession as a lawyer anymore. It is time for those of us who are struggling against imperialism to move on to more important tasks. Siegfried Haag. May 11, 1975. 9. Shadow boxing, countering psychological warfare. While the overwhelming majority of Germans never approved of the RAF or their declared strategy, there was a small but not insignificant base of support and sympathy for the guerrilla amongst young people and the radical left. Apart from the undeniable pleasure many felt at seeing certain targets physically attacked, there was widespread outrage at the brutal and seemingly excessive repression the state indulged in. Despite capture, the prisoners from the guerrilla were managing to beat the odds and turn this repression to their advantage in a way that was consistent with their strategy of bringing out the violence inherent in the system. The position of citizens in a powerful state. Don't forget, Berlin has a social democratic tradition. Police action in West Berlin on the night of March 4/5, 1975. Even before this strategy had won, the new recruits who carried out the Stockholm action, countering this rise in sympathy, had been designated a top priority for all sections of the political establishment. In the words of Interior Minister Hans-Dietrich Genscher of the FDP, the sympathizers are the water in which the guerrilla swims, we must prevent them from finding that water. 1. Or as the CDU opposition leader Helmut Kohl put it, we need to drain the swamp, in which the flowers of Baader-Meinhof have grown too. To this end, a variety of propaganda maneuvers, described by the prisoners as psychological warfare, combined with renewed efforts to isolate and neutralize those who were considered to be sympathizers and supporters, often through use of the Berufsverbot 129, and specially crafted legislation. Such repression took on new dimensions under Siegfried Buebach, who succeeded Ludwig Martin as Attorney General on May 31, 1974, just weeks after the SPD's Helmut Schmidt replaced Willy Brandt as Chancellor. Brandt had been forced to step down following a spy scandal known as the Guillaume Affair. The guerrilla's lawyers were among the first to be targeted. On October 16, 1974, the Federal Supreme Court filed to seize defense correspondence between attorney Kurt Grenwold and the RAF prisoners, alleging that he and other lawyers were at the core of the prisoners' communication network, known as Info. This move came in the midst of the Third Hunger Strike, and constituted the first foray in the state's newest offensive against the prisoners' supporters. Info was a system of prison communication devised with the help of lawyers from the Committees Against Torture, whereby messages would be passed between the prisoners. It represented a covert means of breaking through the isolation conditions, of maintaining group identity, sharing political opinions, and coordinating hunger strike activities. As we shall see, because it was so vital to the prisoners' survival, it was severely repressed. An explosion of rage and rebellion swept across West Germany following the death of Holger Mainz in November 1974. On November 26, the state responded with Operation Winter Trip, which according to Attorney General Buebach was specifically aimed at the sympathizers seen, 3 both through direct repression and by preparing public opinion to accept new restrictions on civil liberties. On December 13, the Attorney General filed to seize legal correspondence between the prisoners and defense attorneys Klaus Croissant and Hans Christian Straub. Buebach accused Croissant of belonging to a criminal association with his clients, a claim he based on Croissant's use of the terminology of left extremism, such as isolation torture, extermination conditions, brainwashing units, and the like. For Buebach also pointed to Croissant's public statements in support of the prisoners' hunger strike and regarding the death of Holger Mainz. On December 30, Second Senate Judge Theodor Prinzing ruled that Croissant was indeed acting as supporter and mouthpiece for the prisoners and, as such, for a criminal association. Straub was also alleged to be a member of a criminal association for referring to himself as a socialist and a political lawyer, and for expressing solidarity with the thinking of the prisoners, whom he referred to as Comrades 5. Straub's wife, Juliana Straub-Greger, was for a time banned from her job as a schoolteacher, subject to the Berufsverbot due to her husband's work on the prisoners' behalf. Although she succeeded in forcing the administrative court in Berlin to withdraw the ban, she remained stigmatized as the wife of a terrorist lawyer. 6. On January 1, 1975, all of this was given added legal significance as legislation known as the Lex Baader-Meinhof, or Baader-Meinhof laws, became constitutional amendments to the Basic Law. This solidified the attacks on the defense, 138 AD allowing for the exclusion of any lawyers deemed to be forming a criminal association with the defendant. 231A and 231B allowed for trials to continue in the absence of a defendant if the reason for this absence was found to be of the defendant's own doing, a stipulation directly aimed at the prisoner's effective use of hunger strikes. 7 Under 146, joint defenses were now prohibited, even though the Stammheim prisoners were facing a joint trial. This paragraph was used to forbid Otto Schiele from speaking to those of the accused whom he was not defending, even when he saw them every day in court. Surveillance of defense correspondence was sanctioned by 148 and 148A, while the previously held right of the accused and defense lawyers to issue statements under 275A was withdrawn. 1. On March 17, 1975, Prinzing approved Buebach's motion and Croissant was barred from representing Baader. The court listed 3 reasons for this decision. First, in November 1974, Croissant had refused to share information that the lawyers were circulating amongst the prisoners with his client Bernhard Braun because of Braun's decision to break off his hunger strike. Second, Croissant had spoken at a solidarity event for the hunger strikers on November 8, 1974, the day before the death of Holger Mainz. Third, Croissant had represented the prisoners in their negotiations with Spiegel regarding an interview conducted in January 1975. 2. All 3 acts were deemed to constitute punishable offenses under 129. On May 5, 1975, Grenwold was barred from representing Baader on the basis of allegations that his office served as an information central to allow prisoners to communicate between themselves. What this likely meant was that he had passed letters from one prisoner to another, and may have photocopied letters meant to be shared with several prisoners, all as part of the info system. The next day, on May 6, Straub was similarly excluded, again on the basis of accusations that he was key to an information central. It is clear that the series of exclusions, as well as those that followed, were meant to serve several functions. The most apparent objective was to prevent the prisoners from adequately defending themselves in the Stammheim trial, which was about to begin on May 21. Croissant argued that by facilitating the prisoners' interview with Spiegel, and making public statements on their behalf, he was merely doing what any good lawyer was supposed to do, presenting his client's version of events and their motivations to the public. Yet, it would seem the prisoners were not supposed to have lawyers who did their job properly, for as Croissant observed, by this court decision, just a few weeks before his trial, Andreas Baader is being denied a lawyer who has spent several years preparing his defense. 3. Indeed, as the pre-trial hearing began, Baader no longer had a single attorney of his choosing. These exclusions also served a second, and in some ways more insidious function. The prisoners had come to depend on their attorneys, and the role they played in facilitating communication. The lawyers' visits and the info communication system provided a form of human contact, a source of information regarding developments outside of the prison, and a modicum of political discussion. As RAF prisoner Brigitte Monhaupt explained, info was the only possibility, that is how we conceived of and understood it, the only possibility, in general, of social interaction between isolated prisoners. Even if it was only a surrogate for communication, only letters and paper, it was, nonetheless, the only option for discussion, for political discussion, for political information and, obviously, for orientation. Such communication, besides constituting a basic human need, was also a form of resistance. Again, according to Monhaupt, the sense of info, its entire purpose, as we understood it, was as a means to resist isolation. We have said that every sentence that a prisoner writes in info is like an act, every sentence is an action. That's how it was for the prisoners. 4. The state would allege that info was used as a form of discipline between prisoners, by which the ringleaders coerced the others into participating in hunger strikes. There were also allegations that the prisoners used the system to communicate with active commandos on the outside, a claim which has never been substantiated. As Monhaupt explained, what seems far more likely is that info was threatening precisely because it opened a hole in the brutal isolation conditions the government was attempting to perfect. By clamping down on the lawyers and putting an end to this contact, the courts were able to further isolate the prisoners. 5. Finally, the vendetta against the lawyers can be seen as part of the state's broader repressive approach intended to intimidate those who might stand with the guerrilla. Grenwold was subjected to the Berufsverbot on June 121, and later that month, RAF lawyers found their offices and homes targeted as police carried out simultaneous raids in Hamburg, Heidelberg, Stuttgart, and West Berlin. Over the next several years, the lawyers were repeatedly arrested and in some cases sentenced to considerable prison terms. They were openly followed by police. In some cases, agents were stationed outside their offices, taking photos of everyone, political or not, who entered. On June 18, 1976, in a period of incredible tension in the movement, the office of Klaus-Jürgen Langner, Margaret Schiller's attorney, was firebombed. 7 people on the premises were injured. 2 Not long afterwards, Axel Atzela resigned his mandate, explaining that in this trial, one cannot speak without fear, and without freedom of speech there can be no defense. I am terribly afraid. 3. These attacks on the lawyers came at the same time as a new volley of legislation, aimed at the entire radical left, was being passed through the legislature. In the summer of 1976, 129A became law, a more intimidating subsection of 129 specifically related to support for a terrorist organization. The maximum penalty for ringleaders and chief instigators was increased to 10 years. 4 At the same time, civil rights protections were loosened so that mere suspicion that an individual was supporting a criminal organization, even where no criminal act had been committed, became sufficient grounds to issue search and arrest warrants. 5. This came after THIRD-WORLDISM had been passed in January 1976, providing for a maximum 3-year jail sentence for those who produce, distribute, publicly display, and advertise materials that recommend unlawful acts such as disturbing the peace in special, e.g. armed, cases, murder, manslaughter, robbery, extortion, arson, and the use of explosives. 6. It was not long before THIRD-WORLDISM was being used to prosecute not only radical newspapers which reprinted the guerrillas' communiques, but also the bookstores which carried such publications. On August 18, the police carried out pre-dawn raids on the homes of booksellers in 7 cities, as well as 10 bookstores and a book distribution center, confiscating many volumes that they deemed subversive. 7. Beyond the legal chill, a variety of dirty tricks and lies were also used to try to undercut public sympathy for the guerrilla. False flag attacks like the ones threatened in Stuttgart in 1972 were now actually carried out, taking aim at random bystanders. A bomb placed in the Bremen Central Station in December 1974 injured 5 people. Then, in 1975, there was a spate of such attacks. On September 13, 4 people were hurt when a bomb went off in the Hamburg train station 8 claimed by a phantom RAF Ralph Reinders Commando 9. The next day, a fake bomb threat was called into the Munich Central Station. An anonymous caller directed police to a locker, where they found a communique from the RAF, the 2nd of June movement, and the revolutionary cells denouncing the previous day's attack. In October, a bomb was discovered and defused in the Nuremberg train station, claimed by a phantom Southern fighting group of the RAF. Finally, in November 1975, a similar bomb went off in the Cologne train station. As with the Hamburg attack, the RAF denounced all these as false flag actions, and released its own communiques disavowing them, insisting that the urban guerrilla cannot resort to terrorism as a weapon. 10 Instead, it suggested that they were the work of either a CIA unit or else a neo-fascist group controlled by state security. This is not as far-fetched a theory as it may seem, such scenarios having played themselves out elsewhere in Europe in the 1970s. 11. Nor was the media neglected as a weapon to be wielded against the guerrilla. In May 1975, within a month of the Stockholm action and the start of the Stamheim pre-trial hearings, the government announced that the RAF had possibly managed to steal mustard gas from an army depot. 11 German newspaper warned the public that terrorists are planning a poison attack. The Federal Criminal Investigation Bureau informed the Speaker of the German Bundestag on Thursday that members of the Baader-Meinhof gang are planning a poison attack on the German parliament. According to the Bureau's reports, substantial quantities of poison gas which disappeared a few weeks ago from an army depot have fallen into the hands of members of the Baader-Meinhof gang. Health departments and hospitals have been prepared for the possibility of a terrorist attack with the chemical weapon. 2. It was later revealed, though less widely reported, that only 2 liters were missing, and that they might in fact have simply been misplaced. A few months later, it was admitted that this was in fact the case, and that they had since been found. Nor was the phantom mustard gas scare an isolated case. 3. An almost humorous example occurred in Munich when a judge taking the subway home from a party thought he recognized one of the RAF fugitives riding along with him, Rolf Pottel, who had been freed during the exchange for Lorenz earlier that year. Spiegel got wind of this and another ominous fact: a plan of the subway system had been reported missing from a telephone cabinet, clearly a newsworthy item in fastidious Bavaria. The magazine declared that all this pointed towards a possible impending RAF attack, and a full-scale manhunt was launched throughout the land. Nothing came of this, and government officials were later forced to admit that the judge in question had been no longer quite sober on the night in question. 4. On top of such scaremongering news stories, an additional component of the state's psychological warfare strategy was the trial of Inslin, Baader, Rasp, and Meinhof, the Stamheim show trial. The accused had never denied that they bore responsibility for the attacks in May 1972, establishing what would become the standard practice of all RAF members accepting responsibility for all RAF actions. Yet, this trial was no formality, rather, it was used as a forum for the state to expose the captured combatants as monsters and the RAF as something monstrous. Although the defendants had been apprehended in 1972, the trial was not scheduled to begin until 1974. It was then postponed for an additional year to avoid any unpleasant publicity during the World Cup held in Stuttgart that summer. 5 Next, its very location was turned into a propaganda statement about the danger posed by the accused. Having the trial in the regular Stuttgart courthouse was deemed out of the question, and instead a special terrorist-proof facility was ordered built, especially for the RAF's alleged ringleaders. As a journalist from the Sunday Times wrote in 1975, that remarkable building is now almost complete in a sugar beet field near Stamheim prison. A concrete and steel fortress that will cost about £3 million, it includes among the features not normally found in courthouses, anti-aircraft defense against helicopter attack, listening devices sewn in the ground around the building, scores of closed-circuit TV cameras, and an underground tunnel linked to Stamheim so that the defendants can be smuggled in and out of court without showing their noses in the open. The 5 judges, no jury, the accused, and all witnesses will sit behind bulletproof glass security screens. Photographing the new courthouse is strictly forbidden. The site workmen were, literally, sworn to secrecy. Plainclothes police patrol it constantly, and local farmers, to their disgust, must carry passes to get to their fields. 6. In this already Orwellian setting, the prisoners were confronted with the testimony of those few of their former comrades who had agreed to cooperate in return for leniency, new identities, or simply as a result of being psychologically broken by isolation. Karl-Heinz Rolland, who had proven an embarrassment to the state in the first RAF trials, was now reinforced by a slightly more convincing turncoat, Gerhard Müller, a former SPK member, who had been captured along with Meinhof in 1972. After 2.5 years of hunger strikes and isolation, Müller could take no more and finally broke during the third hunger strike, in the winter of 1974-75. Tempted with offers of leniency and threatened with a murder charge going back to Hamburg police officer Norbert Schmidt in 1971, he agreed to work for the prosecution. The murder case was dropped, and the charges relating to the May offensive, for which he could have received life, culminated in a 10-year sentence, of which he was only required to serve half. 1 The deal was further sweetened with offers of a new identity and the possibility of selling his story for a considerable sum. 2 He eventually received 500,000 DM and was relocated to the United States. 3 In exchange, Mueller painted a nightmare picture of the RAF as brutal killers, accusing Bader in particular of having executed one member, Ingeborg Bars, simply because she wished to opt out of the guerrilla struggle. Bars had joined the RAF in 1971 along with Wolfgang Grundmann. They had both been previously active in the anarchist prisoner support group Blockade. 4 While she is known to have participated in the Kaiserslautern bank robbery during which police officer Herbert Schoner was killed, she was never apprehended, nor did she ever surface from the underground. Disputing Mueller's claims, witnesses subsequently came forward testifying that they had met with Bars after this supposed execution, and when Mueller brought police to the place where she was supposedly buried, they found nothing there. 5 Brigitte Monhock took the witness stand to refute this story, describing in detail the various ways in which people might leave the guerrilla, and insisting that, even in the case of traitors, the RAF had not carried out any executions. Given the growing list of former members who worked with the media and Buebach's prosecutors against the RAF and the glaring fact that none of them had been killed, Monhock's statements were far more credible than Mueller's. Another somewhat less important witness for the prosecution was Dirk Hoff, a metal worker and former SDS member from the Frankfurt scene. Hoff, who had built bombs and other weapons for the guerrilla, testified that he had not realized what he was doing at the time. He claimed that Holger Maines, the conveniently dead former film student, had put him up to it with a story about how they were to be used as realistic props in a movie about terrorism. By the time he realized what was what, it was too late. The guerrilla warned him that he was too deeply involved to be able to go to the police. In exchange for his cooperation, Hoff's somewhat incredible story was not challenged by the prosecution, and he received only a short prison term. 6 Despite this, his testimony was not felt to be particularly damaging. Supporters claims that all these broken witnesses were being paraded out not to secure a conviction, of which there was never any doubt, but to discredit the guerrilla were vindicated at the 11th hour as the trial was wrapping up. In January 1977, Otto Schiele received a tip that federal judge Theodor Prinzing, who was in charge of the trial and was thus supposed to pretend to be impartial, had been passing on court documents and evidence to a judge from the appeals court. Copies of these documents had then been making their way to the press, accompanied by suggestions as to how they could be used to discredit the guerrilla. In his eagerness to exploit the testimony of Mueller and the others, Prinzing had miscalculated, and in so doing provided the defense with one of its few legal victories. The federal judge was forced to recuse himself. 7 He was replaced by Associate Judge Eberhard Foth, and the circus continued. Nevertheless, the point had been made: this was a propaganda exercise, coordinated by either the BKA or the BAW, with a purely political goal. In other words, it was a show trial. The prisoners defended themselves against all this as best they could. They may have accepted collective responsibility for all of the attacks the RAF had carried out, but they were far from indifferent about what was said in court. It was of great importance for them to counter allegations that could easily undermine what support they enjoyed on the left. In her 1974 statement to the court regarding the liberation of Bader, Ulrich Meinhof had already attempted to refute the state slanders, and to place the guerrillas' actions within their proper political context. But the smears continued, and during the years of trials to come, the prisoners repeatedly felt compelled to defend not only their politics, but also their internal structure in the face of accusations of authoritarianism and cold inhumanity. Quoted out of context, the prisoners' attempts to defend their past practice can seem exaggerated, even shrill. The desire to paint one's own experiences in the most favorable light can easily backfire, making one appear to be an uncritical enthusiast, dewy-eyed, if not fanatical, which is precisely what we are told to expect from self-styled revolutionaries. Nevertheless, it is difficult to see what else they could have done, as the state moved to use their various trials as so many opportunities to present its cockamamie stories and slanders. In this context, the prisoners had little choice but to do what they could to affirm their political identity and continuing solidarity with one another. We know why he's saying it. These are excerpts from Bridget Mohnhocht's testimony at Stamheim. A cruder but more complete translation is available at http://red-army-faction/76_07008_Mohnhocht_pol.html. M&S. On Mueller's claims. Regarding the liquidation of comrades. Of course there were people who left. It would be untrue to say otherwise. Contradictions develop within a group engaged in the process that this one is engaged in. In the course of the struggle, there are obviously contradictions, and there are people who decide at a certain point to no longer do the job, because they no longer want to. They decide to return to their previous lives, to go back, or they do other things, even though everyone knows perfectly well that it isn't possible, that it is a lie, when one has already been engaged in a practice such as ours. Such a decision can only be a step backwards, which always signifies a step backwards into shit. There were departures like that, but there was obviously never a question of liquidation at any point or regarding any departure. There were departures involving people who, as I've already said, could no longer do the work, who no longer wanted to do it, because they understood that it meant going underground, which is what armed struggle always means. It was a completely free decision on their part. Leaving was the right thing for them to do. It would be stupid for them to stay, because there wouldn't, in any case, be any way to engage in a shared practice. There were also departures that we ourselves decided upon. There were people who knew that we were ending relations with them for clear reasons, basically for the same reason, because, at a given point, it was no longer possible to have a shared practice, because contradictions had developed. And, yeah, they're all still alive, that's all complete nonsense. It unfolded completely normally. They do other things, conscious that they can never again engage in this practice. Maybe it should be explained how things would happen when someone decided to stop. It always happened in the course of a discussion in which everyone participated, or at least a good number of people, everyone who could participate, given the circumstances. This took place in the context of discussions. It wasn't done in a heavy-handed way. Each time there was an evolution which allowed the person concerned along with all the others, each person in the group to understand that the point had been reached where it was no longer possible to work together, the time had come for him to make a decision, to change, if he still wanted to, if he could manage it, if he could, obviously, with the help of all the others, or else he can leave. At that point, he is free to leave, and there is no pressure, because it's his decision, because he understands this, and because throughout it all there is no loss of self-respect, he is not rejected. It could not possibly have been handled any other way given the structure. That is what makes this Hausner story of Mueller's absolutely impossible. Under certain specific circumstances, liquidation is obviously an option. But within the context of what the group was doing in 72, it would have been an error in that situation. It is absolutely untrue that Hausner wanted to leave, and it is also completely untrue that we had said he should leave. There was absolutely no reason, given who he was, given what he had done, that would have led us to force him to leave or to have liquidated him. It's absolutely ridiculous. It never happened. Obviously, everyone makes mistakes, but nobody had the arrogance or the absolutism to say, "Me, I don't make mistakes." In any case, given the situation within the group, it is a swinish lie that we would have said, "Now he must leave, and if he doesn't leave, then," what Mueller said was, if he couldn't go to Holland, if he couldn't be sent to a foreign country, then it was necessary, as an emergency solution, to simply liquidate him. If such a thing could have happened, it would have weakened and destroyed the structure, destroyed the group, destroyed the individuals who had struggled as part of the group, rather than strengthening them, because if something like that could happen in the group, how would it remain possible for individuals to struggle, to be courageous, and above all to find their identities? I maintain that it is impossible, even as an emergency solution or because there was no more place for someone, for things to have functioned in the way Muller described. It's complete nonsense. Is this clear yet? I can give another example, the story of the woman in Berlin, Edelgard Griefer. I believe in any case it was Griefer who denounced half a dozen people. She betrayed the people and gave away safe houses. And what happened? What was done? She got a slap in the mouth and was hit in the throat with a placard. So, I think these facts speak for themselves. When someone betrays people, in effect lines them up against the wall, because you never know what could happen when the cops break into an apartment, and this person only receives a slap in the head, then it is all the more absurd to think that someone who has never betrayed anyone could, as the result of a situation where everything culminates, as Muller describes it, in searches and whatever, in arrests, could simply be shot down. It's absolutely out of the question. And, of course, the strongest evidence, I would say, that this story can't be true is simply that Siegfried Hausner led the Holger Mainz Commando, and it would have been out of the question for it to be otherwise. Quite simply, he made the arrangements, he did it himself, which clarifies the nature of the structure that existed at the time. I believe this clarifies everything. Why would he have done it? Why would he have struggled in a situation like the one Muller described? On Muller's claims. Regarding the Springer bombing. For instance, the statement which suggests that Ulrich carried out the attack against the Springer building over the objections of Andreas or Gudrun or in opposition to a part of the group, and the claim that this led to a split, or, at least, to conflict between members, terror, or whatever it was that the pig said. The truth is that when the Hamburg action was carried out, and this was already clarified during this trial, we knew nothing because of the structure of our groups, decisions were made autonomously, and actions were carried out autonomously. After the action against Springer, there was a lot of criticism from other groups. As a result, Ulrich went to Hamburg to find out what had happened, because the RAF never considered actions if there was a risk that civilians could be hurt. It was an essential principle in all discussions and in the criticism addressed to the Hamburg group, that they carried out the action without clearly considering that Springer, of course, wouldn't evacuate the building. So given this, it had not been well prepared. That was the criticism made of the group that had carried out the action. That is why Ulrich went to Hamburg at that time, to clarify this, to find out what had happened. After doing this, she formulated the statement about this action, in which everything was explained, the entire process, the warnings, Springer not evacuating, etc. Which shows that what Muller said, yeah, we know that already, and we know why he's saying it. What he claims now, regarding Ulrich, that she had or could have intended to carry out actions that the others objected to, it is completely absurd, but it fits in perfectly with the current line, the tensions. Its purpose is to legitimize Ulrich's murder. The claim that there were tensions is a story that goes back, according to what Muller has said here, to Hamburg, to the organization of the group in 71 to 72. It is purely and simply a fabrication, presented here with the sole objective of legitimizing the murder. Brigitte Mohnhaupt. Stammheim Trial. July 22, 1976. On the liberation of Andreas Bader. The following text was read by Ulrich Meinhof at her trial alongside Hans-Jürgen Backer and Horst Mahler. M&S. This trial is a tactical maneuver, a part of the psychological war being waged against us by the BKA, the BAW, and the justice system. With the goal of obfuscating both the political ramifications of our trials and the BAW's extermination strategy in West Germany. With the goal of using separate convictions to create the appearance of division, by putting only a few of us on display at any one time. With the goal of erasing the political context of all the RAF prisoners' trials from the public consciousness. With the goal of forever eliminating from the people's consciousness the fact that on the imperialist terrain of West Germany and West Berlin there is a revolutionary urban guerrilla movement. Point 1. We the Red Army faction will not participate in this trial. The anti-imperialist struggle. If it is to be more than just an empty slogan, the struggle against imperialism must aim to annihilate, to destroy, to smash the system of imperialist domination on the political, economic, and military planes. It must aim to smash the cultural institutions that imperialism uses to bind together the ruling elites and the communications structure that ensures their ideological control. In the international context, the elimination of imperialism on the military plane means the elimination of U.S. imperialism's military alliances throughout the world, and here that means the elimination of NATO and the Bundeswehr. In the national context it means the elimination of the state's armed formations, which embody the ruling class monopoly of violence and its state power, the police, the BGS, the Secret Service. On the economic plane, it means the elimination of the power structure that represents the multinational corporations. On the political plane, it means the elimination of the bureaucracies, organizations, and power structures, whether state or non-state, parties, unions, the media, that dominate the people. Proletarian internationalism. The struggle against imperialism here is not and could not be a national liberation struggle. Socialism in one country is not its historical perspective. Faced with the transnational organization of capital and the military alliances with which U.S. imperialism encircles the world, the cooperation of the police and the secret services, the way the dominant elite is organized internationally within U.S. imperialism's sphere of power, faced with all of this, our side, the side of the proletariat, responds with the struggle of the revolutionary classes, the people's liberation movements in the Third World, and the urban guerrilla in imperialism's metropole. That is proletarian internationalism. Ever since the Paris Commune, it has been clear that a people who seek to liberate themselves within the national framework in an imperialist state attract the vengeance, the armed might, and deadly hostility of the bourgeoisie of all the other imperialist states. That is why NATO is currently putting together an intervention force, to be stationed in Italy, with which to respond to internal difficulties. Marx said, "A people who oppress another cannot themselves be free." The military significance of the urban guerrilla in the metropole, the RAF here, the Red Brigades in Italy, and the United People's Liberation Army 1 in the U.S.A lies in the fact that it can attack imperialism here in its rear base, from which it sends its troops, its arms, its instructors, its technology, its communication systems, and its cultural fascism to oppress and exploit the people of the Third World. This is because it operates within the framework of the Third World liberation struggles, struggling in solidarity with them. That is the strategic starting point of the guerrilla in the metropole, to unleash the guerrilla, the armed struggle against imperialism, and the people's war in imperialism's rear bases, to begin a long-term process. Because world revolution is surely not an affair of a few days, a few weeks, or a few months, because it is not an affair of a few popular uprisings, it will not be a short process. It is not a question of taking control of the state as the revisionist parties and groups imagine, or, more correctly, as they claim, for they don't really have any imagination. The notion of the nation-state. In the metropole, the notion of the nation-state has become a hollow fiction, given the reality of the ruling classes, their policies, and their structure of domination, which no longer has anything to do with linguistic divisions, as there are millions of immigrant workers in the rich countries of Western Europe. The current reality, given the globalization of capital, given the new media, given the mutual dependencies that support economic development, given the growth of the European community, and given the crisis while remaining subjective, greatly encourages the formation of European proletarian internationalism, to the point that the unions have worked for years to box it in, to control it, to institutionalize it, and to repress it. The fiction of the nation-state, to which the revisionist groups are attached with their organizational form, is in keeping with their fetish for legality, their pacifism, and their massive opportunism. We are not reproaching the members of these groups for coming from the petty bourgeoisie, but for reproducing, in their politics and in their organizational structure, the ideology of the petty bourgeoisie, which has always been hostile to proletarian internationalism. Their class position and conditions of social reproduction cannot be seen otherwise. They are always organized within the state as a complement to the national bourgeoisie, to the dominant class. As for ourselves, we of the RAF, revolutionary prisoners detained in isolation, in special units, subjected to highly structured and completely illegal brainwashing programs in prison, as well as those underground. The argument that the masses are not yet sufficiently advanced just reminds us of what the colonialist pigs have been saying about Africa and Asia for the past 70 years. According to them, blacks, illiterates, slaves, colonized peoples, torture victims, the oppressed, and the starving, who suffer under the yoke of colonialism and imperialism, are not yet advanced enough to control their own administration like human beings. According to them, they are not yet advanced enough to control their own industrialization, their own education, their own future. This is the argument of people concerned with their own positions of power, those who want to rule the people, not to emancipate them or to help them in their struggle for liberation. The guerrilla in the metropole. Our action on May 14, 1970, was and remains an exemplary action for the guerrilla in the metropole. It contained all of the elements required for a strategy of armed struggle against imperialism. It served to free a prisoner from the grip of the state. It was a guerrilla action, an action of a group that, in deciding to carry it out, organized itself as a politico-military cell. They acted to free a revolutionary, a cadre who was and remains indispensable for organizing the guerrilla in the metropole. And not only indispensable, like every revolutionary is indispensable in the ranks of the revolution, for already at this stage, he embodied everything that made the guerrilla possible, that made possible the politico-military offensive against the imperialist state. He embodied the determination, the will to act, the ability to orient himself solely and exclusively in terms of the objectives, while leaving space for the collective learning process, and practicing leadership collectively right from the start, mediating between each person's individual experience and the collective as a whole. This action was exemplary, because in the struggle against imperialism it is necessary above all to liberate the prisoners, to liberate them from prison, which has always been an institution used against all of the exploited and oppressed, historically leading only to death, terror, fascism, and barbarism. To liberate them from their imprisonment within the most complete and utter alienation, from their self-alienation, from the state of political and existential disaster in which the people are obliged to live while in the grip of imperialism, of consumer society, of the media, and of the ruling class structures of social control, where they remain dependent on the market and the state. The guerrilla, and not only here, it is the same in Brazil, in Uruguay, in Cuba, and, for Che, in Bolivia, always starts from point zero, and the first phase of its development is the most difficult. Neither the bourgeois class prostituted to imperialism, nor the proletariat colonized by it, provide anything of use to us in this struggle. We are a group of comrades who have decided to act to break with the stage of lethargy, of purely rhetorical radicalism, of increasingly vain discussions about strategy, and to struggle. We are lacking in everything, not only the capacity to act. It is only now that we are discovering what sort of human beings we are. We are uncovering the metropolitan individualism that comes from the system's decay, the alienated, false, poisonous relationships that it creates in our lives in the factories, the offices, the schools, the universities, the revisionist groups, during apprenticeships, or at part-time jobs. We are discovering the effects of the division between professional life and private life, the division between intellectual labor and manual labor, the childishness of the hierarchical labor process, all of which reflect the psychic distortions produced by consumer society, by this degenerate metropolitan society, fallen into decay and stagnation. But that is who we are, that is where we come from. We are the offspring of metropolitan annihilation and destruction, of the war of all against all, of the conflict of each individual with every other individual, of a system governed by fear, of the compulsion to produce, of the profit of one to the detriment of others, of the division of people into men and women, young and old, sick and healthy, foreigners and Germans, and of the struggle for prestige. Where do we come from? From isolation in individual row houses, from the suburban concrete cities, from prison cells, from the asylums and special units, from media brainwashing, from consumerism, from corporal punishment, from the ideology of nonviolence, from depression, from illness, from degradation, from humiliation, from the debasement of human beings, from all the people exploited by imperialism. We must find, in our distress, the need to liberate ourselves from imperialism and to struggle against it. We must understand that we have nothing to lose by destroying the system, but everything to gain from armed struggle, collective liberation, life, human dignity, and our identity. We must understand that the cause of the people, the masses, the assembly line workers, the lumpen proletariat, the prisoners, the apprentices, the lowest of the masses here, and the liberation movements in the Third World is our cause. Our cause, armed struggle against imperialism, is the masses' cause, and vice versa, even if it can only become a reality through a long-term process whereby the politico-military offensive develops and people's war breaks out. That is the difference between true revolutionary politics and politics that only seem revolutionary, but are in fact opportunist. It is necessary that we start from the objective situation, from the objective conditions, from the actual situation of the proletariat and the masses in the metropole, from the fact that all layers of society are in all ways under the system's control. The opportunists base themselves on the alienated consciousness of the proletariat. We start from the fact of their alienation, which indicates why their liberation is necessary. In 1916 Lenin responded to the colonialist, renegade Pigkovsky. No one can seriously think it possible to organize the majority of the proletariat under capitalism. Secondly, and this is the main point, it is not so much a question of the size of an organization, as of the real, objective significance of its policy. Does its policy represent the masses? Does it serve them, i.e., does it aim at their liberation from capitalism, or does it represent the interests of the minority, the minority's reconciliation with capitalism? Neither we nor anyone else can calculate precisely what portion of the proletariat is following and will follow the social chauvinists and opportunists. This will be revealed only by the struggle, it will be definitely decided only by the socialist revolution. And it is therefore our duty, if we wish to remain socialists, to go down lower and deeper, to the real masses. This is the whole meaning and the whole purport of the struggle against opportunism. Point 1. The guerrilla is the group. The role of the guerrilla leadership, the role of Andreas in the RAF, is to provide orientation. It is not only a matter of distinguishing what is essential from what is secondary in each situation, but also of knowing how to connect each situation to the greater political context by elaborating its particularities, while never losing sight of the goal, revolution as a result of details or specific technical or logistical problems, never losing sight of the overall tactical or strategic politics of the alliance, the question of class. This means never falling into opportunism. This, said Leduan too, is the art of dialectically connecting firm principles with flexibility in action, the art of applying the law of development that seeks to see incremental changes transformed into qualitative leaps within the revolution. 3. It is also the art of never shrinking from the unimaginable enormity of your goals, but of pursuing them stubbornly and without allowing yourself to be discouraged. It is the courage to draw lessons from your errors and the general willingness to learn. Every revolutionary organization and every guerrilla organization knows that practice requires that it develop its capabilities. At least any organization applying dialectical materialism, any organization that aims for victory in the people's war and not the edification of a party bureaucracy and a partnership with the imperialist power. We don't talk about democratic centralism because the urban guerrilla in the metropole of the Federal Republic can't have a centralizing apparatus. It is not a party, but a politico-military organization within which leadership is exercised collectively by all of the independent sections, with a tendency for it to be subsumed by the group as part of the collective learning process. Tactically, the goal is to always allow for an autonomous orientation towards militants, guerrillas, and cadres. Collectivity is a political process that functions on all levels, in interaction and communication and in the sharing of knowledge that occurs as we work and learn together. An authoritarian leadership structure would find no material basis in the guerrilla, because the real, i.e., voluntary, development of each individual's productive force is necessary for the revolutionary guerrilla to make an effective revolutionary intervention from a position of weakness, in order to launch the People's Liberation War. Psychological warfare. Andreas, because he is a revolutionary, and was one from the beginning, is the primary target of the psychological war that the cops are waging against us. This has been the case since 1970, since the first appearance of the urban guerrilla with the prison break operation. The guiding principle of psychological warfare is to set the people against the guerrilla, to isolate the guerrilla from the people, to distort the real, material goals of the revolution by personalizing events and by presenting them in psychological terms. The goals of the revolution are freedom from imperialist domination, from occupation, from colonialism and neocolonialism, from the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, from military dictatorship, from exploitation, from fascism, and from imperialism. Psychological warfare uses the tactic of mystifying that which is easy enough to understand, presenting as irrational that which is rational, and presenting the revolutionaries' humanity as inhumanity. This is carried out by means of defamation, lies, insults, bullshit, racism, manipulation, and the mobilization of the people's unconscious fears and reflexes inculcated over decades or centuries of colonial domination and exploitation, knee-jerk existential fear in the face of incomprehensible and hidden powers of domination. Through psychological warfare, the cops attempt to eliminate revolutionary politics and the armed anti-imperialist struggle in the German metropole, as well as its effect on the consciousness of the people, by personalizing it and turning it into a psychological issue. In this way, the cops attempt to present us as what they themselves are. They attempt to present the RAF structure as similar to their own, a structure of domination mimicking the organizational form and functioning of their own structures of domination, a structure like that of the Ku Klux Klan, the Mafia, or the CIA. And they accuse us of the tactics that imperialism and its puppets use to impose themselves: extortion, corruption, competition, privilege, brutality, and the practice of stepping over corpses to achieve their goals. In their use of psychological warfare against us, the cops rely upon the confusion of all those who are obliged to sell their labor simply to survive, a confusion born of the obligation to produce and of the fear for one's very existence that the system generates within them. They rely on the morbid practice of defamation, which the ruling class has directed against the people for decades, for centuries, a mixture of anti-communism, anti-Semitism, racism, sexual oppression, religious oppression, and an authoritarian educational system. They rely on consumer society brainwashing and the imperialist media, re-education and the economic miracle. What is shocking about our guerrilla in its first phase, what was shocking about its first actions, is that they showed that people could act outside of the system's limits, that they didn't have to see through the media's eyes, that they could be free from fear, that people could act on the basis of their own very real experiences, their own and those of the people. Because the guerrilla starts from the fact that despite this country's highly advanced technology and immense wealth, everyday people have their own experiences with oppression, media terrorism, and insecure living conditions, which lead to mental illness, suicide, child abuse, indoctrination, and housing shortages. That is what the imperialist state finds shocking about our actions, that the people can understand the RAF for what it is, a practice, a cause born in a logical and dialectical way from actual relationships. A practice which, insofar as it is the expression of real relationships, insofar as it expresses the only real possibility for reversing and changing these relationships, gives the people their dignity and makes sense out of struggle, revolution, uprisings, defeats, and past revolts, that is to say, it returns to the people the possibility of being conscious of their own history. Because all history is the history of class struggle, a people who has lost a sense of the significance of revolutionary class struggle is forced to live in a state in which they no longer participate in history, in which they are deprived of their sense of self, that is to say, of their dignity. The guerrilla allows each person to determine where he stands, to define, often for the first time, his overall situation and to discover his place within class society, within imperialism, to determine this for himself. Many people think they are on the side of the people, but the moment the people start to confront the police and start to struggle, they cut and run, issue denunciations, put the brakes on, and side with the police. This is a problem that Marx often addressed, that one is not what one believes oneself to be, but what one is in one's true functions, in one's role within class society. That is to say, if one doesn't decide to act against the system, doesn't take up arms and fight, then one is on the system's side and effectively serves as an instrument for achieving the system's goals. With psychological warfare, the cops attempt to turn the achievements of the guerrillas' actions back against us, the knowledge that it isn't the people who are dependent on the state, but the state that is dependent on the people, that it isn't the people who need the investment firms or the multinationals and their factories, but it is the capitalist pigs who need the people, that the goal of the police isn't to protect the people from criminals, but to protect the imperialist order of exploitation from the people, that the people don't need the justice system, but the justice system needs the people, that we don't need the American troops and installations here, but that US imperialism needs us. Through personalization and psychological rationalization, they project the clichés of capitalist anthropology onto us. They project the reality of their own facade, of their judges, of their prosecutors, of their screws, and of their fascists, pigs who take pleasure in their alienation, who only live by torturing, by oppressing, and by exploiting others, pigs for whom the whole point of their existence is their career, success, elbowing their way to the top, and taking advantage of others, pigs who take pleasure from the hunger, the misery, and the deprivation of millions of human beings in the Third World. And here, what the ruling class hates about us is that despite 100 years of repression, of fascism, of anti-communism, of imperialist wars, and of genocides, the revolution once again raises its head. In carrying out psychological warfare, the bourgeoisie, with its police state, sees in us everything that they hate and fear about the people, and this is especially so in the case of Andreas. It is he who is the mob, the street, the enemy. They see in us that which menaces them and will overthrow them, the determination to provoke the revolution, revolutionary violence, and political and military action. At the same time they see their own powerlessness, for their power ends at the point when the people take up arms and begin to struggle. The system is exposing itself, not us, in its defamation campaign. All defamation campaigns against the guerrilla reveal something about those who carry them out, about their piggishness, about their goals, their ambitions, and their fears. And to say we are a vanguard that designates itself as such makes no sense. To be the vanguard is a role that we cannot assign ourselves, nor is it one that we can demand. It is a role that the people give to the guerrilla in their own consciousness, in the process of developing their consciousness, of rediscovering their role in history as they recognize themselves in the guerrilla's actions, because they, in themselves, recognize the necessity to destroy the system for themselves through guerrilla actions. The idea of a vanguard that designates itself as such reflects ideas of prestige that belong to a ruling class that seeks to dominate. But that has nothing to do with the role of the proletariat, a role that is based on the absence of property, on emancipation, on dialectical materialism, and on the struggle against imperialism. The dialectic of revolution and counter-revolution. That is the dialectic of the anti-imperialist struggle. The enemy unmasks itself by its defensive maneuvers, by the system's reaction, by the counter-revolutionary escalation, by the transformation of the political state of emergency into a military state of emergency. This is how it shows its true face, and by its terrorism it provokes the masses to rise up against it, reinforcing the contradictions and making revolution inevitable. As Mariella said, the basic principle of revolutionary strategy in conditions of permanent political crisis is to develop, in the city as well as in the countryside, such a breadth of revolutionary activity that the enemy finds himself obliged to transform the political situation in the country into a military situation. In this way dissatisfaction spreads to all layers of the population, with the military alone responsible for all of the hatred. And as a Persian comrade, A.P. Puyan once said, by extending the violence against the resistance fighters, creating an unanticipated reaction, the repression inevitably hits all other oppressed milieus and classes in an even more massive way. As a result, the ruling class augments the contradictions between the oppressed classes and itself and creates a climate which leads of necessity to a great leap forward in the consciousness of the masses. And Marx said, revolutionary progress is proceeding in the right direction when it provokes a powerful, unified counter-revolution, which backfires by developing an adversary that cannot lead the party of the insurrection against the counter-revolution except by becoming a truly revolutionary party. Point 2. In 1972, the cops mobilized 150,000 men to hunt the RAF, using television to involve the people in the manhunt, having the federal chancellor intervene, and centralizing all police forces in the hands of the BKA. This makes it clear that, already at that point, a numerically insignificant group of revolutionaries was all it took to set in motion all of the material and human resources of the state. It was already clear that the state's monopoly of violence had material limits, that their forces could be exhausted, that if, on the tactical level, imperialism is a beast that devours humans, on the strategic level it is a paper tiger. It was clear that it is up to us whether the oppression continues, and it is also up to us to smash it. Now, after everything they have carried out against us with their psychological warfare campaign, the pigs are preparing to assassinate Andreas. As of today, we political prisoners, members of the RAF and other anti-imperialist groups, are beginning a hunger strike. Point 1. We must add the fact that for some years now, in keeping with the police objective of liquidating the RAF, and consistent with their tactic of psychological warfare, most of us have found ourselves detained in isolation. Which is to say, we have found ourselves in the process of being exterminated. But we have decided not to stop thinking and struggling, we have decided to dump the rocks the state has thrown at us at its own feet. The police are preparing to assassinate Andreas, as they attempted previously during the summer 1973 hunger strike when they deprived him of water. At that time, they attempted to have the lawyers and the public believe that he was allowed to drink again after a few days. In reality he received nothing, and the pig of a doctor at the Schwalmstadt prison, after 9 days, when he had already gone blind, said, "If you don't drink some milk, you'll be dead in 10 hours. The Hessen Minister of Justice came from time to have a look in his cell, and the Hessen Prison Doctors Group was at that time meeting with the Wiesbaden Minister of Justice. There exists a decree in Hessen that anticipates breaking hunger strikes by withholding all liquids. The complaints filed against the pig of a doctor for attempted murder were rejected, and the procedure undertaken to maintain the complaint was suspended. We declare today that if the cops attempt to follow through with their plans to deprive Andreas of water, all RAF prisoners participating in the hunger strike will immediately react in turn by refusing all liquids. We will react in the same way if faced with any attempted assassination through the withholding of water, no matter where it occurs or against which prisoner it is used." Ulrich Meinhof. September 13, 1974. The bombing of the Bremen train station. RAF actions are never directed against the people. Given the choice of target, the bomb that exploded in the Bremen Central Station on Saturday bears the mark of the ongoing security police operation. To intimidate and control the people, they are no longer restricting themselves to the fascist tactic of threats. Of bombings, as in Stuttgart in June 1972. Of rocket attacks against the millions of spectators at the Soccer World Cup in March 1974. Of poisoning the people's drinking water in Baden-Württemberg in August 1974. 2. The state security police have now escalated to provocative actions, with the risk of unleashing a bloodbath upon the people. The RAF prisoners. December 9, 1974. The nature of the Stamheim trial, the prisoners testify. All there is to say regarding our identity is that which remains of the moral person in this trial, nothing. In this trial, the moral person, this concept created by the authorities, has been liquidated in every possible way, both through the guilty sentence Schmidt has already pronounced and through the Federal Supreme Court decision relative to 23101 of the Penal Code in the recent hearing before the Federal Administrative Court, which, by ratifying the Federal Supreme Court decision, has done away with the legal fictions of the Basic Law. Given that the prisoners do not have any recognized rights, our identity is objectively reduced to the trial itself. And the trial is this much one should perhaps say about the indictment about an offense committed by an organization. The charges of murder and attempted murder are based on the concept of collective responsibility, a concept which has no basis in law. The entire indictment is demagogy, and this has become clear, just as it has become clear, ever since his outburst during the evidentiary hearing, why Prinzing must exclude us. As a result, it must be demagogically propped up with perjury and restrictions on our depositions. And we see how Prinzing sees things in a way that allows for a verdict even though there is no evidence, and so it becomes clear why he previously, and now for a second time, felt obliged to decimate the defense with a volley of legislation and illegal attacks. We have been amused by this for some time now. We consider what is going on here to be a masterpiece of reactionary art. Here, in this palace of freedom, as Prinzing calls these state security urinals, state security is pitifully subsumed within a mass of alienated activities. Or in other words, it's as if the same piece is being played out on three superimposed levels of the same Renaissance stage: the military level, the judicial level, and the political level. The indictment is based on a pack of lies. After state security suppressed 9/10 of the files and, as Wunder stated, it wasn't the BAW, but the BKA, the BAW itself, according to Wunder, is only familiar with a fraction of these files. They have been obliged to work with lies. One of the lies is the claim that one can, using 129, construct an indictment that can allow for a normal criminal trial, even though this paragraph, since its inception, that is to say since the communist trials in Cologne in 1849,2 has been openly used to criminalize political activity, assimilating proletarian politics into criminality. So as to not disrupt normal criminal proceedings, they use the concept of criminal association, a concept that historically has only come into play when dealing with proletarian organizations. It is a lie to say that the goal of a revolutionary organization is to commit reprehensible acts. The revolutionary organization is not a legal entity, and its aims, we say, its goals and objectives cannot be understood in dead categories like those found in the Penal Code, which represents the bourgeoisie's ahistorical view of itself. As if, outside of the state apparatus and the imperialist financial oligarchy, there is anyone who commits crimes that have as their objective oppression, enslavement, murder, and fraud, which are only the watered-down expressions of imperialism's goals. Given the role and the function that 129 has had in class conflicts since 1848, it is a special law. Ever since the trial of the Cologne communists, since the Bismarck socialist laws, since the law against participation in associations that are enemies of the state during the Weimar Republic, its legacy and essence has been to criminalize the extra-parliamentary opposition by institutionalizing anti-communism within parliament's legal machinery. In and of itself, bourgeois democracy, which in Germany has taken form as a constitutional state, has always found its fascist complement to the degree that it legalizes the liquidation of the extra-parliamentary opposition, with its tendency to become antagonistic. In this sense, justice has always been class justice, which is to say, political justice. In other words, bourgeois democracy is inherently dysfunctional given its role in stifling class struggle when different factions of capital come in conflict with each other within the competitive capitalist system. In the bourgeois constitution, it anticipates the class struggle as class war. Communists have always been outlaws in Germany, and anti-communism a given. That also means that Prinzing, with his absurd claim that this is a normal criminal trial despite the fact that the charges are based on this special law, is operating in an absolute historical vacuum, which explains his hysteria. The BAW operates in a legal vacuum situated somewhere between the bourgeois constitutional state and open fascism. Nothing is normal and everything is the exception, with the objective of rendering such a situation the norm. Even the state's reaction, which of course this judge fails to grasp, places our treatment in the historical tradition of the persecution of extra-parliamentary opposition to the bourgeois state. Prinzing himself, with 129, establishes the historical identity the state shares with the Kaiser's Reich, the Weimar Republic, and the Third Reich. The latter was simply more thorough in its criminalization and destruction of the extra-parliamentary opposition than the Weimar Republic and the Federal Republic. Finally, this paragraph conveys the conscious nature of this political corruption of justice, as it violates the constitutional idea that nobody can be deprived of, and because today, just as in the 50s, it lays the basis for trials based on opinions, that is to say, for the criminalization of opinions. It is a paragraph that is dysfunctional, given that the bourgeois state claims that the bourgeoisie is by its very nature the political class. Within the bourgeois state's system of self-justification, it reflects the fact that the system capitalism is transitory, as their special law against class antagonism undermines the ideology of the bourgeois state. As a special law, it cannot produce any consensus, and no consensus is expected. It equates the monopoly of violence with parliamentarianism and private ownership of the means of production. Clearly, this law is also an expression of the weakness of the proletariat here since 45. They want to legally safeguard the situation that the U.S. occupation forces established here, by destroying all examples of autonomous and antagonistic organization. The entire construct, with its lies, simply reveals the degree to which the imperialist superstructure has lost touch with its own base, has lost touch with everything that makes up life and history. It reveals the deep contradiction found at the heart of the break between society and the state. It reveals the degree to which all the factors that mediate between real life and imperialist legality are dispensed with in this, the most advanced stage of imperialism. They are antagonistic. The relationship is one of war, within which maintaining legitimacy is reduced to simply camouflaging nakedly opportunist calculations. In short, we only intend to refer to the concept of an offense committed by an organization, which forms the entire basis for Buebach's charge, and which, as it is the only way possible, has been developed through propaganda. But we also do this in the sense of Blanqui. The revolutionary organization will naturally be considered criminal until the old order of bourgeois ownership of the means of production that criminalizes us is replaced by a new order, an order that establishes the social appropriation of social production. The law, as long as there are classes, as long as human beings dominate other human beings, is a question of power. The RAF prisoners. August 19, 1975. The bomb attack in Munich Central Station. In order to create greater publicity for the statement from the guerrilla regarding the right-wing attacks, on September 14, 1975, we announced that a bomb would explode in Munich Central Station at 6:50 p.m. At 6:55 p.m., we telephoned to direct the search to Locker 2005, in which, rather than a bomb, the following statement was found. No bomb in Munich Central Station. Disappointed that once again there is no bloodbath to blame on violent anarchists, as was the case in Birmingham 1, in Milan 2, and most recently here at home, in Bremen in December 74, and yesterday in Hamburg. This is to make something perfectly clear to you cops and those of you on the editorial staffs of the newspapers and the radio stations. The guerrillas' statements and practice show that their attacks are directed against the ruling class and their resistance is against the system's oppression. In June 72, the police tried to create panic in Stuttgart with bomb threats. They used the World Cup to threaten thousands with claims that the guerrilla planned rocket attacks against football stadiums. As part of their intimidation, they spoke of a plan to poison the drinking water in Baden-Württemberg. In Bremen, in December 74, and yesterday in Hamburg, provocateurs acted for real, explosives were set off in the midst of large groups of people. Without any consideration for the health and well-being of the people, they turned their threats into deeds, doing everything they can to increase the agitation against the radical left and the guerrilla. The guerrilla in Germany has attacked the US Army, which was engaged in a war against the Vietnamese people. The guerrilla has bombed the Federal Constitutional Court, the capitalist associations, and the enemies of the Chilean and Palestinian people. They kidnapped the CDU leader Lawrence to gain the freedom of political prisoners. They struggle against rising prices and the increased pressure brought to bear on the people, example the Berlin Transit Price Actions. Point 3. We demand that the press, the radios, and TV broadcast this statement. We are the urban guerrilla groups. Red Army Faction. 2nd of June Movement. Revolutionary Cells. And above all struggle against those who are responsible for planning and carrying out the attacks in Bremen and Hamburg. The choice of targets shows who the culprits are. 4. Red Army Faction. 2nd of June Movement. Revolutionary Cells. September 14, 1975. The bombing of the Hamburg train station. In the face of the state propaganda effort to tie the attack at the Hamburg Central Station to the RAF, we state clearly, the nature of this explosion speaks the language of reaction. It can only be understood as part of the psychological war that state security is waging against the urban guerrilla. The method and objective of this crime against the people bear the mark of a fascist provocation. The political military actions of the urban guerrilla are never directed against the people. The RAF's attacks target the imperialist apparatus, its military, political, economic, and cultural institutions and its functionaries in the repressive and ideological state structures. In its offensive against the state, the urban guerrilla cannot resort to terrorism as a weapon. The urban guerrilla operates in the rift between the state and the masses, working to widen it and to develop political consciousness, revolutionary solidarity, and proletarian power against the state. In opposition to this intelligence service-directed terrorist provocation against the people is meant to increase fear and strengthen the people's identification with the state. At the Hessen Forum, Wassermann, the president of the Braunschweig Court of Appeals, explained the state security counter-tactic in his words: one must increase citizens' feelings of insecurity and act on the basis of this subjective feeling of fear. In the meantime, the Frankfurter Rundschau report, September 9, confirmed that the state security counter-operations conducted since '72, bomb threats against Stuttgart, threats to poison drinking water, stolen stocks of mustard gas, SAM rocket attacks on football stadiums, the bomb attack on Bremen Central Station and now in Hamburg, were developed from programs created by the CIA. The FR is only substantiating what has been known for a long time now, that the use of poison in subway tunnels and the contamination of drinking water in large cities is a special warfare counter-tactic, a psychological operation of intelligence services and counter-guerrilla units. At this point, the question to be answered is whether the attack in Hamburg was the act of a lone criminal, of the radical right-wing Bremen group under intelligence service control, of state security itself, or of the special CIA counterinsurgency unit established at the American Embassy in Bonn after Stockholm. What is certain is that state security works within the reactionary structures through a network of state security journalists who use the media conglomerates and public institutions to attack the urban guerrilla. High-profile figures in this network close to the BKA's press office and the BAW press conferences are Krumm of the Frankfurter Rundschau, Busk of the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, Leicht and Kuckenert of the Süddeutsche Zeitung, and Reber and Zimmermann, who are published in many national newspapers. Zimmermann's article about the alleged connection between the attack, the RAF, the 2nd of June movement, and Siegfried Haag was simultaneously published in 8 national newspapers. The incredible fact that state reaction is now resorting to such measures against the weak urban guerrilla here simply indicates the strategic importance of this instability for the Federal Republic as part of the U.S. imperialist chain of states. In the North-South and East-West conflicts, the FRG is a central base of operations for U.S. imperialism, militarily in NATO, economically in the European Community, politically and ideologically through the Social Democrats and their leadership role in the Socialist International. The state's attempt to use its intelligence services to provoke a reactionary mass mobilization is not a response to the guerrilla, but is rather a reaction to strategic conditions, namely, the economic and political weakness of the U.S. chain of states. They are responding to the future potential and current reality of revolutionary politics. The objective and function of psychological warfare, in the way it is being waged against every democratic initiative, is to cause splits, isolation, withdrawal and eventually extermination. Marx said, "Revolutionary progress disrupts the course of a closed and powerful counter-revolution by producing rebels who convert the party of resistance into a truly revolutionary party." 1. The urban guerrilla has shown that the only way to resist state terror is through armed proletarian politics. The RAF prisoners. Stamheim. September 23, 1975. The bombing of the Cologne train station. On the night of November 11 to 12, state security agents and/or fascists again set off a bomb in a train station, first Hamburg and Nuremberg, and now Cologne. The federal government's terrorism division and the cops hope to create a bloodbath with this pointless act of terrorism. In Bremen and Hamburg, the bombs exploded on Federal Football League game days. In Cologne, the carnival began on November 11, certainly a night when many people would be out. It was only by chance that no one was injured. The urban guerrilla has often stated, and has proven through its practice since 1970, that its actions are never and have never been directed against the people. 1. Red Army Faction. 2nd of June Movement. Revolutionary Cells. November 1975. 10. The murder of Ulrich Meinhof. On May 9, 1976, the state announced that Ulrich Meinhof had committed suicide. Government officials claimed that the guerrilla leader had hanged herself following a period of extreme depression provoked by tension with her co-defendants, particularly Andreas Bader. The prisoner's lawyers responded to the alleged suicide almost immediately. One of her attorneys, Michael Oberwinder, challenged the claim that Meinhof had been suffering from extreme depression. "I myself talked with Frau Meinhof, last Wednesday, regarding the suits. There was not the least sign of disinterest on her part, rather we had an animated discussion in the context of which Frau Meinhof explained the group's point of view." 2. He further added, "If federal prosecutor Call, as it says here, speaks of a certain coldness between Ulrich Meinhof and Andreas Bader, that is a monstrous claim that doesn't correspond to reality." Defense attorney Otto Schiele further posed some interesting questions. Why didn't they allow a trusted doctor chosen by Meinhof's sister to assist in the autopsy? Why the suspicious haste regarding the autopsy? 1. Her attorney Axel Aitzela dismissed the theory out of hand. The authorities are responsible for her death. There is no such thing as suicide. There are only the pursuers and the pursued. 2. The defense attorneys called for an independent investigation. As a result, on July 16, 1976, an international investigatory commission into the death of Ulrich Meinhof was formed. 3. Its findings, delivered on December 15, 1978, revealed compelling evidence that Meinhof had been brutally raped and murdered. In examining the autopsy report, the commission uncovered a series of medical contradictions. A group of English doctors noted the absence of usual signs of asphyxiation, the normal cause of death in a suicide by hanging. The report mentions neither bulging of the eyes or tongue, nor a cyanosis, bruising, of the face, habitual signs of death by asphyxiation. In spite of the fracture of the hyoid bone at the base of the tongue, there is no swelling of the neck in the area of the mark left by the rope made from a bath towel from which the prisoner was hanging. The negative results are irregular for a death by asphyxiation, that is the least we can say. On the other hand, they fit a death by pneumocardic compression very well, that is to say a death by pressure on the carotid artery, which can provoke death by a reflexive cardiac arrest. To many supporters, This evidence seemed to indicate that Meinhof was strangled to death before being hanged. Furthermore, the autopsy results suggested to the commission that Meinhof had been raped before she was murdered. The two autopsy reports mention a marked edema in the external genital area and swelling of the two calves. The two reports mention an abrasion covered with clotted blood on the left buttock. The Janssen report also mentions an ecchymosis on the right hip. The chemical analysis for sperm had, according to the official statement, a positive result, in spite of the absence of spermatozoa. 4. A letter from Dr. Klaus Jarosch, a professor at the University of Linz, to defense attorney Michael Oberwinder, dated August 17, 1976, concurred with the opinion of the English doctors. It certainly does not appear to be a typical death by asphyxiation due to hanging. 5. There were several problems with the claim that Meinhof had used her prison towel to fashion a rope for hanging herself. Both the report of West German neuropsychiatrist Hans-Joachim Meyer 6 and that of the Stuttgart-based Technical Institute of Criminology 7 noted discrepancies in the width and length of the towel rope found in Meinhof's cell, and the other towels in Stammheim. Furthermore, the TIC noted that neither Meinhof's scissors nor the table knife in her cell had any traces of fiber on them, raising the question of how the towel would have been cut. 8. Finally, RAF prisoner Ingrid Schubert declared that the prisoners had carried out a series of tests with their own prison-issue towels, and that neither new nor old towels had managed to bear a weight of more than 50 kilos without tearing out of the window grating. 1. There were also significant contradictions regarding a chair allegedly used in the hanging. The report of the legal doctor and that of the criminal police claimed that the chair placed on top of a mattress was supporting Meinhof's left leg. The chair is not mentioned in the report of Schreitmuller, a prison functionary, who explicitly stated, "I did not see a chair." When questioned by Croissant, he even went so far as to state that the report of a chair, published in Spiegel, was false. Prison Dr. Henk stated in his report, the feet were 20 centimeters from the floor. Police reports mentioned neither the chair nor the mattress. The prisoners, in their statement, noted that a chair on such an unstable base would surely have tipped as a result of reflex motions, and that such reflex motions would have caused severe bruising of the legs. 2. Important objects were missing in the inventory of her cell taken following her death. A blanket she always used, on which Andreas Batter's name was sewn, had gone missing, and was never found. Similarly, Meinhof was found dead wearing black pants and a gray shirt, whereas that day she had been wearing blue jeans and a red shirt. The commission posed the question as to why a woman intent on committing suicide would change before doing so, and noted that investigators never made any effort to examine the clothing she had been wearing earlier that day. 3. On the evening of her death, the duty guard removed the light bulbs from Meinhof's cell, as was standard procedure. However, the May 10 inventory turned up a light bulb in Meinhof's desk lamp. A test for fingerprints produced some partial prints, insufficient for positive identification, but in no way matching those of Ulrich Meinhof. The commission further noted that the result of these fingerprint tests was only sent to the investigators after the investigation had been closed. 4. The way in which the autopsy was conducted also raised serious concerns. Neither the prisoners nor their lawyers were permitted to see the body before the autopsy. Professor Roschke, the specialist in legal medicine appointed by the state to conduct the autopsy, failed to carry out skin tests that could have established whether or not Meinhof was dead prior to being hanged. 1. Roschke had also performed the autopsy on Siegfried Hausner, and some supporters and members of the guerrilla would point to this as further evidence of a cover-up, given the theory some held at that time that Hausner's autopsy had been used to camouflage the fact that he had been beaten to death by the Swedish police. 2. Ulrich's brain. A gruesome postscript to Ulrich Meinhof's death and the subsequent cover-up surfaced decades later. In 2002, it came to light that the BAW had arranged for Meinhof's brain to be surreptitiously removed during her autopsy and delivered to the neurologist Jürgen Pfeiffer at Tübingen University. The state was still curious as to whether left-wing terrorism might in fact be the result of some kind of neurological disorder. Pfeiffer was happy to oblige, and after carrying out his tests claimed that Meinhof did indeed suffer from brain damage, which undoubtedly gives cause to raise questions in court about how responsible she was for her action. 1. Following this, Meinhof's brain was stored away in a cardboard box where it remained untouched for 20 years, until 1997 when it was transferred to the psychiatric clinic in Magdeburg. There, Dr. Bernhard Bogertz, a psychiatrist, studied it for 5 years, coming to a similarly totalitarian conclusion, namely that the slide into terror can be explained by the brain illness too. At the demand of her daughters, Meinhof's brain was interred at her burial place on December 22, 2002. In 2002, it was also revealed that Andreas Bader, Jan Karl Rasp, and Gudrun Inslen, who had all been similarly suicided in Stamheim, had all had their brains removed prior to burial in 1977, without their relatives' knowledge or consent. The whereabouts of their brains remains unknown today. 3. There were also problems regarding the inspection of the cell. Klaus Croissant, Meinhof's sister Inga Winkzitzlaff, and her stepdaughter Angerol were all denied the right to attend the inventory, while attorney Michael Oberwinder was only permitted to stay in the hallway outside of the cell as the criminal police searched it for 5 hours. 3 2 days after her death, the entire cell, including the window grating, was painted. This is not standard procedure. It was not until after this that lawyers and relatives were permitted inside the cell. 4. Given the mass of evidence, the Commission concluded. The totality of the medical and legal contradictions, facts, and evidence that we have uncovered and proven, rule out the possibility of suicide as the cause of Meinhof's death. 5. At a conference in May 1975, Dr. Hans-Josef Horkham, at the time head of the Verfassungsschutz, had underscored Meinhof's importance in the eyes of the state. Through the lack of new ideologues of Ulrich Meinhof's quality, the head of the political police had mused, the continuation of the phenomenon of terror could be curtailed. 6. Noting this, the Commission concluded. It is not impossible that Ulrich Meinhof's death was part of a secret service strategy to combat the RAF. In which case, her suicide would have been meant to show everyone how her politics and those of the RAF had failed, and how, by her suicide, she herself had recognized this failure. 7. The Commission further noted that the murder of Ulrich Meinhof would be far from inconsistent with past treatment of RAF prisoners. Andreas Bader, Ronald Augustin, and Ali Janssen had been deprived of water for extensive periods during hunger strikes. 8. They also noted that Holger Mainz, Katharina Hammerschmidt, and Siegfried Hausner had all died as a result of medical mistreatment. 9. The timing of Meinhof's death was also taken by some as evidence of a counterinsurgency operation. On May 4, the prisoners had filed demands for the production of evidence. The demands were aimed at unmasking specific political and union figures, and, in particular, at revealing that both the current SPD Chancellor, Helmut Schmidt, and his predecessor, Willy Brandt, had ties to the CIA. According to the Commission, it is clear that the confrontation would have reached its climax at this point in the trial. 10. These demands, as it turns out, were based on Meinhof's work. Documents pertinent to this subject, as well as those pertinent to other work she was doing, documents that she always kept with her, were never seen again after her death. As far as the Commission was concerned, the question was not whether Meinhof's strategy might have damaged well-known politicians. Rather, the commissioners noted that Meinhof's plan risked dealing a serious blow to the Attorney General's use of the Stamheim trial to depoliticize the defendants and the actions for which they were being held accountable. The prisoners would subsequently insist that even the concept of institutional murder regarding Meinhof's death was not precise enough. Rather, it was the execution of a revolutionary in the context of a military conflict. 1. As Meinhof herself had said in court the day before she was found dead, it is, of course, a police tactic in counterinsurgency conflicts, in guerrilla warfare, to take out the leaders too. Meinhof's sister, Inga Winkzitzlaff, similarly rejected the state's version of events. My sister once told me very clearly she never would commit suicide, she remembered. She said if it ever were reported that she killed herself, then I would know she had been murdered. 3. Not only members of the RAF support scene, but also many in the undogmatic left and the K groups, agreed that Meinhof's death must have been a case of murder. An open letter signed by various intellectuals including Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir compared it to the worst crimes of the Nazi era. 4 Left-wing poet and former anti-Nazi resistance fighter Erich Fried described the fallen guerrilla as the most important woman in German politics since Rosa Luxemburg. 5. There was a wave of low-level attacks against German targets across Europe. In Paris, the offices of 2 West German steel companies were bombed, as was the German Cultural Center in Toulouse 6 and Daimler-Benz in Nîmes. In Italy, the German Academy and the West German Travel Bureau in Rome were firebombed. 7 In Milan, targets associated with Bosch and Volkswagen were attacked. The West German consulate in Venice was similarly firebombed. On May 11, the West German consulate in Copenhagen was firebombed. Meanwhile, back in the FRG, bombs went off in Munich outside the U.S. Armed Forces radio station and in a shopping center in the middle of the night. 8 And a Molotov cocktail was thrown at the Land Courthouse in Wuppertal. Thousands reacted with sorrow and rage. Demonstrations took place across the country, and both social and political prisoners in Berlin Tegel prison held a 3-day hunger strike, as did 36 captives at the Hessen women's prison. Fighting was particularly fierce in Frankfurt. According to one police spokesperson, it was the most brutal in the post-war history of the city. 9 Following a rally organized by the Sponti left 10 with the watchword that Ulrich Meinhof is dead, let's rescue the living, hundreds of people rampaged through the downtown area, breaking the windows at American Express and the America House Cultural Center, setting up barricades and defending them against police water cannons with Molotov cocktails. 12 people were arrested and 7 cops were injured, one of them seriously when his car was set ablaze as he sat in it. 11. As we shall see in section 11, this demonstration and the reaction to it constituted a turning point for the Sponti scene. On May 15, some 7,000 people, many with their faces blackened and heads covered to avoid identification by the police, attended Meinhof's funeral in West Berlin. 12 Wink Zitzlaff requested that in lieu of flowers, donations be made to the prisoners' support campaign. 1 When they left the cemetery, mourners joined with demonstrations in downtown West Berlin and at the Moabit courthouse where Meinhof had been sentenced 2 years earlier in her trial with Horst Mahler and Hans-Jürgen Backer. 2 Meinhof, described as the most important woman in German politics since Rosa Luxemburg, would not be forgotten by future generations. Left, Ulrich Meinhof, murdered September 5, 1976 in Stammheim prison. Protest is when I say I don't like this and that. Resistance is when I see to it that things that I don't like no longer occur. Right, because freedom is only possible in the struggle for liberation. Lesbian demonstration at Ulrich's grave on October 7, 1995. Internationalist feminists will celebrate Ulrich Meinhof's 61st birthday, build a revolutionary women's movement. That same day, there were bomb attacks in Hamm in North Rhine-Westphalia, and also in Rome, Seville, and Zurich. 3 days later, there was another demonstration of 8,000 people in West Berlin, during which several police officers were injured. Bombs continued to go off in France, and cars with German license plates and the offices of a right-wing newspaper were targeted. 3 On June 2, the revolutionary cells bombed the U.S. Army headquarters and U.S. Officers Club in Frankfurt, carrying out the attack under the banner of the Ulrich Meinhof Commando. For that same day, just outside the city, 2 fully loaded military trucks at a U.S. air base were blown up. Claims that Meinhof had committed suicide were interpreted by the RAF as part of the state's psychological warfare campaign, a horrible escalation intended to discredit the guerrilla in general and Meinhof's participation in particular. In an attempt to refute claims that there had been a falling out between Meinhof and the others, or that she was weakening in her resolve, the prisoners opted to release several documents she had written just before her death. These documents were accompanied by the following stipulation by Jan Karl Rasp. This is a fragment about the structure of the group, which Ulrich insisted on presenting in Stammheim, in order to destroy the leadership theory around which the BAW wanted to build this trial. Andreas was opposed, and we all wanted to write it differently. It is not very important, but I have put it out today anyway because it refutes Buebach's filthy lies, the conflict, and because this is what Ulrich was working on last. It must only be published in its entirety, accompanied by the 2 letters to Hannah Krab and the 1 to the Hamburg prisoners. These documents were intended to refute allegations that Meinhof had committed suicide by showing her to be as committed and determined as ever. Ironically, this makes them amongst the least interesting of the statements from the captured combatants. Meinhof's praise for the RAF's collective process and for Bader as an individual, taken out of context, may seem naive, while her letters to other prisoners, which were not written for broad publication, would strike many as unduly harsh. The prisoners were aware of this, and their reticence is noted by Rasp, but countering the suicide story was clearly viewed as being of greater importance. After all, the state had shown that it was prepared to incorporate the death or even murder of prisoners into its psychological warfare campaign. How could countering this campaign not assume the highest priority? Apart from releasing Meinhof's last documents, the defense attorneys arranged for a collective interview with the prisoners, meant to be published in Le Monde Diplomatique, one of France's most important newspapers. Here, the prisoners put forward their view of the murder, the state's propaganda campaign, and the way in which their broken former comrades were used against them. Although this interview was widely circulated within the radical left, to the best of our knowledge it was never in fact published in Le Monde Diplomatique, although the information was parsed into a series of articles that appeared at that time. The state's psychological warfare campaign failed in its attempt to turn Meinhof's death against the prisoners. The story it floated that she had had a falling out with the others, supposedly as a result of the Springer bombing 4 years earlier, one was simply not credible. Meinhof's death may have traumatized the RAF and its prisoners, but it certainly did not lessen their resolve. The stakes now seemed higher than ever, and West Germany's fascist drift seemed well nigh indisputable. As never before, circumstances cried out for action. The cry would not go unanswered. Meinhof, the suicide-murder debate. As strongly as we can, the editors of this book are putting forth the thesis that Ulrich Meinhof was murdered, while in no way presenting any information that we do not firmly believe to be true. The history of the RAF and its support scene is only comprehensible if one appreciates that there was and is real evidence with which to dispute the state's suicide thesis. The belief that the state had murdered a revolutionary leader is based on neither paranoia nor flaky conspiracy theories, but on an abundance of inconsistencies and irregularities in how it dealt with her death, and on its culpability in the deaths of several other RAF combatants, Katharina Hammerschmidt, Holger Mainz, and Siegfried Hausner. In the years immediately following her death, progressive commentators would always refer to Meinhof's death as having occurred under suspicious circumstances, a phrase which indicated skepticism regarding the state's claims that she had committed suicide. The radical left was in near unanimity about her murder, despite the lack of hard proof one way or the other. It was enough that the government's story simply did not add up, and the onus was felt to be on the state to explain these inconsistencies. Over the years, this position has reversed itself in scholarly, historical, and journalistic accounts. Although the many inconsistencies in the state's story remain, it continues to be said that these are more likely evidence of incompetence or mistakes than of a cover-up. As Meinhof's biographer Judith Firth explains it, the suspicion that Ulrich Meinhof might have been murdered continues to this day, and this has much to do with the careless, unprofessional, and hasty way that the responsible authorities mishandled the corpse. Point 2. According to most people, including many on the left, the onus now lies with those who disbelieve the suicide theory to come up with incontrovertible evidence, perhaps a signed confession or a Secret Service memo proving that Meinhof was murdered. This principle of trusting the state and being skeptical of its adversaries says far more about the political culture in which we are living today, than about any proof or evidence of suicide that has ever come to light, for the essential facts known remain the same now as they were 30-some years ago. Without a shadow of a doubt, the decline of the murder thesis is a direct consequence of the decline of the RAF and its support scene. It is a chilling example of how, once a revolutionary tendency disappears, the state's version simply wins the contest by acclamation, no actual facts required. Unlike the state, we do not claim there is a correct position on a question of fact that has yet to be proven. But we find it singularly unhealthy and dishonest when authors boldly state that special investigations amassed overwhelming evidence that Meinhof committed suicide, one all the while failing to provide any of this overwhelming evidence. To understand the RAF's history, it is necessary to appreciate the shadowy and bizarre behavior of the state's functionaries in this matter, behavior for which the easiest explanation remains that they had something to hide. As a matter of respect to a fallen revolutionary, it is necessary to remember that this question remains on the table. Jan Karl Rasp, on the murder of Ulrich Meinhof. I don't have much to say. We believe Ulrich was executed. We don't know how, but we understand the reasoning behind the method chosen. I recall Harold's statement, actions against the RAF must primarily be developed in such a way as to undermine the positions held by sympathizers. And Buback said, state security is given life by those who are committed to it. People like Harold and myself, we always find a way. It was a cold, calculated execution, just like with Holger, just like with Siegfried Hausner. If Ulrich had decided to end it all, to die, because she saw this as her last chance to save herself, to save her revolutionary identity from the slow destruction of her will in isolation, then she would have told us, or at least she would have told Andreas. That was the nature of their relationship. I believe that the execution of Ulrich now, at this moment, is a result of developments, an initial political breakthrough in the conflict between the international guerrilla and the imperialist state in the Federal Republic. To say anything more about this would require getting into things I don't wish to discuss. This murder is consistent with all of the state's attempts to deal with us over the past 6 years, the physical and psychological extermination of the RAF, and it is aimed at all of the guerrilla groups in the Federal Republic, for whom Ulrich played an essential ideological role. Now I want to say that as long as I've been witness to the relationship between Ulrich and Andreas, and I've witnessed it for the past 7 years, it was marked by intensity and tenderness, sensitivity and clarity. And I believe that it was precisely because of this relationship that Ulrich was able to survive the 8 months in the dead wing. It was a relationship like that which can develop between siblings, oriented around a common objective and based on shared politics. And she was free, because freedom is only possible in the struggle for liberation. There was no breakdown in their relationship during these years. There couldn't have been, because it was based on the politics of the RAF, and when there were fundamental contradictions within the group, they were addressed concretely through praxis. No reason for such a breakdown can be found in the course of our theoretical work, the only kind that remains possible in prison, nor can it be found in the shared nature of our struggle or the history of the group. This can be clearly seen in the discussions and Ulrich's letters and manuscripts in the period leading up to Friday evening. They show what this relationship was really like. It is a crude and sinister smear, a bid to use Ulrich's execution for psychological warfare purposes, to now claim that tensions and estrangement existed between Ulrich and Andreas, between Ulrich and us. This is Buback in all his stupidity. So far all such efforts have simply further exposed the fascist nature of the reactionary forces in the Federal Republic. Jan Karl Rasp. May 11, 1976. This is a fragment about the structure of the group, which Ulrich insisted on presenting in Stammheim, in order to destroy the leadership theory around which the BAW wanted to build this trial. Andreas was opposed, and we all wanted to write it differently. It is not very important, but I have put it out today anyway because it refutes Buback's filthy lies, the conflict, and because this is what Ulrich was working on last. It must only be published in its entirety, accompanied by the 2 letters to Hannah Krab and the 1 to the Hamburg prisoners. Jan. May 11, 1976. Fragment regarding structure. Concepts developed by Habermas provide a starting point, from which we can draw conclusions about proletarianization in the metropole, isolation resulting from the alienation which exists throughout the entire system of production. Isolation is the basis for manipulation. Freedom in the face of this system is only possible through its total negation, that is to say, through an attack on the system as part of a fighting collective, the guerrilla, a guerrilla that is necessary if a genuine strategy is to be developed, if victory is to be had. The collective is a key part of the guerrilla's structure, and once subjectivity is understood as the basis of each person's decision to fight, the collective becomes the most important element. The collective is a group that thinks, feels, and acts as a group. The guerrilla leadership consists of the individual or individuals who maintain the open and collective functioning of the group and who organize the group through their practice anti-imperialist struggle, based on each individual's self-determination and decision to be part of the intervention, understanding that he can only achieve what he wants to achieve collectively, meaning within the group in all its dimensions, military and strategic, and as the embryo of the new society, developing and conducting the anti-imperialist struggle through the group process. The line, which is to say a rational and logical strategy geared towards a single-purpose action, is developed collectively. It is the result of a process of discussion informed by everyone's experiences and knowledge, and is therefore collectively formulated and serves to draw people together. In other words, the line is developed in the course of practice, through an analysis of conditions, experiences, and objectives. Coordination is only possible because there is unanimity regarding the goal and the will to achieve it. Once the line has been developed and understood, the group's practice can be coordinated according to a military command structure. Its execution requires absolute discipline, and, at the same time, absolute autonomy, that is to say, an autonomous orientation and decision-making capacity regardless of the circumstances. What unites the guerrilla at all times is each individual's determination to carry on the struggle. Leadership is a function that the guerrilla requires. Leadership cannot be usurped. It is exactly the opposite of what psychological warfare describes as the RAF's leadership principle. Andreas has stated that if he had in fact acted in the way described by the BA, there would be no RAF and the political events of the past 5 years would not have occurred. Simply stated, we would not exist. If he assumed leadership of the RAF, it is because from the beginning he has always had that which the guerrilla needs most: willpower, an awareness of the goals, determination, and a sense of collectivity. When we say that the line is developed in the course of practice, through an analysis of conditions, experiences, and objectives, what we mean is that leadership falls to the individual who has the broadest vision, the greatest sensitivity, and the greatest skill for coordinating the collective process. Leadership must have as its goal the independence and autonomy of each individual, militarily speaking, of each combatant. This process can't be organized in an authoritarian way. No group can work this way. The idea of a ringleader is out of the question. The goal of the BAW smear campaign against Andreas is clear: they are laying the groundwork for the pacification of public opinion in the event he is murdered. They present the entire issue as if it is only necessary to snuff out this one guy, Andreas, and that would solve the whole problem the urban guerrilla poses the state. According to Mayhofer, the only problem the state does not have under control. We doubt that. Over these past 5 years, we have learned from Andreas because he was the example we needed specifically, someone from whom one could learn to struggle, struggle again, always struggle. What he and we are doing is in no way irrational, involves no compulsion, and is not evil. One reason that the BAW hates Andreas in particular is because he makes effective use of all available weapons in the struggle. It was from him that we learned that the bourgeoisie has no weapons that we can't turn against them, a tactical principle drawn from the observation that revolutionary contradictions can be developed within capitalism. So Andreas is the guerrilla about whom Che said, he is the group. Of us, he is the one who has consistently and for a long time now made the function of rejecting individual possessions clear. It was he who anticipated the role of the guerrilla and of the group, and who was able to direct the process, because he understood that it was necessary. It was he who understood the complete dispossession implicit in proletarianization as it exists in the metropole. It was he who understood that the guerrilla's isolation required the development of strength, subjectivity, and willpower in order to build a guerrilla organization in the Federal Republic. Once again, we must not forget that all revolutionary initiatives are initially instinctive processes for us. The massive wave of strikes in Russia in 1905 and the October Revolution come to mind. Direction, coherence, continuity, and political power encouraged individuals to develop their resolve and willpower. For Gramsci, willpower was the sine qua non, strength of will as the motor force of the revolutionary process in which subjectivity plays an important role. Ulrich Meinhof. 1976. 2 letters to Hannah Krab. Krab, along with the other members of the Holger Mainz Commando, was to go on trial in May 1976 on charges relating to the Stockholm action. M&S. First letter, March 19, 1976. The politicians' drivel is not what the people think, but what the politicians need them to think. And when they say we, they are only trying with their drivel to mold what the people think and how they think it. The state wouldn't need opinion polls, nor would it need the Verfassungsschutz, if indoctrination by psychological warfare was as simple as that. As Gramsci said, the legal country is not the real country, or more plainly stated, the dominant opinion is not the opinion of the dominated. What you say is bullshit. You reason in the realm of the imaginary, as if the enemy is the ideology which he sputters, the drivel, the platitudes that they've drummed into you from their bag of tricks with the politicians' cadence of consensus, as if the media and the people whom they pour all this shit on were one and the same thing. It is not real, it is the product of the counterinsurgency machine constructed by the BKA, the BAW, the Verfassungsschutz, the government, the media, the secret services, etc. Just as the enemy is non-material, rather than material. You don't ask yourself what the condition that Brandt calls normal really is, and you don't recognize in Buebach's statement that he has determined the conflict war and its dimensions to be international, and that he speaks as a representative of U.S. capital's international interests. You only find it absurd, and instead of analyzing it, you offer a single word CIA, which is a metaphor for Buebach's morally decadent policy and which is gratuitous. You thereby incriminate yourself, because, in practice, you whine about the fact that this is war, after having clearly stood on our side in this war and having begun to struggle. Your text resembles that of the legal American civil rights movement, which begs the question, if that is how you see things, why are you in here and not out there? In any event, you are here. The internationalism that you have struggled for and which the RAF represents is not that of international, interstate organizations like the United Nations or Geneva, it is the internationalism of the war against imperialism being waged by the liberation movements in the Third World and in the metropole. War, that is all. You won't find your bearings here by relying on rumors, but only by studying the facts and their connection to the class struggle. If in isolation you do not make an effort to persistently and continuously analyze reality by understanding it on a material basis, in the context of the struggle, class struggle understood as war, it is because you've lost touch, you're coming apart, you are sick, which means you are starting to have a sick relationship with reality. That constitutes a betrayal in the face of the reality of torture and the effort that resistance demands if it is to be more than just a word. It is not acceptable in isolation. You can't permit yourself, on top of everything else, to torment yourself. That, as Andreas has said, doesn't mean that you can avoid certain experiences in the process of liberation from alienation. But it is one thing to be destroyed because of trying to understand politics, the facts, and how they relate to each other, to understand the group so as to act, and quite another to be destroyed because isolation strips you of all illusions about yourself, which can be a very hard pill to swallow. And if it is the case that your capacity to act is based on socialization through fear and despair, then struggle on the basis of that. Eventually you may understand. I can't say for sure that we can only achieve something with words if they lead to a correct understanding of the situation in which each of us finds ourselves under imperialism, that it is senseless to want to fight with words, when one can only fight with clarity and truth. Given the environment in which we are struggling, the post-fascist state, consumer culture, metropolitan chauvinism, media manipulation of the masses, psychological warfare, and social democracy, and faced with the repression that confronts us here, indignation is not a weapon. It is pointless and empty. Whoever is truly indignant, that is to say, is concerned and engaged, does not scream, but instead reflects on what can be done. That's the SPK replacing the struggle with screams. It is not simply distasteful, in isolation it will destroy you, because it means opposing brutal, material repression with nothing more than ideology, instead of opposing it with a psychological effort, which also implies a physical effort. Arm the masses even now. Capital is doing this much more quickly, the cops, the army, and the radical right. So before you give up on the West German masses, or the masses in general, think about what it's really like here. Ho One wrote in El Humanite in 1922, the masses are fundamentally ready for rebellion, but completely ignorant. They want to liberate themselves, but they don't know how to begin. That is not our situation. In our situation here and now, the most pressing issue we must address is how to explain the at times gruesome experiences we have had in isolation, which are intended to foster betrayal, capitulation, self-destruction, and apoliticization, so that you will not have to experience them anymore. For if it is true that in the guerrilla each individual can learn from every other individual, then it must be possible to communicate our experiences, the condition for which is understanding the collective as a process for which the institutionalization of people in authoritarian boxes is anathema. Understanding the collective as a process means struggling together against the system, which is very real and not at all imaginary. Ulrich Meinhof. March 19, 1976. Second letter, March 23, 1976. It's bullshit, the psychiatric section. The objective at Ossendorf, like everywhere else, is extermination, and the psychiatrists participate, developing the methods which are applied by state security. Psychiatry as a thoroughly imperialist science is a means, not an end. Psychiatric treatment is a front in the psychological war. It is intended to persuade broken fighters of the absurdity of revolutionary politics, to deprive the fighters of their convictions. It is also a police tactic for destruction through forced liberation, as Buback calls it, and its military interest is in recruitment, establishing control. What Bucker 3 does isn't psychiatric treatment, it's terror. He wants to wear you down. Using terms like therapy, brainwashing leaves you absolutely twisted. You must raise a shield against this frontal assault. The Ossendorf method is the typical prison method, but at Ossendorf its design and application have been perfected, and are epitomized by Bucker and Lode, for it is aseptic and total. They deprive the prisoner of air until he finally loses his dignity, all sense of self, and all perception of what terror is. The goal is extermination. Psychiatric treatment is only one aspect, only one instrument among others. If you allow yourself to be paralyzed by it, like a deer in the headlights, if you fail to resist it, what else can be expected? No windows, obviously. But there are even more unimaginable things about isolation: the sadism with which it is developed, the perfection of its application, the totality of the extermination pursued by the security group, and the shock we experience when we realize the intensity of the antagonism within which we have chosen to struggle, and when we recognize the nature of the fascism that rules here. This is not simply rhetoric that we are using, but is in fact an accurate description of the repression one encounters if one starts to engage in revolutionary politics in this country. They cannot use psychiatry against someone who doesn't accept or want it. Your shrieks about psychiatry mystify the realities of isolation. It is effective, it must be struggled against, and, naturally, you must engage in war against Bucker's bullying. So demand an end to acoustic surveillance, accept only visual surveillance, like in Stamheim. Naturally, it was also a struggle here to get rid of the cop who came to listen to us, to be allowed to sit on the floor, etc. For you, only repression exists. That's perfectly clear. Also, you are a pig. You pull the demand for association and the line on prisoners of war out of your bag of tricks, as if they are a threat against Muller. Point 1. That is nonsense. We must have association and the application of the Geneva Convention, but what do you expect from Muller? We struggle against them and the struggle never ends, and they won't make the struggle any easier for us. Obviously, if you only think in terms of bourgeois morality, you will soon run out of ammunition. It's idiotic. So, take care of yourself, because nobody else can do it for you in isolation. Not even Bernd. Point 2. Ulrich Meinhof. March 23, 1976. Letter to the Hamburg prisoners. This letter was written to RAF prisoner Werner Hoppe, who came to the RAF out of communist section of the student movement. M&S. We are beginning to find you truly insufferable, the class perspective with which you puff yourselves up. And it's not because of a question of definition, but because the struggle, meaning what is essential, doesn't exist in it. There is nothing there. It is a showpiece that has very little in common with what we want. What we want is revolution. That is to say, there is a goal, and, with regards to the goal, there isn't a position, but only the movement, the struggle, the relationship to being, which, as you say, means struggling. There is the class reality, proletariat, proletarianization, déclassing, humiliation, abuse, expropriation, servitude, poverty. Under imperialism, the complete penetration of all relationships by the market and the nationalization of society by repressive and ideological state structures leave no place and no time about which you can say, this is my starting point. There is only illegality and liberated territory. Furthermore, you will not achieve illegality as an offensive position for revolutionary intervention until you yourself are on the offensive. Without that it is nothing. The class position is Soviet foreign policy presented as the class position of the international proletariat, and the U.S.S.R.S. accumulation model presented as socialism. It is the line, the apology for socialism in one country. Meaning, it is an ideology that aims to secure the domination of a dictatorship that does not proceed offensively against imperialism, but which instead responds defensively to the encirclement it now faces. You can say that Soviet domestic and foreign policy was historically necessary, but you can't claim that makes it absolute as the class position. The class position, that is to say, class interests, class needs, the class obligation to struggle for communism so as to be able to live, is curbed through such politics. I would actually say it is abolished, which is nonsense. Position and movement are mutually exclusive. It is a construct geared towards creating a safety net and self-justification, a facade. It is a reframing of class politics as economic interests, which is incorrect. Class politics are the result of the confrontation with the politics of capital, and the politics of capital are a function of its economy. I think Poulantzas one correctly addressed this when he said that the economic activities of the state are part of its repressive and ideological activities, they are part of the class struggle. Class politics are a struggle against the politics of capital and not against the economy, which, directly or by way of the state, proletarianizes the class. The class position of the proletariat is war. It is a contradictionary in adjecto, it is nonsense. It is nonsense from a class point of view, because the Soviet Union attempts to promote its state policy under the cover of class struggle. What I am saying is that it is the expression of Soviet foreign policy. Which is to say, they can be allies in the process of liberation, but not protagonists. The protagonist has no position, the protagonist has a goal. The class position is always a cudgel. It is always the claim to possess and bestow, by way of the party apparatus, a conception of reality different from reality as it is perceived and experienced. Specifically, it is a claim to a class position without class struggle. As you say, it is on this basis that we should act, rather than on the basis of how we have been acting up to now. In 1969, It was the MLS, the KSV, and the AO groups who, with the class position, depoliticized the movement in the universities by supporting policies that no student could relate to emotionally. It is a position for the liquidation of the anti-imperialist protest movement. And I think that that is the horrible thing about this concept and what it represents, the fact that it rules out any emotional identification with proletarian politics. It is a kind of catechism. We do not act on the basis of a class position, no matter what its class perspective may be, but on the basis of class struggle, which is the principle of all history, and on the basis of class war as the reality within which proletarian politics are realized and, as we have discovered, only in and by war. The class position can only be the class movement within the class war, the world proletariat engaged in armed struggle, the true vanguard, the liberation movements. Or, as Jackson too said, connections, connections, connections. As such, movement, interaction, communication, coordination, common struggle strategy. All of this is paralyzed by the concept of class position, and that is how you used it when you attempted to win over ing. Point 3. You must know by now that there is not much worse than being fed complete nonsense. Which is all to say, the class position is a triumphalist position. Certainly, there is also something heroic about it. However, we're not concerned with that. We are, instead, concerned with its consequences. But that's enough. I have the impression that I'm talking to a wall, and that is not the point of all of this. The goal is to have you climb down from your pedestal. So, come on down. You're boasting. Ulrich Meinhof. April 13, 1976. Interview with Le Monde Diplomatique. This interview originated from questions presented to the lawyers by Le Monde Diplomatique. The political parts of the questions were answered by the prisoners. While we are not aware of the interview ever being published by the liberal French newspaper, copies were distributed by the prisoners' supporters. The date normally given for this document is June 10, 1976. A somewhat expanded version of the interview addressing supplementary questions exists. However, the only version of that text available to us was an extremely poorly translated and badly organized English language version. Faced with this problem, we decided to base our translation on the German language version available on a website maintained by former RAF member Ronald Augustin. The English language translation of the longer version available to us indicates that little of substance was added to what is presented here. M&S. Q. The alleged suicide of Ulrich Meinhof is seen overwhelmingly by the left and critical observers as an institutional murder, the culmination of 4 years of soul-destroying solitary confinement. A. The concept of institutional murder is not precise enough. It is more accurate to say that, in a military conflict, imprisoned revolutionaries will be executed. We are certain that, as with Holger Mainz and Siegfried Hausner, it was murder, a premeditated execution following the years of psychological warfare. We are trying to find out the details of how this murder was committed. It is clear that the state has done everything possible to hide the facts, while state security and the state security journalism organized by the BAW attempt to exploit the situation for propaganda purposes. Nothing indicates suicide, but there are many facts that suggest murder. The prisoners were not allowed to see their dead comrade. Her corpse was rushed out of the prison as the first lawyer arrived to visit Gudrun Insulin. The corpse underwent an autopsy by order of the BAW, without the lawyers or relatives having an opportunity to see her, in spite of their demands to do so. Her sister was denied the right to bring in a pathologist of her choosing. The corpse was so mangled after the autopsy that the second pathologist could not deliver any precise findings. For example, a 25 centimeters long cesarean scar from the birth of her children could not be located. Her brain and internal organs were removed. Nevertheless, the effects of numerous injuries from blunt objects were visible on her legs. And the injuries to the organs in her throat, a broken hyoid bone and the damage to the thyroid cartilage, virtually rule out death by hanging. The request to have the cell inspected by her lawyer, her executor, or a relative was denied. The cell was renovated, totally repainted, 2 days after her death, even though the wing in which she died is not occupied. So far, neither the lawyers nor the relatives have received any answers from the authorities, besides the terse assertion that it was suicide by hanging. In the press statements from the political judiciary, there are 5 contradictory versions regarding how the rope was secured. The one that ultimately became the official version and which was published was that she had rolled a hand towel into a 5 centimeters thick rope and fastened it tightly around her neck. Then she climbed onto a chair and threaded and fastened this 5 centimeters thick rope through the mesh of a screen, through which not even the small finger of a child would fit, for this an instrument would be needed, and none was found. Then she is supposed to have turned herself around and jumped. Before this version was decided upon, the prison warden, who was one of the first in the cell, stated that there was no chair near the corpse, and the prison doctor who examined her first declared that her feet were 20 centimeters from the floor. In the statements from the political judiciary, one finds only contradictions. Nonetheless, there has been no inspection of the files, and they have adamantly refused to share information with the relatives, the lawyers, or neutral authorities. Regarding the possibility of an international committee of inquiry, which has been demanded throughout Europe, the Ministry of Justice declared, there is neither the grounds nor the scope for any international body. Q. Against which background is deliberate murder to be seen? A. The story behind this murder is documented in the files. On the government's behalf, and using all available political and moral means, the Attorney General has tried for 6 years to exterminate the RAF prisoners, especially Ulrich and Andreas, and to wipe out the example they set in resisting the new fascism's institutional strategy, as formulated by Schmidt in government statements and programs. For as long as the RAF has existed, the Attorney General's plan for Ulrich was to use her to personalize and pathologize revolutionary politics. Therefore, after her arrest, she was to be broken in the dead wing and psychiatrically restructured before her trial. After her arrest, she was imprisoned, by order of the BAW, from June 16, 1972, until February 9, 1973, that is 237 days in a dead wing, which means total acoustic isolation. That is the prison in which state security houses prisoners during the phase of interrogation and preparation for trial. It is an extreme form of torture. No human can endure a lengthy period in an acoustic and social vacuum. One's sense of time and one's physical equilibrium are destroyed. One aspect of white torture is that the prisoner's agony is magnified, not reduced, as the torture continues. The ultimate result is irreversible brainwashing, which, to begin with, dissolves the control the tortured person has over what he says, over his speech, he babbles. And his ability to grasp even a single thought is destroyed. What is left is a body, which on the outside shows hardly any sign of injury. The program was at all times under the control of the BAW and the state security psychiatrist, God. But Ulrich endured the 237 days, because she fought. All of us could see that her mind and her will remained unbroken. Another RAF prisoner, Astrid, one who had previously spent 3 months in the dead wing, never recovered, not even after her release 3 years ago. Even today she is seriously ill. The BAW assumed that Ulrich would be broken by the dead wing. On January 4, 1973, Buback, the Attorney General, wrote that Ulrich was to be committed to a public sanitarium or a nursing home so that a report on her mental health could be prepared. The public, which the defense lawyers were able to mobilize, just barely managed to prevent this. But the BAW tenaciously pursued their goal of having Ulrich declared mentally ill. On April 18, 1973, Buback directed the justice system psychiatrist Witter to deliver an opinion on Ulrich's sanity. In his letter, he said, "On the basis of Frau Meinhof's conduct to date, it seems doubtful she would cooperate regarding particular examinations or consent to surgical treatment. If professional opinion suggests that certain interventions are necessary, I would ask you to report to me with detailed information on the examination considered necessary, so that, under 81 of the Criminal Code, the pertinent court order can be obtained. Should it be necessary to involve a neurologist, I would suggest making arrangements to obtain the cooperation of the director of the University Neurological Clinic in Hamburg, Professor Dr. Lahu. At this point the attempt to gain control of Ulrich's brain became obvious. Lahu is one of the most notorious neurosurgeons in Germany. He experiments with adaptive surgery on prisoners. Witter, in his answer, initially requested an X-ray of the skull and a scintigraphy. 2 But in the same letter, he explains to the BAW that the examination could be carried out under anesthesia, should Ulrich, to quote, refuse to cooperate. The objective of this intervention is made clear in an August 28, 1973, letter to the Attorney General. It says, above all, proof of a brain tumor could be an important indication of the need for a therapeutic operation. Important indication here means that permission for cretinization is not required from either the prisoner or the prisoner's relatives. The psychiatrist decides after consideration about whether to proceed with stereotactical 3 mutilation. The BAW then files a petition with the investigating judge and after receiving the decision orders the intervention, with the proviso that these measures can be undertaken against the will of the accused, and if necessary by use of direct force and under anesthesia. The whole thing eventually failed as a result of massive international protest, including that of many doctors. Striving for an orderly retreat, the BAW declared that they had only at this point become aware of Ulrich's medical history, which had been published in the Zentralblatt für Neurochirurgie in 1968 and in Stern in 1972. That is a stupid lie, as, according to the files, Ulrich was identified by state security after her arrest in 72 by referring to the X-rays in her medical files. After that, Ulrich was placed in the dead wing on 2 more occasions alone from December 21, 1973 until January 3, 1974, and together with Gudrun from February 5, 1974, until April 28, 1974. But the incarceration of the 2 prisoners in the dead wing met with such strong international protests that the SPD government had to drop their plan to pathologize Ulrich in order to depict fundamental opposition to the Federal Republic as constituting an illness. The project, a quiet and determined assertion of normality, was an attempt to present, through torture and neurosurgery, a destroyed mind at a political show trial. It failed. That is the backstory. All the facts, which are gradually becoming known, suggest that on the night of May 8 to 9, 1976, Ulrich was murdered by state security, because the years of torture had failed to destroy her political identity, her revolutionary consciousness, and her will to fight. The staging of the suicide follows the exact psychological warfare line that state security has followed since 1970. Physical liquidation and the political extermination of the RAF were the objectives of the massive hate and counterinsurgency campaign. 2 months ago, Buebach, the Attorney General, held that the second package of special legislation that had been rushed through was no longer needed for this trial, because, we do not need any legal provisions. State security is given life by those who are committed to it. People like Harold and myself, we always find a way. If there are statutory provisions that must from time to time be stretched, they will for the most part be ineffective. While Harold, the president of the BKA, said at a meeting regarding the problem of these prisoners, actions against the RAF must primarily be developed in such a way as to undermine the positions held by sympathizers. As an example, 4 hours after her death, the BAW disseminated rumors through the press regarding the motive, tensions within the group, far-reaching differences, etc., and the BAW's statement was nothing new. It is a word-for-word repetition of a formulation published in 1971, 5 years ago, as part of a state security disorientation campaign. Then it was, Ulrich Meinhof has created tensions and far-reaching differences within the RAF. But Ulrich's last letters and the experiences of everyone who knows the group and the experiences of all the lawyers who have seen the group over the past 12 months prove that the relationships within the group were intense, loving, disciplined, and mutually open. Everyone could see this. 5 years ago, in 1971, the state was unable to get at Ulrich. She was free, because she was underground. So as part of the psychological warfare campaign, state security claimed she was dead. 1 Now she was defenseless and imprisoned, so she was killed, because she continued to struggle in prison and at the trial. One must understand at what point in time this murder was staged. 4 days earlier, the prisoners had filed evidentiary petitions, for which Ulrich had done the essential work. These petitions addressed 1. The fact that, in violation of international law, since its foundation the territory of the Federal Republic of Germany has been a strategic base for the aggressive, expansionist policies of the USA against third states, against the constitutional governments of third states, and against the anti-colonial, national, and anti-imperialist liberation movements in the Third World, in the course of which, amongst other things, all relevant overt and covert military and secret service operations against the Warsaw Pact states and against legitimate parliamentary changes of government in the West European states, against anti-imperialist liberation movements in the Middle East, in Africa, and in Southeast Asia, were planned, organized, orchestrated, supported, and overseen by U.S. intelligence services based on the territory of the Federal Republic of Germany, specifically a. That the IG Farben building in Frankfurt am Main functioned as the headquarters of several U.S. Secret Service organizations throughout the entire duration of the illegal aggression of the USA in Indochina. B. That these U.S. agencies in the IG Farben building in Frankfurt am Main carried out strategic military planning, management, coordination, and control functions for both the operations and logistics of the U.S. military forces in Indochina and secret operations of U.S. intelligence agencies in Indochina. 2. That the structuring of the Federal Republic of Germany as a state after 1945 was carried out and developed by the USA as part of their expansionist strategy directed towards world power, particularly that after the Second World War, the CIA, founded as an illegal arm of American foreign policy, directly controlled all relevant political, economic, and cultural institutions in the Federal Republic during the Cold War, through civilian front organizations, or through the businesses, unions, cultural organizations, and student organizations that they controlled, and later through the financing of political parties and trade unions, as well as by educating, financing, and sponsoring politicians and officials. 3. That through overt and covert, direct and indirect pressure, in the form of illegal interference in the internal affairs of the Federal Republic, and through the complete economic, military, and political hegemony of the USA over the Federal Republic, the Kiesinger/Brandt and Brandt/Scheel governments were involved in the overt and covert, aggressive, genocidal strategy against the Third World liberation movements, particularly in Indochina. A. In that they supported the aggression politically, economically, and through propaganda, and allowed the U.S. Army to use military bases on the Federal Republic's territory. B. In that they, as a subcenter of U.S. imperialism, developed a policy of illegal interference in the internal affairs of the Third World, particularly in regards to Indochina and the European periphery. This was done using their own intelligence services and through the export of police and military, weapons, training, technology, and logistics, through the financing of political parties, politicians, etc., as well as through economic pressure. 4. That the Federal Republic of Germany a. On the basis of its origins as a product of the dictatorship of the Allied military powers led by the USA. B. On the basis of conditions and requirements assuring the rights of the occupying powers under the leadership of the USA, control was handed over to the German authorities. C. On the basis of the provisions of the German Treaty of 1956 and later modifications of the treaty, particularly the CIA-controlled dependence of the Federal Republic on the USA, without it being a colony under international law, but with no declared national sovereignty in relationship to the USA. That was an extract. One line in the petitions, for example, dealt with how social democracy and the trade unions, with the help of CIA-bought politicians like Willy Brandt and Rosenberg, used career advancement and positions in the party and the trade union leadership, etc. to win support for the aggression and the consolidation of U.S. imperialism in Europe and in the Third World. This was established through extremely well-documented investigations by comrades and friends, using witnesses who were directly involved. The BAW coordinates matters between the domestic and foreign intelligence services, that is to say, between the CIA, BND, Verfassungsschutz, military counterintelligence service, etc., and is also the point of intersection between the propaganda and ideological functions of the political judiciary. With these petitions, the BAW was confronted with the problem that the crude theatrics with which they had hoped to depoliticize the trial, 4 years of torture, hate campaigns, psychological warfare, special legislation, a special court, the liquidation of the defense, etc., were all crumbling in full public view. And at exactly this point, Ulrich would give up. It is absurd. The prisoners knew that the confrontation would come to a head here, and Ulrich was determined to fight to establish the facts during the trial, as were we all. Her letters and manuscripts, her speeches, and her work for the trial, for example, are proof of this right up until the very last day. She was murdered once it became clear to the BAW that the fascist example of the victory of the political judiciary and the Federal Republic over the guerrilla the show trial in Stammheim might collapse despite all the repression. Stammheim was meant to demonstrate the hopelessness of any and all resistance within the Federal Republic. In this regard, for 4 years, all possible means were used as had been expressly sanctioned by Schmidt and the Federal Constitutional Court. One can now say that they were unsuccessful. What the struggle of the Stammheim prisoners established and communicated is the necessity, the possibility, and the logic of politics based on revolutionary action in the Federal Republic. The accused have fought with their last remaining means, the hunger strike, against the prison conditions. Has this achieved a change in the conditions of solitary confinement? Does the court take the state of health of the accused into account? A. No. At the time the prisoners broke off their hunger strike, after 5 months, it had become clear that the legal left could not manage a second mass mobilization like the one that followed the murder of Holger Mainz. Furthermore, it had become clear that the BAW and Buback were determined to use the hunger strike to kill even more prisoners from the RAF, accompanying this with a bombastic display of medical window dressing. At this point, the RAF on the outside issued a statement ordering the prisoners to end the strike, even though their demand, the end of solitary confinement, had not been achieved. The statement said, "We are saying that the prisoners' strike has done everything it could to mediate, mobilize, and organize anti-imperialist politics here. Its escalation would not contribute anything qualitative to the struggle. The state has calculated that it will be able to create propaganda from the execution of guerrilla prisoners who struggle, always struggle, in spite of everything struggle that would make resistance seem hopeless. Allowing you to continue in this situation would amount to sacrificing you. We are taking this weapon away from you, because the prisoners' struggle given the existing balance of power is now something that we must settle with our weapons." 1. This was a realistic appraisal of the balance of power. The court had arrived at the conclusion that the prisoners, weakened by years of isolation, were only capable of attending the trial for 2 or 3 hours a day, which effectively excluded them from the trial. Disagreeing with the court-appointed doctors, no expert for the defense was accepted, whose involvement the defense finally succeeded in obtaining after months of fighting. The court maintained that the prisoners' inability to appear was a result of the hunger strike, and as such was deliberate and self-inflicted. 2. In their expert opinion, the doctors clearly state that the prisoners' miserable state of health is caused by their prison conditions. 8 other expert opinions from public health agency doctors, etc. in RAF trials reached an identical conclusion: years of solitary confinement equals extermination. The Federal Supreme Court has used disinformation to stretch the definition of self-inflicted. Unlike the court, they do not claim that the inability to appear is due to the hunger strike. Extracts from the expert opinions, which refute this claim, have been published since then. Instead, the Federal Supreme Court claims that the prisoners have, through their behavior in custody, forced the authorities to impose these prison conditions. The Federal Supreme Court eventually adopted this position and declared torture constitutional. In fact, the custodial judge has already asked the prison warden to make sure that such prisoners are held in isolation. The Federal Supreme Court and the Federal Supreme Court judge who arrived at this decision know what they are doing. The judge consciously supported the objectives of the police and the Bond Security Group's terrorism section. They and the BAW dictate prison conditions. Political justice in the Federal Republic is a function of the counterinsurgency campaign. The rulings clearly state that the prison conditions can and will be changed if the prisoners renounce their politics, provide evidence, and place themselves at the disposal of the psychological warfare campaign against the urban guerrilla. As regards such rulings, torture is clearly defined in international conventions as those means employed to destroy the prisoner with the objective of extorting statements that can be used in propaganda. It is in just this way that the West German justice system has legalized extermination imprisonment, so as to use the prisoner's state of health against the political prisoners. Q. Has a political defense of the RAF been possible at any time during the Stuttgart-Stammheim proceedings? Are the accused free to explain their political motives and objectives at this trial? A. So far, the prisoners have seldom been able to utter a sentence without being interrupted by Prinzing, or else the BAW intervenes. Bobby Seale was at least publicly gagged. Point 1. Here the court just switches off the prisoners' microphones, and if the prisoners still continue to speak, it bars them from the proceedings for at least 4 weeks. This method of interruption is effective. If one's thought process is interrupted 10 times, then it is derailed. The spectators get the impression of mental redundancy. The trial's political significance is blocked. Every minute of the proceedings is simply psychological warfare. There was an attempt to present a political defense, that is to say, to reconstruct the defense after the lawyers who had prepared it were barred shortly before the trial began. The court reacted by barring 6 more lawyers. Using challenges, denials, and, above all, court-appointed public defenders, the BAW has established disciplinary committees too with the aim of applying the Berufsverbot. And it works. The Bar Association's disciplinary committee has a new staff made up of lawyers who specifically represent the interests of the BAW. The chairman of the Law Society admitted this openly during a radio interview a few months ago. Now the circle of special legislation will be closed. In June, the SPD presented Parliament with a new package of special legislation that would perfect the existing ones. Now a prosecution motion will be sufficient to begin disciplinary committee proceedings against a lawyer so as to disbar him and initiate Berufsverbot proceedings against him, etc. The law will also be applied to trials that are already underway in effect retroactively. It is the second wave of special legislation, all for a single trial. As the trial was underway, Straub and Crescent were arrested and all of the defense material on which they were working was seized, and this after the BAW had already confiscated all of the prisoners' defense materials in 3 cell raids. A detail worth adding is that the office of Andreas Batter's last remaining lawyer, Haag, who avoided arrest, was searched by Zayes, one of the federal prosecutors from Stammheim. This means that the BAW, by having the same federal prosecutor carry out both the persecution of the lawyers and the prosecution of the prisoners, does not even feel the need to hide why it is criminalizing the lawyers. That is the whole problem in the Federal Republic. Fascism is open, but there is no consciousness of it, and hardly any resistance. Q. In a petition for a stay of proceedings, one of the defense lawyers described the trial as a military political conflict rather than a legal one. What measures did the ruling class use to ensure that this conflict would be carried out with unequal weapons? A. Special legislation. A judge illegally pushed into the head position, a 16 million DM3 bunker built just for this trial on the outskirts of town far away from any public transportation, the confiscation of 90% of the files by the BAW and the BKA, witnesses coached by the police and presenting testimony that has been structured for propaganda purposes, the persecution of lawyers, which of course handicaps the remaining lawyers at the trial. Lawyers depend on a minimum of constitutional consistency. If, as in these proceedings, it is totally absent due to blatant repressive measures, then the lawyers are helpless. Special legislation for these big trials has reduced the number of defense counsel for each prisoner to 3, and the successive banning of lawyers and the ban on the collective defense of the accused precludes any division of labor between the lawyers. The despotic, secret administrative exclusions, which are effected with random, arbitrarily constructed accusations, including the Berufsverbot executed by the Bar Association, and one must say it resemble the state security orgies of 1933. The arrests, the terrorism against the lawyers' offices, with the confiscation of all of their files, including files from other proceedings, which a political lawyer depends on to make a living, the terrorism through open surveillance, the open intimidation of former clients, who are sought out, questioned, and pressured by the BKA squads, the loss of mandates, the criminal charges, the convictions based on defense arguments presented in court, etc., etc. All of this leaves the lawyers helpless. The lawyers were confronted with false documents fabricated by the BAW, documents which were published with false quotes in the propaganda magazines of the Federal Ministry of the Interior, and which were distributed to schools, etc. in their millions. They are encircled by the police and by propaganda. The prisoners say that in the legal vacuum of these proceedings, the lawyers are like chickens with their heads cut off. They are no match for the pragmatism, military in its precision, which extends over the whole repressive legal structure, from the government to the lawless terror of state security, just as was the case in 1933. Either one sides with the prisoners' politics, the anti-imperialist struggle, because the persecution of the lawyers is also part of the struggle to eliminate these politics, or one succumbs to the repression. Some become opportunists, submitting themselves to the directives and threats that are present in each of these trials, where they function to prevent attempts to clarify the facts and organize solidarity. Others pull back, take flight, or fall silent, sometimes going so far as to no longer present the line that was developed by the defense team long ago. Jan's lawyer, in a state of psychological distress, resigned from his mandate in the current Stamheim trial at the very moment when the key defense motion was to be presented, the basis for resistance in human rights law and for the application of prison conditions as mandated for prisoners of war in the Geneva Convention. 1. He had worked on it for 3 years. The evidentiary motion had as its theme the opposition to the Vietnam War between 67 and 72 and the political conclusions the RAF had arrived at as a result. This means that the threat of the disciplinary committee, that is to say, the threat of the Berufsverbot, has caused these lawyers to abandon their professional principles and duties. It has prevented them from struggling to assure the minimum level of human rights for their clients, all in order to avoid risking their own position within the legal profession. The heightened repression has brought them back in line. They accept the dismantling of the defendants' rights. It's grotesque. As political lawyers, they are, therefore, completely corrupt. Besides the barriers with which the BAW has institutionally through Parliament, the courts, the board of the Bar Association, the laws, the law schools, etc. made it difficult to accept a mandate in these proceedings, it has become almost impossible to find lawyers who are prepared to come to Stamheim. Fear reigns. The confiscation of 90% of the files, over 1,000 file folders, is part of this mix of terror and fear. The suppression of the evidentiary files was necessary in order to be able to actually charge the prisoners. It is part of determining the outcome. Besides, the selective use of files is necessary for the BAW's ringleader construct. But, above all, the publication of the files would shed light on the manhunt that occurred between 1970 and 1972, the extent of the police investigation, and the size of the police apparatus, of which one is aware the government continually crows about it but which one cannot visualize. One thinks away from it, filmmaker Kluge too recently said, and rightly so. The Bonn Security Group, with the Verfassungsschutz, the BND, the Military Counterintelligence Service, and the CIA, investigated the entire West German left, which, as a result, is now fully identified and within the grasp of state security. They have monitored telephones all the way to the top of the ministerial bureaucracy, spied on people, and sown suspicion. Trade unions, party youth sections, writers, journalists, and ministers were spied on. Were the files to become public, people would see how much control the police have over society and the state, the degree of mistrust and insecurity, the massive lack of legitimacy. Seeing this, they would see how fragile the consensus is within the state, this state that lacks national identity and legitimacy, this state inflamed by its chauvinism and its dependency on the USA. It would be public incitement to resistance. Q. The mass media in the FRG more or less ignores the trial. Before the trial began, there were a series of press campaigns against the RAF, the defense attorneys, and sympathizers. Is this the result of psychological warfare? A. The total synchronization of the mass media is a prerequisite for this police trial. Buebach prepared a judicial press conference for the BAW in Karlsruhe. Institutional press conferences are normally only held by the federal government and Länder bodies. They are an instrument for what is called offensive information, which is another expression of information policy making use of police tactics. At the same time, Buebach also has a network of state security journalists at his disposal in the media, in the corporate editorial boards, and in the public institutions, who ensure that the trial is not simply ignored. The reports that appear are all similarly structured. Never a word of what the prisoners say. The defense line is falsified, with the result that witnesses' testimony is twisted around to mean the opposite of what was said. For example, the fact that the witness Hoff is completely discredited doesn't appear in the newspapers. Hoff's appearance had been trumpeted by the BAW in a press campaign that lasted months. His testimony was described as crucial to establishing the facts. What was published was that he, speaking for the government, denied the testimony of another witness who unmasked him. Hoff was a militant from the Frankfurt scene who was involved in the SDS at the time of the student movement between 67 and 71, and who had worked for the Algerian liberation movement in the early 60s. In prison he was bribed with promises and turned. Now he stammers exactly what state security has trained him to say, none of which confirms what the BAW has been claiming through press headlines for the past 6 months. The joke was that he really couldn't incriminate Andreas. But on that day when he admitted in Stammheim that he could not even identify Andreas, all the German press printed that he had identified him. There are also a couple of dozen other examples from significant points during the trials. For example, it was reported in the media that the prisoners had taken responsibility for the attack on the Springer building. In fact, they had, in their explanation about the attacks against the U.S. headquarters in Frankfurt and Heidelberg, expressly stated that they didn't know about the attack on the Springer building and did not approve of it conceptually. Point 1. But these are only details. What one had with Hoff was a programmed, brainwashed police recording, not a high point, but a pile of shit. One must understand what happened. Hoff had so thoroughly memorized the testimony that had been formulated by the investigating judge that every time the word pause appeared in the transcript, because his dinner came or whatever, he came to a standstill. On the other hand, he could not repeat a single sentence from the transcript. He did not understand the content of his testimony. One could read along and see how he got stuck in a passage and was only able to get past the pauses with his lawyer's help, and at other times had to be stopped. A macabre spectacle. Prinzing treated him obsequiously and assiduously. He was accompanied 24 hours a day by a psychological caretaker from the BKA, and during the breaks in the trial he went over his lines with his BKA interrogators. On the other hand, The BAW immediately threatened witnesses who disputed Hoff's story with the complete disruption of their lives, Berufsverbot, and the withdrawal of their passports. The trial is a government operation, and so the coverage is seamless propaganda, completely structured by the government. A comparison to the Third Reich's Reichsschriftumkammer 2 or the Volksgerichtshof 3 reporting is accurate. The only difference is that the forms of manipulation have now been perfected. The instruments of psychological warfare are more difficult to see through than the fascist propaganda of that time. Q. What attitude do the democratic and anti-capitalist forces in the FRG have towards the RAF trial? A. The left is afraid. The small, subversively inclined groups push away the trial. They know it's their trial, that in the end it's the Vietnam opposition of the 60s which is to be liquidated. They know that state security's psychological war against the RAF, in which the trials play a role and Stamheim is the key, is directed against all opposition, and, as such, against them as well. And the terror is effective. They agonize. They are angry, but stick their heads in the sand. It's gone so far that Informationsdienst, which published, in the Federal Republic, the names of a few CIA agents from the U.S. Embassy in Bonn, does not dare to publish prisoners' texts that have already been read in public. Of the Maoist groups, the KBW has at least criticized the trial from a legal point of view. They don't understand that the violations of the law, the legalization of isolation torture by the Federal Supreme Court and the Federal Constitutional Court are signs of war and fascism. With their stupid dogmatism, they misrepresent the prisoners' politics and defend democratic rights, which were never real in the Federal Republic, and which are embedded in the Constitution only as a vehicle for anti-communism. But that doesn't work for the state apologists who define themselves according to Lenin's organizational model or according to the pre-party formation model. The KPD and the KPD/ML, as Maoists, are entirely submissive to Peking. They openly support the U.S. military strategy, the strengthening of NATO and the Bundeswehr so as to entrench the hegemony of West German imperialism in Western Europe. Defense of the fatherland. The RAF thinks otherwise. They attacked the U.S. presence in the Federal Republic and the politics of the Brandt/Scheel and Schmidt/Genscher governments, which served the interests of U.S. capital in the Federal Republic, that strategic subcenter of U.S. imperialism. One cannot regret the fact that these sects ignore the trial, given that the reactionary content of their political practice makes their anti-imperialist rhetoric purely abstract. For as long as it has existed, the DKP has been licking the boots of social democracy. They are doubtless the most corrupt communist party, at least in Western Europe. As far as I know, one thing that has contributed to this, and this is why, for example, Ulrich, who had previously fulfilled important functions for the illegal KPD, broke with them, is the way in which this party began to adjust its political line to accommodate the SPD so as to facilitate its legalization. The problem is the overall depoliticization of the left. In fact, at no time during the campaign against the Berufsverbot was the question of the state addressed, what sort of state it is and whose state it is that the left is publicly sanitizing. The left, claiming a strategic perspective, began the march through the institutions in '68, although the ambivalence as to whether a revolutionary career perspective was not simply another term for an official salary was already apparent at the time. The hue and cry about the Berufsverbot disguised their objective. State security must preserve the entire civil service so as to, and this is the case in the trials, shift the whole institution to the right. The extremely aggressive way in which they pursue this objective, without running up against any resistance, is a function of the post-fascist state in the Federal Republic. Part of this is the structure of the state and its unbroken continuity with the Third Reich, which includes the political hygiene practiced through the eradication of opposition between 33 and 45, and after 45 the gagging, paralyzing, and integrating of the groups emerging from illegality, groups which had been corrupted in exile and which were eventually brought under the control of the U.S. occupying power, the CIA, etc. during the Cold War. The qualitative leaps which take place as fascism develops have not been grasped. Not so long ago even Amnesty International, an active anti-communist organization, or anti-Soviet in any event, that acts primarily in a way that is supportive of the FRG, complained that people no longer dare to sign petitions opposing torture in Latin America and Southeast Asia out of fear of being registered with the Verfassungsschutz. And they will be registered. The fear is well founded. The full extent of the problem is apparent in the process of adopting a new Verfassungsschutz law in Lower Saxony. Almost all other Länder already have such a law, in accord with the principles issued centrally by the Interior Ministers' Conference. The law decrees that all employees and officials of the civil service and radio and TV corporations have a duty to provide information to the Verfassungsschutz. At the same time, the BKA, equipped with the largest database in the world, is screening the entire left. What is taking place is, in practice, the almost complete control and registration of the political scene in the Federal Republic, which is a more far-reaching process than the physical internment that has taken place in Chile. The political climate resembles that which follows a fascist putsch. Accordingly, panic rules. The fact that the guerrilla and the prisoners from the RAF do not have this problem of fear is the result of having a political coherence that has its political history, but not its political center, in the Federal Republic. Its identity is international. If the fascist drift is to be understood at all in the Federal Republic, then it will be understood through the guerrilla struggle. The guerrilla struggle tempers the demoralization of the left, allowing one to develop a self-critical relationship with one's own corruption, and it does that through Stammheim, through the prisoner's struggle, and through resistance. However, within this state, the fact that the enormous repression in the prisons has not broken the prisoners has very little impact on the overall depoliticization of this left. Q. What is the significance of the RAF trials in the current political and economic situation in the FRG? A. The prisoners say the trials are irrelevant. State security is in total control of the terrain. The trials are thoroughly pre-programmed. One must fight because one must always fight, but the machine demonstrates that nothing can be achieved at this level. But the procedural measures, including the dressing up of military methods and goals as the rituals of normal criminal proceedings, are an organic expression of the break in U.S. capital's strategy since its defeat in Vietnam. The intensity of the whole thing indicates the defensive position of U.S. capital and the resistance to its strategy since Vietnam. Within the FRG, the trials are meant to accustom the population to the state of emergency, so that it is accepted as normal and those who resist can be destroyed. That is the lesson state security hopes to impart with these trials. And at home, it works. Abroad, it doesn't. Abroad, the exceptional character of repression in the FRG has been recognized, and the government's domestic policies, which in the FRG are always a function of U.S. foreign policy that has been the strategic function of the FRG for American capital since 45, or at least since its founding in 1949, are recognized as dysfunctional. This is exactly what social democracy is meant to hide, the fact that today, serving the interests of international U.S. capital, West German imperialism is no different than the old fascism, this time without a reactionary mass mobilization, but rather as an institutional state strategy, over which U.S. capital has total control. This only became clear in the state's reaction to the politics of the RAF. The prisoners say the preventive counter-revolution only makes sense when its relationship to the global system is considered. The repression within the state is a function of the strategic role the FRG plays for American capital. Just as its strategic operations in Europe and in the common market are a function of U.S. capital's defensive action in the Third World, as are those in the Mediterranean states of Europe and North Africa, which are meant to secure military control of Middle Eastern oil by assuring the existence of counter-revolutionary forces, which they control in these states. In this global system, the legal attacks on anti-imperialist politics in the FRG have political relevance, because they completely unmask social democracy. The RAF was clear that this was how it would unfold and that the SPD was the transmission belt of the new fascism. The RAF analyzed and anticipated this development long before it became obvious to world opinion in Portugal. 1. Brandt wrote in a letter to Palma to social democratic politics anticipate catastrophe so as to prevent it. The RAF says that the strategic project of U.S. imperialism that is carried through by German social democracy and the Socialist International III represents the smooth unfolding of the fascist drift within civilian state structures. This is the unique nature of their relationship. Here in a social democratic police state, that with socialist rhetoric and through the usurping of the old anti-fascism is celebrated as Modell Deutschland, this policy was forced to take an extremely developed form. That this was due to a social revolutionary guerrilla representing positions held by a tiny minority has nothing to do with provocation. The armed struggle here has a tactical quality. It is a factor which clarifies reality and represents the only option for proletarian resistance to the reactionary integration of Western Europe, which the US is pushing through using West German social democracy. On this topic, a statement from the prisoners. The entire discussion turns on this perspective. Mediated by the political-military attack, the repressive structuring of the entire capitalist machine becomes central to the system, and in this way the response to its decisive crisis is already anticipated. Through the attack, capital's internal strategy is certainly and simultaneously disrupted by the obligation to react. They must mobilize their forces, and dialectically this provokes an overall understanding of resistance that includes the concept of revolution. An experience and an understanding of imperialism in the metropole reveals the clear necessity for fundamental opposition, both nationally and internationally. And it also develops a strategic line, the internationalism of the guerrilla as the form of proletarian politics that is antagonistic to capitalist development in the context of the class war. This is the case because of two coinciding factors. Nationally, it is the tactic of resistance against fascism in the form of the terrorist national security state. Internationally, in the strategic subcenter of the U.S.A. the Federal Republic, it serves an offensive function on behalf of the anti-imperialist liberation struggles. Naturally, this tactical understanding is also the line the prisoners are asserting at the trial, about which it is still possible to say. It is not enough to talk loudly about fascism, but presenting a defense at this trial makes sense if it clarifies the necessity and the possibility for armed resistance as a factor in political opposition here in the FRG, and this must be the case if it needs to be smashed as brutally as is the case in Stammheim. And one must add, if it weren't for the RAF, what would anyone in France, Italy, Holland, or the Scandinavian states know about the reactionary role of social democracy in the Federal Republic? Q. Is there not a danger of a collective conviction of the accused, as the prosecution evidently has difficulty proving the guilt of each individual on the basis of the evidence? And how is your concept of the principal guiding function for the Stammheim trial to be understood? A. They were already convicted before the trial began, by the media hate campaign, by the prison conditions, by isolation, by sensory deprivation, by deprivation of water, by the attempt at a stereotactical intervention, by drugging during interrogation, etc., and by statements made by the Chancellor during the parliamentary debates after the Stockholm action. State security murdered 4 prisoners in a single year: Holger Mainz, Katharina Hammerschmidt, Siegfried Hausner, and Ulrich Meinhof. Meanwhile, isolation units have been built in about 15 prisons. There are not 4, but about 120 prisoners who, in this context, are subjected to the same prison conditions, and, out of these 120, 4 have been selected to support the ringleader construct. In the last weeks before Ulrich's murder, this treatment was focused on 2 of the prisoners, Andreas and Ulrich, as part of the psychological warfare strategy of personalizing revolutionary politics, and the policy of the intelligence services in all counter-revolutionary projects of cutting off the head. Andreas is the prisoner against whom state security concentrated their hate campaign, because he organized both the collective politics of the group, even in the situation of complete isolation in prison, and the all-out defensive strategy. When the trial began, he no longer had a lawyer and he faced 3 counts of attempted murder. Since '65, Ulrich had played a guiding ideological role for the revolutionary left in the Federal Republic. She was to be broken in the dead wing through white torture, pathologized, and eventually turned into a cretin with a brain operation, so as to be used in the trial as evidence against the RAF's politics and against the broader anti-imperialist struggle in the FRG. Because the group struggled as a group, and we could still mobilize public opposition, this project had to be abandoned. Then Ulrich was killed as on each previous occasion when a conflict with the prisoners came to a head and became public knowledge. A RAF cadre was executed. Holger Mainz, to break the hunger strike. Siegfried Hausner, during the action in Stockholm to free the prisoners, when the embassy was blown up by the Hamburg mech to conceal their entry. Siegfried led the group and laid the explosives. He could have proved that the explosion was caused by West German state security. State security knew this when they removed him from the hospital in Stockholm. In order to liquidate him, they chose not to bring him to a hospital, but rather to keep him completely out of the public eye. For example, a visit from his lawyer, which he had demanded, they brought him to Stamheim's hermetically sealed hospital ward where, without qualified medical attention, he died. Ulrich Meinhof, before the decisive intervention in the trial, by which the whole doctrine of the show trial was in danger of being turned against the BAW and the government. Since the latest guerrilla attack against the U.S. headquarters in Frankfurt, every day we must be prepared for the possibility that a prisoner may be murdered. All of the legal proceedings against RAF prisoners are part of one single focused operation. The decision of the BAW to organize the trials separately reflects the information they have. In a regional trial, in which the BAW had no business, a former federal prosecutor suddenly appeared to organize the prosecution's strategy along the lines of the BAW's principal guiding function. There is the example of the former federal prosecutor Kirsch, who turned the trial in Kaiserslautern into a vehicle for the hate campaign against Andreas. Stamheim's principal guiding function is to set the tone for the entire judiciary. The Stamheim measures establish a legal vacuum in which all trials are expected to run smoothly, even those with less propaganda value, less manipulation of the facts, and less witness preparation. The Stamheim measures have a bottom-up effect. The court can and does proceed with the assumption that the higher authorities will sanction each of its measures. There is no appellate authority. The entire state, a monstrous counterinsurgency machine, stands behind the court. The prisoners do not deny their responsibility for the RAF's attacks against the U.S. military installations in the Federal Republic or their policy of using military means against the U.S. genocide in Vietnam. Not one RAF prisoner denies this. The defense strategy is to expose the role of the Federal Republic as a strategic sub-center, and the fact that this role is both a necessary condition for and a function of the aggressive human rights violations and the belligerence of the U.S. war machine in Vietnam. The Federal Republic is totally integrated into U.S. foreign policy and military strategy, both actively and passively. The Federal Republic is a supply base, a training center, a troop transfer point, a center for the U.S. electronics and logistics used in Vietnam, a staging point, and rear base area in the war against Vietnam. From this it follows conclusively that, since the failure and disintegration of the opposition to the Vietnam War, everyone in the Federal Republic had and has, under human rights law, the right to armed resistance. These prisoners are prisoners of war. Furthermore, when all means of protest against isolation torture available within the state have been exhausted, we must do what is necessary so that the prisoners are recognized as prisoners of war by the United Nations and the International Red Cross, and that, as a result, the prison conditions established in the Geneva Convention are applied. Naturally, the prisoners don't deny that they were and are organized in the RAF, that they have struggled and still struggle as part of the RAF, if one can put it that way at this point, and that they have contributed to its analysis and strategy both conceptually and in practice. What the national security state hopes to achieve with Stamheim, false witnesses, the manipulation of files, and the totally obscure charges because joint responsibility does not exist in the criminal code here is a blatantly farcical conviction, in which the true dimensions of the confrontation are meant to be overshadowed by proving concrete participation in the actions. The goal of neutralizing the politics of the conflict in an underwater ballet of thousands of BKA experts is also, therefore, absurd, because, given the documents and the facts that are known to us, no criminal indictments are possible. Because the conflict is political, the state insists on understanding it in military terms, the moral, psychological, and physical extermination of the enemy as Prinzing once let slip at the level of criminalistics. What would be best in the view of the BAW would be one big high treason trial against all RAF prisoners. The cliched elements of high treason threatening the existence of the Federal Republic and its constitutional order by violence or threat of violence are present in all the court decrees, charges, etc. against this group. But to do so would mean admitting that there exists fundamental political opposition within the Federal Republic and that revolutionary politics are possible even in this state. That would not fit into the concept developed by social democracy. Their plan is to quietly and decisively maintain that the state of emergency is the normal state of affairs, and they do this by all manner of manipulation, psychological warfare, repression, control, registration, police penetration of society and its social neutralization, and covert police actions. The normal state of affairs in the Federal Republic should be one in which there is no opposition to the presence of the U.S. military machine, U.S. capital, the state, or social democracy. That is wishful thinking, given that the RAF is a result of the politicization of the Vietnam opposition and of the proletarianization and déclassing that occurred in the 60s, and which led to an offensive break with the legality of the imperialist state. Stammheim, where a mass of falsified and fabricated criminal details are meant to undermine the political content of the confrontation, makes it clear what the issue is in the Federal Republic: fascism. The filthy, old political machine we know so well, in a new and more monstrous form, no longer as a function of national monopoly capitalism, but as part of the globalization of U.S. capital. The prisoners say that it is because of the strategic function that the Federal Republic plays for U.S. capital that the urban guerrilla can destabilize things here, and it makes no difference how small a minority they are. Their strategy clarifies why it is extremely difficult to develop a revolutionary position in the Federal Republic, as well as why it is necessary to do so. That it is possible has been proven in the 6 years since the first action. 11. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the left, an intermission of sorts. In 1976, the RAF remained a recognized part of the revolutionary left. Years of psychological operations may have seriously compromised it in the eyes of liberals and the general public, but the state had failed to completely isolate it despite all its efforts to do so. The group benefited from sympathy in some quarters, and a smaller number of people even found its struggle inspirational. Yet, the left itself was changing. The RAF, with its core cadre in prison and its supporters focused almost solely on their release, was not in a position to follow these developments as closely as it should have. With the collapse of the APO, many leftists turned towards the Social Democrats, the SPD acquiring over 200,000 new members between 1969 and 1974.1. For all the youthful exuberance of the 60s movement, in the end, many students had been integrated into the system. The situation only worsened, the SPD's drift to the right accelerating in 1974 when an espionage scandal forced Brandt to relinquish the Chancellor's office to Helmut Schmidt. Nevertheless, throughout the 1970s, the numbers of people organizing politically outside of the establishment continued to grow, albeit in a less culturally spectacular way than in the preceding decade. The K groups. As we have already seen, the APO as it had existed was incapable of rising to the challenge posed by the Social Liberal Coalition, and many of those who retained their radical opposition to capitalism found themselves joining one of the many newly founded Marxist-Leninist organizations, the K groups. These had much in common with other new communist parties which sprang up throughout the Western world at this time, combining an enthusiastic, if somewhat unhealthy, esprit de corps with a more conservative approach to political organizing. As elsewhere, Maoism in the FRG peaked in the first half of the 1970s, declining rapidly near the end of the decade. As the years wore on, Some of these Marxist-Leninist organizations would develop positions reminiscent of the post-war KPD's patriotic communism. The Bavaria-based Arbeiterbund, for instance, held that the German nation was divided and oppressed by both U.S. imperialism and Soviet social imperialism, and thus advanced the troublesome slogan, "Germany to the Germans." The RAF's insistence that West Germany was itself an oppressor nation, and that even its working class constituted a labor aristocracy, would contrast sharply with this. Forward in the struggle for the rights of the working class and the people, forward in the struggle for the victory of socialism. The K groups could not be expected to offer any substantial support to the RAF given their opposition to guerrilla activities in the First World, which most of them perceived as adventurous and even counter-revolutionary. Perhaps of equal importance, their anti-revisionist trajectory and uncritical support for China's foreign policy led many Maoists to oppose those national liberation movements in the Third World which received aid from the East Bloc countries. Eventually, some K groups would even go so far as to support the same anti-communist guerrillas that the United States was backing at the time. Despite these differences, certain K groups, notably the KPD/ML, did offer important and much appreciated support to the prisoners during their third hunger strike in 1974. The Spontas and the revolutionary cells. If the K groups represented one answer to the Oppo's shortcomings, other militants, especially those who remained based in the universities and the counterculture, had set out on a very different trajectory. Anarchism, anti-vanguardist Marxism, and even simple actionism revealing a bias against any political theory, combined and fed into the Sponti scene. These activists placed great store in the politicization of everyday life, and one's personal liberation from authoritarian institutions, a process which they felt could only be made possible in spaces freed from capitalist domination. Later in the decade, parts of this scene would be instrumental in spreading the ideas of autonomist communism from Italy to the Federal Republic. In the early 70s, the Spontas lead militant squatters' movements in Frankfurt and Hamburg, although these were unfortunately unable to survive repeated police attacks. More than one RAF member came out of these squatting scenes, one that during their brief existence played a role similar to that of the communes in the APO days, providing spaces where people could create their own cultures and relationships while being pulled in a militant direction by the very fact that they were living in illegal conditions. Poster for a Sponti demonstration, the LHG struggles against the education factory. In 1974, the movement acquired its own national newspaper, Infobug 2, based in West Berlin. The other important newspaper associated with the Spontas was Daniel Cohn-Bendit's Pflasterstrand, founded in 1976 and based in Frankfurt. Informationsdienst, more radical than Pflasterstrand and also with a broader appeal, was yet another regular movement publication that had been coming out of that city since 1973. The Spontas formed the radical edge of the undogmatic left, and of all the various non-guerrilla scenes, they were closest to the RAF. As a result of their squatting experiences, the Frankfurt scene in particular had had to develop a capacity to defend itself from the police, and had even built up a fighting squad, the Putz Group 1, whose job it was to take on the cops at demos. In regular training sessions, the Putz members practiced stone throwing, one-on-one combat, unarresting comrades, and, according to some accounts, the use of Molotov cocktails. As one former member recalled, "We had the complete gear that the cops had, except for guns too." According to one historian of the period, there was a great deal of overlap and cross-pollination between the Spontas and squats and the circles in which the guerrillas and their supporters moved. 3 Perhaps for this precise reason, the most acrimonious debate over armed politics occurred within this scene. Shortly after Holger Main's death in 1974, the organization Revolutionary Struggle, led by Cohn-Bendit and his friend Jischke Fischer, had joined with the Squatting Council and other Sponti groups to issue a declaration of unambiguous solidarity with the guerrilla. 4 Shortly afterwards, however, Revolutionary Struggle issued another statement, Mass Militancy versus the Guerrilla, meant to initiate debate over the most appropriate use of political violence in the scene and questioning the logic of clandestine armed struggle. 5 At the same time, another guerrilla organization had formed which represented the politics and practice of the Sponti scene far better than the RAF. This was the Revolutionary Cells, or RZ. The RZ's first actions were carried out in November 1973, 2 months after a CIA-backed coup had toppled the socialist Allende government in Chile. On the weekend of November 16 and 17, bombs went off at the offices of an ITT subsidiary in both West Berlin and Nuremberg, causing over $200,000 in damages. 6. A communiqué explained. The revolutionary cells claim responsibility for the attack on the ITT branches in Berlin and Nuremberg on November 16 and 17, 1973. We attacked the ITT branches, because ITT is responsible for the torture and murder of women, workers, and peasants. As early as 1971, ITT wanted, with the help of the then head of the CIA, McCone, who also sat on ITT's board of directors, to prevent Allende's electoral victory, using ITT's own domestic politics section, the news services, and the counterintelligence services, while, of course, supported by the mass murderer Nixon. Towards this end, ITT provided the CIA with $1 million. ITT allowed the assassination of the much-loved General Schneider, so as to provoke a putsch. This was unsuccessful, because the Chilean people knew that they had to fight for their freedom and that the ruling class would use all the means at its disposal to oppress the people. The capitalist system, they don't give a shit how many people must die in the process. 7. These were the opening salvos of one of West Germany's most interesting, and least known, guerrilla groups. Dubbed the after-work guerrillas, the RZ adopted a very different approach from either the RAF or the 2JM. Anybody could carry out an action within the context of the RZ's politics defined as anti-imperialism, anti-Zionism, and supporting the struggles of workers, women and youth, and claim it as an RZ action. In line with this, the cells did not field underground militants, but rather advised comrades to maintain their legal existence while carrying out clandestine armed activities. Finally, the group's domestic wing purposefully stopped short of carrying out lethal attacks, the sole fatality during their entire 19-year existence being a politician who bled out when an RZ cell kneecapped him in 1981. The group subsequently issued a communiqué explaining that they had not meant to kill him. The RZ would suffer few arrests, and even fewer casualties, all the while carrying out far more attacks than the RAF and 2JM combined. It should, however, be noted that many of these attacks were of a limited nature, similar to those carried out by RAF supporters who were likewise living and working in the legal movement. Apart from bombing the Chilean consulate, the offices of El Al, police stations, U.S. Army bases, government buildings, and bosses' cars, for years the RZ also forged transit passes which were widely distributed, and food vouchers which were passed out to homeless families. Starting on May Day 1975, the cells issued an annual newspaper, Revolutionäre Revolutionary Rage, explaining their positions and actions. It was immediately banned under 88A, but broadly distributed and widely read in the scene regardless. Eventually, an autonomous women's guerrilla group, Rote Zara, named after a Pippi Longstocking-type character from a children's book, would emerge from the cells, bombing the Federal Doctors Association in Karlsruhe on April 29, 1977, as payback for the association's opposition to abortion reform. 1 While Rote Zara was independent of the RZ, the two organizations always worked closely together in both theoretical and practical matters. Some militants from the founding generation of the RZ felt they would best serve the international anti-imperialist revolution by literally fighting alongside the Third World Guerrilla in joint commandos. In practical terms, this meant working under the direction of a PFLP splinter faction operating out of South Yemen, led by Wadi Haddad, the PFLP, external operations. 2 While the RZ tendency concerned is often described as the international wing, it actually represented a very small number of militants and only participated in a handful of actions, none of which were particularly successful, while one constituted a decisive military and political defeat. The first of these occurred on December 24, 1975, with Hans Joachim Klein and former 2JM member Gabriel Crocher-Tiedemann participating in a joint German-Palestinian commando under the control of the Venezuelan adventurer Ilich Ramirez Sanchez, better known as Carlos. Klein had moved from the Committees Against Torture and the Puts group to the RZ following Holger Main's death. 3 Given that Klein was the only RZ member to have participated, and that he subsequently broke from the guerrilla, some people do not consider the RZ's international wing to have been involved. As for Crocher-Tiedemann, she was certainly acting independently of 2JM in this operation. The so-called December 21st movement of the Arabic Revolution delivered a bloody nose to the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries as it met in Vienna. 60 oil ministers from around the world were taken hostage, and both an Austrian police officer and a Libyan diplomat were killed in the process. In exchange for the ministers' release, the guerrilla demanded and received a $5 million ransom, and all were flown to Algeria, from whence they returned to the underground. The operation had been meant to punish OPEC for its recent decision to lift its embargo against Israel. Yet, it was not considered a success. The plan had been for the Carlos-led guerrilla to execute diplomats from Saudi Arabia and Iran, both of which were important American allies. Instead, Carlos negotiated a ransom for their freedom. Many reports claim that he was in fact excluded from Haddad's organization for this breach. Not that this less bloody outcome assuaged the operation's many critics. Officials from the PLO accused Carlos of having orchestrated a criminal act designed to undermine the nature of the Palestinian struggle, claiming that the raid was such a disaster it could have been an imperialist false flag operation, which it wasn't. 4 Nevertheless, all of the guerrillas had survived, though Klein had been seriously wounded, and so it could not be considered an unmitigated failure. The same could not be said for the next operation, to include members of the RZ's international wing. On June 27, 1976, a joint commando made up of members of the PFLP, EO, and members of the RZ-5 hijacked an Air France airliner traveling from Tel Aviv to Paris, diverting it to Entebbe, Uganda. The guerrillas demanded the release of 53 political prisoners held by Israel, West Germany, France, Switzerland, and Kenya. The West Germans demanded were RAF members Werner Hoppe, Jan-Karl Rasp, and Ingrid Schubert, and 2JM members Ralph Reinders, Fritz Teufel, and Inge Viet. The hostage-taking was a drawn-out affair, in part because so many governments were involved. After a week of holding all 260 passengers and crew, the guerrillas arranged to release the non-Jewish passengers. The Jews were to be held back so that they would be the ones killed if the commandos' demands were not met. On July 4, an Israeli commando raided the airport, killing 47 Ugandan soldiers who were guarding the area, and all of the guerrillas. Over 100 Jewish hostages were saved and quickly flown out of the country. Entebbe was a fiasco, doing so much harm to the Palestinian cause that British diplomats at the time even considered the possibility that it might be a Mossad false flag attack, but it wasn't. 1. Some observers eventually concluded that the singling out of Jews for execution represented a political defeat far greater than any military failure. Certainly, Entebbe provides a stark example of the inability some leftists had in recognizing or rejecting antisemitism. At the time, however, it is unclear how this racist selection was actually viewed. Many German Gentiles failed to understand why the separation of Jews was anti-Semitic, and Spiegel went so far as to describe it as a sophisticated tactic. 2 Ditlev Clausen, a member of the Sozialistisches Bureau, was one of the few to tackle the question head-on, arguing that the Entebbe represented the continuity of German antisemitism. 3. Within the radical scene, the issue was hardly debated. With very few exceptions, the revolutionary left would only repudiate the operation years later, looking back on it with some shame. Finally, in a 1992 self-criticism that very much marked the end of the organization, the RZ explained how they had experienced and failed to react to the facts around the anti-Semitic selection. It took years for us to absorb this setback. As a result of the impact of the loss of our friends, we were initially unable to assess the political dimensions of the catastrophe that Entebbe was for us. Instead of appreciating what confronted us, specifically that we as an organization had taken part in an operation in which Israeli citizens and Jewish passengers of other nationalities were singled out and taken hostage. We occupied ourselves above all with the military aspects of the action and its violent conclusion. Our understanding of solidarity prevented criticism of the comrades. We rejected a discussion about the mistakes, as if solidarity did not in principle include the truth that some comrades make mistakes. Point 4. Horrible as it was, in 1976, Entebbe was just another disaster hitting the already shell-shocked Sponti scene. The mass militancy versus the guerrilla debate had taken on a sense of urgency with the May 10, 1976, Frankfurt protests, the day after Meinhof's death in prison. During the Frankfurt riots, a cop was nearly killed when persons unknown lobbed several Molotov cocktails at his car. One bounced in through the window, exploding on top of him. The 23-year-old police officer, Jürgen Weber, sustained burns over 60% of his body. His survival remained uncertain for several days. Point 5. A $20,000 reward was posted for information leading to Weber's assailants. Then, on May 14, police raided a dozen collective houses, arresting 14 people on suspicion of attempted murder, first-degree assault, and membership in a criminal organization under 129.6. The 14 were all released the next day, but the night in jail had momentous ramifications. Whether out of fear or introspection, one of the arrestees, Joschka Fischer, the alpha male of the Sponti scene, decided that night that militant protest had gone too far. Upon his release, he broached the subject with his friend Cohn-Bendit, who agreed, and the two men set upon planning how to win over the rest of the scene. The first opportunity to present their new position was an anti-repression conference organized by the Sozialistisches Büro over the weekend of June 5 to 7. There, Fischer addressed a rally of over 10,000 people, many of them militants and street fighters like himself. Arguing that political violence had hit a brick wall, he warned that the Sponti scene risked falling into the same trap as the guerrilla, which he described as lashing out blindly due to its own hopelessness. Directing his comments at the guerrilla itself, he beseeched them. For the very reason that our solidarity belongs with our comrades in the underground, and because we feel so closely linked with them, we call upon them to end this death trip at once, to return from their armed self-isolation. We call upon them to put down the bombs and to pick up stones again. Point 1. According to several contemporaries, only Fischer, who had credibility as a seasoned activist and a PUTS group leader, could have gotten a hearing for such views. As it happens, he reportedly received wild applause. Why Fischer adopted a hard line against the guerrilla is not clear. In later years, he pointed to the horror of Entebbe. Like many Frankfurt militants, he had known the RZ fighters who died there, and also to the fear he had seen in a policeman's eyes as he beat him up a year previously. Obviously, the Meinhof demonstration, and the realization that continued militancy might lead to prison, played a very large part in the equation. Years later, Cohn-Bendit would explain. The Meinhof demonstration was a decisive experience. One was faced with the fact that a dynamic could lead to a fatal outcome. That was the beginning of the radical dissociation of the entire scene from the terrorists and of a new discussion about the state and our resistance to it. Point 2. Despite this reference to resistance, and Fischer's words at the anti-repression conference about picking up stones, what was soon being put forth was that militancy altogether should be toned down, if not cut out. The PUTS group was disbanded, Flasterstrand began pushing the anti-violence line, and by 1977 Fischer had repudiated revolution as a goal. As former Sponti Wolfgang Kraushaar has suggested, when confronted with a crisis, which Fischer had until then understood as revolutionary violence, he began to question the whole notion of proletarian revolution. The fact that his existential experience with violence resulted in his reassessment of the entire revolutionary process being in a state of crisis was probably due to his own lack of political self-understanding. Point 3. While not everyone followed Fischer in this retreat, many did, and the Sponti scene's inability to cope with escalation as it occurred indicated that it had indeed reached its limits. A long period of decline ensued. By the winter of 1977–78, as the post-war generation lay besieged by the worst repression they had ever experienced, Flasterstrand would be focusing on male anxieties about non-penetrative sex and, by the early 1980s, Fisher and Cohn-Bendit were leading former Spontus and other leftists into the Green Party, where they coalesced in a Riolo faction opposing the Greens' more radical grassroots wing. 5 By 1998, the former street fighter had become Germany's Green foreign minister, who was instrumental in formulating the country's decision to take part in NATO's war against Serbia in 1999.6. As a somewhat Shakespearean postscript to Fischer's colorful career, in 2001, Ulrich Meinhof's daughter Bettina Roll came into possession of photographs of the foreign minister in his Putz group days beating up a cop. Clearly marked by her mother's larger-than-life experiences, Roll is a woman with an axe to grind against anyone and everyone connected to the 70s radical left. She published the photos on her website, provoking a furor in Germany, but failing to really damage Fischer's reputation in any way, though greatly raising his profile internationally. It was not that the man was untouchable, rather, his own life arc was simply a more vivid version of that of countless men and women of his generation. Women's liberation. Dwarfing the Spontus and the K groups, the strongest movements in the 1970s in West Germany were clearly the women's liberation movement and the Bürgerinitiativen, citizens' initiatives. At the same time, these movements remained far more interesting than the SPD or its left wing, the Jusos. Of course, the comparison is not really fair, for both these were broad movements which could, and did, overlap with each other, with the various strains of the radical left, and with sections of the mainstream political spectrum. While both of these movements drew on the legacy of the APO, neither one fit comfortably within the categories of the left, new or old, nor were they preoccupied with doing so. This provided the basis for very different reactions from the different guerrilla groups. While the significance of the women's question had obviously been recognized in Germany since well before the time of the Federal Republic, the 1960s saw the emergence of a new feminism there, as in many other countries. This new wave was born of the insights and rebellious spirit of the anti-colonial revolutions and the students' movement, but even more so as a result of the frustration radical women experienced when the left failed to live up to its promise, proving itself as mired in sexism as the rest of society. Famous leaflet produced by the Broads Council of the SDS in 1968, "Liberate the Socialist Men from Their Bourgeois Dicks." The men whose 6 penises were mounted on the wall above the axe-wielding woman had their names listed below: Helmut Schauer, Peter Gang, Dieter Kunzelmann, Hans-Jürgen Kroll, Bernd Rabel, and Reimert Reich were all leading men in the APO. A space for a 7th name was left blank. As the APO declined, the women's liberation movement entered a period of rapid advance. While many feminists continued to work within the male-dominated left, others separated themselves from its campaigns and organizations to a degree greater than what occurred in most other countries at that time. 1 These women had no lack of areas in which to put their energies, areas which had often been neglected by their male comrades: opposing violence against women, organizing collective child care, struggling for reproductive rights, and much more. This work was often based in autonomous women's centers, the first ones being established in Frankfurt and West Berlin in 1972, but others soon appearing in cities across the country. If the contours of the West German women's movement were similar to those in other imperialist countries in the 70s, they were not identical. Most observers agree, for instance, that the West German experience was marked by the lack of an official national organization, such as the American National Organization of Women, and also by less contact with professional political women's organizations in the main parties. These differences allowed the West German movement to develop a far greater emphasis on autonomy, not only from men, but also from the political establishment and the political left. 2. A variety of issues, ranging from sexism in the media to wages for housework, attracted political action, which in turn ranged from petitions to demonstrations to disruptive go-ins. However, by far the most important and unifying struggle was the campaign to repeal 218 of the Basic Law, the paragraph of the Constitution banning abortion under any circumstances. Under 218, a woman who had an abortion was liable to a 5-year prison term. Anyone who performed such a procedure was liable to a 10-year term. 3. It was estimated that 1 million abortions were nevertheless performed every year, either in often perilous conditions or else necessitating travel to Holland or England where the procedure was not illegal. 4. The movement against 218 stormed its way onto the public stage on June 2, 1971, when feminist journalist Alice Schwarzer arranged to have 374 women publicly confess to having had abortions in the pages of the mainstream magazine Stern. 2 months later, Schwarzer had collected thousands more confessions and tens of thousands of solidarity signatures. 1. Within a year, the sensation had become a movement, putting its feet on the ground in Frankfurt in March 1972 at the first National Women's Conference of the post-war period. It was here that an Action 218 working group established plans for a renewed campaign to decriminalize abortion, the beginning of what one German feminist would call a children's crusade against the patriarchy. 2. The movement grew by leaps and bounds, bringing together women from a variety of political perspectives, including many radicals. A national day of action was called by the Berlin Women's Center, and on March 16, 1974, thousands of women took to the streets against 218, while 329 doctors gambled their professional licenses by declaring in Spiegel that they had helped women to obtain illegal abortions. At the same time, a current affairs television program prepared a show in which 13 doctors were all to assist in an illegal abortion. Following protests from the churches and the CDU, the telecast would be an unheard of offense to the moral sense of millions of citizens and an acme of tastelessness. 3. The show was banned, and all that appeared during the prime time slot was a blank screen. 4. Poster for demonstration against the anti-abortion 218. The campaign seemed to have made a breakthrough, and the Bundestag passed an SPD bill in April permitting abortion in the first trimester, which most considered to be a real victory. When the bill became law in July of that year, though, the CDU and CSU immediately appealed to the Federal Constitutional Court, which voted 6-2 in February 1975 that the legislation violated the Constitution. 5. The movement had been dealt a major blow. 6. 1 week later, bombs went off in the court's chambers in Karlsruhe. As a communiqué explained, on March 4, 1975, the women of the revolutionary cells carried out an attack against the Federal Constitutional Court. Not to defend the Constitution from the Federal Constitutional Court, but to defend ourselves from the Constitution. A Constitution that provides the legal framework for the daily exploitation, grinding down, and psychological destruction of millions of women and men. A constitution that criminalizes women, many driven to their deaths if they do not allow the doctors' mafia and the judges' mafia to control their sexuality, as well as decisions regarding their own bodies and the number of children they will have. 7. From informal conversations, we gather that this was a well-received action, serving to galvanize militant feminism and strengthen the struggle for free and accessible abortion for all women. This was one of 3 bombings carried out by the women of the revolutionary cells in 1975, there were no similar attacks until Rote Zora's appearance in 1977. Clearly there was room to experiment with feminist armed politics, and some militants were taking up this challenge. This was not the case with the RAF. Later in the decade, a number of efforts would be made to define, or at least explore, the relationship between feminism and armed anti-imperialism. This was as a result of developments on the ground, as certain women attempted to grapple with the meaning of the guerrillas' politics, and with the prominence of so many women in the RAF. The process received added impetus as activists from both milieux were brought together within the peace and anti-nuclear movements that emerged from the other trend the RAF was ignoring, the rise of the citizens' initiatives. Bürgerinitiativen, the citizens' initiatives. The citizens' initiatives had developed from the least radical section of the APO in combination with segments of the SPD. The term itself covers what is described in North America as civil society, with the proviso that the groups involved tended to be based in one locality and focused on one single issue. This varied wildly from opposition to nuclear power, highway expansion, or deforestation, to promotion of the rights of guest workers, tenants, or the elderly, or work around some particular government policy or piece of legislation, for instance the Berufsverbot.1. It is difficult to draw a hard and objective line between the citizens' initiatives and various left or feminist projects, and indeed there was always overlap. However, the explicitly non-ideological and reformist approach that characterized the initiatives makes the term a meaningful one in examining the struggle in the 1970s. While individuals might work with a citizens' initiative for their own ideological reasons, i.e., against the Berufsverbot because they were communists, the idea behind the initiative itself was the issue being tackled, not how it fit into some greater political scheme. At least initially, the campaigns were ends in themselves, not aspects of some broader strategy. As such, the citizens' initiatives were always consciously reformist, even system supportive, often firmly anchored in the SPD and hoping to win over politicians so that they could enact the changes deemed necessary. From about 1,000 such groups in 1972, the numbers grew several-fold by 1975 to an estimated 60,000 to 160,000 people. By the end of the 70s, the total membership has been estimated as anywhere between 300,000 and 500,000, 2 all the way up to 2 or 3 million people. 3. Initially, these citizens groups may have been based in the SPD, but as the Schmidt administration carried out a series of massive public investments in new highways, nuclear plants, and heavy industries, those involved became more susceptible to radical ideas, especially those which questioned the logic of capitalist development and environmental destruction. 4. West Germany's ecology movement grew directly out of these initiatives, and opposition to nuclear power became the common denominator binding it together. Even people committed to strictly reformist goals began to find themselves standing against the state, and in certain circumstances were radicalized by the force of events. In this way, the initiatives defied the skepticism of many on the revolutionary left, who had not thought them capable of overcoming their reformist origins and moving beyond their limited goals. It was only a bit of a stretch to tie the German nuclear program to relations with the Global South, given that atomic energy was proposed as a salve following the OPEC oil shock in 1973. Some would even try to conceptualize the anti-nuclear movement as part of the resistance to imperialism. This new anti-nuclear movement first showed its promise in February 1975, when news spread that police had attacked a small protest outside a nuclear power plant. Within days, tens of thousands of people had descended on the WYHL plant. 5 Over the years to come, similar rallies outside nuclear power stations mobilized greater and greater numbers as protests evolved into occupations, and police attacks were met with increasingly sophisticated tactics and mass militancy. The BKA eventually responded by opening files on all persons who take part in the preparation for and/or carrying out of violent demonstrations, especially against the building or operation of atomic energy plants. 6. Most of the left took note of the growing anti-nuclear movement, and of the more general spread of the citizens' initiatives, and reacted with varying measures of interest and support. Many in the feminist movement discovered a synergy with the new concern with peace and environmentalism, easily framed as women's issues. To the K groups, such single-issue campaigns could serve as hunting grounds for new recruits, though by a twist of the dialectic, it was eventually they who were often recruited. Sections of the undogmatic left, more enthusiastic about movementism, found a hospitable home in these increasingly militant protests and the communities of resistance which developed around them. Previous misgivings notwithstanding, as the Sponti scene entered its period of decline, the anti-nuclear movement provided a convenient home for many, including not a few erstwhile street fighters. But the RAF and its support base were focused on the prisoners and did not respond to these new developments. Guerrilla anti-imperialism was by definition illegal, and the only supporters the RAF felt it needed were those who were already prepared to support its actions. In the mid-70s, at least, it showed little interest in reaching out to people who would have to be struggled with on this point. While there are plenty of good reasons to be wary of tailing popular mobilizations, Such a strategy also comes with an inevitable cost when there is no large revolutionary movement from which to draw strength. The founding members of the RAF had almost all been politically active in the 60s APO, a youth rebellion against the stifling post-war culture, which drew strength and inspiration from the anti-colonial revolutions sweeping the world at the time. While they looked to the Third World as the most important theater in the global revolution, the first RAF members were all firmly rooted in the German radical left. Seen from WYHL protests, February 1975. Note: the police armored personnel carrier is graffitied KKW Neen, no nuclear plant. In the intervening years, though, the group and its support scene had acquired two paradoxes which made this connection difficult to maintain. On the one hand, the guerrilla continued to view imperialism as the defining problem of their time, and in theory this could have and normally should have meant supporting the struggles of the millions of people in the Third World. In practice, however, the RAF's anti-imperialism was solely expressed through struggles around prison conditions in the Federal Republic, and even then only with regards to political prisoners. Karl-Heinz Delvaux tells of how the Hamburg Committee Against Torture was approached by an Eritrean comrade who asked for help in an occupation of the Ethiopian embassy. "We were so involved in supporting the prisoners that we declined, explaining that we had to deal with freeing our prisoners first," he recalls. Point 1. At the same time, the RAF prisoners continued to condemn campaigns based on humanitarian concern, or mere solidarity against repression, even as almost all of their recruits since 1973 had joined for precisely these reasons. Emotional identification with the prisoners, and anguish at their torture were by far the most traveled road into the guerrilla or its support scene. Yet the prisoners rejected this appeal as bourgeois anti-fascism. Neither of these paradoxes constituted errors, or hypocrisy. The gap between theory and practice was not that wide. But they did not make it easy for activists from the broader radical left to get involved in the guerrilla struggle. The intellectual and emotional leap required was such that the support scene began to assume an identity distinct from all the other tendencies of the radical left. It was becoming a tendency in its own right. The comparison with the revolutionary cells is telling. The RZ pioneered a strategy of reaching out to activists where they were at, and in doing so managed to pull several movements, even those based on the citizens' initiatives, to the left. They specialized in bombings in solidarity with these reformist campaigns, encouraging others to follow suit. With their slogan "Create one, too many revolutionary cells," they meant to show people that they themselves could step beyond the lines of legal protest established by the state. This strategy had its drawbacks, but one of its undeniable strengths was its ability to make armed struggle seem accessible, all the while ensuring that the combatants who did not go underground would remain connected to the rest of the radical left. The RAF's single-minded focus on the prisoners in this period may be a testament to the stature and unflinching resistance of its founding members, who had established the first armed clandestine organization in post-war Germany, repeatedly risked their own lives struggling behind bars, and inspired new waves of guerrillas. Yet in retrospect, this focus also appears to represent a setback, if not a temporary defeat, then, certainly, a retreat from the RAF's initial impulse, as the guerrilla became locked in on the prisoners to the exclusion of all other social contradictions. The RAF would doggedly follow this trail as long as it could, and barely survive the consequences. 12. And back to the RAF. 1976 was a difficult year for the radical left, and especially for the RAF. Losing Ulrich Meinhof was certainly the hardest blow, and it was accompanied by another wave of repressive legislation and renewed attacks on the prisoners' legal team. To top it off, several RAF members were captured that year, including two outside of Germany. On July 21, 1976, Rolf Pottel, one of the prisoners exchanged for Peter Lorenz a year earlier, was arrested in Athens. German super cop Werner Moss I had learned that the fugitive was hiding in the Greek capital. He also knew that Pottel was a regular reader of the Süddeutsche Zeitung newspaper. Moss borrowed 200 Athens police officers for a few hours, arranging to have 80 different newspaper stands staked out. When Pottel went to buy the paper, he walked right into the trap. Point 2. Padel's capture made headlines around the world, not because he was a particularly high-profile target, he had even denied being a member of the RAF, but because on August 20, an Athens court turned down Bond's request for extradition on the grounds that the crimes in question had been politically motivated. Helmut Schmidt was not amused, and under intense diplomatic pressure, including threats that West Germany would block its entry into the European Economic Community, the Greek government quickly, and successfully, appealed this ruling. Padel was extradited to the Federal Republic on October 1. On top of his original conviction dating from 1973, he was also sentenced to 3 years and 3 months for extortion, as police claimed that during the Lawrence exchange he had threatened that the captive would be killed if the authorities did not hand over all the money that had been demanded. Point 1. The kerfuffle around the initial Greek refusal to extradite Padel provided a convenient backdrop to a meeting of 18 European heads of state in Strasbourg, France, in late September. The summit was called specifically to pass a draft treaty that would close any loopholes that might allow guerrillas to seek refuge in any of the countries concerned. Point 2. This laid the basis for what would become the European Convention on the Suppression of Terrorism in 1977. Padel's extradition and the new anti-terrorist convention underscored the increasing amount of time West German guerrillas were spending in neighboring countries. Unlike South Yemen or the Palestinian camps in Lebanon, these were not safe havens, but still they afforded a measure of anonymity and breathing room to those in the underground. Almost 2 months after Padel was returned to the FRG, Siegfried Haag was arrested along with Karlsruhe activist Roland Meyer, driving on the Autobahn between Frankfurt and Kassel. The former lawyer had received guerrilla training in South Yemen earlier that year, and since his return had been busy recruiting new members for future actions. In hindsight, it seems that papers he was carrying when arrested were in fact coded notes, listing many of the next year's targets. He was charged with a variety of offenses related to the Stockholm action, and in 1978 he was sentenced to 15 years in prison. Meyer received 12 years. The next arrest did not occur in the Federal Republic, but in neighboring Austria. On December 14, 1976, Waltraud Buch was caught following a bank robbery in Vienna, while 2 of her comrades managed to get away with 100,000 shillings. In solidarity with Buch, a bomb exploded in a Vienna police building a few days later, another being disarmed just before it went off in the police headquarters. Point 3. Buch would be sentenced to 15 years, to be served in Austrian prisons. The unusually heavy prison sentence for a crime in which no one was hurt was probably meant as a message to West German guerrillas, especially after the 1975 OPEC raid, letting them know that crimes committed in this country would be dealt with harshly. While these arrests did constitute setbacks, none of them was decisive. As would become clear in due time, the guerrilla had managed to regroup, to attract new members, and had plans for the future. At the same time, the prisoners also had plans. A new hunger strike was in the works, and a new strategy had been discussed, one which represented a further refinement of the RAF's demand for association, and which would have serious implications for some of its supporters. The captured guerrillas were going to demand prisoner of war status, as outlined by the Geneva Convention. This was based on a strategy Meinhof had developed in the year before she was murdered, with help from attorney Axel Aitzela, a professor of public law at Darmstadt Technical University. The RAF was going to argue that because it had carried out its attacks in solidarity with the anti-colonial movements, especially in the context of the Vietnam War, its prisoners were themselves POWs. When Aitzela had filed a motion to this effect in January 1976, it had publicly signaled an important shift in the RAF's trial strategy, one which seems to have enjoyed the support of the entire defense team. Andreas Bader would later admit that the prisoners had little hope of seeing the government agree to their new line. "We don't believe that this demand on the part of the prisoners will be achieved. We've never said that we did. What will be achieved is that the demand will raise awareness and resistance against the international counterinsurgency line in West Europe, which has now become government policy, the criminalization of the urban guerrilla." Bader was arguing that regardless of its success, the very process of struggling for POW status would provide supporters with an opportunity to promote the RAF's politics, all the while exposing the inhumane conditions to which the prisoners were subjected. However, it was also clear that the very process of claiming a special status also alienated some supporters, especially, but not only, those from the Sponti scene, which was already splitting over the question of militancy. 1. These left-wing critics considered the RAF's new line to be a stretch, muddying the waters of legitimate resistance to the FRG's fascist drift by confusing it with the national liberation struggles in the Third World. Not only that, but by claiming a special status for themselves, it was felt the RAF was engaging in an arrogant form of vanguardism, elevating itself above other prisoners, including some other political prisoners. In the winter of 1976-77, this criticism would provide the basis for an unprecedented exchange of letters in the pages of Infobug, the undogmatic left's magazine in West Berlin. The revolutionary cell sent in an open letter to the RAF, in which it took them to task not only for their new POW strategy, but also for their growing distance from the radical left. They were voicing a number of concerns and complaints probably shared by many others, activists who were trying to avoid the flight from militancy exemplified by Pflasterstrand, but who also continued to disagree with key elements of the RAF's politics. It was a dramatic move, and the only time the RZ would engage in such public criticism. Perhaps not surprisingly, it provoked an angry and defensive reply from RAF prisoner Monika Berberich. In turn, this led to a series of letters as readers took positions for or against the RAF's practice to date. Some activists remember this debate as having been acrimonious, and weakening the prisoners' support scene. While this may be so, events over the next year showed that the prisoners, whether because of or despite their new strategy, remained capable of rallying impressive levels of support from both the legal left and the guerrillas in the field. RZ letter to the RAF comrades. This letter is addressed to all RAF comrades. It is an open letter. We are a section of the revolutionary cells, RZ. However, many arguments from the undogmatic movement are integrated into this letter, both because we consider these arguments to be correct and because we feel ourselves to be a part of this movement. We request that all groups and all comrades, for example, the publishing houses, undogmatic groups from various areas, newspapers, unaffiliated comrades, the 2nd of June movement, discuss this letter. Truth be told, we have wanted to pose some questions to you, the comrades of the RAF, for some time now. The reason is the rumor that the RAF prisoners are planning a fourth hunger strike, with the demand that the Geneva Convention be applied and their status as prisoners of war be recognized. Now, you might ask us why we feel the need to hold an open discussion. Comrades, the reason is that we are afraid we might receive an unreasonably hostile response from you. Something suggesting that we are at least objectively acting as cops, or that our letter is a state security initiative. However, we recognize that we must not allow the possibility of such reproaches to cause us to shrink from a discussion with you. What is important for us now, is that we come to an understanding with you. In the context of this discussion, it will become clear just how far we have drifted from each other and the need we feel for you to discuss with us our perspective, our actions, our evolution, and our lives. We proceed from the belief that you must feel a similar need. Likewise, you must feel the need to more clearly enter into discussion with the broader undogmatic movement. Otherwise, you are elevating yourselves to an arbitrary vanguard position. The 71-72 RAF actions were an important development for many comrades. They shook many people, including us, out of our slumber. As this resonated in different areas, a hopeful joy arose regarding the impotence of the entire state apparatus and the guerrillas' capacity to carry out actions, even in the FRG. At the time, these actions drew the widespread anti-imperialist movement together, causing the further development of an idea that had been rattling around in the heads of thousands of people. We saw that what had long been thought about was in fact possible. Without the RAF, there wouldn't be an RZ today. There wouldn't be groups that understand that resistance doesn't stop where the criminal code starts. The texts you issued clearly demonstrated the meaning of no compromise, draw a clear dividing line between the enemy and yourself, and freedom in the face of the system requires its complete negation. That is to say, they demonstrated that it is possible to attack the system in a fighting collective and that we must choose to struggle if we are to remain human. However, what we now want you to tell us is whether you still stand by what the RAF said in 71-70 seconds. What do you think about the Stockholm Liberation Action? What errors do you think you've made in the interim? What do you hope to achieve with your trials? People, we're asking you these things, because we are no longer clear about your politics. We recognize little of the RAF's original orientation. Another important point, address the change. Better yet, rejuvenate the clearly significant impact of the information you provided, the statements you made, and the mobilization that resulted from the way you made use of the trials. For instance, the way Bridget Monhaupt clarified your structure for that Ratprinzing, using that as the key venue so as to expose the bought-off witness Mueller as a liar. Point 1. Why did it take Mueller, Prinzing, Buebach and co. to get you to say something about your structure, while we and others have waited since 72 for precisely such information and so much more? Comrades, we have a completely practical problem with you. We have considered you comrades for a long time now, but many people on the outside don't feel that they are your comrades. We and others have been and will be used and subordinated to your trial strategy, for example, and for other mobilizations and campaigns as well. It is not possible to develop or discuss a common strategy with you. Obviously, it is extremely difficult to do that through the prison walls. But we have the impression that that is not the only obstacle. Much more important is the fact you were much too quick to judge us. All too often you have indicated that you have no faith in our strength or that of others, in those on the outside, who also want to and must struggle, and who also hope to make decisions for themselves. They don't, however, want to offer you the wrong kind of support, blindly praying that they meet your rigid demands. Rather, they first want to think things over for themselves. That also goes for a large part of the undogmatic movement. Yes, comrades, we appear to be nothing more to you than a tool to be discarded when it is worn out. You don't ask why it's worn out. You simply assume we are weak and, massively, opportunistic, that we are completely at peace in this corrupt, man-eating system. And that's depressing. Enough of the category of comrade or pig. And now listen carefully, it is simply complete, defeatist nonsense to claim that the entire left is on the defensive. Your disgusting fantasy about us and our strength is really a sign that you are on the defensive. How did you arrive at the decision to break off the last hunger strike, incorrectly claiming that we, the RZ, the 2nd of June movement, the undogmatic groups, and, were on the defensive? You achieved absolutely nothing with your last hunger strike, while your defense attorneys and the committees against torture gave everything they had to support your demands. Professors, doctors, writers, Sartre II, clergy, Scharf III, Amnesty, Austria, many undogmatic and even dogmatic groups, KPD/ML, supported your hunger strike. The murder of Holger was immediately answered by the shooting of von Drenkmann. Many people understood clearly that torture occurred even in German prisons. Is that really nothing? Do you really see that as a sign of the entire left being on the defensive? 4. Besides the broad-based solidarity during the hunger strike, things have developed and are developing that are far from discouraging, things that you have only partially grasped. Recent history clearly shows that the masses here have not been completely bought off. It also shows how fruitful this terrain can be, the Nordhorn Range, the September strikes of 73, the RZ attacks on ITT, WYHL, Brockdorf, women's groups, the attack by the women of the RZ against the Federal Constitutional Court due to 218, forged public transit passes, one increasing struggle and politicization in the prisons, foreigners' committees and groups, Lawrence and his vacation, riots in Frankfurt against public transit fare increases, squats, etc. That is also partially the result of your practice. Comrades, Do these movements simply not exist in your minds? Or do you think they are of no importance? Are they not important enough for you in the context of internationalism? Or do you consider them irrelevant because they don't have the same political practice as the RAF? And now to the particulars. We cannot accept the complete lack of solidarity with which you treat some comrades from these movements. For example, the Informationsdienst writer who reported on your trial. You accused him of objectively being a cop, because he didn't quote Andreas Bader word for word. When this objective cop responded in a way that showed solidarity, you broke off all communication. Does that mean that you found his criticism to be accurate, or that from this point onward, he is simply objectively a cop? This ID writer subsequently stopped his reporting. Also, we can't accept some of your denunciations of individual lawyers. You certainly know what we mean. These lawyers are comrades. How did it happen that the attorney Croissant came to be the executor of Ulrich's estate? Ulrich isn't a file. She struggled alongside you. As you know, since then Klaus Croissant has gone so far as to accuse Klaus Wagenbach too of working hand in hand with state security, and has used the justice system, that wants to exterminate you, to request a legal decision to have Peter Bruckner's 3-book about Ulrich Meinhof withdrawn from circulation. Via Klaus Croissant, 88A4 will be implemented from the left. Nothing like that has ever happened before. Why don't you just talk to Klaus Wagenbach, a comrade? How do you feel about the new 88A? You've maintained complete silence about a very important article from the Red Aid/West Berlin Prisoners Collective, published in Infobug number 111, regarding the problems faced by POWs. We think that's bullshit. Your silence regarding the committees against torture, they primarily supported the RAF prisoners, must finally end. Start with their activities up until the persecution through surveillance, raids, and winter trip. After that the committees dissolved themselves. Did you agree to this? Were they quickly replaced by a defense committee/support fund? These are only some examples. What we're trying to say to you is that in the future you can't continue to abuse important comrades in the movement. You can't continue to denounce them as objective cops, state security agents, or BKA members. It is not only a disgrace, it is extremely dangerous. We will not allow you to continue to do this in the future. Period. You, that is to say the RAF comrades, have drawn attention to an important point. Yet again. Specifically, the problem of psychological warfare. Since you first decided to point it out, we have begun to consider the press and interviews and their function in Buebach's strategy much more seriously. So we really don't understand why you've effectively left the field to this regimented media. In the near future an RZ interview will address this. We usually first learn of your statements from the Frankfurter Rundschau, Süddeutsche Zeitung, Berliner Zeitung, etc. Initially, their meaning is only clear to comrades in the know. The same is true with regards to the Geneva Convention. It is extremely common that we get our first information about you from random newspapers and news shows. It must be clear to you that as a result rumors and incorrect reports circulate as news about you. It is only very seldom that we get the information from you first. It usually comes too late to correct false reports. As a result, many comrades can only then be mobilized for whatever campaign, often without understanding what it is they're doing. When you howl about that without doing anything about it either on the outside or from within prison, how do you make yourselves look? Your reaction is out of proportion. We cannot in any way accept your treating us or others with scorn. Now a few basic questions. What's your position regarding the politics of the revolutionary cells and the 2nd of June movement? For instance, the Lawrence kidnapping, forged public transit passes, the attack of the women of the RZ against the Federal Constitutional Court, forged food vouchers for Berlin's homeless. How do you support your lawyers, who are directly or indirectly subjected to the Berufsverbot? Who suffer constant persecution? How do you help them keep their courage up, besides railing against Buebach and co? We're asking, because at this point there aren't many left lawyers remaining to defend revolutionary prisoners. Why, at this point, do you only seek the support of prominent personalities? Is it because they're in the forefront of the legal movement? We see this as a huge mistake. What's your position on a common discussion of all political prisoners and all prisoners that have been politicized in prison? We don't mean by this that you should demand that they all be placed together in the same concentration camp, which is Buebak's idea. That's a mistake. Rather, we mean the mutual strengthening of all prisoners who struggle inside the prisons. Don't you think that the Stockholm action should be criticized? And certainly not only because the action failed to achieve its demands. That's not the point. Rather, because the whole action was an unpleasant example of how a few comrades totally overshadowed your relationships and experiences. They did not mediate anything of a long-term nature. Even the demands themselves bore no relationship to the action. 2 comrades paid for the action with their lives. The time frame for fulfilling the demands was far too short. Mistakes were made that must be completely avoided the next time. So mistakes were made. Turn every defeat into victory. What, for example, is your position regarding the powerful movements in Brockdorf, WYHL, etc.? And what is your overall position regarding the anti-nuclear movement? We think that state security has reinforced your isolation from each other, and you have completely isolated yourselves from the broader left-wing movement. You must make contact with them again. A fish out of water will die of thirst. Even if you think you don't need water to swim. We think that the tactics that you share with us are not primarily based on causing criminal damage. Even communiques must be written in West German so that everybody can understand them. Your communiques can no longer be understood by the general public. They can only be understood by insiders. So now mobilizations are the result of psychological pressure, not of objective necessity. And now, RAF comrades, we arrive at the possibility of a 4th hunger strike. We think that there is too much ambiguity and contradiction between you and those who should and could support the hunger strike. We have attempted to identify some of these issues. So this letter should be taken as the beginning of a long discussion. Now you have to put your cards on the table. Otherwise this isn't going to work anymore. Otherwise what you want is blind solidarity. You can no longer avoid clarifying whether we and others on the left are your comrades. Whether we're nothing more than your instrument, now defined as the left on the defensive. Will you choose the Geneva Convention, the closed concentration camp, and with that take a position against us, or will you choose equality with other prisoners? Will you choose to break through your isolation, and thereby decide in favor of unity with us? Previously, you demanded the abolition of special conditions and equality with other prisoners. Now, you insist upon a piece of paper, specifically the Geneva Convention. However, POW status implies illegible in the version provided. With your demand you overlook the interests of other prisoners. You must be prepared to withdraw your denunciations. Do you really want to throw away your lives for a foolish demand like POW status? Is it because you think you are no longer necessary? Is it because you think you can no longer rely on the movement? Should you decide, in spite of everything, to just blow this letter off and, as has been the case before, to greet it with silence, and should you decide, in spite of everything, to gamble with your lives for the application of the Geneva Convention, our solidarity will be more a torment than a given. A Revolutionary Cell, December 1976. Monica Berberich responds to the alleged RZ letter. Only one thing is clear about this letter: its state security function, its function for Buebak's extermination strategy against us in the form it is now taking, psychological warfare to destroy the RAF's politics. That is to say, what is clear in it is the treachery of a section of the undogmatic left, their capitulation to Buebak, and their total subservience to his objectives. Even if the letter doesn't come from the RZ, Infobug published and distributed it, and nobody from that section of the left did anything to prevent it. The lies, falsehoods, and denunciations in this letter are nothing new, nor is the fact that Info published it. But this letter is different, because it doesn't come from a prisoner support group, but from the RZ. In any event, that's where it claims to come from, an organization that struggles, and this gives it a totally different kind of credibility and authority. The function of this letter is to disorient those people in the undogmatic scene who want something other than the private, insubstantial screwing around of the sponti groups, those who really want to know something about us, who want to orient themselves around us, to struggle or to support us. It also serves to let Buback know that the section of the left that wrote this letter and those who find it accurate will not resist his efforts to liquidate the RAF's politics and the prisoners, to kill Andreas, to completely seal the holes, etc. But not just that, it also tells him that this left is not prepared to support a hunger strike that we believe is necessary, rather it is ready to support and is already supporting the creation of propaganda to justify his countermeasures. The disorientation campaign unfolds following the pattern of psychological warfare through allegations and lies about us. They don't talk about the state's repression, just like when the bourgeois media publish state security information about us, there aren't many left lawyers remaining to defend revolutionary prisoners, the support groups disband because of police repression, the Informationsdienst writer can only respond to criticism like the ultimate bourgeois journalist aggrieved and offended, as if his article was a favor to us. Infobug demands we respond to an insignificant Red Aid/Prisoners Collective article. The Sponti left, as a result of its many splits and its totally defensive posture, is incapable of grasping the objective and subjective circumstances of the struggle, and is incapable of drawing on the facts and coming to an accurate appraisal of the balance of power. Instead, it acts on the basis of a blind, narrow-minded, apolitical self-assessment, or else in an undifferentiated and ill-conceived way on the basis of various concepts and forms of struggle and mobilization. Then there's the claim that it's our job to offer revolutionary commentary and assessments of other groups and popular mobilizations. What's your position regarding the politics of the action? Solidarity is not a question of politics and consciousness, but of feelings. Don't feel that they are your comrades, etc. All of this has the objective of telling the comrades being written about that they don't need to start struggling, to start figuring things out for themselves, or to support us as long as we greet it with silence and don't put our cards on the table. It has the objective of preventing the potential mobilization and radicalization that could develop as a result of a new hunger strike. The support for Buback's extermination strategy is based on the complete acceptance of all the state's allegations about us, which make up the core of the psychological warfare being waged against us, that the RAF has a gang structure, that we are hierarchically structured, tools, and of course those at the top. That is implicit in all the bullshit in this document, in which they characterize their relationship to us in this way: to all RAF comrades, in italics, we will be used and subordinated, blindly praying that they meet your rigid demands. We appear to be nothing more to you than a tool to be discarded. As a result, many comrades can only then be mobilized. Mobilizations are the result of psychological pressure. Our solidarity will be more a torment, etc. Then, with teeth bared, we're mistaken, with foolish ideas, which have totally overshadowed our relationships and experiences. This is the babble of psycho-cops. We have only ourselves to blame if we're isolated. You have isolated yourselves. The Federal Constitutional Court said the same thing in their ruling, in which they legally sanctioned torture. And finally, and this is consistent, we are throwing away our lives, which is an endorsement of the state's claim that Ulrich committed suicide, as with the deaths of Holger, Siegfried, and Katharina, who are themselves responsible. In Muller's case, it took state security 3 years using isolation, torture, and brainwashing to bring him to the point where he presented this idiotic SS1 construct as his own experience, also precisely on the theme chosen here, the structure of the group. These leftists arrive at these conclusions on their own, facing no concrete threat, just their own naked fear. Their solidarity with us could cost them the ridiculous privileges that they cultivate in their idyllic counterculture. One must also understand the method adopted in this letter, with its introduction and explanation about why it was written now, or rather why it wasn't written sooner, an unrealistically hostile response objective cop/state security action, which is meant to suggest that this letter can in no way be that, and which thereby preempts any critique which says that that is in fact exactly what it is. Given the way the letter is constructed, precisely following the pattern and techniques of psychological warfare, it is possible that it is not only objectively a state security product. Monica Berberic. January 10, 1977. Andreas Bader, on the Geneva Convention. The demand for the application of the Geneva Convention is a necessary vehicle for our politics, because the dead wings, isolation, and stress manipulation are being used to break the group in prison, to prepare for show trials, and to gain information, or more accurately, to gain informants. It has been clear since '72, when, for example, Schmidt said in a government statement that the goal of the counter-tactic is to use prisoners who have been turned to infiltrate the illegal structures. It is clear that this is easier in prison, where state security and the state security psychiatrists have total control over our living conditions, and where electronic surveillance is easier than it is in the scene, which can respond to repression with semi-conspiratorial measures and a system of filters, which set in motion a process of polarization. There is a history of illegal resistance groups and there is a history of police tactics. If we don't understand the latter, and if we don't recognize them in the measures against us, we will be defeated by the old reality that the police apparatus has a linear learning process and the illegal groups learn by acting, learning in leaps and bounds. We don't believe that this demand on the part of the prisoners will be achieved. We've never said that we did. What will be achieved is that the demand will raise awareness and resistance against the international counterinsurgency line in West Europe, which has now become government policy, the criminalization of the urban guerrilla, ISC Report 2. In any event, what the guerrilla is addressing here and what it is struggling for is international awareness. Everything must be concentrated on exposing and disrupting the American strategy in West Europe, which is being carried through by the scripted domestic and foreign policies of the FRG. None of that is new. The weapons used against the prisoners aren't all bad, because the aggressive way in which they use special laws, special courts, special handling, all the special measures in this trial to destroy us, while at the same time denying that they are doing so, will expose the system internationally and will isolate it. By publicizing these measures, which are forbidden by the Geneva Convention, because it is a set of rules for emergency situations that establishes how human rights should be understood in intrastate conflicts, which the discourse no longer addresses, people will be mobilized and radicalized around the critical issue, that the state is at war, which Mayhofer made very clear in Karlsruhe, and, therefore, is in a dialectic that because war frames the question of legitimacy along military lines, destroys the ideological justification of the constitutional state itself. All of this is about this process and not just a tattered piece of paper. Through it runs the horizontal and vertical learning and polarization process, which is necessary for the struggle to develop. It is the terrain on which we can very concretely organize our logistics, our information, and the defense of our underground members and the prisoners. POW status on its own will never be enough to protect against the coercive psychological and spiritual destruction of the irregulars, and if it is ever forced through, it will not be because the prisoners can force the state to exercise its monopoly of violence according to the legal rules of civil war, but as a result of the international character and concrete reality of the liberation wars, which also address these demands. Andreas Bader. June 2, 1977. 13. Daring to struggle, failing to win. 1977 is often described as the moment of truth in the RAF's battle against the West German state for better or for worse. In fact, most histories of the RAF actually stop after this point, or mention all that came afterwards as a barely interesting epilogue. Such a perspective is mistaken, and amounts to closing the book before the story is even half done. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that 1977 was a year like no other, representing an attempt to push things to a qualitatively higher level. As events reached their climax in a bloody series of events known as the German Autumn, every sector of society was shaken to the core. As debate over the RAF struggle played itself out in the pages of Infobug, state psychological operations continued unabated in the corporate press. Newspapers repeated police allegations that RAF supporters had murdered a banker, his wife, and 3 children, and also that the guerrilla was planning to kidnap the Canadian ambassador. 1 In January, police claimed they found and defused a bomb at the Wiesbaden train station, presumably another false flag attack. 2 Then, on February 9, Brigitte Monhaupt, who had been captured following the May offensive, was released from prison. Her 4.5-year sentence for illegal possession of firearms and membership in a criminal association had come to an end. She immediately went underground, rejoining the guerrilla. On March 29, prisoners from the RAF and the 2nd of June movement began their 4th hunger strike, demanding POW status, association in groups of no less than 15, an end to isolation, an international investigation into the deaths of Holger Mainz, Siegfried Hausner, and Ulrich Meinhof, and an end to false flag actions and communiques. Initially, 35 prisoners participated, but soon the number refusing food surpassed 100, and some even began refusing liquids. The irony was that the hunger strike for POW status, which the RZ had feared would limit itself to an elite group, managed to rally more prisoners than any previous hunger strike. This was grim testimony to the number of combatants who had been captured, along with the number of supporters who were now serving time under 129. At the same time, the guerrilla was not going to let the prisoners wage this battle on their own. On April 7, as Attorney General Buback was waiting at a traffic light in Karlsruhe, 2 individuals pulled up on a motorcycle alongside his Mercedes. One of them then pulled out a submachine gun and fired, riddling the Attorney General's car with bullets. Siegfried Buback, the man who had come to personify the judicial attacks against the guerrilla, had been assassinated. The RAF immediately issued a communiqué claiming responsibility in the name of the Ulrich Meinhof Commando, explaining Buback's responsibility for the deaths of Meinhof, Hausner, and Mainz. Along with the Attorney General, his chauffeur Wolfgang Goebel and bodyguard George Wurster were also killed. Even some of the prisoners' own lawyers were shocked, Otto Schiele declaring on their behalf that they viewed this senseless and brutal murder with the utmost horror and revulsion too. Within a day, police announced that Günter Sonnenberg, Christian Klar, and Knud Folkerts, all of whom were formerly active in the prisoner support scene, were being sought in connection to the attack, and a bounty of 200,000 marks III was being offered for information leading to their capture. 4 This assassination occurred not only in the context of Buback's continuing attacks against the lawyers, but also 2 weeks before the end of the Stammheim show trial, in which Bader, Insulin, and Rasp were found guilty of various offenses relating to the May offensive of 1972. As has been noted elsewhere, this attack marked a shift to a strategy that would be marked by an overwhelming focus on assassinations of key members of the state apparatus and the business elite. Although this might not have been recognized at the time, it was a shift to an entirely new phase in the RAF's practice. 5 Or, as Knud Folkerts later testified, the assassination showed that we knew who they were, that we could attack them, and that there was nothing they could do to stop us. 6 The hunger strike continued, the prisoners consolidating their support. Soon relatives of the prisoners began a solidarity hunger strike, and on April 17, Peter's Church in Frankfurt was occupied and turned into a hunger strike information center. As the number of prisoners refusing food reached 120, more outside supporters began a second solidarity hunger strike in a Bielefeld church. On April 27, relatives of political prisoners held a demonstration at the United Nations headquarters in Switzerland demanding the application of the Geneva Convention. The next day, Amnesty International added its voice to that of 80 clergymen and 245 lawyers, all urging the government to abandon its hard line. Finally, on April 30, it was announced that the prisoners would be granted limited association. Years of struggle seemed to have finally paid off. In response to this victory, the prisoners agreed to call off their hunger strike. the 7th floor of Stamheim prison where Bader, Rasp, and Insulin were held along with Irmgard Mahler, who had been transferred there in January of that year, was soon being renovated to allow up to 16 prisoners to be housed together. At the same time, the hunt for the guerrillas in the field continued. On May 3, Gunther Sonnenberg and Verena Becker were captured in the German-Swiss border town of Singen. In the 2 years since she had been freed in exchange for Lorenz, Becker had moved from 2JM to the RAF. A woman had tipped off the police after spotting the two as they sat in a cafe. She recognized Sonnenberg from the wanted posters that had gone up throughout Western Europe following the Buback assassination. When the police arrived on the scene, the guerrillas tried to play it cool, innocently pretending to have left their ID papers in their car. While being escorted from the cafe presumably to retrieve these phantom ID papers, they drew their weapons and shot the two cops, commandeered a car, and took off. 1 Pursued by squad cars alerted to the incident, they took a wrong turn and ended up in a field. This forced them to ditch their vehicle and try to escape on foot. At this point, one of the guerrillas dropped a submachine gun, as it would turn out, the same weapon that had been used to kill Buback. A cop picked the weapon up and fired. Becker was hit in her leg, while Sonnenberg was critically injured, struck by bullets in his torso and head. His wounds were such that it took several hours before he could be positively identified, and days later it was still unclear if he would survive. 2. As a result of his injuries, Sonnenberg suffered brain damage, and is prone to epileptic seizures to this day. Years later, he would recall his condition following capture. "I didn't know anything except my name. I could neither read nor write, nor formulate things in any form. Words and concepts were utterly foreign to me. Even things having to do with daily life like plate and spoon, bed and sink, book and radio, I no longer knew these words and concepts." 3. 2 days later, on May 5, Uwe Folkerts, Knut's brother, and Johannes Themme were both arrested in Holland, the police claiming that they had been involved in the Buback assassination, as well as with alleged plans to seize hostages to exchange for the prisoners. 4. Throughout the summer, different RAF prisoners would go back on hunger strike for various periods of time, demanding the association they had been promised. At the same time, the state was not letting up on its attacks against the lawyers. In one particularly incredible move, attorneys Armin Nuerlaw and Arndt Muller were charged with attempted murder on the grounds that they did not discourage their clients Verena Becker and Sabina Schmitz 5 from hunger striking. 6 On July 8, Klaus Croissant fled the country. On June 26 he had been subjected to a partial Berufsverbot, and there were signs he might be arrested at any time. Peter Bakkerschoot, Ronald Augustin's Dutch attorney, suggested he go to the Netherlands, but Croissant chose Paris, where he held a press conference 4 days later, requesting political asylum. 7 The lawyer pointed to the years of harassment he had endured, and noted that with the ongoing confrontation things were getting worse. He was facing a third arrest and, as he was now subjected to the Berufsverbot, could neither defend himself nor continue to defend his clients except from outside the country. His home, office, and telephone had all been bugged, and surrounding buildings were used for physical surveillance, which included state agents openly photographing everyone who entered his office. On December 15, 1976, one of his secretaries had been offered several thousand DM by the Verfassungsschutz in exchange for copies of legal notes and a list of his clients. Finally, he pointed to the fact that he was followed to and from his office by uniformed police, which he described as a form of psychological terrorism. 8. As we shall see, while Croissant's plea would raise international awareness about what was happening in the Federal Republic, it would not be sufficient to keep him safe. Nevertheless, for the time being he was allowed to remain in Paris, as the French authorities tried to decide how to handle the affair. The next attack occurred on July 30 in the wealthy Frankfurt suburb of Oberursel. 3 RAF members, including a young woman named Suzanne Albrecht, came with red roses to the door of a 30-room villa belonging to Jürgen Ponto. 1 of the most important businessmen in West Germany, Ponto had direct ties to many Third World governments and had served as an advisor to South Africa's infamous apartheid regime. He was also godfather to Albrecht's sister and a close friend of her parents. The guerrillas attempted to abduct the businessman, but when he resisted they opened fire, shooting him 5 times. He died on his kitchen floor. As Albrecht had been recognized by Ponto's wife, she signed her name to the guerrillas' communique for this action. She was sought for this attack along with Angelika Spittel, Silke Meyerwitt, and Sigrid Sternebeck. With the exception of Spittel, who had been underground for some years now, the women had all been active together since 1974, meeting through the Hamburg Squats, Red Aid, and the Committees Against Torture. They had all known members of the Holger Mainz Commando who had carried out the ill-fated Stockholm action in 1975. All 4 went underground immediately. A political storm ensued when it was learned that Ponto had never been warned that police knew Albrecht was close to the RAF. This led the FDP Federal Minister of the Interior Werner Mayhofer to famously state that, "There is no capitalist who does not have a terrorist in his own intimate circle of friends or relations." 2. On August 8, Helmut Pohl, Wolfgang Beer, and Werner Hoppe, who had been moved to be with the others in Stamheim just a month earlier, were transferred back to Hamburg. The precise excuse used was a fight with guards, essentially a setup whereby the guards provoked an incident and used it as an excuse to attack and beat all of the prisoners on the floor. 3. It appeared that Buebach's replacement, Kurt Riebmann, had moved to reverse his previous agreement for association. In reaction to these shenanigans and to the attack on Ponto, all RAF prisoners went on hunger strike, some escalating to a thirst strike almost immediately. It was only days before the force feeding began. Defense attorneys Nuerla and Muller began organizing public support for the striking prisoners, and became subject to even heavier levels of harassment and outright repression. On August 15, the lawyers' offices were bombed, almost certainly with the collusion of the police who had the premises under surveillance 24 hours a day. Muller and assistant Volker Spittel were there at the time, but were not injured. 4. Nuerla was subsequently arrested when multiple copies of the left-wing magazine Mob which supported the prisoners were found in his car. He was charged with supporting a terrorist organization under 129A.5. The new Attorney General staked out the hard-line position for which he would be remembered. "I know that the population is not at all interested if these people go on hunger and thirst strikes," Riebmann told the press. "The population wants these people to be hit hard, just as hard as they have earned with their brutal deed." He was asked about the possibility of prisoners dying. "That is always a bad thing," he answered, "but it would be the consequence which has been made clear to them and their lawyers and which is clear to them. The conditions of imprisonment don't justify such a strike, they are doing very well considering the circumstances." 6. On August 25, the RAF responded by targeting Riebmann's offices. Peter Jürgen Buch, the husband of Waltraud Buch, set up an improvised rocket launcher aimed at the Attorney General's headquarters, but the timing device was not set properly, and it failed to fire. Buch later broke with the RAF and claimed that he had purposefully sabotaged this attack, as his conscience would not allow him to risk the lives of the secretaries and office workers in the building. 7. The editors of this volume assume this statement to be false, along with almost everything else Buch has said. Whatever the truth of the matter, the RAF attempted to put this mishap in the best possible light, issuing a communiqué a week later in which they pretended that the entire exercise had merely been intended as a warning. The guerrilla went on to promise that it was more than willing to act should it prove necessary to save the prisoners. Should Andreas, Gudrun, and Jan be killed, the apologists for the hard line will find that they are not the only ones with weapons at their disposal. They will find that we are many, and that we have enough love as well as enough hate and imagination to use both our weapons and their weapons against them, and that their pain will equal ours. 1. Following Meinhof's murder, and in the context of the recent hunger strikes and Riebmann's bloodthirsty statements, the guerrilla was clearly concerned that the state might move to kill Bader, Insulin, and Rasp. This fear was shared by the prisoners themselves, who knew that they might suffer reprisals for the guerrilla's actions. Indeed, anticipating such reprisals, and following the breakdown of negotiations between Amnesty International and the federal government, the prisoners called off their hunger and thirst strike on September 2. In a short statement, Jan Karl Rasp explained that the attacks on Ponto and Riebman had created an environment in which the prisoners had become hostages and the state was ready and willing to kill them to set an example. Point 2. The failed Ponto kidnapping had been intended to be the first of a two-pronged action to put pressure on the West German bourgeoisie to force the state to free the prisoners. Despite their failure to take Ponto alive, it was decided to follow through on the second part of this plan. On September 5, the RAF's Siegfried Hausner commando kidnapped Hans-Martin Schleyer. His car and police escort were forced to a stop by a baby stroller that was left out in the middle of the road, at which point they were ambushed by guerrillas who killed his chauffeur, Heinz Marsus, and 3 police officers Reinhold Brandl, Helmut Ulmer and Roland Peeler before making their getaway. A note received soon after warned that, the federal government must take steps to assure that all aspects of the manhunt cease or we will immediately shoot Schleyer without even engaging in negotiations for his freedom. Schleyer was the most powerful businessman in West Germany at the time. Like Ponto, he was a frequent figure on television representing the ruling class point of view. He was the president of both the Bundesverband der Deutschen Industrie, Federal Association of German Industrialists, and the Bundesvereinigung der Deutschen Arbeitgeberverband, Federal Association of German Employers, and had a reputation as an aggressive opponent of any workers' demands. Point 3. As a veteran of Hitler's SS, he was a perfect symbol of the integration of former Nazis into the post-war power structure. Point 4. Hans-Martin Schleyer in captivity. The RAF had considered having him hold a sign with his SS number and the caption "A Prisoner of His Own History," but quickly rejected this idea. Not only did the guerrillas have no wish to inflict needless humiliation, but they were also aware that their captive was already unpopular in West Germany and feared he would have less exchange value if he was debased further. As the guerrilla would later explain, "We hope to confront the SPD with the decision of whether to exchange these two individuals who embody the global power of FRG capital in a way that few others do." Ponto for his international financial policy, revealing how all the German banks, especially his own Dresdner Bank, worked to support reactionary regimes in developing countries, and also the role of FRG financial policy as a tool to control European integration, and Schleyer for the national economic policy, the big trusts, corporatism, the FRG as an international model of social peace. They embodied the power within the state which the SPD must respect if it wishes to stay in power. Point 1. The attempted Ponto kidnapping may have ended in failure, yet it was felt that the plan could not be called off, that lives were at stake, the prisoners had reached a point where we could no longer put off an action to liberate them. The prisoners were on a thirst strike and Gudrun was dying. 2. Within a day of Schleyer's kidnapping, the commando demanded the release of 11 prisoners including Insulin, Rasp, and Bader and safe passage to a country of their choosing. This demand was reiterated on September 6, as the guerrilla suspected state security of not relaying their first communique to the proper authorities. Pastor Martin Niemöller and the Swiss human rights advocate Dennis Payet, whom the RAF mistakenly thought held a position in the United Nations, were to accompany the prisoners to their final destination. The commando further demanded that the prisoners be given 100,000 DM each, $44,000, and that their entire communique be read on Tagesschau, a nightly current affairs television program. In discussions with state representatives, the prisoners promised that they would not return to the FRG or participate in future armed actions if exiled. Nevertheless, the government issued a statement indicating that it would not release them under any circumstances. Government officials declared a supralegal state of emergency, and Schmidt convened the crisis management team, which had first been established in 1975 during the Lorentz Action and then during the RAF Stockholm siege. Over the next weeks, this team served to concentrate all decision-making powers in the hands of the executive. Arguing that each party was represented on the committee, the need to consult Parliament in matters of national importance was effectively curtailed. For the length of the German autumn, the crisis management team was the ruling body, responsible for all negotiations with the terrorists and the enactment of security measures. Point 3. One of the first measures taken was a voluntary news ban, immediately followed by a total contact ban, against all political prisoners. As its name implies, the contact ban deprived the prisoners of any contact with each other, as well as with the outside world. All visits, including those with lawyers and family members, were forbidden. The prisoners were also denied any access to mail, newspapers, magazines, television, or radio. In short, they were placed in 100% individual isolation in what has been described as a case of counter-kidnapping by the state. Point 5. While the contact ban was initially not sanctioned by law, Parliament obliged by rushing through the appropriate legislation in record time, just 3 days, and with only 4 votes against. Point 6. The justification offered was a claim that the prisoners had directed the kidnapping from within their cells with the help of the lawyers. As evidence, police claimed to have found a hand-drawn map used in the kidnapping in Armin Nuerlah's car on September 5.7. On September 9, Agence France-Presse's Bonn office received an ultimatum from the Siegfried Hausner Commando, setting a 1 p.m. deadline for the release of the prisoners. The state countered with a proposal that Denis Payet act as a go-between. Secret negotiations began the same day, the RAF repeatedly and less convincingly warning of dire consequences if the prisoners were not immediately released, while the state very successfully stalled for time. The SPD's minister in charge of special affairs, Hans-Jürgen Wisniewski, who had a good reputation from having acted as a go-between with various Third World liberation movements, began to travel to various foreign capitals looking for a progressive regime which might take the prisoners. Or so the RAF was meant to believe, according to political scientist, and former counterinsurgency expert, Richard Clutterbuck. Wisniewski's trips were a careful ploy, picked up by the media as a sign that the government was willing to give in despite Schmidt's official no-deals policy. Clutterbuck credits the media reports to this effect for the fact that the RAF did not kill Schleyer when their first ultimatums expired. Point 2. The minister in charge of special affairs traveled first to Algeria and Libya, then South Yemen and Iraq, and finally to Vietnam. Though their refusal was not immediately made public, none of these countries would accept the prisoners, a decision that in the case of the PDRY was informed by the way the FRG had reneged on its promises following the Lawrence prisoner exchange. Point 3. Meanwhile, the hunt for the guerrilla and their captive continued. On September 19, RAF members Knut Folkerts and Brigitte Monhoek narrowly escaped from Dutch police after the manager of a car rental agency in Utrecht became suspicious of their identification papers. They got away and managed to rent a car at another agency, but when they returned it 4 days later, the police were lying in wait. By the time the bullets had stopped flying, Folkerts was in custody, 2 cops were wounded and a third, Officer Ari Kranenberg, was dead. Monhoek managed to get away. Point 4. The search for Schleyer was extended to Holland, but to no avail. On September 30, defense attorney Ardent Muller was arrested. Accused of having worked with Nuerlah and defense attorney Klaus Croissant to recruit for the RAF, he was imprisoned under contact ban conditions. The arrest was buttressed by the claim that on September 2, Muller had used Nuerlah's car, in which the aforementioned map had been found. On October 7, the 32nd day of the kidnapping, newspapers in France and Germany received a letter from Schleyer, accompanied by a photo, decrying the indecisiveness of the authorities. On October 13, with negotiations deadlocked, a new development moved the already intense confrontation to an entirely different level, as a Palestinian group intervened in solidarity with the RAF. The Struggle Against World Imperialism organization, also known as the Martyr Halime Commando, hijacked a Lufthansa airliner traveling from Majorca, Spain to Frankfurt, West Germany. This was actually a PFLP, EO, commando, led by Zohair Youssef Akake. Point 5. 85 passengers and 5 crew members were taken hostage. At 4 p.m., the airliner landed in Rome to refuel and to issue the commando's demands. These were the release of the 11 RAF prisoners, and also 2 Palestinians being held in Turkey, Mahdi Muhammad and Hussein Muhammad al-Rashid, who were serving life sentences for an attempted hijacking at Istanbul airport in 1976, in which 4 people had been killed. Led by Wadi Haddad, the PFLP, EO, had split from the more well-known PFLP in the early 70s. It was the PFLP, EO, that had worked with the RZ's international wing during the Entebbe hijacking a year earlier, and during the attack on the OPEC oil ministers in Vienna in 1975.6. Both of these actions had been viewed negatively by the RAF prisoners, and yet they had never criticized them publicly. It remains unclear how the Palestinian guerrillas came to be involved in the RAF's 1977 campaign. Haddad was killed by the Mossad soon afterwards, and all accounts seem to come solely from the German side. In evaluating them, it should be kept in mind that this entire operation was later seen as a serious error by the RAF and its supporters. Some say that faced with the increasingly unpromising situation in the FRG, with the government obviously stalling for time while negotiating in bad faith, Brigitte Monhaupt and Peter Jürgen had flown to Baghdad to enlist Haddad's aid. According to some versions, they agreed to pay $15 million for it. 1 According to other reports, it was Haddad who contacted the RAF, using the RZ International Wing's Johannes Weinrich as a go-between. 2 According to Stefan Wisniewski, one of those involved in the Schleyer kidnapping, the Palestinians had their own interest in such an action. Of course, getting the prisoners out, there was also the issue of 2 Palestinian prisoners who were sitting in a Turkish prison, but there was also something else altogether. They said to themselves, when a country like the Federal Republic, the most important country in the European community, is involved in a confrontation that the entire world is watching, then we have an opportunity to introduce our concerns. 3. Regardless of these details, it was a plan agreed to by the RAF in the field, several of whose members had spent time in a PFLP, EO, training camp in South Yemen. 4 The 1976 to 1977 wave of combatants had moved to the international terrain, in a way the RAF had never done before. 5 Not only that, but they had sanctioned an action in which civilians were being used as hostages, another unprecedented step which the guerrilla would eventually see an error. 6 Suddenly, it was not just one man, a former Nazi and current representative of the West German ruling class, who was being held hostage, but a plane full of ordinary people. A quiet horror descended, not only on many supporters of the guerrilla, but on some RAF prisoners, too. As Karl-Heinz Delwo recalls, this hostage-taking completely threw aside what Gudrun had called the moral ticket. Holger Main's last letter closed with the appeal: serve the people, and here the people were being attacked. 7 Furthermore, the SAIO was a Palestinian commando acting primarily to demand the release of First World revolutionaries, providing more evidence that the events of 77 were no longer even orbiting the realities of the West German left, and that the organic relationship the RAF founders had enjoyed with the broader movement in 72 was now far in the past. Andreas Bader is reported to have said as much to government representatives at Stamheim, stating that the prisoners did not condone operations like the skyjacking which target innocent civilians, but that the brutality of the latest wave of combatants had been made inevitable by the government's attacks. 8 It is horrible to note that the Palestinians were risking their lives, and as we shall see, most of them would pay that price for West German prisoners who disapproved of the whole operation in the first place. This was a sign that the guerrillas in the field had miscalculated in more ways than one. Nevertheless, none of the RAF prisoners publicly disavowed this action, any misgivings tempered with the hope that this might swing the balance in their favor. Indeed, previous opinion polls had shown 60% opposed and 22% in favor of yielding to the RAF's demands. Once the airliner was seized, opinion became evenly split on the matter. 9 The plane flew to Cyprus and from there to the Gulf, where it landed first in Bahrain and then, at 6 a.m. on October 14, in Dubai. Within a few hours, Dennis Payet announced receipt of a communiqué setting a deadline of 8 a.m. October 16 for all the demands to be met. If a bloodbath was to be avoided. 10 The communiqué, signed by both the SAIO and the Siegfried Hausner Kommando, was accompanied by a videotape of Schleyer. At 5:47 p.m., the West German government released a statement specifying that they intended to do everything possible to find a reasonable and humanitarian solution, so as to save the lives of the hostages. That evening Wisniewski left Bonn for Dubai. He was no longer traveling to arrange sanctuary for the prisoners, or even to pretend to do so, but rather to negotiate the terms of an intervention. On October 15, Dennis Payet announced that he had an extremely important and urgent message for the Siegfried Hausner Kommando from the federal government in Bonn. Wisniewski, on site in Dubai, announced that there would be no military intervention. That evening, West German television broke its self-imposed silence, which had been requested by the state, for the first time since the kidnapping, showing a 30-second clip from the Schleyer video received the day before. As another day drew to an end, the West German government publicly announced that Somalia, South Yemen, and Vietnam had all refused to accept the RAF prisoners and the 2 Palestinians held in Turkey. At 8 a.m. on October 16, the 41st day since the kidnapping of Schleyer, the deadline established in the October 14 ultimatum passed. In Geneva, Payet once again announced that he had received an extremely important and urgent message from Bonn. At 10:43 a.m., the Turkish Minister of Finance and Defense announced that Turkey was prepared to release the 2 Palestinians should the West German government request it. At 11:21 a.m., the airliner left Dubai. At noon, the second ultimatum passed. At 2:38 p.m., government spokesman Klaus Bolling declared that a realistic solution was still being sought. 7 hours later, a plane landed in Saudi Arabian city of Jeddah, carrying Wisniewski and the GSG-9, the Special Operations Unit that had been established just 4 years earlier following the Black September attack at the Munich Olympics. That night, the plane carrying the hijackers and their hostages was forced to make an emergency landing in South Yemen to refuel. The PDRY's military had blocked off the airstrip with tanks, not wanting anything to do with the skyjacking, but the plane set down on a sand track beside the runway itself. 1. Finally refueled the next morning, the plane took off, landing in Mogadishu, Somalia at 3:20 a.m. German time on October 17. An hour later the dead body of flight captain Jürgen Schumann, who had been sending out coded messages about the situation on board, was pushed out the door. 2. The hijackers announced they were extending their deadline to 2 p.m. German time. At 1:30 p.m. Bolling held a press conference, during which he insisted that the goal of the authorities has been and remains saving the lives of the hostages. 3. At 2 p.m., yet another deadline passed. Minutes earlier, the plane carrying Wisniewski and the GSG-9 had landed in Mogadishu. At the same time, in the Federal Republic, Schleyer's family released a statement announcing their willingness to negotiate directly with the kidnappers. At 8:20 p.m., Bolling issued a statement that the terrorists had no option but to surrender. 20 minutes later, the West German government requested an international news blackout of developments at the airport in Mogadishu. At 11 p.m. on October 17, 60 GSG-9 agents stormed the airliner. Guerrilla fighters Zohair Youssef Akake, Hind Alameh and Nabil Harb were killed, and Suhaila Andraz was gravely wounded. One hostage suffered a heart attack and died, but, given how many were saved, the operation was considered a great success. All the more so, as it was the GSG-9's first officially acknowledged mission. The next morning, at 7 a.m., a government spokesperson publicly announced the resolution of the hijacking. 1 hour later, Bolling announced the suicides of Gudrun Inselen and Andreas Bader, and the attempted suicides of Jan Karl Rasp and Irmgard Mahler. Rasp died of his wounds soon after. The following day, almost as a statement of victory, the government lifted the contact ban. To all appearances, the prisoners had been killed in retaliation for the guerrillas' actions. The Siegfried Hausner Kommando issued a communiqué announcing that it, in turn, had executed Schleyer. On the evening of October 19, police recovered his body in the trunk of a car in the French border town of Mulhouse, just where the RAF had said it would be. After 43 days, the most violent clash between the anti-imperialist guerrillas and the West German state had come to its bloody conclusion. As the RAF would later acknowledge, we committed errors in 77 and the offensive was turned into our most serious setback. 1. It would take some time for the guerrilla to formulate the lessons to be drawn from this unprecedented defeat. 18.10.77 Gudrun, Andreas, and Jan were murdered in Stammheim. Solidarity with the political prisoners' struggle. Fourth hunger strike. Those who understand their situation are unstoppable. Given the fact that the state has turned treatment outside of the legal norms into a permanent exception, and that 6 years of state security justice has proven that when it comes to us, whether in manhunts or in prison, human and constitutional rights aren't worth the paper they're written on. We demand, on behalf of the prisoners from the anti-imperialist groups struggling in the Federal Republic, treatment under the minimum guarantees of the 1949 Geneva Convention, specifically Articles 3, 4, 13, 17, and 130.2. Which, for the political prisoners in Hamburg, Kaiserslautern, Cologne, Essen, Berlin, Straubing, Eichach, and Stammheim would mean, at a minimum, and in keeping with the testimony of all expert witnesses at RAF trials, that the prisoners be brought together in groups of at least 15 and that they be allowed to interact freely with one another. Concretely, we are demanding 1. The abolition of isolation and group isolation in the prisons of the Federal Republic and the closing of special isolation wings, which are meant to destroy prisoners, and where any communication is recorded and analyzed. 2. Investigations into the deaths of Holger Mainz, Siegfried Hausner, and Ulrich Meinhof by an international commission of inquiry, support for the work of this commission, and the publication of its findings in the Federal Republic. 3. The government must publicly and clearly acknowledge that the claims that the RAF planned to set off 3 bombs in downtown Stuttgart, June 72. The RAF planned to poison the drinking water in a large city, summer 74. The RAF stole mustard gas and planned to use it, summer 75. The Holger Mainz Commando set off the explosives in Stockholm themselves, April 75. The RAF planned to contaminate Lake Constance with atomic waste, September 75. The RAF planned attacks against nuclear power plants and planned to make use of nuclear, chemical, and bacteriological weapons, since January 76. The RAF planned a raid on a playground to take children hostage, March 75. Our psychological warfare fabrications, used to legitimize an aggressive police force and state security apparatus, to disrupt solidarity with the resistance groups, and to isolate and destroy them, that all of these claims are false and that the statements released by the police, intelligence agencies, and the judiciary in this regard are baseless. The hunger strike is an example of our solidarity with the hunger strike of prisoners from the Palestinian resistance for prisoner of war status. 1. With the hunger strike for political status of the IRA prisoners in Irish and English prisons, status they are denied on the basis of a European anti-terrorism law put forward by the Federal Republic. 2. With the demand of the ETA prisoners and other anti-fascist forces in Spain for an amnesty. 3. With all those taken prisoner in the struggle for social revolution and national self-determination. With all those who have begun to fight against the violation of human rights, the miserable conditions and the brutal repression in the prisons of the Federal Republic. Arm the resistance. Organize the underground. Carry out the anti-imperialist offensive. The RAF prisoners. March 29, 1977. The assassination of Attorney General Siegfried Buebach. For protagonists of the system like Buebach, history always finds a way. On April 7, 1977, the Ulrich Meinhof Commando executed Attorney General Siegfried Buebach. Buebach was directly responsible for the murders of Holger Mainz, Siegfried Hausner, and Ulrich Meinhof. In his function as Attorney General as the central figure connecting and coordinating matters between the justice system and the West German news services, In close cooperation with the CIA and the NATO Security Committee, he stage-managed and directed their murders. Under Buebach's regime, Holger was intentionally murdered on November 9, 1974, by systematic undernourishment and the conscious manipulation of the transportation schedules from Wittlich to Stammheim. The BAW calculated that they could use the execution of a Kader to break the prisoners' collective hunger strike against exterminationist prison conditions, after the attempt to kill Andreas through the manipulation of force-feeding failed due to the mobilization of public pressure. Under Buebach's regime, Siegfried, who had led the Holger Mainz Commando, was murdered on May 5, 1975, as the MEK, Mobiles Einsatzkommandos, detonated the explosives at the German embassy in Stockholm. While he was under the exclusive jurisdiction of the BAW and the BKA, he was delivered to the FRG and his life was put in danger as he was transported to Stuttgart-Stammheim, thereby assuring his death. Under Buebach's regime, Ulrich was executed in a state security action on May 9, 1976. Her death was staged as a suicide to make the politics that Ulrich had struggled for seem senseless. The murder was an execution. It followed the BAW's attempt to render Ulrich a cretin through a forced neurosurgical operation, after which she was to be presented destroyed at the Stammheim trial, so as to condemn armed resistance as an illness. This project was prevented by international protests. The timing of her murder was precisely calculated. Before the decisive initiative in the trial, the defense motion that would have explained the 1972 RAF attacks against the U.S. headquarters in Frankfurt and Heidelberg in light of the FRG's participation in the U.S.A.'s aggressive human rights violations in Vietnam. Before Ulrich could be called as a witness in the Holger Mainz Commandos Dusseldorf trial, where she would have testified about the very extreme form of torture that they used against her for 8 months in the dead wings. Before her sentencing, at which point critical international public opinion, which had developed as a result of the Stammheim show trial and the cynical use of imperialist violence, would have been informed of the role of the federal government and its executive organs. This would have caused all of this to rebound against them. Ulrich's history, in a way that is clearer than that of many combatants, is a history of resistance. For the revolutionary movement, she embodied an ideological vanguard function, which was the target of Buebach's showpiece, the simulated suicide, her death, which the BAW used in propaganda to show the failure of armed struggle, was meant to destroy the group's moral stature, its struggle, and its impact. The BAW's approach, which they have followed since '71 with manhunts and operations conducted against the RAF, follows the counterinsurgency strategy of the NATO Security Committee, criminalization of revolutionary resistance, for which the tactical steps are infiltration, disrupting solidarity, isolating the guerrilla, and eliminating its leadership. Within the imperialist FRG's anti-guerrilla counter-strategy, the justice system is a weapon of war used to pursue the guerrilla operating underground and to exterminate the prisoners of war. Buebach, whom Schmidt called an energetic combatant for this state, understood the conflict with us as a war and engaged in it as such. I have lived through the war. This is a war using different means. We will prevent the BAW from murdering our fighters in West German prisons, which it intends to do simply because the prisoners will not stop struggling and the BAW sees no solution except their liquidation. We will prevent the BAW and the state security organs from retaliating against the imprisoned fighters for the actions of the guerrilla outside. We will prevent the BAW from using the prisoners' fourth collective hunger strike for minimum human rights as an opportunity to murder Andreas, Gudrun, and Jan, which psychological warfare since Ulrich's death has been openly promoting. Organize the armed resistance and the anti-imperialist front in Western Europe. Wage war in the metropole as part of the International War of Liberation. Ulrich Meinhof Commando. April 7, 1977. Statement calling off the fourth hunger strike. In recent days, all efforts to break the hunger strike of the remaining 100 prisoners through force-feeding with extreme brutality in the case of Hamburg-Holstein-Glacis have failed. After the prison doctor in Stammheim and the anesthetist they brought in refused to forcibly administer psychiatric drugs or narcotics to the prisoners, The prison warden, today, April 30, 1977, at 12 o'clock, read us a binding declaration from the Ministry of Justice to the effect that, after considering the opinion of medical advisors, there will be an immediate centralization in Stamheim of all political prisoners, i.e., 129 prisoners including those from other Länder in the Federal Republic, and that to this end work will be done to create the prison space necessary. This decision is based on a cabinet resolution. This fulfills the major demand of the hunger strike. The RAF prisoners are calling off their strike. Whoever is not afraid of being drawn and quartered will pull the emperor off his horse. Gudrun Insulin. For the RAF prisoners. April 30, 1977. The assassination of Jürgen Ponto. In a situation where the BAW and state security are scrambling to massacre the prisoners, we haven't got a lot of time for long statements. Regarding Ponto and the bullets that hit him in Oberursel, all we can say is that it was a revelation to us how these people, who launch wars in the Third World and exterminate entire peoples, can stand dumbfounded when confronted with violence in their own homes. The big money state security smear campaign is bullshit, as is everything that has been said about the attack. Naturally, it is always the case that the new confronts the old, and here that means the struggle for a world without prisons confronting a world based on cash, in which everything is a prison. Suzanne Albrecht. On behalf of a RAF Commando. August 14, 1977. Statement breaking off the fifth hunger strike. Over the past week, we learned from a member of Amnesty International that the International Executive Committee's mediation process to establish more humane prison conditions, in line with the doctors' demands, and to bring the hunger strike to an end had broken down, because the situation had hardened. And, following the attacks against the BAW and Ponto, the authorities had received instructions from above to make an example of the prisoners. That is in keeping with Riebmann's announcement. As a result, the prisoners have broken off their strike on the 26th day so as not to facilitate the murderous plan. They arrived at this decision after they were openly made hostages of state security, and taking into account the federal government's efforts, arrests, raids, and detentions at the borders to disrupt the grievance at the Human Rights Commission in Strasbourg regarding human rights violations in the Federal Republic. Jan Karl Rasp. For the RAF prisoners. September 2, 1977. The attack on the BAW. All the theories about the apparatus which we used to prevent the federal prosecutors from sitting comfortably in their offices musing about how to arrange the next murder of a political prisoner, or planning a manhunt or a show trial or raids against citizens and lawyers who sympathize with us, or fabricating all of the lies and the hatred of the information offensive are false. It wasn't used to create a bloodbath in this nest of reactionary violence, which already during the communist trials of the 50s sided with the ongoing fascism or as part a new strategy or the arms race between rival guerrilla groups that we read about. Nor was it used to attack Riebmann, although he appears to be even more unscrupulous, more brutal, and a more loathsome demagogue than Buback. It was simply meant as a warning, in a situation where over 40 political prisoners were on hunger strike, because when he was Undersecretary for the Ministry of Justice in Baden-Württemberg, Riebmann promised to allow the prisoners' association in groups of 15. As Attorney General, he has reversed himself and broken this promise. The group that previously existed in Stamheim is now smaller instead of larger, and the prisoners are now, after 5 years of isolation, once again totally segregated from one another, despite the fact that doctors, Amnesty International, the World Council of Churches, the League for Human Rights, and the Association of Democratic Jurists have all demanded that they be granted association, because isolation causes illness and, with time, death, that is to say, as a form of imprisonment. Isolation constitutes torture and is a violation of human rights. We proceeded from the view that following Buback's removal from office because of the murders of Holger, Ulrich, and Siegfried, and given the complete isolation the hunger strike provoked, Riebmann felt a need to distinguish himself by using the situation to execute Andreas, Gudrun, and Jan. We agree with the prisoners' decision to break off their hunger and thirst strike, and we ask them to not resume it for the time being, not until we know whether the sanctimonious gang of murderers, the ministers of justice, judges, prosecutors, and cops will choose to remain as arrogant in the face of our weapons, which we can use, as they do in the face of the weapons the prisoners have at their disposal. The moral appeal of a hunger strike is useless, because the state's political violence is not in danger of becoming fascistoid or of showing fascist tendencies, but is transforming itself into a new fascism, one that differs from National Socialism only inasmuch as it represents American and German monopolies, and can therefore proceed more aggressively, more powerfully, and more subtly than German capital during its barbaric nationalist period. Whether they are part of the justice system, the executive, the political parties, the corporations, or the media, the greasy elite understand only one language: violence. The misery and humiliation in the state security wings and the barbarism of force-feeding is for them no more than their own sick in-joke for the lunchroom. Should it be taken up again, they intend to use the strike to kill you, just like now, because we need you, and they want to take every trace of morality and solidarity that the sacrifice of your struggle has produced and bury them under a mountain of shit, a mountain of cynical rumor-mongering and propaganda. They'd like to have a good long laugh at our expense. Those who understand the struggle in the isolation holes, the dungeons, the torture of force-feeding, those who understand the prisoner's determination, know that it is possible to be free. We will not make any further demands, and the ongoing activity and solidarity of the RAF will not be limited to communiques. We repeat, should a prisoner be murdered and death in an isolation cell is nothing other than murder, we will respond immediately, both inside and outside of Germany. Should Andreas, Gudrun, and Jan be killed, the apologists for the hard line will find that they are not the only ones with weapons at their disposal. They will find that we are many, and that we have enough love as well as enough hate and imagination to use both our weapons and their weapons against them, and that their pain will equal ours. The solidarity of the people is grounded in revolt. RAF. September 3, 1977. The Schleyer Communiques. Monday, September 5, 1977. The federal government must take steps to ensure that all aspects of the manhunt cease, or we will immediately shoot Schleyer without even engaging in negotiations for his freedom. Tuesday, September 6, 1977. On Monday, September 5, 1977, the Siegfried Hausner Commando took Hans-Martin Schleyer, the president of the Federal Association of German Industries and the president of the Employers Association, captive. Regarding the conditions for his release, we will repeat our first communiqué to the federal government, which we have learned has been suppressed since yesterday by the security staff. That is, all aspects of the search for us must be immediately discontinued or Schleyer will be shot immediately. As soon as the manhunt stops, Schleyer will be released under the following conditions. RAF prisoners: Andreas Bader, Gudrun Inselen, Jan Karl Rasp, Verena Becker, Werner Hoppe, Karl-Heinz Delwo, Hannah Krab, Bernd Rosner, Ingrid Schubert, and Irmgard Mahler must be released in exchange for Schleyer, and must be free to travel to a country of their choosing. Günter Sonnenberg, who is unfit for imprisonment due to a gunshot injury he suffered during his arrest, must be immediately released. The warrant for his arrest must be lifted. Günter will leave with the 10 other prisoners, with whom he must immediately be placed so they can talk. The prisoners must be assembled at 8 a.m. on Wednesday at the Frankfurt airport. Between then and their departure at 12 o'clock noon, they must be allowed to talk freely and unimpeded amongst themselves. At 10 a.m., one of the prisoners will enter into direct communication with the commando via German television to inform us that their departure is unfolding according to plan. For purposes of public oversight and to safeguard the prisoners' lives between takeoff and landing, we propose that the prisoners be accompanied by Payet, the General Secretary of the United Nations International Federation of Human Rights, and Pastor Niemöller. We request that they accept this role to ensure that the prisoners arrive at their chosen destination alive. Naturally, we would agree to any alternative proposal from the prisoners. Each prisoner will be given 100,000 DM. This communique, which can be authenticated by Schleier's photo and his letter, must be broadcast unedited and unaltered on the Tagesschau this evening at 8 p.m. We will establish the concrete details for freeing Schleier as soon as we receive confirmation that the prisoners have been freed, that they won't be extradited, and when the federal government releases a statement guaranteeing that it won't pursue extradition. We are assuming that Schmidt, who demonstrated in Stockholm how quickly he can make decisions, will be equally quick this time given his personal connection to this greasy magnate of the cream of the national business world. Siegfried Hausner Commando. Wednesday, September 7, 1977. We presume that the decision not to broadcast our demands and ultimatum on yesterday's 8 p.m. Tagesschau, as we had stipulated, is the result of a decision taken behind closed doors by the crisis management team and reflects a decision by the federal government to resolve the situation militarily. The BKA's ploy, demanding proof that Schleier is alive, even though they received Schleier's handwritten letter yesterday and are also in possession of a photo of him taken yesterday, has the same function of buying time. We will only respond to the questions the BKA published today, when it is clear that the federal government is holding up its end of the deal and we are running out of patience repeating this. The manhunt must be stopped immediately. The prisoners must be gathered together in one place. The confirmation that this has been done will be delivered by one of the prisoners on German television today. As a clear gesture, we demand that the video recording, in which Schleier reads his letter attached here, be broadcast on every television news show that airs at 6 p.m. tonight. Siegfried Hausner Commando. Thursday, September 8, 1977. There will be no further communiques from us until the prisoners are flown out. The federal government has enough proof to assure them that Schleier is alive, his letter and the videotape, as well as the recording with his answer to both questions. Go-betweens are unnecessary, as are all other stalling tactics. A resolution which includes Schleier's release depends on the departure of the prisoners, otherwise it is not happening. For the last time, we demand that the federal government publicly announce its decision by 8 p.m. this evening. By Friday at 10 a.m., proof that preparations have been made for the prisoners' departure. By 12 o'clock noon, the prisoners' departure on a fully fueled Lufthansa long-haul aircraft must be broadcast live on television. The remaining demands are known to you from the previous communiques. Siegfried Hausner Commando. Monday, September 12, 1977. We will wait until 12 a.m. for a decision from the federal government as to whether they want to make the exchange or not, and that decision should come in the form of obvious preparations for assembling the prisoners. The way in which this should occur has already been established. One of the prisoners must confirm that preparations are underway. The prisoners themselves will inform the federal government of possible destinations. The federal government will receive no further response from us to BKA messages transmitted via PAYIT. Should the federal government decide to once again allow our ultimatum to pass in silence, they will be responsible for the consequences. Siegfried Hausner Commando. Tuesday, September 13, 1977. We have nothing to add to our statement of September 12, 1977. We request that Monsieur Payet play the role that the federal government assigned him, that role and that role only, and that he stop participating in the delays and postponements, which reflect a decision in favor of creating space to maneuver for a military solution. The tactic of the so-called secret negotiations is absurd given the action's goal, freeing the prisoners. We have responded to the federal government's contemptible maneuvers for 9 days with multiple extensions of our ultimatum. They face a dilemma in that agreeing to the demands would contradict the institutionalized hate-driven civil war mentality they have whipped up against the RAF, and would require resisting the American thumbscrews. On the federal government's side, during these 9 days there has not been a single concrete development to indicate a willingness to exchange Schleier. The BKA's claim that the manhunt was called off is a joke. Every newspaper carries photos of highway checkpoints and reports of homes raided. We are giving the federal government one last extension until 12 a.m. tonight to fulfill our demands. Siegfried Hausner Commando. Monday, September 26, 1977. If the federal government still wants to save Schleier's life, they must immediately call off the manhunt in Germany, as well as arranging a halt to those that have begun in France, Holland, and Switzerland. Our demand that all aspects of the search cease remains unchanged. We are also warning the federal government not to tap our telephone conversations with Payet or attempt to use them in any other way in the search. We will only conduct further negotiations with the federal government through the lawyer Payet if they discontinue their tactic of attempting to prolong telephone calls with senseless conversation, and if it is made clear that measures are being taken to prepare the release of the 11 prisoners specified. Further signs of life from Schleier will only be forthcoming if there is concrete evidence that the exchange is being prepared. Also, if the federal government continues to withhold information from us about the results of Wisniewski's negotiations, all we have to say is that we know for certain that there are countries willing to take the 11 prisoners. Siegfried Hausner Commando. Thursday, October 13, 1977. We have given Helmut Schmidt enough time to choose between the American strategy for the extermination of liberation movements in Western Europe and the Third World, and the interests of the federal government in seeing that the most important industrialist alive today not be sacrificed to this imperialist strategy. The ultimatum of the Martyr Halime Commando's Operation Kafir Kadam and the ultimatum of the RAF's Siegfried Hausner Commando are identical. The ultimatum expires on Sunday, October 16, 1977, at 8 a.m. GMT. If, at that time, the 11 prisoners specified have not arrived at their destination, Hans Martin Schleier will be shot. After holding Schleier for 40 days, there won't be another extension of the ultimatum or any further contact. Any delay will mean Schleier's death. To save time, it won't be necessary for Pastor Niemöller or the lawyer Payet to accompany the prisoners. We will receive confirmation of the prisoners' arrival even without confirmation from escorts. Hans Martin Schleier will be freed within 48 hours of our having received confirmation. Freedom through armed anti-imperialist struggle. Siegfried Hausner Commando. Operation Kafir Kadam. To all revolutionaries in the world. To all free Arabs. To the Palestinian masses. Today, Thursday, October 13, 1977, a Lufthansa 737 leaving Palma de Majorca en route to Frankfurt, flight number LH-181, passed into the complete control of the Commando Martyr Halime. This operation has as a goal the liberation of our comrades in the prisons of the imperialist reactionary Zionist alliance. This operation reinforces the goals and demands of the Commando Siegfried Hausner of the RAF, which commenced on May 9, 1977. Revolutionaries and freedom fighters of the entire world are confronted with the monster of world imperialism, the barbaric war against the peoples of the world, under the hegemony of the USA. In this imperialist war, the sub-centers like Israel and the FRG have the executive function of oppressing and liquidating all revolutionary movements in and on their specific national territory. In our occupied land, the imperialist Zionist reactionary enemy demonstrates the very high level of their hostility, of their bloody aggressivity, against our people and our revolution, against all the Arab masses and their progressive and patriotic forces. The expansionist and racist nature of Israel is, with Menachem begin at the summit of this ensemble of imperialist interests, clearer than it has ever been. On the basis of these same imperialist interests, West Germany was constructed as a US base in 1945. Its function was the reactionary integration of the countries of West Europe via economic oppression and blackmail. As far as the underdeveloped countries of the world are concerned, West Germany gives financial, technical, and military support to reactionary regimes in Tel Aviv, Pretoria, Salisbury, Santiago de Chile, etc. There is a close and special cooperation between the two regimes in Bonn and Tel Aviv in the military and economic fields, as well as in the area of shared political positions. The two enemy regimes work together against patriotic and revolutionary liberation movements in the world in general and in Arab, African, and Latin American regions in particular. This is manifested by their providing racist and minority regimes in Pretoria and Salisbury with arms and atomic and military technology, by delivering mercenaries and credits to them, by opening markets for their products, by breaking boycotts and economic embargoes surrounding them. A significant example of the close cooperation between the Mossad, the German secret services, the CIA, and the DST is the filthy piracy of the imperialist reactionary alliance, the Zionist invasion of Entebbe. Actually, the identical character of neo-Nazism in West Germany and Zionism in Israel is in the process of becoming clearer in the two countries. Reactionary ideology is dominant. Fascist, discriminatory, and racist labor laws are enforced. The worst methods of psychological and physical torture and murder are used against fighters for freedom and national liberation. Forms of collective punishment are practiced. All guarantees of international law, such as laws governing the humane treatment of prisoners, a just trial, and a defense are completely abolished. While the Zionist regime is the most authentic and practical continuation of Nazism, the government in Bonn and the parties in parliament do their best to revive Nazism and expansionist racism, especially amongst military personnel and within the other state institutions. Economic circles and the magnates of multinational corporations play an effective role in these efforts. Ponto, Schleyer, and Buebach are blatant examples of persons who have effectively served old Nazism and who now, in practice, execute the goals of the neo-Nazis in Bonn and the Zionists in Tel Aviv, both locally and internationally. Part of the anti-guerrilla strategy of the enemies is non-acquiescence to the legitimate demands with the goal of freeing our imprisoned revolutionaries, who suffer the most cruel forms of torture with the silent awareness of the international public. We declare that this will not succeed. We will force the enemy to free our prisoners, who daily defy them by fighting oppression, even in prison. Victory for the unity of all revolutionary strength in the world. Struggle against world imperialism organization. October 13, 1977. SAIO ultimatum. To the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of West Germany. This is to inform you that the passengers and the crew of the LH-737 plane, flight number 181 leaving from Palma to Frankfurt, are under our complete control and responsibility. The lives of the passengers and the crew of the plane as well as the life of Mr. Hans-Martin Schleyer depends on your fulfilling the following. 1. Release of the following comrades of the RAF from prisons in West Germany: Andreas Bader, Gudrun Inslen, Jan-Karl Rasp, Verena Becker, Werner Hoppe, Karl-Heinz Delwo, Hannah Krab, Bernd Roesner, Ingrid Schubert, Irmgard Moeller, Gunter Sonnenberg, and with each the amount of DM 100,000. 2. Release of the following Palestinian comrades of PFLP from prison in Istanbul: Mahdi and Hussein. 3. The payment of the sum of $15 million according to accompanying instructions. 4. Arrange with any one of the following countries to accept to receive all the comrades released from prison. 1. Democratic Republic of Vietnam. 2. Republic of Somalia. 3. People's Democratic Republic of Yemen. 5. The German prisoners should be transported by plane, which you should provide, to their point of destination. They should fly via Istanbul to take in the 2 Palestinian comrades released from Istanbul prison. The Turkish government is well informed about our demands. The prisoners should all together reach their point of destination before Sunday, 16th of October 1977, 8:00 o'clock a.m. GMT. The money should be delivered according to accompanying instructions within the same period of time. 6. If all the prisoners are not released and do not reach their point of destination, and the money is not delivered according to instructions, within the specified time, then Mr. Hans-Martin Schleyer, and all the passengers and the crew of the LH-737 plane, flight number 181 will be killed immediately. 7. If you comply with our instructions, all of them will be released. 8. We shall not contact you again. This is our last contact with you. You are completely to blame for any error or faults in the release of the above-mentioned comrades in prison or in the delivery of the specified ransom according to the specified instructions. 9. Any try on your part to delay or deceive us will mean immediate ending of the ultimatum and execution of Mr. Hans Martin Schleyer and all the passengers and the crew of the plane. SAWIO. October 13, 1977. Final Schleyer communique. After 43 days, we have put an end to Hans Martin Schleyer's pitiful and corrupt existence. From the moment he began his power play, Herr Schmidt gambled with the possibility of Schleyer's death. He confined him en rue Charles P. Guy in Mulhouse in a green Audi 100 with bad Hamburg license plates. As compensation for our pain and suffering over the massacres in Mogadishu and Stamheim, his death is meaningless. Andreas, Gudrun, Jan, Irmgard, and ourselves, we are not surprised by the dramatic and fascist methods the imperialists use to exterminate the liberation movements. We will never forget Schmidt and the alliance that participated in this bloodbath. The struggle has only begun. Freedom through armed anti-imperialist struggle. Siegfried Hausner Commando. October 19, 1977. 77, living with the fallout. The movement was under total observation. The BKA thought that Schleyer was hidden outside of Germany, so they wanted to follow any thread and not arrest people. I don't think that movement people were at all involved in the kidnapping, but the state knew that the third generation came out of the prison support movement, so they watched every move. They were looking all over Europe. I was in the United States at the time and they raided the house of friends I was staying with. A friend of mine was traveling in Italy on his motorcycle and was followed by Italian cops from village to village. Every time we crossed the border going to Switzerland, for example, they would stop the car 3 kilometers before the border on the Autobahn and wait for us with machine guns. We were anti-imps visiting prisoners, leafleting, spray painting, etc. Often when I left the prison after a visit, I would be searched, as would my car, by very nervous young cops with machine guns. When I went to political meetings, they followed us openly. But they didn't arrest us. It scared people away, of course. It split the movement, and it pushed others underground. It made me personally feel very determined and hateful. The state built an enormous data bank. Cases came to light where people were listed as terrorists because of who they were sitting next to on the train. There were street controls of cars, and people had to show their passports all the time. Publishers and bookstores had a very hard time, were raided. Although they did not agree with the RAF, they did it for freedom of speech. Trials and more trials. For every leaflet there was a big debate. Did you put it on the counter or not? New laws, 88A and 130 made it impossible to publish anything, for instance like the book you are planning now. You had to hide the typewriter, get it published in Holland, bring it back across the border really hard, distribute it illegally. Homes were raided to take away typewriters and papers. Trials and more trials. With 129A, everything counted as support. So the left had to spend a lot of energy on defense stuff. But only individuals were arrested, not whole groups or meetings. I moved quite often during those years, and every single time the cops went to my neighbors or landlords and asked them to take note of the people who visited me. My neighbors always told me this: smile. We never spoke on the phone, not about politics, and especially not about love affairs, friends, etc., because we didn't want to help them complete their psychological profiles. This is part of why I was so shocked when later all the letters from the prisoners, showing their fights, were published. We tried not to visit non-political friends in order to protect them, and then that led to our isolation, and it definitely added to the hate we felt. It was very hard on the lawyers. When Croissant fled to France and asked for political asylum, it was a great propaganda coup, but also very real. They wanted to bury him in prison. When I visited him in Stamheim prison, he told me that he was scared because he found a razor blade in his cupboard, which he took as a hint that he should kill himself. 14. The Stamheim deaths. Murder would make the better story. I looked under every rock. I spent weeks and months following up every lead, and the simple truth is there is nothing that allows you to truly maintain that it was clearly either a murder or a suicide. Stephen Ost 1. It remains for me a suicide under state surveillance. There are enough reasons to believe that someone in the state apparatus knew about the weapons and the suicide plan. This doubtless indicates the hope that they would die. And so I say, there is no clear distinction in this case between murder and suicide. Karl-Heinz Delvaux 2. Today, 30 years later, just as before, I don't in any way believe the suicide version. Not because I've never had doubts. Not because I've never permitted myself to speculate in various ways. Not because I never despaired in the face of the unlimited pressure of the campaign that I, like the other prisoners, experienced from the outset, not supported by facts, but rather continuously bringing it in line with the official versions, insinuations, misrepresentations, lies. No, what always made me skeptical of every new incontrovertible proof was that I knew them the dead better than to be affected by everything that was produced. Ronald Augustin 1. Irmgard Mahler stated, at no time was there a suicide pact between Andreas Bader, Gudrun Inslan, Jan Karl Rasp, and herself. She did not attempt suicide. The 4 stab wounds on the left side of her chest were not self-inflicted. Her last recollection before losing consciousness was 2 distant bangs and a high-pitched noise. This occurred Tuesday, October 18, 1977, at 4:30 a.m. Jutta Barjentges, Irmgard Mahler's attorney 2. Within 5 months of their deaths, a government commission of inquiry ruled that Gudrun Inslan, Jan Karl Rasp, and Andreas Bader had killed themselves in a collective suicide. 3. Much as in the case of Meinhof's death, in time the available historical sources would come to almost unanimously parrot the state's suicide story, generally with a dismissive reference to conspiracy theories some extremists might hold to the contrary. In both cases, evidence which points to state murder is simply never mentioned, leaving casual readers with the impression that any such claims must indeed be evidence of the irrationality or cultishness of the guerrilla supporters. Gudrun Inslan, Jan Karl Rasp, and Andreas Bader. One sign of how far removed we are today from the RAF's heyday is that for some years now, certain former guerrillas have been echoing the state's claims of suicide. While these former guerrillas were themselves not held at Stammheim, and so have no more direct knowledge than we do about what happened, such claims are deeply disturbing to those who supported the RAF for many years. As we have seen, outrage at the treatment of the prisoners, the torture and abuse which seemed to culminate in these murders, was the key factor bringing in new supporters throughout the 70s. Many of these people are now confronted with the painful possibility that the guerrilla was willing to so cynically manipulate their feelings. The editors of this volume cannot be certain of what happened that night in Stammheim. Nevertheless, as in the case of Ulrich Meinhof's death in that prison, we feel there is compelling evidence pointing to state murder. While we keep an open mind, what follows are some of the reasons why we remain unconvinced by the state's suicide story. As in the case of Meinhof, we consider the way in which accounts of these latter Stammheim deaths gloss over these inconsistencies to be a sign of the unhealthy political culture we live in today. Andreas Bader and Jan Karl Rasp died as a result of gunshot wounds, Gudrun Inslan as a result of hanging, and the sole survivor, Irmgard Mahler, suffered repeated stab wounds inflicted with a kitchen knife. As the 2 men were alleged to have shot themselves, some explanation as to where the guns had come from was required. On October 27, a spokesperson for the administration at Stammheim offered the necessary story. He stated that it was not out of the question, that one of the prisoner's lawyers passed the contraband articles to a prisoner during a visit for. This claim was met with widespread incredulity. Before entering the visiting area, lawyers had to empty their pockets and give their jackets to an employee for verification. They were body searched physically and with a metal detector. Prisoners were strip searched and given a new set of clothes both when entering and when leaving visits with lawyers. Further, due to the contact ban, the lawyers had been unable to see their clients since September 6. In the case of Andreas Bader, several other irregularities were apparent. There were 3 bullet holes in the cell. One bullet lodged in the wall, one in the mattress, and the third, the cause of death, lodged in the floor. This scenario seemed indicative of a struggle, not a suicide. Bader was supposed to have shot himself in the base of the neck in such a way that the bullet exited his forehead. Repeated tests indicated that it was not easy for an individual to position a gun against his or her own body in such a way, making the feat well nigh impossible. According to fluorescent X-ray analysis, there were 30 to 40 centimeters between the pistol's barrel and the point of entry at the time the fatal shot was fired. To top it all off, Bader had powder burns from the recoil on his right hand. Bader, however, was left-handed, and would almost certainly have used his left hand to shoot himself. The newspaper of the KBW, one way or another these are concentration camp methods. Down with the contact ban law. In the case of RASP, no powder burns were found at all. Powder burns always occur when firing a weapon. The gun smuggling theory relied on the testimony of Hans Joachim Delvaux, brother of RAF prisoner Karl-Heinz Delvaux, and Volker Spittel, the husband of RAF member Angelika Spittel. They had both been arrested on October 2, 1977, and charged with supporting a criminal organization under 129. Spittel had been an important figure in the committees against torture, and both men would later admit to having acted as couriers for the guerrilla. They testified that they were aware of lawyers smuggling items to the prisoners during the Stamheim trial that had ended in April 1977, specifically claiming that guns had been smuggled in. The plot sketched by the state was that these guns were then hidden away in the prisoners' belongings and in the cell walls when work was done to renovate the 7th floor that summer. 1. Guerrilla supporters were quick to note that Spittel and Delvaux's testimony was tainted by the fact that they each received reduced sentences and new identities in exchange for these allegations too. It has been further claimed that the police threatened Spittel with youth court action against his 8-year-old son if he refused to cooperate. 3. Besides conveniently explaining 2 of the Stamheim deaths, the gun smuggling story served several additional purposes. From that point on, all lawyers' visits with RAF prisoners were through a screen, a process which facilitated auditory surveillance, as well as depriving the prisoners of one of their last direct human contacts. Furthermore, from that point on, the guards were permitted to look through lawyers' files to prevent smuggling. Finally, as a result of Delvaux and Spittel's testimony, both Armin Nuerlau and Arndt Muller were brought to trial, and in 1980 the 2 attorneys were convicted of smuggling in weapons and explosives, receiving respective sentences of 3 years and 6 months and 4 years and 8 months. In the case of Gudrun Inselen, who was found hanged, contradictions similar to the case of Ulrich Meinhof present themselves. The chair she allegedly stood on to hang herself was too far away from her body to have been used, and the torn sheets supporting her would not likely have tolerated the weight of a falling body. Nor did her cell contain the fibers one would have expected from her tearing up a sheet. As was the case with Meinhof, the skin test that would have established whether Inselen was dead before she was hanged was never undertaken. In search of a motive for this mass suicide, the state suggested that the prisoners realized there was no hope for their liberation following the storming of the hijacked airliner in Mogadishu, and consequently chose to kill themselves rather than face life in prison. This theory raises 3 questions. How would the prisoners, given the contact ban, have known about these developments? How would they have organized a group suicide under such conditions? And further, why would they have made their deaths look like murders? On October 20, authorities claimed to have discovered a radio in Rasp's cell, a cell that he had only occupied since October 4. The state alleged that, using the wall sockets and tools stolen when the prison was being renovated, the prisoners constructed an elaborate communication system that allowed them to monitor radio broadcasts and to communicate with each other. This was only the first in a series of very convenient discoveries. On October 22, 270 grams of explosives were discovered in the prisoner's wing. On November 12, a razor blade and 3 detonators were found in Bader's cell. Finally, on December 12, a gun and ammunition were found in a cell formerly occupied by RAF prisoner Helmut Pohl. It is worth noting that the government's commission of inquiry was unclear about whether this gun was a Smith & Wesson or a Colt .38, the model used by special police units. In such an atmosphere, with the state alleging incredible feats of Houdini-like daring do on the part of the prisoners, people understandably began to believe anything could be possible. For instance, Batter's lawyer, Hans-Heinz Heldmann, in the October 1977 issue of the KB's Arbeiterkampf, pointed to a new mystery. At the time of his death, there was a large quantity of fine, light-colored sand on and in Batter's shoes. According to Heldmann, the quality and quantity of the sand suggested that Batter had been flown to Mogadishu and then returned to Stamheim. 1 As has been noted elsewhere, this theory simply cannot be true. There would have been no time to fly to Mogadishu and back, even in the supersonic Concorde airplane. Indeed, Irmgard Mahler, the sole survivor of the Stamheim events, has explained that the sand was more likely picked up in the prison, part of the building materials left over from renovations earlier that year. 2. Even taken at face value, the state's claims do not point to simple suicide. In the final analysis, the evidence indicates that if prisoners would have had access to guns and radios, then someone in a position of authority would have known it. Former Spiegel editor Stefan Ost, for instance, has suggested that the prisoners may have been allowed to believe they had established a secret communication system so that what they said to each other could be monitored. What emerges then is a picture of the prisoners being allowed to have weapons and to communicate with each other, while the authorities listened in as a suicide pact was acted on, all the while doing nothing to interfere. 3. As evidenced by the quote at the beginning of this chapter, Karl-Heinz Delvaux, a former member of the Holger Mainz commando that seized the Stockholm embassy in 1975, now holds this view and indeed claims to have held it for years while he publicly backed the murder theory. It should be noted that Delvaux was held in Hamburg, not Stamheim, at the time, and so could have no direct knowledge of the events in question. If this scenario were true, it would be a particularly stark elaboration of an old SPK slogan, namely that suicide equals murder. Indeed, a section of the radical left has always held that even if the prisoners did commit suicide, they would have done so only as a consequence of the harsh prison conditions in which they were held, and that in such a case, the government would still be culpable. One of the biggest problems with the suicide story is that not all of the prisoners died. On October 27, Irmgard Mahler, the sole survivor from the alleged group suicide, issued a statement claiming that she had not attempted to kill herself. She stated that the last thing she heard before going to sleep on the night in question was two muffled explosive sounds. She was not aware of anything until she awoke some hours later, feeling intoxicated, disoriented, and having difficulty concentrating. She had been stabbed repeatedly in the chest, the blade penetrating down to her heart sac. The state later claimed that she had done this to herself, using a prison-issue butter knife she had squirreled away. She has always denied this claim. Mahler has further stated that the prisoners had no contact with one another except by shouting through the air vents in their cells or when going by each other's cells on the way to or from the yard. Finally, she insists the prisoners had absolutely no idea of developments in Mogadishu. To this day, she maintains that Insulin, Batter, and Rasp were murdered. Of course, following Meinhof's death, the prisoners knew that murders might be disguised as suicides. On October 7, Andreas Batter had sent his lawyer the following letter. As a result of the measures of the last 6 weeks and a few remarks from the guards, one can draw the conclusion that the administration of state security, which as a guard who is now permanently on the 7th floor has said hopes to provoke one or more suicides here, or, in any case, create the plausible appearance of such. In this regard, I stress, none of us this is clear from the few words that we have been able to exchange at the doors in the last few weeks and from the years of discussion have the intention of killing ourselves. Should we again a guard be found dead, we have been killed, as is the procedure, in keeping with the tradition of legal and political measures here. 1. Gudrun Insulin had also written to her lawyers, stating, "I am afraid of being suicided in the same way as Ulrich. If there is no letter from me and I'm found dead, in this case it is an assassination. Point 2. Her father, the pastor Helmut Insulin, had been similarly warned. As he would tell the Italian magazine Lotta Continua, "I am convinced that she was murdered. She was always afraid that she would be murdered, even in the case of being liberated and going out of the country. After the death of Ulrich, she told me that it might end that way. And, for her, a suicide was absolutely out of the question." Gudrun had never lied, just as the others from the RAF have never lied, they always took responsibility for their deeds. Point 3. In conversation with two prison chaplains on the afternoon of October 17, Insulin had explained that there were 3 sheets of paper kept in a file in her cell, containing important information. "They should be sent to the head of the chancellery if they do away with me, or if I'm executed," she had said. "Please would you see that they get there? I'm afraid that otherwise the federal prosecutor will suppress or destroy them." 4. Needless to say, according to the official account, these 3 sheets of paper were never found. Point 5. Although no independent body was ever formed to investigate the Stammheim deaths, the International Investigatory Commission into the death of Ulrich Meinhof was still sitting at the time. They had several interesting comments. They noted that on both nights, May 8-9, 1976, and October 17-18, 1977, an auxiliary was in charge of surveillance rather than the usual person. They also noted that, in both incidents, the autopsies posed similar problems. Regarding the incriminating evidence turned up by prison authorities during the cell searches, they approvingly quoted from the press release of Irmgard Mahler's lawyer, Jutta Barentges, of October 25, 1977. Why these inventories of the cells without neutral witnesses, without lawyers, these inventories which have produced receivers, radios, Morse code apparatuses, quantities of plastic explosives might as well find atomic bombs. 6. The Commission further noted the existence of an uncontrolled entrance to the 7th floor that opened into the cell area, and which was not visible from the guard's office. This entrance was not acknowledged by authorities until November 4, 1977. The Commission observed, "This indicates that, as citizens have been saying for some time, the functionaries of the BKA, the BND, and the secret services have constant, uncontrolled access to the cells." Point 7. The cover-up was so glaring that the Frankfurter Rundschau remarked, in reference to the official investigation, "The Parliamentary Commission is faced with 3 sorts of witnesses: those who know nothing, those who don't want to know anything, and those who aren't allowed to make a statement." Point 1. As a macabre postscript to all this, RAF prisoner Ingrid Schubert was moved into isolation in Munich Stadtheim prison on November 11, 1977. 1 hour later, she was found hanged dead. Point 2. As in the case of Meinhof and Insulin, the autopsy failed to find the usual signs of death by hanging. Point 3. On the Thursday before her death, she had assured her lawyer that she had no intention of committing suicide. 15. On the defensive. News of the Stammheim deaths electrified, astounded, and horrified the European left, provoking an outpouring of rage. Security experts and government officials warned that more terrorist attacks would follow, and braced themselves accordingly. City streets were flanked with sandbagged gun emplacements and miles of barbed wire stretched through the capital. Point 4. The wave of protest and violence was not long in coming, though in the end it subsided well short of the 100,000 bombings that one group promised would avenge the events of October 18. In the week immediately following the deaths, West German and right-wing targets were attacked in over 20 Italian cities. Simultaneous explosions rocked the Siemens, BMW, and Opel auto buildings in Rome. 5 car showrooms were firebombed in Bologna, Milan, Livorno, and Turin, and West German consulates were attacked in Genoa and Venice. Point 6. A police officer in the northern town of Brescia lost his hand while trying to defuse a bomb, and club-wielding demonstrators sent dozens of cops to the hospital in Sicily. In Milan, city councillor Carlo Arienti, a Christian Democrat, miraculously survived being shot 8 times in an action claimed by the Red Brigades to honor our West German comrades. 1. A telephone caller in Milan threatened, "We are also ready to suicide the German ambassador too." As a result, the FRG embassy was ringed with riot police and armored personnel carriers. Left-wing students demonstrating on the Rome University campus engaged police in a 3-hour gun battle, leaving 5 police and 3 students wounded and 25 people in custody on charges of possessing weapons and firebombs. 3 At the same time, windows were smashed on the upper class Via Veneto and Molotov cocktails were thrown at cops, the protesters denouncing German Nazis for the cold-blooded murder of our comrades. In Paris and Nice, Molotov cocktails were thrown at German tourist buses as well as at the Franco-German bank and a car showroom. 5 The offices of the Progressive Liberation newspaper were occupied 6 in an effort to force its journalists to launch an investigation into the Stamheim deaths, as bombs went off in Toulouse, Versailles 7 and Le Havre. 8 In France, neo-fascists retaliated against the wave of protest by bombing the offices of the left-wing Syndicate de la Magistrature 9, leaving behind papers that simply read "Batter Murderer." 10 In a public statement, one self-styled anti-terrorist brigade claimed to have captured and killed a member of the guerrilla, as no body was ever found. This was likely bluster. Nevertheless, police used the specter of further escalation and counter-escalation as an excuse to ban all protests outside the West German embassy in Paris. 11 Violent protests also broke out in Athens, and Greek police engaged in a firefight with reported anarchists who were driving a car full of explosives, presumably to attack a nearby factory owned by a West German corporation. 12 Around the same time, 3 people were injured when the West German Cultural Center in Istanbul was firebombed during 2 days of anti-German demonstrations in Turkey. 13 In Holland, several men abducted real estate tycoon Moritz Carensa, pushing him struggling into an automobile after he left a club where he had been playing bridge. The press reported that a German-speaking man had called the newspaper Het Parool, "We are the Red Army faction," he apparently said. "We have Carensa. You will hear from us." Another newspaper claimed to receive a call demanding that Queen Juliana abdicate and that Knud Fokerts, still awaiting extradition, be freed. 14 Despite these reports, when Carensa was released 3 days later after haggling with his captors over a $4 million ransom, it was revealed to have been a normal kidnapping unrelated to the RAF or any other guerrilla group. 15 At the same time, another kidnapping, one which was not reported as being politically motivated, was in fact the work of the guerrilla. In a defiant act, on November 9, the anarchist 2nd of June movement snatched lingerie magnate Walter Pommers in Vienna, dragging him from his car as he arrived home for dinner. He was released unharmed 4 days later, after his son delivered a ransom of $3.10 million. 16 Nobody was arrested, and the 2JM took the money and divided it 3 ways, giving badly needed funds to the RAF and an unspecified Palestinian group. As far away as Seattle, in the United States, the George Jackson Brigade bombed a Mercedes-Benz dealership in solidarity with the RAF. "We chose Mercedes-Benz as a target," they explained, "because it is a German luxury car which is a favorite item of conspicuous consumption for ruling class bosses, and because of its association with Hans Martin Schleyer. 1 Meanwhile, newspapers reported that they had received threats that 3 Lufthansa planes would be blown up on November 15, prompting massive cancellations too, though in the end there were no attacks on the airline. The flames of protest spread quickly, but by the end of the year, the violence had clearly been contained. The strongest reaction had been from the Italian left, where a tradition of militancy and a keen awareness of the realities of post-fascist state repression provided the basis for the fierce fight back, giving rise to 147 documented anti-German attacks between October 18 and December 31 of 1977. 3 The massive offensive by the revolutionary movement in Italy, including militant strikes and numerous armed actions, certainly contributed to the impressive show of solidarity. In the Federal Republic itself, courthouses were bombed in Hanover 4, Zweibrücken 5 and Hamburg 6, but these were isolated acts. This meek reaction, especially when compared to what was happening in other countries, was a measure of the extent to which the visible might of the state and vicious anti-communist hysteria had put the left on the defensive. Rage had been muted by despair, as many people now felt that the level of conflict had exceeded their capacities. They recoiled in shock as the country seemed to be transforming itself into a police state. The cream of the West German establishment gathered at Schleier's state funeral on October 24, surrounded by 750 police, with snipers in place on the surrounding rooftops. In this paramilitary setting, President Walter Scheel declared, "The fight against terrorism is the fight of civilization against a barbarism trying to destroy all order. They are the enemies of every civilization. The nations of the earth are beginning to realize this. They realize with horror that not this or that order is being attacked, but all order." Specifically referring to anyone who dared protest following the Stammheim deaths, he remarked that, "They too share the guilt." 7. It should be noted that while this lynch mob atmosphere met with broad support from the West German public, for many including people who had no truck with revolutionary politics, things seemed to be going too far. The new muscular social democracy seemed to find appropriate expression on the cover of Stern magazine around this time, where Chancellor Schmidt posed wearing the uniform of the BGS. This government reaction to the events of 1977 demonstrated the degree to which the SPD could act as repressively as the CDU, and has been identified as the starting point of yet another split between the party's leadership and its more left-wing members, a development that accelerated over the next few years, giving rise to the Green Party. 8. Police set up special phone numbers in 18 cities where one could hear taped recordings of the RAF members' voices. In Bonn, the line was so jammed with calls that a second number had to be set up. Over 100,000 police were mobilized, and alleged terrorist hideouts were raided. In West Berlin, 38 apartments, bookstores, and printing shops were searched and 40 people taken into custody, prompting a protest outside of police headquarters, which was met by cops swinging rubber truncheons. 9 Infobug and its printers Firma Agitdruck were amongst those targeted, and the radical newspaper found itself banned. At the same time, in France, attorney Klaus Croissant was being publicly referred to as a central figure in international terrorism. The lawyer was supported by philosophers Michel Foucault and Jean-Paul Sartre, one as well a number of professional associations, including the Syndicat de la Magistrature, the Confédération Syndicale des Avocats, the Jeunes Avocats, the Mouvement d'Action Judiciaire, and the Association Française de Juristes Démocrates. 2 There was also a committee for the immediate liberation of Klaus Croissant, which made its point by mailing 1,000 crescent-shaped pastries to government officials, each one accompanied by a note which read, "If a croissant can circulate freely in the marketplace, why not a lawyer?" 3. Croissant's persecution by an authoritarian state across the Rhine brought back memories that added weight to the entire affair. As one defense lawyer put it, "When I see this hunted lawyer on the one side, and on the other prosecutor Schuller, a former stormtrooper and member of the old National Socialist Party, I know where I stand for." But to no avail. On November 2, extradition hearings began in Paris, and 2 weeks later, the court ruled that Croissant could be handed over to the Germans. By November 19, he was sitting in a cell in Stammheim. 5. The RAF was on the defensive, and initial reports indicated that members had fled the country. Reportedly, 1 million handbills and posters went out across Europe and as far away as Japan. 6 Identifying the suspects as Susanne Albrecht, Rolf Heisler, Christian Klar, Friedrich Krab, Silke Meyerwitt, Brigitte Monhaupt, Adelheid Schulz, Angelika Spittel, Sigrid Sternebeck, Willy Peter Stahl, Christoph Wackernagel, Rolf Clemens Wagner, Elizabeth von Dijk, Julianne Plambeck, Inga Viet, and Jörg Lang. The equivalent of $19,200 was offered for information leading to the arrest of each of these suspects, for a total of over $300,000. Plambeck and Viet were not actually members of the RAF, but of the 2nd of June movement, the bulk of whose members would dissolve their organization and join the RAF in 1980. One name that did not immediately appear on the wanted posters was that of Peter Jürgen Buch, the husband of RAF prisoner Waltraud Buch, and yet it was later revealed that this man had in fact been central to the events of '77. Book had wanted to join the RAF ever since he was a teenaged runaway, one of the kids Bader and Insulin had worked with in Frankfurt back in 1970. They had rejected him as a member at the time, not least because of his drug habit, a curse which only worsened as the years went on. Nevertheless, by the mid-70s, with the original leadership largely removed from the field, Book became a trusted recruit and was sent to South Yemen for training in 1975.7. In the wake of '77, Book and other RAF fugitives had found shelter in Baghdad, but he remained plagued by his addiction, and when he began going through withdrawal, some of his comrades became desperate. At this point, Brigitte Monhaupt, the senior guerrilla in the field, made the incredible decision to ask RAF members and supporters still in Europe to buy or steal drugs, which would then presumably be smuggled into the Middle East. 8. The first RAF members arrested after the Stamheim deaths were on one such mission. Christoph Wackernagel and Gerd Schneider were in Amsterdam looking to score for Book, but unknown to the two men, their safe house had been identified during the Currenca investigation, and the police had it under constant observation. On November 11, the two men were followed as they left the apartment. When they realized that police were surrounding them, they drew their weapons and began to fire, even throwing a hand grenade. Sharpshooters took them out. One guerrilla was hit in the chest and stomach, the other received a bullet in the head. 1. Schneider was being sought in connection with the Schleyer kidnapping, Wackernagel in connection with the recent Zweibrücken courthouse bombing. Both men were extradited to the Federal Republic. On January 21, 1978, Christine Kuby was arrested following a shootout with police in a Hamburg drugstore. She had been attempting to use a forged prescription to buy narcotics for Book. 2. Shortly afterwards, the Verfassungsschutz tried to carry out an ambitious false flag action, meant to entrap the guerrillas. Dynamite was set off in the wall of Celle prison with the goal of allowing Sigurd de Bus to escape. De Bus, while not a member, was a political prisoner who had participated in hunger strikes with the RAF. The hope was that he would unwittingly lead the Verfassungsschutz to the underground guerrillas. As it turned out, de Bus did not escape. When the details of this operation came to light in the mid-80s, it caused some consternation. 3. In March, the prisoners went on an unsuccessful and uneventful sixth collective hunger strike, demanding association, an international inquiry into the Stamheim deaths and that of Ingrid Schubert, and a return of all documents that had been seized from the dead prisoners' cells. This time, Klaus Croissant was not able to organize support on the outside. His trial on charges of supporting a terrorist organization had just begun on March 9. Refusing to distance himself from his former clients, he now joined them in their hunger strike. As progressive journalist Oliver Tolmain wrote years later, Klaus Croissant was a lawyer who had a political understanding of justice and, as a result, never drew a firm line between defending his clients and political engagement. 5. As a result of such commitment, on February 16, 1979, the tireless advocate was found guilty of supporting a terrorist organization and sentenced to 2.5 years in prison, plus 4 years of Berufsverbot. 6. On May 11, 1978, Stefan Wisniewski was apprehended at the Paris airport as he disembarked off a flight from Yugoslavia. Not only was Wisniewski carrying drugs, police also found a letter from Karl-Heinz Delvaux that had been smuggled out of prison, in which the RAF prisoners strongly criticized the hijacking that ended in the Mogadishu debacle. 7. On June 30, 4 RAF members Brigitte Monhaupt, Sieglinde Hoffmann, Peter Jürgen Book, and Rolf Clemens Wagner were arrested in Zagreb. The Yugoslav government entered into negotiations with the FRG, hoping to exchange the RAF combatants for 8 members of the Croatian far right being held by West Germany. When this crass attempt at a trade broke down, the RAF prisoners were ferreted out of Yugoslavia to an undisclosed third country. On September 6, RAF member Willy Peter Stahl was shot dead by police in a Chinese restaurant in Dusseldorf. A few days later, the cops located his apartment, where they found a coded diary, an arsenal of weapons, including a homemade Stalin organ capable of firing primitive missiles, and fingerprints of 6 other suspected RAF members. 8. Later that month, police surprised 3 people engaged in target practice in the woods outside of Dortmund. Michael Knoll and Angelika Spatel were both shot. Police officer Hans Wilhelm Hansen was killed while another RAF member managed to escape with his submachine gun. Knoll, who was said to have assisted the RAF by traveling back and forth to Italy as a courier, died of his wounds on November 25. Also in September, a figure from the earliest days of the guerrilla once again made the headlines. Astrid Prohl, who had fled from a medical clinic in 1974, was identified and arrested in England. Prohl had not been involved in armed struggle since her escape, but had rather found a place for herself in the feminist and squatting communities in London, where the former getaway car driver worked as a mechanic and ran an auto maintenance class for women. It would later be said that Group 47 poet Eric Fried had been one of those who secretly helped her get by while she was in hiding. 1. Right, demonstration organized by the Friends of Astrid Prohl campaign in London, England. Astrid Prohl. A campaign took shape, largely at the initiative of radical feminists, to support Prohl and attempt unsuccessfully to fight against her extradition, for in the fugitive's own words, "I do not expect to survive if I am returned to Germany too." Nevertheless, once she was returned, the state quickly agreed to drop the most serious charges. The main evidence against her was that of the discredited Karl-Heinz Rolland, and the memo from state security that proved her innocence had come to light. Meanwhile, on November 1, 1978, Rolf Heisler and Adelheid Schultz were identified as they were attempting to cross into Holland. A firefight ensued and border guards Dionysius de Jong and Johannes Gomans were both shot dead. The guerrilla was still regrouping, and yet there would be more casualties before it was operational again. In the midst of the prisoners' 7th hunger strike, Elizabeth von Dijk was identified by police while entering a suspected RAF safe house in Nuremberg on May 4, 1979. She was shot in the back, and died on the spot. 3. A month later, Rolf Heisler was captured after he miraculously survived being shot in the head as he entered a Frankfurt apartment. 4. Heisler's capture would actually go down in history as one of the first public successes of computer data mining in defense of the state. As an engineering magazine explains, much was already known about the terrorists. The police knew that they rented apartments to conduct their crimes, recalls Hans-Jürgen Garstka, the state of Berlin's Commissioner for Data Protection and Freedom of Information. But they used them only a couple days before the event. Also, the police knew these people paid their electricity and rent only in cash. The terrorists preferred high-rise apartments with underground garages and direct access to the highway, and they were primarily young and German. Profile in hand, the police contacted electricity companies, to find out which apartments used no or little electricity, and apartment complexes, to find out which people paid in cash. They also combed through household registrations. German citizens are required to register with the state. The results were all merged, and in the end, they found one flat which fit absolutely this profile, Garstka says. Police put the apartment under surveillance and soon nabbed RAF member Rolf Heisler. 5. While such law enforcement techniques might not raise an eyebrow today, it must be remembered how advanced as if from science fiction such levels of surveillance seemed to most people just a generation ago. There was a public outcry when it was learned how the bust had been carried out, and that Horst Harolds BKA, with its massive computers, was behind it. Learning a lesson from this, legislation was passed in the mid-80s allowing such data mining in the FRG. 6. While the guerrilla were the only ones actually being gunned down, 1977 and the years that followed challenged an entire society, as the state unleashed a wave of repression, and anyone to the left of Helmut Schmidt felt they might be a potential target. A virtual war atmosphere was created in the country in mid-October. Hundreds of thousands of motorists were pulled off the road and searched. Constant appeals to the population were issued to encourage their reporting any suspicious types or activities to the police, such as sudden change of address, of haircut or any other cosmetic changes, unusual mailings, or publications. Point 1. That September and October, as Schleyer was being held in captivity, 150 agents were on duty round the clock at the special headquarters set up in Cologne. Every day, over 15,000 phone calls were monitored, as 3,000 other police officers took part in the hunt. Point 2. Conservatives took advantage of the frenzied atmosphere to settle scores with the progressive intelligentsia, the overwhelming majority of whom were firmly opposed to the guerrilla and the revolutionary left. The Hessen CDU chair Alfred Dreger accused the Frankfurt School academics of contributing to terrorism, a sentiment echoed by the CDU Prime Minister of Baden-Württemberg, Hans Filbinger. Point 3. At the same time, in September 1977, CSU Representative Dietrich Spranger issued a list of public figures whom he held responsible for terrorism in the Federal Republic, an unlikely collection which included Willy Brandt, Peter Bruckner, Pastor Helmut Gallwitzer, and authors Günter Grass and Heinrich Boll. Point 4. The fact that two of those on this list, Boll and Gallwitzer, had recently joined Pastor Heinrich Alberts and Bishop Kurt Scharf in a public appeal for the release of Schleyer did not seem to make a difference. Point 5. Boll in particular remained tarred by the Springer press as a terrorist sympathizer no matter what he did. This could have dramatic consequences. For instance, an anonymous call was received stating that armed men had been seen entering the home of the famous author's son. As a result, 40 heavily armed cops from the Special Anti-Terrorist Unit raided the house. Of course, there were no guerrillas there. When the elder Boll complained of this in an interview the next day, Bavarian radio refused to broadcast it on the grounds that it was inflammatory. 6. Most people stood behind the government, not only in its hunt for the RAF, but also in its general crackdown on the radical left. In one poll, 62% of respondents stated that they were willing to accept restrictions on their personal freedoms through controls and house searches, while only 21% were opposed. Point 7. At the same time, politicians and the press became ever more bloodthirsty. Years later, RAF member Christian Klar recounted that on September 8, 1977, the crisis management team allowed Die Welt to demand that Riebmann's plan that the prisoners be killed be carried out. On September 10, the Süddeutsche Zeitung published the same thing, as reflecting a discussion within the CSU Land Group, which wanted a prisoner shot at half-hour intervals until Schleyer was released. A day later, Fruchoppen demanded the introduction of bloody torture, noting that the guerrilla groups in Latin America had been defeated in that way. The next day, Spiegel provided a platform for the CSU's Beecher and Zimmermann to express their longing for the deaths of the Stammheim prisoners. On September 13, the same idea was put forward by the SPD through Heinz Kuhn, but in a more delicate way. The terrorists must be made to understand that the death of Hans Martin Schleyer will have grave consequences for the fate of the violent prisoners they are hoping to free through their disgraceful actions. 8. Indeed, following the Stammheim deaths, even allowing Insulin, Rasp, and Bader to be buried in a common grave in the Stuttgart cemetery was enough to earn one the sobriquet of being soft on terrorism. Stuttgart's moderate CDU mayor, Manfred Rommel, the son of the famed field marshal, refused to forbid such a burial, insisting that death must end all animosity. As a result, he found himself marginalized within the Land Party organization, and telephone calls poured in from angry citizens demanding that the RAF dead be cremated and their ashes poured into the city sewers. Point 1. Little wonder that, commenting on the political climate that autumn, Heinrich Boll would remark, "I am gradually beginning to wonder whether it's even necessary to put it bluntly, do away with democracy. People are intimidated to such an extent, the media have become so cautious that laws would hardly need to be changed. The whole thing occurs on a fantastic plane. Even the liberal newspapers are becoming extremely conformist and cautious, they hardly need to lift a finger." Point 2. While this reactionary atmosphere reached its crescendo in the days of autumn, the state clampdown had begun well before the Schleyer kidnapping. On April 25, 1977, just a few weeks after the RAF had killed Siegfried Buebach, a student newspaper in the picturesque university town of Göttingen published an article entitled "Buebach, in Memoriam," in which the anonymous author admitted his secret joy at the Attorney General's assassination, while nevertheless condemning such armed attacks as counterproductive. Within the context of the split occurring in the Sponti scene at the time, the article actually represented a move away from political violence. Our force cannot be Al Capone's force, a copy of street terror, and constant terror, not authoritarian, but rather anti-authoritarian and therefore more effective. Leftists shouldn't be killers, shouldn't be ruthlessly brutal people, shouldn't be rapists, but also not saints or innocent lambs. Our daily objective is to formulate a concept and modus operandi of force and militancy which are fun and have the blessings of the masses, so that the left doesn't acquire the same face as the Buebacks. Point 3. Obviously the writer was hostile to the RAF's politics, but such subtleties were lost on the state, and police seized upon the opportunity to clamp down on the undogmatic left and sympathetic academics. Bueback, in memoriam, was banned under 88A and raids were carried out against student and alternative publishers suspected of knowing the author's identity. Point 4. The women's movement, which had no organic ties at all to the RAF, similarly found itself the target of the same anti-terrorist hype. The Women's Center in Frankfurt was raided by police, and members were charged under 129A, the anti-terrorist subsection of 129, for having provided women with the names of doctors willing to perform abortions. Point 5. Male politicians and clergymen lost no time in sharing their opinions of the RAF's female combatants. As an article in New German Critique explained, the fact that 60% of the terrorists sought by the police are women has not gone unnoticed by those conducting what has been referred to in the European press as the witch hunt against dissenters. Blame for the predominance of women terrorists has been placed at the feet of the nascent German women's movement. Former director of the Office for the Protection of the Constitution 6 Gunther Nolah sees in female terrorists an excess in the liberation of women. Conservative academic sectors speak of the dark side of the movement for total equality. The Christian socialist newspaper Bayern Kurier claims, observers of the scene view the newly established feminism, which is preached by the left, as an essential reason for the recent change in sex roles on the terror front. Women's publishing houses have been invaded by police, assuming that the owners were aiding and abetting terrorism, and the women's vacation house in Gagens was subject to such constant surveillance and so many raids by police looking for hidden persons, that the lease was revoked by intimidated landlords. Point 7. This was all the more galling, for in the years since the APO, the West German women's movement had moved away from its socialist roots, to such a point that at the time it could be said that many women would prefer no politics at all to leftist politics. One, as Georgi Kachafikas has written about feminism in the FRG in the late 70s. As many women turned further inward, limiting themselves to their private spheres of lovers and close friends, radicals felt that the slogan "the personal is political" had been turned on its head to the point where the political was irrelevant. Point 2. On the other side of the equation, nothing but silence had ever emanated from the RAF and its support organizations on questions of feminism and women's liberation. This was all the more remarkable given the large proportion of RAF members who were women, and the hackneyed sexist terms in which counterinsurgency writers often attacked their politics. This silence was certainly a consequence of the RAF's particular brand of anti-imperialism, which zeroed in on this one contradiction as being primary to the exclusion of all others. One comrade who was active doing prisoner support work during this period remembers visiting a female political prisoner and asking her about this, only to be informed that, if you carry a gun, it does not matter if you are a man or a woman. A similar sentiment was expressed by Inge Viet, who would move from the 2nd of June movement to the RAF in 1980. None of us came out of the feminist movement. We had no conscious need to live through that kind of process of women's liberation. We simply made a decision, and then we struggled, doing all the same things as the men. For us, there was no man-woman question. For us living in the underground, that old concept of roles didn't exist. Point 3. Feminists might have objected that for most people, even some who do carry guns, and even some who do live in the underground, being a man or a woman does matter, both in terms of one's relationship to imperialism and one's perspectives for resisting it. During the 1970s, it seems not to have occurred to the women or men in the RAF that gender made a difference as to how imperialism was experienced by its victims, or that anti-imperialism might benefit from an explicit connection to women's liberation. Despite this unpromising background, the Stammheim trauma sparked a process of change, both within the support scene and amongst a minority of feminists, too. The consensus against violence that existed in the women's movement was by no means complete, and despite the loud protestations of those who insisted that all violence was male, others felt that nonviolence in a sexist society was of limited value. Referring specifically to the Stammheim deaths, French feminist Françoise d'Aubagne pointedly suggested that there was something positive to be learned from the women of the RAF, even when their choices had tragic consequences. Writing in 1978, in a text which was discussed both in France and in the Federal Republic, she asked, "Is it not better for a woman to be beaten to death by a prison guard at Stammheim than to be humiliated by the blows of a husband's fists? Is it not better to endure insults before a court of law which one can denounce as Nazi pigs, than to endure in silence the insults of an employer? And is it not better, ultimately, to meet death having fought back than to die in resignation and defeat? If we must die, then better with weapon in hand." 4. Women Against Imperialist War. In the early 80s, as sections of the women's movement attempted to bridge the distance that had separated them from the RAF support scene, this became one of the most important anti-imperialist groups in the FRG. The lurch to the right, the Stammheim deaths, the rampant police repression, and the terrorist baiting of the women's movement all worked to push certain women to explore the possibilities of renewed solidarity. A conference on women and repression was organized in Frankfurt in 1978 and a Women's Solidarity Committee was formed to support Irmgard Mahler. Slowly but surely, small groups took the first steps out of their isolation, and the reaction provoked by the anti-RAF repression would once again cause some to rally to the anti-imperialist camp. At the same time, the anti-terrorist hysteria provided the state with an opportunity to move against the K groups that had been reinforcing the increasingly militant anti-nuclear movement ever since 1976. After Schleyer was seized, the opposition CDU called for a ban against the three largest Maoist parties, the KBW, the KPD-1 and the KPD/ML, with ludicrous claims that they had some connection to terrorism. In response, all three organizations called for a joint demonstration in Bonn on October 8, 1977, under the slogan "Marxism-Leninism cannot be outlawed." 20,000 people marched under red flags in one of the very few common activities these three organizations would mount during the decade. Just as most of these Maoist K groups imploded over the next few years, hemorrhaging members to the New Green Party, 1977 would also exacerbate divisions on the undogmatic left. The anti-guerrilla positions that Jischke Fischer, Daniel Cohn-Bendit, and others had been pushing since 1976 now appeared to carry even more weight, and several important intellectuals, including Rudi Dutschke and Herbert Marcuse, made public declarations in the popular press denouncing the RAF's struggle against the Federal Republic. 2. While much of the undogmatic left was retreating from militancy, this was by no means a homogeneous phenomenon. In a very different vein, in January 1978, other radicals drew on the strengths of the counterculture to break through the crisis. The idea for a mass gathering originated with a dozen Berlin spontas who knew each other from playing soccer and from the bar scene. 3 Tunics, a play on words meaning do nothing, created a rallying point for those who wished neither to return to the system nor to simply retreat into themselves. As three of the organizers, Quinn the Eskimo, Frankie Lee, and Judas Priest, explained in their call-out, "When our identity is under attack, like during the situation in the fall of '77, then we need to take the initiative and state openly what it is we want. Political taboos and appeals to the Constitution won't save us." 4. With thousands of people attending, the Tunics gathering marked the dawn of a new era for the anti-authoritarian left. 5 Participants took to the streets in Berlin, throwing bricks and paint-filled eggs at the courthouse, the America House, and the women's prison, carrying banners which read "Free the prisoners, out with the filth," and "Stammheim is everywhere." 6. This renewed anti-authoritarian left expressed itself in diverse ways, including the birth of an autonomist scene which drew direct inspiration from the Italian Marxist current of the same name, remaining committed to radical politics. Another product of this period was the newspaper Tageszeitung, Daily News, a national radical left daily. Radical weekly newspapers had existed in almost every city previously, but Infobug had been the only one with a truly national circulation. Even then, it had been focused on West Berlin, and had been banned the day of the Stammheim deaths. Taz became the voice of the Tunix generation, establishing a national circulation dwarfing Infobug or any other publication in the scene. 7. However, like much of this alternative effervescence, Taz accompanied the Greens back into the system over the next 10 years. 8. The first issue of Tageszeitung appeared September 27, 1978. Basing itself both in the Tunix scene and in the citizens' initiatives ever more swollen by disaffected Social Democrats unhappy with Schmidt's continuing march to the right, the Green Party was founded in 1980. In the same way that Willy Brandt's Let's Dare More Democracy had spelled the end to the APO, the Greens eventually came to represent the end for many 70s radicals, and the avenue that more than one former militant would follow right into the establishment. As one snide Spiegel writer put it on their 25th anniversary, it was not the 68 ERS and their green offshoots who civilized Germany, but Germany which civilized them. 1. But this is a story best left for our next volume. The undogmatic left had been polarized by the RAF struggle, splitting to the left and to the right. This is unremarkable in itself, as is the fact that those who veered rightwards into the Greens were also those who found the RAF's politics uninspirational, to say the least. What is noteworthy is that those who veered to the left, the autonomists, were often similarly unimpressed with the RAF and its legacy. Certainly, nobody would be inspired by 1977 to set up an armed group, in the way that the RAF's early actions had inspired the RZ and others. Indeed, it is striking how much the RAF's legacy and credibility were damaged by 1977. It took years to recover, even while most of the guerrillas remained uncaptured. Most popular and even scholarly works about the group act as if it disbanded afterwards, while in fact it remained active until the 1990s. Compare this to 1972, when practically the entire guerrilla had been wiped out by arrests, and yet the actions of the May Offensive inspired renewed resistance throughout the spectrum of the revolutionary left. One part of the equation was the distance that had grown between the RAF and the rest of the left, both as a result of its own paradoxes and of the vicious state repression and psychological operations. The other factor, in its own way an expression of the first, was the level of confrontation in which the 1977 commandos had chosen to engage, well beyond the capacity of any other segment of the left to imitate or even support. While the RAF was in crisis, the revolutionary cells en route Zara continued to score successes, and carried out approximately 80 actions over the next decade, suffering hardly any arrests. There were also many low-level attacks carried out by one-off groups, most of which have left no record, yet which nevertheless contributed to an overall armed orientation remarkably different from that which existed in North America at the time. In a significant way, these developments indicate the degree to which the RAF's armed strategy had marked revolutionary politics in West Germany, even while its ideology was rarely accepted. Not that the RAF itself had been removed from the battlefield. Though it looked broken by defeat and repression, the RAF would once again manage to regroup and draw in new members, establishing the basis for renewed campaigns of revolutionary violence in the 1980s. In a few years, events revealed that the tradition of armed resistance, and the legacy of the first guerrillas to emerge from the APO, had beaten the odds and survived the devastating blows of the 70s. Appendices. Appendix I. Excerpts from the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. As detailed in Section 6, Black September, a statement from behind bars, much has been made of an article which appeared in the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung on December 15, 1972, entitled Ulrich Meinhof lässt sich nur die Stichwort geben. In order to allow readers to judge the rendition in the CIA-funded Encounter magazine, we have reprinted the last section of this article in German, alongside our own version and George Watson's. Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. Ohne das wir das deutsche Volk vom Faschismus versprechen den die Luthaben ja wirklich nicht Jews, was in den Konzentrationslagern vorging, können wir es nicht für unseren revolutionären Kampf mobilisieren, sagt Sie. Die Link SEI nach dem Krieg in Bezug auf den Faschismus verlässig und 3 ist vorgegangen. Man have die Personen in den Vordergrund gerückt, aber nicht tie vergeblich. Wie war Auschwitz möglich, was war Antisemitismus. Das hat man damals klären müssen, anstatt gemeinsam Auschwitz als Ausdruck der Bosen zu verstehen, meint Ulrich Meinhof. Das Schlimmste ist, dass wir uns alle Kommunisten und andere, deren einig waren. Doch jetzt hat Sie erkannt, dass Antisemitismus in seinem Wesen antikapitalistisch sei. Mische sich den Haster Menschen auf ihr Abhängigkeit vom Geld als Tauschmittel, ihr Sehnsucht nach dem Kommunismus zu eigen. Auschwitz heißt, dass 6 Millionen Juden ermordet und auf die Mulkippen Europas gekarrt wurden als das, als was man sie ausgab als Geld Juden. Finanzkapital und Banken, der Hart 3 Kernde Systems de Imperialismus und Kapitalismus, hatten den Haster Menschen auf das Geld und die Ausbeutung von sich und auf die Juden gelenkt. Dies Zusammenhang nicht deutlich gemacht zu haben, sei das Versagen der Linken, der Kommunisten Joasen. Die Deutschen waren antisemitisch, also sind sie heute Anhänger der RAF. Sie wissen es nur nicht, weil man vergessen hat, sie vom Faschismus, vom Judenmord, freizusprechen und ihnen zu sagen, dass Antisemitismus eigentlich Hass auf Kapitalismus ist. In der Tat eine bemerkenswert Erklärung für das Scheitern der Bader Mahler Meinhof Gruppe, die sich Ulrich Meinhof zurecht gezimmert hat. Dadurch ist es möglich, auch den Münchener Anschlag des Schwarzen September zu prisen. Sie verliehen historische Identität mit den Juden im Warschauer-Ghetto, die waffenlos ihnen Aufstand versuchten und sich hinschlachten ließen, bekannt Sie. Wir haben das ganz Blabla durchbrochen. Wir haben eine gewisse Ermutigung für die Link dargestellt, die freilich wieder den Bach runtergegangen ist, weil sie uns alle verhaftet haben. George Watson's account from Race and the Socialists, Encounter 47, November 1976. In December 1972, for example, Ulrich Meinhof of the West German Red Army faction appeared between a judicial hearing and spoke up publicly for the good old cause of revolutionary extermination. How was Auschwitz possible? What was anti-Semitism? She asked from the dock. According to a newspaper account, people should have explained that, instead of accepting Auschwitz collectively as an expression of evil. The worst of it is that we were all agreed about it, communists included. But now she Meinhof had recognized that anti-Semitism was essentially anti-capitalist. It absorbed the hatred of men for their dependence on money as a means of exchange, and their longing for communism. How much was socialism, and how much National Socialism in her passionate defense? Auschwitz meant that 6 million Jews were killed, and thrown on the waste heap of Europe, for what they were, money Jews, Geldjuden. Finance capital and the banks, the hardcore of the system of imperialism and capitalism, had turned the hatred of men against money and exploitation, and against the Jews. The failure of the left, of the communists, had lain in not making these connections plain. And so Marxism and racialism could be proposed once more as philosophical comrades, in our own times, and the link yet again made plain. Germans were anti-Semitic, and that is why they nowadays support the Red Army fraction. They have not yet recognized all this, because they have not yet been absolved of fascism and the murder of the Jews. And they have not yet been told that anti-Semitism is really a hatred of capitalism. Our translation. Unless we absolve the German people of fascism, that the people really didn't know what was going on in the concentration camps, they can't be mobilized for our struggle, she said. After the war, the left, in dealing with fascism, were negligent, stupid, and insolent. They dealt with the people in the foreground, but didn't look any deeper. How was Auschwitz possible? What was anti-Semitism? That is something that someone should have clarified at the time. Instead of collectively understanding Auschwitz as an expression of evil, Meinhof stated, "The worst thing is that all of us, communists as well as others, were united in this." However, she now recognizes that anti-Semitism can in its own way be anti-capitalist. It separates the hatred of people about their dependency on money as a means of exchange from their desire for communism. Auschwitz meant that 6 million Jews were murdered and carted off to Europe's garbage heap, dispensed with as money Jews. Finance, capital and banks, the hardcore of the system of imperialism and capitalism, deflected the hate of the people for money and oppression from itself and transferred it to the Jews. Not having made this connection clear was the failure of the left and the communists. Germans were anti-Semitic, therefore they are today RAF supporters. Only they don't know it, because they've forgotten that they must be absolved of fascism and murdering Jews, and that anti-Semitism is in reality hatred of capitalism. In this regard, Ulrich Meinhof ably constructed a remarkable statement about the failure of the Baader-Meinhof group. With it, it is also possible to praise the Black September attack in Munich. She claimed to feel an historical identity with the Jews of the Warsaw Ghetto, who attempted an unarmed uprising leading to their defeat. We have broken through the entire blah blah. We have provided the left with obvious encouragement, which they have voluntarily allowed to dissipate, because we've all been arrested. Appendix 2. The European Commission of Human Rights and the RAF prisoners. In its July 8, 1978 decision, the European Commission of Human Rights noted the following effects on the health of Gudrun Insel, Jan-Karl Rasp, and Andreas Baader as a result of their prolonged imprisonment under conditions of single or small group isolation. I. State of health. In September 1975. 19. The applicants are in a state of physical and mental exhaustion, Dr. Mend. Their blood pressure is low. Their weight is about 70% of that of a normally healthy person of the same age and build, Dr. Muller. They present the following symptoms in varying degrees: problems of concentration, marked fatigue, difficulties of expression or articulation, reduced physical and mental performance, instability, diminished spontaneity and ability to make contacts, depression, especially noted by Dr. Rasch. In April 1977. 20. The decline in both physical and mental health is very pronounced in Insel, concurring opinion by Dr. Rasch, Dr. Muller, and Dr. Schroeder. Loss of weight, very low blood pressure, premature aging, severe difficulties of expression and lack of concentration, motor disturbances. The deterioration in the condition of Baader and Rasp is perceptible, though less spectacular: decrease in activity and spontaneity, emotional regression, problems of articulation, hesitancy in speech. They are nevertheless fit for detention. 2. The causes. 21. The experts ascribe the applicant's state of health to a series of factors and circumstances: the particular conditions of their imprisonment, the length of the detention on remand, hunger strikes, tension generated by the trial and the applicant's wish to defend themselves, etc. The importance attached to these different factors varies from one report to another. The particular conditions of imprisonment. 22. There is no sensory isolation strictly speaking, such as can be brought about by a substantial reduction in stimulation of the sensory organs. On the other hand, the applicants are subjected to evident social isolation. The international literature on criminology and psychology indicates that isolation can be sufficient in itself to gravely impair physical and mental health. The following conditions may be diagnosed: chronic apathy, fatigue, emotional instability, difficulties of concentration, diminution of mental faculties, disorders of the neurovegetative system. Opinions differ on the precise scale of these phenomena. There are no reports in the literature of situations comparable to that of the applicants, Dr. Rasch, affording a better assessment of the psychiatric effects. From the standpoint of internal medicine, certain analogies can be found in case studies of elderly and isolated persons, persons kept alive artificially in intensive care units, and long-term prisoners, Dr. Muller and Dr. Schroeder. However, certain experts state that they have little personal experience of the physical and mental effects of normal imprisonment, Dr. Muller and Dr. Schroeder. From European Commission of Human Rights, Decisions and Reports 14, Strasbourg, June 1979, 96-97. As Wikipedia tells us, from 1954 to the entry into force of Protocol 11 of the European Convention on Human Rights, individuals did not have direct access to the European Court of Human Rights. They had to apply to the Commission, which if it found the case to be well-founded would launch a case in the court on the individual's behalf. Protocol 11, which came into force in 1998, abolished the Commission, enlarged the court, and allowed individuals to take cases directly to it. Appendix 3. The FRG and the State of Israel. In order to appreciate the relationship between the West German radical left and the Palestinian resistance, it may be helpful to take a brief look at the history of West German support for Israel. Although the two countries did not exchange embassies until the mid-1960s, there had been contact and cooperation well before then. Throughout this period, this contact was understandably marked by the recent genocide that had almost ended Jewish civilization in Europe, and had led to the creation of the Israeli colonial state in 1949. Contrary to expectations, however, the two countries would quickly become close allies, for regardless of the feelings of many citizens, each one had its own reasons to use the Holocaust as a stepping stone to future goals. The first official agreement between the two governments came about in 1952, when the FRG signed the Luxembourg Agreement, promising to deliver a total of 3 billion marks worth of reparations, mainly in the form of goods, to Israel over a period of 14 years. 1. The FRG was literally building the Israeli economy, helping to provide the West with its beachhead in the Middle East. By the end of the decade, the Luxembourg Agreement was supplemented by a plan to give not sell arms and materiel to the Israeli military. What started as motor vehicles, training aircraft, and helicopters was soon extended to include anti-tank rockets and other shooting weapons. 2. By the mid-60s, the FRG was delivering aircraft including Naratlas transporters, Dornier Do-27 communication planes and French Fog-Magi Sturjet trainers, anti-aircraft guns with electronic homing devices, helicopters, howitzers, submarines, and speedboats. 3. Some claimed that 5,000 Israeli officers and soldiers had been trained by the Bundeswehr in West Germany. 4. Right from its inception, Israel was engaged in ethnic cleansing, harassing, terrorizing, and murdering Palestinians in order to free up more land for Jewish settlers. Through its financial and military assistance, the FRG was directly complicit with this process, almost right from the start. Unlike the reparations payments, the military aid and training was kept strictly secret. The Israeli government feared that its own population, which included a large number of Holocaust survivors, would vote them out of office if they learned that they were being armed and trained by the very Germans who so recently had carried out genocide against their people. The West German government was also wary of domestic repercussions, as the idea of getting involved in an international flashpoint like the Middle East was expected to be unpopular so soon after the Second World War. But much more importantly, the West German government was worried that such military support would alienate Arab governments, especially Egypt, perhaps even pushing them closer to the Soviet bloc. As it turns out, this is exactly what happened. On October 26, 1964, the Frankfurter Rundschau broke the story. Despite initial denials from both Bonn and Tel Aviv, within days, both governments were forced to admit that military arms and training had been provided since 1959. Reaction across the Arab world was quick in coming, one Egyptian journalist observing that Germany, who wants to make up for the sins of the Nazi regime, makes the Arabs pay with their security. 5. Within a year, Egypt's Nasser had arranged for the East German leader Walter Ulbricht to visit Cairo, and the FRG's contacts throughout the Arab world suffered greatly. Nevertheless, Though the arms shipments were cut off in 1965, the FRG remained Israel's staunchest European ally. The opportunity to prove this came soon enough. On June 5, 1967, Israel attacked Egyptian forces in the Sinai and the Gaza Strip with airstrikes and tanks, beginning what became known as the Six-Day War. Just 2 weeks previously, the FRG had delivered a final shipment of 800 troop transports. 6 soon, both Syria and Jordan entered the conflict in support of Egypt. Nevertheless, thanks to its far greater military capacity, Israel quickly routed all 3 Arab armies, seizing the Golan Heights, the Sinai Peninsula, the West Bank, and the Gaza Strip. As a measure of the military imbalance, barely 1,000 Israeli soldiers lost their lives in this conflict, compared to over 11,000 Egyptians, 700 Jordanians, and 2,500 Syrians. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinians fled the newly occupied territories, swelling the numbers in the hellish Jordanian refugee camps, while over 600,000 remained as newly colonized subjects of the racist Israeli state. Back in the FRG, the Six-Day War provided the occasion for a strangely unhealthy but highly revealing identification with the Israeli aggressors. The SPD, the CDU, and the Springer Press all went into overdrive, whipping up war frenzy throughout the country, even as Bonn professed that it would not intervene. As Chancellor Kiesinger, the former Nazi, explained it, our non-intervention, i.e. neutrality in the sense of international law, cannot mean moral indifference or indolence of the heart. 1. City governments sent hundreds of thousands of marks in donations, and hundreds of thousands more were contributed by individual citizens to the German-Israeli Society. 2. While the West German Federation of Trade Unions invested 3 million marks in Israeli bonds, as a visible expression of solidarity with and confidence in Israel. 3. Parallel to this, development aid credits to Israel's Arab neighbors were frozen and German development aid workers were flown home. 4. Hundreds of volunteers were recruited and flown from Munich and the NATO Rhine-Main airport to support Israel in the war zone. 5. While the West German government insisted that these volunteers were only engaged in non-military activities, East German newspapers claimed that many were in fact serving as soldiers. 6. In newspapers and magazines, most especially the Springer Press, the Israeli attack was described in eerily nostalgic terms. Defense Minister Moshe Dayan was praised as a new desert fox. 7. A term that had previously been reserved for Erwin Rommel, Hitler's commander-in-chief in North Africa. Israel was now the brother nation, with the Israelis dubbed the Prussians of the Middle East, and Jerusalem being the Berlin of the Middle East. 8. The Israeli offensive was approvingly referred to as a blitzkrieg, and in Spiegel it was announced that Jews are not as anti-Semites wanted to see them. On the contrary, danger seems not to develop the evil but the noble qualities, which is the kind of compliment that isn't one, when you think about it. A Die Welt writer was similarly forthright, admitting that Israel had overcome our anti-Semitism. 9. Other than actual neo-Nazis, the only German support for the Palestinian side at this time came from the APO. The SDS was already pro-Palestinian. 10. But it was this war frenzy that pushed the entire New Left to become anti-Zionist. 11. This fact, along with the odd identification with Israel on the part of the militaristic German right wing, should be remembered when considering the assertion comrades would soon make that Israel represented the new Nazism. While obviously incorrect, such a claim was at least partly a reaction against a reinvigorated German chauvinism projecting itself onto the racist Jewish state. As such, anti-Zionism became a defining element of the radical left, and, as the 1970s dawned, it was shared by the K groups, the Spontus, and most certainly the guerrilla. Appendix 4. The Geneva Convention, excerpts. Art. 3. In the case of armed conflict not of an international character occurring in the territory of one of the high contracting parties, each party to the conflict shall be bound to apply, as a minimum, the following provisions. 1. Persons taking no active part in the hostilities, including members of armed forces who have laid down their arms and those placed or to combat by sickness, wounds, detention, or any other cause, shall in all circumstances be treated humanely, without any adverse distinction founded on race, color, religion, or faith, sex, birth or wealth, or any other similar criteria. To this end the following acts are and shall remain prohibited at any time and in any place whatsoever with respect to the above-mentioned persons. A. Violence to life and person, in particular murder of all kinds, mutilation, cruel treatment, and torture. B. Taking of hostages. C. Outrages upon personal dignity, in particular humiliating and degrading treatment. D. The passing of sentences and the carrying out of executions without previous judgment pronounced by a regularly constituted court, affording all the judicial guarantees which are recognized as indispensable by civilized peoples. 2. The wounded and sick shall be collected and cared for. An impartial humanitarian body, such as the International Committee of the Red Cross, may offer its services to the parties to the conflict. The parties to the conflict should further endeavor to bring into force, by means of special agreements, all or part of the other provisions of the present convention. The application of the preceding provisions shall not affect the legal status of the parties to the conflict. Art. 4. Persons protected by the convention are those who, at a given moment and in any manner whatsoever, find themselves, in case of a conflict or occupation, in the hands of a party to the conflict or occupying power of which they are not nationals. Nationals of a state which is not bound by the convention are not protected by it. Nationals of a neutral state who find themselves in the territory of a belligerent state, and nationals of a co-belligerent state, shall not be regarded as protected persons while the state of which they are nationals has normal diplomatic representation in the state in whose hands they are. The provisions of Part 2 are, however, wider in application, as defined in Article 13. Persons protected by the Geneva Convention for the amelioration of the condition of the wounded and sick in armed forces in the field of August 12, 1949, or by the Geneva Convention for the amelioration of the condition of wounded, sick and shipwrecked members of armed forces at sea of August 12, 1949, or by the Geneva Convention relative to the treatment of prisoners of war of August 12, 1949, shall not be considered as protected persons within the meaning of the present convention. Art. 13. The provisions of Part 2 cover the whole of the populations of the countries in conflict, without any adverse distinction based, in particular, on race, nationality, religion or political opinion, and are intended to alleviate the sufferings caused by war. Art. 17. The parties to the conflict shall endeavor to conclude local agreements for the removal from besieged or encircled areas, of wounded, sick, infirm, and aged persons, children, and maternity cases, and for the passage of ministers of all religions, medical personnel, and medical equipment on their way to such areas. Art. 130. The detaining authorities shall ensure that internees who die while interned are honorably buried, if possible according to the rites of the religion to which they belonged, and that their graves are respected, properly maintained, and marked in such a way that they can always be recognized. Deceased internees shall be buried in individual graves unless unavoidable circumstances require the use of collective graves. Bodies may be cremated only for imperative reasons of hygiene, on account of the religion of the deceased or in accordance with his expressed wish to this effect. In case of cremation, the fact shall be stated and the reasons given in the death certificate of the deceased. The ashes shall be retained for safekeeping by the detaining authorities and shall be transferred as soon as possible to the next of kin on their request. As soon as circumstances permit, and not later than the close of hostilities, the detaining power shall forward lists of graves of deceased internees to the powers on whom deceased internees depended, through the information bureaus provided for in Article 136. Such lists shall include all particulars necessary for the identification of the deceased internees, as well as the exact location of their graves. Appendix V. Strange Stories, Peter Homan and Stefan Ost. A former Spiegel journalist, Peter Homan was amongst those who traveled to Jordan for training in 1970. According to his friend Stefan Ost, also a friend of Ulrich Meinhof when she worked at Concrete, Homan had become estranged from the RAF at this time, and the group had even threatened to execute him. Even more outrageously, upon his return Homan claimed to have learned of a harebrained plan to send Ulrich Meinhof's 7-year-old twin daughters to be raised as orphans in Al-Fatah's children's home in Amman. Homan apparently informed Ost of this bizarre plan, and the two men set about tracking down the Meinhof twins, eventually finding them in the care of some Italian hippies. The twins were rescued and sent back to live with their father Klaus Rainer Roll in the FRG. According to Ost, the RAF subsequently tried to kill Homan as revenge for this intervention. This story became quite well known following the publication of Ost's book Der Bader Meinhof Komplexie in 1985, a massive tome that quickly became the standard reference for the RAF's history up to 1977.1. By that time, many of those who could either confirm or deny these allegations were no longer alive. As such, and with some consternation, even sympathizers were left with no choice but to believe this version of events. Whether one supported the RAF or not, it seemed clear that the group had embarked upon a very bad child care strategy, to say the least. Even those who did not like Ost's politics could nevertheless be glad that he and Homan had acted when they did. Indeed, one of Meinhof's daughters, Bettina Roll, clearly accepts the story as true. Her own anger at what her mother allegedly planned for her has fueled a vendetta she wages to this day against all those she suspects of having colluded with the guerrilla struggle. However, in 2007, new information was brought to light by historian Jutta Ditfurth. In a sympathetic biography of Meinhof, Ditfurth claims that Homan and Ost's entire story was nothing but an elaborate lie. 1. According to Ditfurth, the fate of the Meinhof Roll children was still before the family courts at the time of this alleged rescue, and there was a strong chance custody would be granted to Meinhof's older sister Inga Winkzitzlaff, a school principal in Hessen who had 2 daughters of her own. Ditfurth claims this plan had been made before Ulrich Meinhof ever went underground in 1970, and that as a backup, were the family court to rule in Roll's favor, some thought had been given to sending the twins to East Germany. As Ditfurth points out, at the time of this alleged plot to send the children to Jordan, it was clear to all concerned that that country was on the brink of civil war. Indeed, within a month of the guerrillas' return to the FRG, war did break out, leading to the slaughter of between 4,000 and 10,000 Palestinians. The children's home where Homan and Ost claim the girls would have been sent was one of the targets bombed by the Jordanian Air Force, leaving no survivors. Obviously, Ditfurth's research does more than simply show Ulrich Meinhof in a very different and far more human light. It also provides a far more credible explanation as to why, in early 1972, the RAF would castigate Homan for turning against them. If Meinhof was not in fact planning to abandon her children, then Homan's intervention amounted to an actual kidnapping, one which wrecked Meinhof's carefully laid plans for her daughters. We do not know the truth of this matter. We have always been aghast at the story of the RAF planning to exile 2 young children to dangerous and unfamiliar surroundings. We have no desire to whitewash such a plan if it did in fact exist. That said, Ditfurth's recent research makes a lot more sense than the previous Ost-Homan story, and while this does not itself prove its accuracy, it certainly gives us occasion for pause and consideration. As with so much in this story, readers will have to make up their own minds. Appendix 6. The German guerrillas' Palestinian allies, Wadi Haddad's PFLP, EO. Though many accounts of the Entebbe and Mogadishu skyjackings claim that they were carried out by the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, led at the time by Dr. George Habash, this is not the case. Rather, they, as well as the 1975 attack on the OPEC conference in Vienna, were all organized by Dr. Wadi Haddad and carried out by members of Haddad's PFLP, External Operations, 2 group. While many observers assume the PFLP, EO, and PFLP were the same organization, this belief is not supported by most serious histories. Along with Habash, Wadi Haddad had been a founding member of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, and the Arab National Movement before it. As the PFLP moved rapidly leftwards in the period following the Six-Day War, Haddad came to represent old guard hostility to the front's new Marxist-Leninist orientation. Point 3 At the same time, he was the Politburo member charged with establishing the PFLP's External Operations Branch, responsible for armed activities outside of Israel/Palestine. Point 4 Such activities took on great importance in the wake of Israel's 1967 victory. Thus, one possible source of confusion is that the PFLP, EO, was originally part of the PFLP and acted with its approval. The External Operations Branch, acting under the authority of the PFLP, carried out the Dawson's Field skyjackings in 1970, precipitating the civil war in Jordan. Point 5 Given the disaster this ended up inflicting on the Palestinians, thousands of civilians killed, and the expulsion of the guerrilla from the country, external operations fell into disfavor. In this moment of retreat and demoralization, many militants urged that skyjackings and attacks on civilians be repudiated. A PFLP conference of the leftist phenomenon argued in February 1972 that hijackings in particular represented a fundamental point of dispute between the left and right in the PFLP, not only because they contradicted adherence to Marxist-Leninist theory, but also because they invited much damage to the Palestinian Revolution. 1. For Haddad, however, operations in Europe and elsewhere, whether against military or civilian targets, remained legitimate and useful weapons in the war against Zionism and imperialism. According to some accounts, Haddad left or was ejected from the PFLP in 1972, taking the External Operations Branch with him. Point 2 According to others, he remained a PFLP member for a number of years despite being marginalized, keeping the External Operations Group active as an unsanctioned, rogue outfit. Point 3. Authors who claim the PFLP, EO, post-72 was simply a deniable but unofficially sanctioned PFLP section do not appear credible, as they never seem able to provide any proof with which to substantiate their allegation. Rather, they exploit the two groups' lack of hostility toward one another, stretching this to imply that they remained one and the same. Examples of these good relations include Haddad's continued contributions to the PFLP-4 and the fact that Habash spoke at Haddad's funeral in 1978. As a splinter group, the PFLP, EO, was deprived of the logistical and practical support it had previously enjoyed from the broader Palestinian national movement. This new situation was compensated for by the support Haddad subsequently received from various anti-American Arab governments, Iraq, Algeria, Libya, and the PDRY-5, and eventually from the KGB, which was secretly supporting his activities by 1975.6. As part of the strategy of attacking targets outside of the Middle East, Haddad soon forged ties with a number of European anti-Zionist organizations, both legal and illegal. The Venezuelan adventurer Carlos, who had joined Haddad's network in 1970, was prominent in this process, and was personally responsible for recruiting several activists from the Frankfurt radical scene, including Wilfried Bose, Brigitte Coleman, and Johannes Weinrich, all founding members of the RZ.7. While both popular and left-wing accounts tend to attribute the Entebbe and Mogadishu skyjackings to the PFLP, the accounts attributing these operations to Haddad and the PFLP, EO, seem far better documented. We are convinced of this by simply cross-referencing various facts, and examining reports of Haddad's activities in this period. While there is a frustrating dearth of English-language material examining the relations between the two groups, and the PFLP proper may have chosen not to dispel this confusion at the time, this does not change the fact that by 1972, the regular PFLP and Haddad's PFLP, EO, were two distinct organizations. In late 1977, Wadi Haddad suddenly became afflicted with what seemed to be an aggressive type of leukemia. Despite the best efforts of doctors in Algeria and the German Democratic Republic, he died on March 28, 1978. His funeral in Baghdad was attended by leaders from all sections of the Palestinian resistance. In the 30 years since his death, it has been revealed that the controversial Palestinian guerrilla commander was in fact poisoned by Mossad, the Israeli Secret Service. While the timing coincided with the Mogadishu skyjacking, it would seem that this assassination had been decided upon in the wake of Entebbe.8. As a publication of the U.S. Special Operations Command's Joint Special Operations University approvingly notes, upon his death, the organization he had headed dissolved, and attacks on Israel and Israeli interests declined precipitously. 9. Dramatis Personae. Adenauer, Konrad, 1876–1967, 1945, founding member of CDU, 1949, Federal Chairman of the CDU, 1949–1963, Chancellor, 1951–1955, also Minister of Foreign Affairs. Akake, Zohair, 1954–1977, member of the PFLPEO, killed during the Mogadishu action. Alberts, Heinrich, 1915–1993, clergyman, 1966–1967, mayor of West Berlin, forced to resign in wake of Benno Ohnesorg killing, as requested by 2JM, accompanied the guerrillas released in exchange for Peter Lorenz in 1974. Albrecht, Suzanne, B. 1951, 1976, joined the RAF, 1980, left the RAF and received asylum in the GDR, 1990, arrested and cooperated with police and prosecutors, 1996, released from prison. Allnach, K. Werner, member of the RAF, 1974, arrested. Andras, Suhaila, B. 1953, 1977, injured and arrested during the Mogadishu action, 1978, sentenced to 20 years in prison in Somalia, 1980, pardoned, 1991, moved to Norway, 1994, arrested, 1995, extradited to Germany and sentenced to 12 years, 1997, transferred to Norway to complete her sentence, 1999, released from prison on health grounds. Asdonk, Bridget, B. 1949, founding member of the RAF, 1970, arrested, 1982, released from prison. Augustin, Ronald, B. 1949, Dutch citizen, 1971, joined RAF, 1973, arrested, 1980, released from prison. Ost, Stefan, B. 1946, journalist, 1994–2008, editor-in-chief of Spiegel. Aitzela, Axel, lawyer for RAF prisoners, in 1976, following Meinhof's murder, he resigned his mandate claiming he feared for his life. Bader, Andreas, 1943–1977, participated in the 1968 Frankfurt department store arsons, founding member of the RAF, 1972, arrested following May offensive, 1977, killed in prison during the events of the German Autumn. Backer, Hans-Jürgen, B. 1939, founding member of the RAF, 1970, suspected of acting as a police informant, broke with the RAF, 1971, arrested, charged with the 1970 liberation of Bader, 1974, acquitted. Bars, Ingeborg, B. 1948, founding member of the RAF, 1972, left the RAF, but was never seen again, presumed dead. Baumann, Michael Bomai, B. 1948, founding member of the 2JM, 1975, broke with guerrilla politics in his autobiography Wie als Anfang, Terror or Love, in English translation, 1981, arrested in London and extradited to West Germany, sentenced to 5 years. Becker, Eberhard, SPK attorney arrested at RAF safe house in Hamburg on February 4, 1974. Becker, Verena, B. 1953, 2JM member, received a 6-year sentence in 1974, 1975, released from prison as part of a prisoner exchange for CDU politician Peter Lorenz, who had been kidnapped by the 2JM, joined the RAF before 1977, 1977, arrested, broke with the RAF in prison and cooperated with police and prosecutors, 1989, pardoned. Beer, Henning, B. 1959, brother of Wolfgang Beer, 1978, joined the RAF, 1980, left the RAF and received asylum in the GDR, 1990, arrested and cooperated with police and prosecutors, 1995, released from prison. Beer, Wolfgang, 1953 to 1980, brother of Henning Beer, RAF member, 1974, arrested, 1978, released from prison, 1980, died in a car accident while living underground. Berberick, Monica, B. 1942, founding member of the RAF, 1970, arrested, 1976, escaped from prison, recaptured 2 weeks later, 1998, released from prison. Boll, Heinrich, 1917 to 1985, novelist and Group 47 member, 1970 to 1972, president of the Pen Club of the FRG, 1972, won the Nobel Prize for Literature. Bowling, Klaus, B. 1928, SPD member, 1974 to 1981, Speaker of the House and head of the Federal Press Service, federal government contact person with Mogadishu hijackers during the German Autumn. Book, Peter Jürgen, B. 1951, C. 1975, joined RAF, 1980, broke with RAF, 1981, arrested, cooperated with police and prosecutors, 1998, pardoned. Book, Waltraud, RAF member, 1976, arrested in Vienna following a bank robbery, sentenced to 15 years. Bose, Wilfried, 1949 to 1976, founding member of the RZ, 1976, killed during the Entebbe hijacking. Brandl, Reinhold, 1936 to 1977, Schleier's bodyguard, 1977, killed by the RAF. Brandt, Willy, 1913 to 1992, SPD politician, 1964, federal chairman of the SPD, 1966 to 1969, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Vice-Chancellor, 1969 to 1974, Chancellor, 1974, Chairman of the Socialist International, Second International. Braun, Bernhard, B. 1946, associated with the SPK and subsequently with both the 2JM and the RAF, 1972, arrested following May offensive, broke with the guerrilla in prison. Buebach, Siegfried, 1920 to 1977, 1974 to 1977, Attorney General, 1977, assassinated by the RAF. Buddenberg, Wolfgang, B. 1911, Federal Supreme Court Judge, 1972, targeted by a RAF car bomb that injured his wife Gerda. Carlos, Ilich Ramirez Sanchez, B. 1949, guerrilla mercenary closely tied to the Palestinian movement, 1994, arrested in Sudan and extradited to France, 1997, sentenced to life in prison, 2003, aligned himself with fundamentalist Islam, stating his support for Osama bin Laden and the 9/11 attacks, 2005, adopted the name Salim Muhammad. Cohn-Bendit, Daniel, B. 1945, 1968, leader of the French student uprising known as the May Revolution, expelled to West Germany, leading figure in the Sponti movement in the 70s, and an early backer of the Green Party. Croissant, Klaus, 1931 to 2002, lawyer for RAF prisoners, 1977, arrested and sentenced to 2.5 years for supporting a terrorist organization. Upon his release he would begin working for the Stasi, while running, unsuccessfully, on the alternative list in the 1980s. Delvaux, Hans Joachim, brother of Karl-Heinz Delvaux, arrested 1977 on charges of supporting a criminal organization, cooperated with police and prosecutors, moved to Canada upon his release from prison. Delwo, Karl Heinz, b. 1952, 1974, joined RAF, part of the Holger Mainz Commando that carried out the failed Stockholm Embassy hostage-taking in 1975, received 2 life sentences in 1977, 1996, released from prison. Drenkman, Günter von, 1910-1974, Social Democratic President of West Berlin Supreme Court, killed during an attempted kidnapping by the 2JM, meant to avenge the death of Holger Mainz. Dyke, Elizabeth von, 1951-1979, member of the SPK, assistant to RAF lawyer Klaus Croissant and subsequently suspected RAF member, 1975, went underground, 1979, shot dead by police. Draeger, Alfred, 1920-2002, CDU member, 1956-1970, mayor of Fulda, 1982-1991, chairman of the CDU/CSU federal parliamentary faction. Dumlein, Christine, b. 1949, 1975, joined the RAF, 1980, left the RAF and received asylum in the GDR, 1990, arrested and cooperated with police and prosecutors, released after 1 day as the only crime she was guilty of was membership in a terrorist organization, and the statute of limitations had expired. Dutschke, Rudy, 1940-1979, leading theorist for the SDS and the APO, 1968, victim of an assassination attempt, 1979, founding member of the Green Party, drowned the same year when he had a seizure while taking a bath. X. Krista, b. 1950, RAF member, arrested February 4, 1974, 1984, arrested. Eckhart, Hans, 1922-1972, police officer, 1972, killed in an exchange of fire with RAF members. Inslan, Gudrun, 1940-1977, participated in the 1968 Frankfurt department store arsons, founding member of the RAF, 1972, arrested following May offensive, 1977, killed in prison during the events of the German Autumn. Eppel, Richard, 1954-1972, 1972, killed by police who believed he was a RAF member when he ran a police checkpoint. Filbinger, Hans, 1913-2007, former hardline Nazi judge, 1966-1978, CDU president of Baden-Württemberg. Fischer, Jischka, b. 1948, leading figure in the Sponti movement in the 70s, 1983-1985, Green Party Member of Parliament, 1991-1994, Minister of the Environment in Hessen, 1998-2005, Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs. Folkerts, Knut, b. 1952, RAF member, 1977, arrested, 1995, released from prison. Folkerts, Uwe, b. 1948, brother of Knut Folkerts, arrested May 4, 1977, found guilty of supporting a criminal organization and released after 18 months. Fried, Erich, 1921-1988, Austrian poet, Gruppe 47 member. Friedrich, Ralph Baptist, b. 1946, 1977, joined the RAF, 1980, left the RAF and received asylum in the GDR, 1990, arrested and cooperated with police and prosecutors. Genscher, Hans Dietrich, b. 1927, FDP politician, 1969-1974, Federal Minister of the Interior, 1974-1992, Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs. Nadinger, Fritz Joachim, b. 1938, Federal Prosecutor, 1969-1975, SPD Member of Parliament. Goebel, Wolfgang, 1947-1977, Buebach's chauffeur, 1977, killed by the RAF. Gomans, Johannes, 1954 to 1978, Dutch customs officer, 1978, killed in exchange of fire with RAF members. Goergens, Irene, B. 1951, founding member of the RAF, 1970, arrested, 1977, released from prison. Grashov, Manfred, B. 1946, 1970, joined RAF, 1972, arrested prior to the May offensive, broke with the RAF in prison, 1988, pardoned. Grenwold, Kurt, B. 1937, lawyer for RAF prisoners, 1975, subjected to the Berufsverbot. Grundmann, Wolfgang, B. 1948, founding member of the RAF, 1972, arrested prior to the May offensive, 1976, released from prison. Grostad, Eric, B. 1936, 1970, joined the RAF, arrested the same year. Haag, Siegfried, B. 1944, 1972, served as lawyer for Andreas Bader, 1975, went underground, 1976, arrested, alleged to have organized both the 1975 Stockholm action and the 1977 offensive, broke with the RAF in prison, 1987, released from prison. Haddad, Wadi, 1927 to 1978, 1967 to 1970, leading figure in the PFLP's military wing, expelled from the PFLP at some point in the 1970s, at some point between 1970 and 1972 established the PFLP, EO, as a body separate from the PFLP, 1977, poisoned by the Mossad, succumbs in 1978. Hammerschmidt, Katharina, 1943 to 1975, 1970, joined RAF, 1972, turned herself in following May offensive, 1974, released from prison for health reasons, 1975, died of cancer. Hansen, Hans Wilhelm, police officer killed in 1978 in a firefight with RAF members. Harb, Nabil, 1954 to 1977, member of the PFLP, EO, killed during the Mogadishu action. Hausner, Siegfried, 1952 to 1975, SPK member, joined RAF, 1972, arrested following May offensive and sentenced to 3 years, 1974, released from prison, 1975, led the Holger Mainz Commandos hostage-taking at the FRG embassy in Stockholm, died as a result of injuries sustained during this action. Heinemann, Gustav, 1899 to 1976, 1949 to 1950, Federal Minister of the Interior for the CDU, 1952, left the CDU to co-found the GVP, 1957, joined the SPD, 1966 to 1969, Federal Minister of Justice, 1969 to 1974, President. Heisler, Rolf, B. 1948, 1971, left the Tupamaros Munich to join the RAF, arrested the same year, 1975, released from prison as part of a prisoner exchange for CDU politician Peter Lorenz, who had been kidnapped by the 2JM, 1979, arrested, 2001, released from prison. Helbing, Monica, B. 1953, 1976, joined the RAF, 1980, left the RAF and received asylum in the GDR, 1990, arrested and cooperated with police and prosecutors, 1995, released from prison, living under a new name. Heldman, Hans Heinz, lawyer for RAF prisoners. Harold, Horst, B. 1923, 1967 to 1971, President of the Nuremberg Police, 1971 to 1981, President of the BKA. Hilligard, Heinz, 1911 to 1975, Foreign Service diplomat, 1975, killed during the Stockholm action. Hoff, Dirk, B. 1948, 1971 to 1972, built items the RAF used in bombings, claimed to believe they were movie props, 1975, arrested and turned state evidence in exchange for the charges against him being dropped. Hoffman, Siegland, B. 1945, 1976, joined the RAF, 1980, arrested in Paris and extradited to West Germany, 1999, released from prison. Homan, Peter, B. 1936, founding member of the RAF, 1970, broke with the RAF. Hoppe, Werner, B. 1949, 1970, joined the RAF, 1971, arrested, c. 1978, broke with the RAF, 1979, released from prison. Jansen, Ali, B. 1948, 1970, joined RAF, arrested the same year and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Yendrian, Gunter, taxi driver, 1974, killed by police who believed he was a RAF member. Jong, Dirk Dionysius, 1959 to 1978, Dutch customs officer, 1978, killed in exchange of fire with RAF members. Junschke, Klaus, B. 1947, member of the SPK, 1971, joined RAF, 1972, arrested following May offensive, broke with the RAF in prison, 1988, pardoned. Kiesinger, Kurt George, 1904 to 1988, CDU politician, 1958 to 1966, President of Baden-Württemberg, 1966 to 1969, Chancellor, 1967 to 1971, Federal Chairman of the CDU. Klar, Christian, B. 1952, 1976, joined the RAF, 1982, arrested, 2007, denied clemency, due for release in 2009. Klein, Hans Joachim, B. 1947, 1974, joined the RZ, 1975, seriously injured participating in the Vienna OPEC action, left the guerrilla, issuing a critical assessment and mailing it with his weapon to Spiegel, 1979, released a book critically assessing the guerrilla struggle, 2000, arrested in France and extradited to Germany, acted as a Crown witness to avoid a life sentence and was sentenced to 9 years, 2003, pardoned. Knoll, Michael, 1949 to 1978, member of the RAF, 1978, killed in an exchange of fire with the police. Krab, Friedrich, B. 1950, younger sister of Hannah Krab, SPK member, allegedly joined RAF prior to 1977 and participated in Schleyer kidnapping, never captured. Krab, Hannah, B. 1945, sister of Friedrich Krab, SPK member, 1974, joined RAF, part of the Holger Mainz commando that carried out the failed Stockholm embassy hostage-taking in 1975, received 2 life sentences in 1977, 1996, pardoned and released from prison. Kral, Hans-Jürgen, 1943 to 1970, leading theorist in the SDS and the APO, 1970, died in a car accident. Kranenberg, Ari, 1931 to 1977, Dutch customs officer, 1977, killed in an exchange of fire with RAF members. Croscher Tiedemann, Gabrielle, 1951 to 1995, 2JM member, 1973, arrested, 1975, released from prison as part of a prisoner exchange for CDU politician Peter Lorenz, who had been kidnapped by the 2JM, 1975, participating in the Vienna OPEC action, 1977, arrested in Switzerland for the shooting of 2 Swiss customs agents, 1987, extradited to West Germany, 1990, acquitted on charges related to the 1975 Vienna OPEC action, 1991, released from prison, 1995, died of cancer. Kuby, Christine, RAF member, arrested in 1978, released 1995. Coleman, Bridget, 1949 to 1976, founding member of the RZ, 1976, killed during the Entebbe action. Kunzelmann, Dieter, B. 1939, Commune 1 member, 1969, founding member of the Tupamaros West Berlin, 1970, arrested, 1975, released from prison, 1983 to 1985, alternative list member of parliament in West Berlin. Karas, Karl Heinz, the undercover police officer who shot Benno Ohnesorg on June 2, 1967. Lang, Jörg, B. 1950, lawyer who was arrested in 1972 on charges that he had helped recruit for the RAF, went underground in 1974, at one time accused, perhaps spuriously, of helping to organize the events of 1977, to the best of our knowledge, never captured. Langhans, Rainer, B. 1940, Commune 1 member. Langner, Klaus Jürgen, lawyer for Margaret Schiller, his offices were firebombed in 1976. Link, George, librarian, shot and seriously injured during the Bader breakout. Lorenz, Peter, 1922 to 1987, 1969 to 1981, Berlin chairman of the CDU, 1975, kidnapped by the 2JM and exchanged for 5 political prisoners. Luther, Angela, B. 1940, 2JM member, worked with the RAF during 1972 May offensive, participated in successful kidnapping of Peter Lorenz and prisoner exchange in 1975, never captured. Mahler, Horst, B. 1936, founding member of the RAF, 1964, began acting as lawyer for the SDS and the APO, 1969, co-founded the Socialist Lawyers Collective, 1970, arrested, 1974, acrimoniously parted ways with the RAF in prison, affiliating himself with the KPD/AO, 1975, refused to leave prison as part of the Lawrence Exchange, 1980, released from prison, 1997, publicly acknowledged his ties to the neo-Nazi NPD, 2000, joined the NPD, 2003, founded the Holocaust Denial Organization, the VRBHV. Meyerwitt, Silke, B. 1950, 1977, joined the RAF, 1980, left the RAF and received asylum in the GDR, 1990, arrested and cooperated with police and prosecutors, 1995, released from prison. Mayhofer, Werner, B. 1918, FDP politician, 1972 to 1974, Federal Minister for Special Affairs, 1974 to 1978, Federal Minister of the Interior. Marsus, Heinz, 1936 to 1977, Schleier's chauffeur, 1977, killed by the RAF. Martin, Ludwig, B. 1909, 1963 to 1974, Attorney General. Meyer, Roland, RAF member, 1976, arrested. MacLeod, Ian, Scottish businessman, suspected of working as British intelligence agent, 1972, shot dead by police who believed he was a RAF member. Meinhof, Ulrich, 1934 to 1976, founding member of the RAF, 1959, joined the illegal KPD, 1959 to 1969, concrete journalist, 1960 to 1964, editor-in-chief of Concrete, 1964, left the KPD, 1972, arrested following May offensive, 1976, killed in prison. Mainz, Holger, 1941 to 1974, 1969, joined Commune 1, worked on 883, 1970, joined RAF, 1972, arrested following May Offensive, 1974, died on hunger strike in prison. Meyer, Till, B. 1944, founding member of the 2JM, 1972, arrested, 1973, escaped from prison, 1975, arrested, 1978, broken out of prison, arrested by West German police in Bulgaria the same year, 1986, released from prison, 1992, exposed as a Stasi agent. Merbach, Andreas von, 1931–1975, military attaché at the West German Embassy in Stockholm, 1975, killed during the Stockholm action. Monhaupt, Brigitte, B. 1949, 1971, joined the RAF, 1972, arrested following May Offensive, 1977, released from prison, went back underground, 1982, arrested, 2007, released from prison. Mahler, Irmgard, B. 1947, 1971, joined the RAF, 1972, arrested following May Offensive, 1977, the only survivor of the Stammheim killings, 2006, released from prison. Muller, Arndt, lawyer for RAF prisoners, 1977, arrested and charged with supporting a terrorist organization, 1980, sentenced to 4 years and 8 months in prison. Muller, Gerhard, B. 1948, SPK member, 1971, joined the RAF, 1972, arrested following May Offensive, 1974, served as a Crown witness against RAF prisoners, served a 6.5-year sentence, upon his release was relocated to the USA. Negd, Oscar, B. 1934, Frankfurt School philosopher and social theorist, 1972, as a representative of the New Left and the APO developed a bitter critique of the RAF. Neuer Law, Armin, lawyer for RAF prisoners, 1977, arrested and charged with supporting a terrorist organization, 1980, sentenced to 3 years and 6 months in prison. Oberwinder, Michael, lawyer for RAF prisoners. Onezorg, Benno, 1940–1967, shot dead by an undercover police officer at an anti-Shah demonstration in West Berlin on June 2, 1967. Payet, Dennis, Swiss lawyer, 1977, acted as the intermediary between the RAF and the West German government during the German Autumn. Peeler, Roland, 1957–1977, Schleier's bodyguard, 1977, killed by the RAF. Plambeck, Julian, 1952–1980, founding member of the 2JM, 1975, arrested, 1976, broke out of prison, 1980, joined the RAF, died in a car accident the same year. Pohl, Helmut, B. 1943, 1970, associated with the RAF, 1973, joined the RAF, 1974, arrested, 1979, released from prison and went back underground, 1984, arrested, 1998, pardoned after he suffered a stroke in prison. Pottel, Rolf, 1942–2004, associated with both the RAF and the 2JM, 1971, arrested, 1975, released from prison as part of an prisoner exchange for CDU politician Peter Lorenz, who had been kidnapped by the 2JM, 1976, arrested in Greece and extradited to West Germany, 1982, released from prison, 1984, returned to Greece. Ponto, Jürgen, 1923–1977, 1977, shot dead by the RAF during a bungled kidnapping attempt. Prinzing, Theodore, B. 1923, 1974–1977, main judge in the Stammheim trial of RAF prisoners, 1977, forced to recuse himself when it was discovered he had been leaking classified trial documents. Pröll, Astrid, b. 1947, founding member of the RAF, 1971, arrested, released to a prison hospital the same year for health reasons, escaped and fled to England where she lived under the name Anna Puttick, 1978, arrested in London and extradited to West Germany, 1979, sentenced to 5.5 years, but immediately released on the basis of time served. Pröll, Thorwald, b. 1941, brother of Astrid Pröll, 1968, participated in the Frankfurt department store arsons, went underground when released awaiting the outcome of an appeal, but later turned himself in and served out his sentence. Rabel, Bernd, b. 1938, leading theorist for the SDS and the APO, 2005, began a public association with the neo-Nazi NPD. Rasp, Jan Karl, 1944–1977, 1967, founding member of Commune 2, 1970, joined the RAF, 1972, arrested following May Offensive, 1977, killed in prison during the events of the German Autumn. Rock, George von, 1947–1971, 1968, founding member of the Roaming Hash Rebels, 1970, arrested, 1971, killed in an exchange of fire with the police. Riebman, Kurt, 1924–2005, 1977–1990, Attorney General. Reinders, Ralph, b. 1948, founding member of the 2JM, 1975, arrested, 1990, released from prison. Roll, Klaus Rainer, b. 1928, 1953, joined KPD, 1957, founded Concrete, 1961, married Ulrich Meinhof, 1964, left the KPD, 1974, left Concrete, 1981, took over Spontan, 1995, joined the FDP. Roll, Carmen, SPK member, 1972, joined the RAF, arrested the same year prior to the May Offensive, 1976, released from prison, moved to Italy. Rossner, Bernd, b. 1946, 1974, joined the RAF, part of the Holger Mainz commando that carried out the failed Stockholm embassy hostage-taking in 1975, received 2 life sentences in 1977, 1992, released from prison on health grounds, 1994, pardoned. Roland, Karl-Heinz, b. 1938, 1970, became close to the RAF, arrested the same year, becoming the first RAF associate to serve as a Crown witness. Schiele Walter, b. 1919, chairman of the DP, 1968–1974, vice-chancellor and foreign minister during Willy Brandt's Social Liberal Coalition, 1969–1974, president during the first 5 years of Helmut Schmidt's administration, 1974–1979. Skelm, Petra, 1951–1971, 1970, joined RAF, 1971, killed in an exchange of fire with the police. Schiller, Karl, 1911–1994, SPD politician, 1966–1972, Minister of the Economy, 1971–1972, Minister of Finance. Schiller, Margaret, b. 1948, SPK member, 1970, joined the RAF, 1971, arrested, 1973, released from prison and went back underground, 1974, arrested, 1979, released from prison, 1985, went into voluntary exile in Cuba, 1993, moved to Uruguay. Schiele, Otto, b. 1932, lawyer for RAF prisoners, 1980, founding member of the Green Party, 1989, left the Green Party to join the SPD, 1994 to 1998, chairman of the SPD parliamentary faction, 1998 to 2005, Federal Minister of the Interior, 2005, joined the boards of two biometric security firms. Schleyer, Hans Martin, 1915 to 1977, former SS member and leading West German industrialist, 1977, kidnapped and executed by the RAF during the German Autumn. Schmid, Norbert, 1938 to 1971, police officer, 1971, killed in an exchange of fire with RAF members. Schmidt, Helmut, B. 1918, SPD politician, 1967 to 1969, chairman of the SPD parliamentary faction, 1969 to 1972, Federal Minister of Defense, 1972, Federal Minister of Economics, 1972 to 1974, Federal Minister of Finance, 1974 to 1982, Chancellor. Schmitz, Sabina, B. 1956, joined RAF sometime in 1976, arrested that same year and charged under 129. Schneider, Gerd, member of the RAF, 1977, arrested in Amsterdam and extradited to West Germany, sentenced to 15 years in prison. Scholes, Uli, B. 1947, 1970, joined the RAF, but left shortly thereafter. Schoner, Herbert, 1939 to 1971, police officer, 1971, shot dead by RAF members robbing a bank. Schubert, Ingrid, 1944 to 1977, founding member of the RAF, 1970, arrested, 1977, killed in prison. Schultz, Adelheid, B. 1955, 1977, joined the RAF, 1982, arrested, 1998, released from prison on health grounds, 2002, pardoned. Schumann, Jürgen, 1940 to 1977, pilot, 1977, killed during the Mogadishu action. Siepman, Ingrid, B. 1944, member of the 2JM, 1974, arrested, 1975, released from prison as part of a prisoner exchange for CDU politician Peter Lorenz, who had been kidnapped by the 2JM, 1982, believed killed by Israeli airstrike in Lebanon. Sohnlein, Horst, B. 1943, 1968, participated in the Frankfurt department store arsons, released while awaiting an appeal, 1969, turned himself in when the appeal was denied. Sonnenberg, Gunter, B. 1954, member of the RAF, 1977, arrested, 1992, released from prison. Spittel, Angelika, B. 1952, RAF member, 1978, arrested, 1989, pardoned. Spittel, Volker, B. 1950, RAF supporter, 1977, arrested, cooperated with police and prosecutors, 1979, released from prison. Springer, Axel, 1912 to 1985, media magnate, owner of the Springer Press. Stachowiak, Ilstini, B. 1954, 1970, joined the RAF, 1971, arrested, released the same year and went back underground, 1974, arrested. Sternebeck, Sigrid, B. 1949, 1977, joined the RAF, 1980, left the RAF and received asylum in the GDR, 1990, arrested and cooperated with police and prosecutors. Stahl, Willy Peter, 1950 to 1978, member of the RAF, 1978, shot dead by police. Strauss, Franz Joseph, 1915 to 1988, CSU politician, 1953 to 1955, Federal Minister for Special Affairs, 1955 to 1956, Federal Minister for Atomic Issues, 1956 to 1962, Federal Minister of Defense, 1966 to 1969, Federal Minister of Finance, 1978 to 1988, President of Bavaria. Straub, Hans Christian, B. 1939, lawyer for RAF prisoners, 1969, co-founder of the Socialist Lawyers Collective, 1979, co-founder of the TAS, 1978, founding member of the Alternative List, 1985, joined the Green Party. Sturm, Beat, B. 1950, 1970, joined the RAF, 1971, left the RAF, subsequently gave a number of interviews about the organization. Toffer, Lutz, B. 1944, member of the SPK, 1971, joined the RAF, part of the Holger Mainz Commando that carried out the failed Stockholm embassy hostage-taking in 1975, received 2 life sentences in 1977, 1996, released from prison, 1999, moved to Brazil. Teufel, Fritz, B. 1943, founding member of Commune 1, founding member of the 2JM, 1975, arrested, sentenced to 5 years in prison. Thimi, Johannes, 1956 to 1985, 1976, affiliated himself with the RAF support scene, served several prison sentences, 1985, killed when a bomb he was helping to plant exploded prematurely. Ulmer, Helmut, 1953 to 1977, Schleier's bodyguard, 1977, killed by the RAF. Erbach, Peter, B. 1941, police infiltrator working in the milieu of the SDS and the APO in the late 60s, particularly close to members of Commune 1, the 2JM, and the RAF, 1970, facilitated the arrest of Andreas Bader, after which he was provided with a new identity and relocated outside of West Germany. Viet, Inga, B. 1944, founding member of the 2JM, 1972, arrested, 1973, broke out of prison, 1975, arrested, 1976, broke out of prison, 1980, joined the RAF, 1982, left the RAF and received asylum in the GDR, 1990, arrested, the only refugee in the GDR who would not provide evidence against other guerrillas, 1997, released from prison. Vogel, Andreas, 2JM member, 1976, arrested, sentenced to 10 years in prison. Wackernagel, Christoph, B. 1951, 1977, joined the RAF, arrested the same year, 1983, broke with the RAF, 1987, released from prison. Wagenbach, Klaus, B. 1930, founder of influential left press Wagenbach Publishers, 1976, read the eulogy at Ulrich Meinhof's funeral. Wagner, Rolf Clemens, B. 1944, member of the RAF, 1979, arrested in Zurich, Switzerland, and extradited to Germany, 2003, pardoned on health grounds, 2007, subject to investigation after stating in an interview that the Schleier kidnapping was a legitimate action. Weinrich, Johannes, B. 1947, founding member of the RZ, by the late 70s part of the Carlos Group, 1995, arrested in Aden, Yemen, and extradited to Germany, sentenced to life in prison. Weisbecker, Thomas, 1949 to 1972, associated with Commune 1, the Roaming Hash Rebels, the Tupamaros West Berlin, the 2JM, and the RAF, 1971, arrested and acquitted, 1972, shot dead by police during a manhunt for the RAF. Wessel, Ulrich, 1946 to 1975, member of the SPK, member of the RAF, 1975, killed during the Stockholm action he was participating in as a member of the Holger Mainz Commando. Wisniewski, Hans-Jürgen, 1922–2005, member of the SPD, 1959–1961, chairman of the Jusos, 1966, federal minister for economic cooperation, 1970, member of the SPD's executive committee, 1974, secretary of state, 1974–1976, Minister of State at the Department of Foreign Affairs, 1976–1979, Minister of State at the Federal Chancellery, 1977, Government Envoy to Third World countries during the German Autumn, 1979–1982, Deputy Chairman of the SPD, 1982, Minister of State at the Federal Chancellery. Wisniewski, Stefan, B. 1953, 1975, joined the RAF, 1978, arrested at Orly Airport in Paris, 1999, released from prison. Witter, Hermann, B. 1916, Director of the Institute for Forensic Medicine and Psychiatry at University of Hamburg/Saar. Worster, George, 1944–1977, Buebach's bodyguard, 1977, killed by the RAF. Zayes, Peter, federal prosecutor involved in the Stammheim trial against Andreas Bader, Gudrun Inslen, Ulrich Meinhof, Holger Mainz, and Jan Karl Rasp. Zitzlaff, Inga Wink, B. 1931, Ulrich Meinhof's sister. Armed Struggle in West Germany, A Chronology. 1958. Leadership of the Sozialistischer Deutscher Studentenbund, Socialist German Students' Federation, or SDS, won by activists significantly to the left of the SPD. 1961. The SDS and Left-Wing Society for the Promotion of Socialism are purged from the SPD. 1964. December 18, 1964. 400 demonstrators greet Congolese President Moïse Tshombe at the West Berlin airport. 150 protesters clash with the police in the streets of West Berlin. Rudi Dutschke will later claim this demonstration marked the beginning of the APO. 1966. April 9–11, 1966. Easter weekend. Demonstrations against the Vietnam War occur throughout West Germany. May 22, 1966. The SDS organizes a conference against the Vietnam War. Participants include Konrad Ehlers, Oskar Negd, Herbert Marcuse, and Jürgen Habermas. As a result of this conference, the SDS emerges as the key organization in the anti-war movement. May 30, 1966. Student organizations hold a conference in Bonn against the Notstandsgesetze, emergency laws, being proposed by the government. October 8, 1966. 8,000 to 9,000 participate in a national congress to oppose the proposed emergency laws. 24,000 people participate in the closing demonstration. December 1, 1966. The CDU/SPD Grand Coalition is formed. December 10, 1966. In a closing speech at the Vietnam Weeks, SDS leader Rudi Dutschke proposes the formation of an extra-parliamentary opposition, which will become known as the APO. A demonstration at the close of the conference is brutally attacked by police. 1967. January 1, 1967. Commune 1 founded in West Berlin. The first commune to come out of the student movement, it represents the anarchist tendency. March 25 to 27, 1967. Easter weekend. Demonstrations occur throughout West Germany against the government's anti-democratic measures and against the Vietnam War. April 5, 1967. Commune 1 carries out a pudding attack on U.S. Vice President Hubert Humphrey in West Berlin, which is followed by arrests and an intense media smear campaign. April 19, 1967. 2,000 students participate in a sit-in at the Free University in West Berlin to protest the university's disciplinary measures against FU students arrested with Commune 1 members in connection with the pudding attack against Hubert Humphrey on April 5. April 21, 1967. With support from NATO, a coup establishes a far-right military junta in Greece. May 12, 1967. Commune 1 is expelled from the SDS. May 20, 1967. The Republican Club, a meeting place for leftists, opens in West Berlin. Horst Mahler is a founding member. May 24, 1967. 2 days after a fire levels a Brussels department store, Commune 1 members pass out a leaflet suggesting that burning department stores might not be such a bad way to advance the revolution. Fritz Teufel and Rainer Langhans are arrested and charged with inciting arson. June 2, 1967. Student Benno Ohnesorg is shot and killed by undercover police officer Karl-Heinz Kurz during a demonstration against a visit by the Shah of Iran to West Berlin. Initially acquitted, Kurz is retried, convicted, and spends 4 months in jail. He is allowed to retain his job. June 3 to 4, 1967. Protests of the killing of Benno Ohnesorg on June 2 are held at almost every university in West Germany. Violent clashes with the police occur in Hamburg. June 5 to 11, 1967. Israel attacks Egyptian forces in Sinai and the Gaza Strip. Syria and Jordan soon enter the conflict in support of Egypt. Nevertheless, due to its greater military capacity, Israel routs all 3 Arab armies, in what is known as the Six-Day War. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinians flee the newly occupied territories, finding their way to neighboring Jordan. The Six-Day War establishes anti-Zionism as a key element of the West German left. September 5, 1967. At an SDS Congress, Rudi Dutschke and Hans-Jürgen Krahl raise the idea of the urban guerrilla. This is the first time the idea has been openly discussed in the SDS or the APO. October 21, 1967. 10,000 people demonstrate in West Berlin against the Vietnam War on the same day as similar protests take place around the world. There are clashes with police in West Berlin. Following the demonstration, Andreas Bader and Astrid Prohl lay a bomb at America House. It fails to detonate due to a technical failure. 1968. January 30, 1968. The Tet Offensive begins in Vietnam. The offensive, which lasts 2 months, is a turning point in the war, forcing the U.S. into a defensive position from which it will never recover. February 1 to 7, 1968. A week of violent student demonstrations against the Vietnam War sweeps West Germany. February 2, 1968. At the Springer Tribunal at the Critical University, Holger Maines shows a film about how to make a Molotov cocktail. The Springer Press refers to the tribunal as an act of fascist terror, comparing students to Hitler's SA. February 17 to 18, 1968. The International Congress on Vietnam is held at the Technical University in West Berlin. 12,000 people attend the closing demonstration. February 21, 1968. A demonstration organized by the West Berlin Senate, the Federation of Trade Unions, and the Springer Press against the student movement and in support of the U.S. war against Vietnam draws 80,000. Many participants carry placards reading Rudi Dutschke, Public Enemy No. 1 and Berlin must not become Saigon. April 1968. George von Rock, Michael Bohmy-Baumann, and others form the Wieland Commune in West Berlin. April 3, 1968. Andreas Bader, Gudrun Inselen, Thorwald Prohl, and Horst Sohnlein firebomb 2 Frankfurt department stores to protest the escalation of the Vietnam War. April 4, 1968. Andreas Bader, Gudrun Inselen, Thorwald Prohl, and Horst Sohnlein are arrested for the arsons of the previous day. Martin Luther King is assassinated in Memphis, Tennessee. April 11, 1968. Student leader Rudi Dutschke is shot 3 times, including once in the head, and seriously injured in West Berlin. The shooter, Joseph Bachmann, is a young right-wing worker from Munich, who claims to have been inspired by the Bild-Zeitung. The shooting sparks weeks of violent unrest, primarily directed against the Springer Press. In Munich, 2 demonstrators are killed in clashes with the police. Demonstrations and clashes occur for the rest of the month in cities throughout West Germany. May 1968. Student mass demonstrations happen around the world: West Germany, France, Austria, Italy, Yugoslavia, England, Turkey, Brazil, Japan, the USA. May 3 to June 30, 1968. A student strike in Paris, France sets in motion events that will last until August, including widespread workers' strikes, mass demonstrations, street confrontations, and factory occupations, almost bringing down the Charles de Gaulle government. May 5, 1968. Ulrike Meinhof argues in her weekly column in the influential left magazine Concrete that the time has come to escalate from protest to resistance. May 15 to 30, 1968. A wave of demonstrations against the proposed emergency laws sweeps West Germany. May 30, 1968. In West Germany, the emergency laws become law. Student protests erupt all over the country. Police forcibly clear Frankfurt University. May 31, 1968. 80,000 people in more than 50 cities demonstrate to protest the adoption of the emergency laws. June 28, 1968. The Emergency Powers Act is passed. A riot occurs at the Free University in West Berlin. September 12 to 16, 1968. At the 23rd Delegates Conference of the SDS in Frankfurt, Heike Sanders of the Steering Committee for Women's Liberation intervenes to denounce the male authoritarian nature of the SDS and is booed down. When SDS leader Hans-Jürgen Krahl refuses to address the issue, women attack him with tomatoes, marking a fundamental first step in the development of the women's movement in West Germany and West Berlin. October 14, 1968. The trial of Andreas Bader, Gudrun Inslen, Thorwald Prohl, and Horst Sohnlein for the April 3 department store arsons in Frankfurt begins. October 30, 1968. Daniel Cohn-Bendit, who had been expelled from France for his leading role in the protests there earlier in the year, is arrested for disrupting the arson trial of Andreas Bader, Gudrun Inslen, Horst Sohnlein, and Thorwald Prohl. October 31, 1968. The Frankfurt LG sentences Andreas Bader, Gudrun Inslen, Thorwald Prohl, and Horst Sohnlein to 3 years in prison for the April department store arsons in Frankfurt. November 4, 1968. Following threats to disbar left-wing attorney Horst Mahler because of his participation in anti-Springer protests, students and police clash violently in an incident that will, after the name of the street it occurs on, become known as the Battle of Tegeler Weg. 1969. February 27, 1969. Richard Nixon visits West Berlin and is met with massive demonstrations and an unsuccessful bombing attempt against his motorcade. Commune 1 members Dieter Kunzelmann and Rainer Langhans are arrested for the attempted bombing. The bomb was supplied by Verfassungsschutz infiltrator Peter Erbach. April 1, 1969. The Sozialistisches Bureau is founded in Offenbach. May 7, 1969. Because of political differences with her husband, Concrete publisher Klaus Rainer Rohl, Ulrike Meinhof, at that time a Concrete columnist, leads a group of 30 people who demolish the inside of his suburban Hamburg villa. June 7, 1969. Young workers and apprentices demonstrate in Cologne. Their slogan is self-determination and class struggle instead of co-management and union crap. June 13, 1969. Andreas Bader, Gudrun Inslen, Thorwald Prohl, and Horst Sohnlein, who had been sentenced for the April 1968 department store arson, are released while their case is appealed. Fall 1969. The urban guerrilla groups Tupamaros West Berlin and Tupamaros Munich are formed. Dieter Kunzelmann and other members of the Tupamaros West Berlin receive training in an Al-Fatah, PLO, training camp in Jordan. There are 6 bombings in West Berlin. September 2 to 19, 1969. Wildcat strikes occur in the mining, metal, energy, and car industries. October 21, 1969. A new social liberal coalition government of the SPD and the FDP is formed. Willy Brandt, SPD, is Chancellor, Gustav Heinemann, SPD, is President, and Walter Scheel, FDP, is Foreign Minister. 1970. February 12, 1970. 52 psychiatric patients form the Sozialistisches Patienton Collective, SPK Socialist Patients Collective, in Heidelberg. The group's motto is Turn Illness into a Weapon. March 21, 1970. At a meeting in Frankfurt, the SDS Federal Association is dissolved by acclamation. A few local groups carry on for a short period. April 4, 1970. Andreas Bader is arrested in West Berlin. While it first appears this was a routine traffic stop, it is later revealed that he was in fact set up by police spy Peter Erbach. May 14, 1970. An armed group breaks Andreas Bader out of the library of the Institute for Social Research, where he had obtained permission to work with Ulrich Meinhof on a book about juvenile detention centers. An institute employee, George Link, is shot and seriously injured. This marks the beginning of the Red Army faction, RAF. May 20, 1970. In an amnesty, the new Social Liberal Coalition pardons thousands of students who had been sentenced to up to 9 months in prison for various offenses committed at demonstrations. June, August 1970. 20 members of the RAF receive training in an Al-Fatah, PLO, training camp in Jordan. June 2, 1970. The West German press receives a communiqué claiming credit for breaking Bader out of prison on May 14. June 5, 1970. In a statement entitled Die Rote Armee aufbauen, Build the Red Army, sent to the radical left magazine 883, the RAF effectively announces its existence. June 11, 1970. The so-called hand grenade law is passed, arming police with hand grenades, machine guns, and semi-automatic pistols. September 17, 1970. Following a series of daring skyjackings by the PFLP's External Operations Section, civil war breaks out in Jordan. The massacre of Palestinians at the hands of the Jordanian forces will be known as Black September, different estimates placing Palestinian deaths at between 4,000 and 10,000. As a result of this defeat, the PFLP, EO, will eventually be ejected from the PFLP. September 29, 1970. 3 simultaneous bank robberies, carried out in cooperation with the Blues, an amorphous organization including members of the Tupamaros West Berlin and the roaming Hash rebels, marked the RAF's first action. The robberies net 220,000 DM. October 8, 1970. Acting on a tip-off, police raid 2 West Berlin apartments and arrest RAF members Horst Mahler, Irene Goergens, Ingrid Schubert, Monika Berberich, and Brigitte Asdonk. These are the first arrests of RAF members. October 10, 1970. Hans-Jürgen Backer, suspected of being the snitch who gave away the location of the safe houses raided 2 days earlier, leaves the group. Shortly thereafter Uli Scholes, Ilstini Stachowiak, Beatsturm, and Holger Mains join the group. November 16, 1970. City Hall in Neustadt is broken into, 31 official stamps, 15 passports, and 11 ID cards are stolen. November 21, 1970. City Hall in Langhans is broken into, 166 ID cards, a bottle of cognac, and more than 430 DM are stolen. December 4, 1970. RAF associate Eric Grosstadt is arrested. December 20, 1970. RAF associate Karl-Heinz Rulland is arrested. He begins to cooperate immediately. Although he only knows RAF members by their code names, he will become a key witness in a series of RAF trials. December 21, 1970. RAF members Ali Jansen and Uli Scholes are arrested in Nuremberg shortly after stealing a car. Astrid Prohl and Ulrich Meinhof escape. Scholes is released the next day and leaves the RAF. 1971. January 15, 1971. Two banks in Kassel are simultaneously robbed by the RAF, netting an estimated 114,000 DM. January 28, 1971. Minister of the Interior, Hans-Dietrich Genscher, announces a major manhunt for the RAF. February 2, 1971. Hans-Jürgen Backer, who had left the group after being accused of being a snitch, is arrested and charged with participating in the Bader jailbreak. February 10, 1971. RAF members Astrid Prohl and Manfred Grashof are shot at by police in Frankfurt, but escape. The Springer Press declares the RAF to be public enemy #1. February 25, 1971. A 7-year-old child is kidnapped, and the media float the story that his abductors are demanding Mahler's freedom. It turns out this is a lie, and young Michael Lummer is released 2 days later unharmed. February 28, 1971. The BAW, Federal Prosecutor's Office, assumes responsibility for all RAF-related cases. April 1971. The RAF releases its foundational manifesto, Das Konzept Stadtguerilla, the Urban Guerrilla Concept. April 12, 1971. RAF member Ilstini Stachowiak is arrested at the Frankfurt train station. April 13, 1971. RAF member Rolf Heisler is arrested during a bank robbery in Munich. April 25, 1971. Letters received from alleged left-wing kidnappers claim that Professor Bertold Ruben and Rudolf Metzger had been abducted, and demand Horst Mahler's release from prison. This later turns out to be a hoax masterminded by far-right lawyer Jürgen Rieger. May 1971. Über den Bewaffneten-Kampf in Westeuropa, regarding the armed struggle in West Europe, a document signed the RAF Collective, but entirely the work of Horst Mahler, is released. The rest of the RAF reject the document, and the pursuant tension will eventually lead to Horst Mahler being expelled from the group. May 6, 1971. RAF founding member Astrid Prohl is arrested in Hamburg. May 18, 1971. The trial of Horst Mahler, Ingrid Schubert, and Irene Goergens for breaking Andreas Bader out from the Institute for Social Research Library begins. The trial will last less than 1 month and Schubert will receive a 6-year sentence, Goergens 4 years, and Mahler will be acquitted though held in custody as the state prepared other charges. June 24, 1971. SPK members exchange fire with the police at a traffic checkpoint, injuring 1 police officer. The SPK's office is raided that evening. The SPK dissolves itself, many of its members going underground and joining the RAF. July 1971. RAF members meet with the Blues and Tupamaros West Berlin members to discuss the possibility of organizational fusion. Thomas Weisbecker and Angela Luther express an interest and begin working with RAF members. July 8, 1971. Blues members Thomas Weisbecker, Michael Bohmai Baumann, and George von Rock go to trial for beating Quick journalist Horst Rieck. Baumann and Weisbecker are released on bail. Von Rock, facing other charges, with a possible 10-year sentence, pretends to be Weisbecker. The 2 men strongly resemble each other, and leaves with Baumann. Weisbecker is later released by the embarrassed authorities. All 3 go underground. This marks the beginning of the process leading to the formation of the 2nd of June movement, 2JM, a West Berlin-based anarchist guerrilla group. July 15, 1971. During Action Cobra, Operation Cobra, a manhunt involving 3,000 police officers. RAF member Petrus Kelm is shot and killed by the police at a Hamburg roadblock. Werner Hoppe is arrested and charged with attempted murder of a police officer. July 25, 1971. The respected Allensbach Institute publishes a poll indicating that 20% of West Germans younger than 30 feel a certain sympathy for the RAF, and 10% of the population in the north of West Germany would shelter a RAF member for a night. September 1971. Respected left publisher Rotbuch releases Mahler's über den bewaffneten Kampf in West Europa, regarding the armed struggle in West Europe, in booklet form. It is promptly banned by the state. September 1, 1971. Horst Herold is named head of the Bundeskriminalamt, Federal Criminal Bureau BKA. He immediately begins centralizing the bureau and constructing what will become the most extensive police computer database in the world. September 25, 1971. RAF members Margaret Schiller and Holger Mainz exchange fire with the police in Freiburg. Police officer Friedrich Ruff is shot through the hand, and police officer Helmut Ruff, not related, is seriously injured. October 21, 1971. During a routine traffic stop in West Berlin, a shootout occurs between George von Rock and police officer Peter Maker. Maker is shot in the thigh, and von Rock makes his escape. Policeman Norbert Schmidt is killed in a shootout with RAF members in Hamburg. RAF member Margaret Schiller is arrested in connection with the shooting in the early hours of the following morning. The shooter Gerhard Müller will later serve as a state witness in order to avoid being charged with murder. November 1971. RAF prisoner Astrid Prohl becomes the first prisoner to be held in the dead wing at Köln-Ossendorf. November 1, 1971. A bank robbery in Kiel is presumed to be the work of the RAF. November 16, 1971. The BKA sets up the Baader-Meinhof Special Commission. December 4, 1971. During a massive manhunt in West Berlin, following the discovery of a RAF safe house, 3 Blues members are involved in a shootout with the police. George von Rock is shot in the head and killed. Michael Baumann and another guerrilla escape. December 5, 1971. An estimated 5,000 to 7,000 people demonstrate in West Berlin to protest von Rock's killing. December 8, 1971. A vacant nurse's residence in West Berlin is occupied and named the George von Rock House. It exists to this day, housing up to 40 youth at any time. December 17, 1971. Rolf Pottel is arrested while trying to buy guns in New Ulm. The police claim the weapons were intended for the RAF. December 22, 1971. RAF members Klaus Junschke, Ingeborg Bars, and Wolfgang Grundmann rob a bank in Kaiserslautern, netting an estimated 134,000 DM. Police officer Herbert Schoner is shot dead when he stumbles upon the robbery. December 1971 to January 1972. In a series of meetings held at the George von Rock House, members of the Blues, Tupamaros West Berlin, the Roaming Hash Rebels, and the Rote-Ruhr Army decide upon fusion, forming the 2nd of June movement, 2JM. 1972. January 10, 1972. Spiegel publishes a letter from noted West German author Heinrich Boll in which he describes the Springer press coverage of the RAF as naked fascism, making him a target of the right-wing media and the police for years to come. January 28, 1972. The Interior Ministers' Conference passes the Radikalenerlass, Anti-Radical Act, generally known as the Berufsverbot, professional ban, barring people with left histories from working at any level of the civil service, including in the field of public education. February 21, 1972. RAF members dressed in full carnival regalia rob a bank in Ludwigshafen, making off with 285,000 DM. March 1, 1972. Richard Eppel, a 17-year-old apprentice, who is driving without a license, is mowed down when he runs a police checkpoint. March 2, 1972. An unarmed Thomas Weisbecker is shot and killed by police in Augsburg. RAF member Carmen Roll is arrested while trying to flee. In Hamburg, police raid a RAF safe house. When RAF members Manfred Grashof and Wolfgang Grundmann arrive, a police officer opens fire. Grundmann surrenders immediately, but Grashof returns fire. Police Superintendent Hans Eckhart is seriously wounded and subsequently dies of his injuries, and Grashof is seriously injured. Judge Wolfgang Buttenberg, who is in charge of all RAF arrests, nonetheless orders Grashof removed from the hospital to a prison cell. March 3, 1972. Demonstrations throughout West Germany to protest the murder of Weisbecker. 2 JM bomb the Berlin Landeskriminalamt, Land Criminal Bureau LKA, in retaliation for the killings of RAF members Petra Skelm and Thomas Weisbecker. March 15, 1972. Former RAF associate turned state witness Karl-Heinz Rolland is sentenced to 4.5 years. March 22, 1972. The Social Liberal Coalition government passes the Schwerpunkt Program Inneres Sicherheit, Priority Program for Internal Security, increasing and upgrading security measures overall and expanding the powers of the Verfassungsschutz. April 1972. The RAF issues a major document entitled Dem Volk dienen, Stadtguerilla und Klassenkampf, Serve the People, the Urban Guerrilla and Class Struggle. Spiegel prints extracts. The not guilty sentence against Horst Mahler in the Bader jailbreak trial is overturned on appeal. May 1972. The RAF responds to the carpet bombing of Vietnam with a bombing offensive known as the May Offensive. May 11, 1972. The RAF's Petra Skelm Commando bombs the headquarters of the U.S. Army's V Corps in Frankfurt. 1 officer is killed and 13 soldiers are injured. May 13, 1972. The RAF's Thomas Weisbecker Commando bombs the police headquarters in both Augsburg and Munich to avenge Thomas Weisbecker's killing. May 14, 1972. The RAF release a communiqué for the victory of the people of Vietnam claiming responsibility for May 11 bombing. May 15, 1972. The RAF's Manfred Grashof Commando plants a bomb in Judge Buttenberg's car. His wife Gerda is seriously injured, when she, instead of Judge Buttenberg, uses the car. May 16, 1972. The RAF releases a communiqué claiming responsibility for May 13 bombing. May 19, 1972. The RAF's 2nd of June Commando bombs the Springer building in Hamburg. Despite 3 warnings, the building is not cleared and 17 workers are injured. May 20, 1972. The RAF release a communiqué addressing the May 15 attack on Judge Buttenberg, and another regarding the May 19 attack on the Springer building. May 24, 1972. The RAF's July 15 Commando bombs the headquarters of the U.S. Army in Europe in Heidelberg. 3 soldiers are killed. May 25, 1972. The RAF releases a communiqué addressing the attack of the previous day. May 28, 1972. The RAF issues a communiqué to the West German press demanding that they print the communiqués explaining the May offensive. May 28, 1972. A false communiqué is issued claiming that the RAF will place 3 random car bombs in Stuttgart on June 2, the anniversary of the killing of Benno Ohnesorg. May 29, 1972. The RAF issues a communiqué addressing the false communiqué regarding the attacks threatened against Stuttgart. May 31, 1972. A recorded message from Ulrich Meinhof is played at the Red Aid Teach-In in Frankfurt. The BKA initiates a massive manhunt for RAF members, known as Operation Washout. June 1, 1972. RAF members Andreas Bader, Holger Mainz, and Jan Karl Rasp are arrested in Frankfurt. Bader is shot in the thigh. 300 cops and a tank are used to make the arrests. June 3 to 4, 1972. Close to 10,000 people attend the Angela Davis Congress in Frankfurt, organized by the Sozialistisches Büro. Oskar Negd, an important new left intellectual, uses the occasion to launch an attack on the RAF, arguing that leftists should not show the guerrilla any solidarity. June 7, 1972. RAF member Gudrun Inslen is arrested in a boutique in Hamburg after a shop attendant notices a gun in her purse. June 9, 1972. RAF members Brigitte Monhaupt and Bernhard Braun are arrested in West Berlin. June 15, 1972. RAF member Ulrich Meinhof and supporter Gerhard Müller are arrested in an apartment outside of Hanover. Police are tipped off by a left-wing trade unionist who had agreed to shelter them for the evening. Meinhof will be held in the dead wing at Kolonassendorf, where she will remain without respite for 8 months. June 22, 1972. The Constitution is amended to increase prison sentences and to increase the powers of the police and to better arm them, particularly in the case of the Bundesgrenzschutz, Federal Border Patrol BGS, and the Verfassungsschutz. June 25, 1972. Scottish businessman Ian MacLeod is shot and killed by police who believe him to be a RAF member. At the time he is standing naked, unarmed, in his bedroom. June 29, 1972. On the advice of her attorney, Otto Schiele, Katharina Hammerschmidt, who is wanted for supporting the RAF, surrenders to the police. July 7, 1972. Recent RAF recruit Hans-Peter Konieczny is cornered by the police in Offenbach. He is persuaded to cooperate in exchange for leniency. He agrees to set up Klaus Junschke and Irmgard Mahler, who are arrested 2 days later. Konieczny is released 2 months later. July 13, 1972. Attorney Jörg Lang, who is believed to have introduced Konieczny to the RAF, is arrested and charged with acquiring safe houses for the group. July 9, 1972. RAF members Irmgard Mahler and Klaus Junschke are arrested in Offenbach, set up with the help of Konieczny. July 26, 1972. The Hamburg LG sentences RAF member Werner Hoppe, who was captured on July 15, 1971, to 10 years in prison for attempted murder. September 5 to 6, 1972. Palestinian guerrilla group Black September takes 11 Israeli athletes hostage at the Olympic Games in Munich. Offered safe passage out of the country, they are ambushed by police at Fürstenfeldbruck Airport. During the ensuing shootout, the 11 athletes are executed, 1 cop is killed, and 5 of the 8 Black September members are killed. September 12, 1972. The Interior Ministers' Conference establishes the GSG-9, a special counter-terrorism police unit. October 3, 1972. The West German government bans General Union of Palestinian Workers and the General Union of Palestinian Students. Approximately 100 Palestinians are expelled from West Germany. October 29, 1972. The Palestinian guerrilla group Black September hijacks an airplane and demands the release of the 3 Palestinians who survived the September 6 shootout. This time West Germany acquiesces. November 1972. The RAF releases a major document entitled Die Action des Schwarzen September in München zur Strategie des anti-imperialistischen Kampfs, the Black September Action in Munich, regarding the strategy for anti-imperialist struggle. In it, they use the Black September attack in Munich as a starting point for a sweeping discussion of anti-imperialist resistance in West Germany and throughout the world. 1973. January 17 to February 16, 1973. 40 RAF prisoners participate in the first collective hunger strike, demanding access to independent doctors and transfer to the general population. Andreas Bader announces the hunger strike while testifying at Horst Mahler's trial in West Berlin. February 1973. RAF member Margaret Schiller is released from prison and immediately goes back underground. February, October 1973. Tens of thousands of workers participate in wildcat strikes in the steel and auto industries. April 1973. The committees against torture are formed by attorneys representing the RAF prisoners. Their express purpose is to focus public attention on the struggle of the RAF prisoners against destructive prison conditions. May 8 to June 29, 1973. 60 RAF prisoners participate in the second collective hunger strike, demanding an end to special treatments and free access to political information. July 13, 1973. Federal Supreme Court Judge Knoblich rules that the state can proceed with X-rays and a scintigraphy, a radiographic procedure used to determine if brain surgery is necessary, on RAF prisoner Ulrike Meinhof, even against her will, and with the use of restraining devices or anesthesia if necessary. This decision is based on the proposition that Meinhof's behavior may be the result of a brain abnormality. Massive protest in West Germany and internationally, including the protest of many doctors, prevents the government from proceeding with its plan. July 16, 1973. For the first time, the BKA raids the cells of RAF prisoners. July 24, 1973. RAF member Ronald Augustin is arrested in Lincoln. Augustin is a Dutch citizen who met RAF members when they were in Amsterdam. November 22, 1973. The West Berlin LG sentences RAF member Ali Jansen to 10 years in prison on 2 counts of attempted murder. 1974. January. Katharina Hammerschmidt, who has been denied medical care while in prison, is released to a clinic and her trial adjourned. She is suffering from cancer. January 3, 1974. RAF prisoner Ulrike Meinhof is released from the Cologne Dead Wing. Shortly thereafter she releases a document describing the physical and psychological impact of sensory deprivation torture. February 4, 1974. In simultaneous pre-dawn actions, RAF safe houses are raided by police in Hamburg and Frankfurt. RAF members and supporters Helmut Pohl, Ilse Stachowik, Christa X, and Eberhard Becker are arrested in Hamburg, while Margaret Schiller, K. Werner Allnach, and Wolfgang Beer are arrested in Frankfurt. Astrid Prohl is released from prison for health reasons. She later flees to London, England, where she lives under the name of Anna Putic. April 25, 1974. In Portugal, the Caetano dictatorship is overthrown in a left-wing military coup, known as the Carnation Revolution. By the end of the year, all Portuguese colonies will receive their independence. April 28, 1974. RAF prisoners Ulrike Meinhof and Gudrun Inselen transferred from Cologne prison to Stamheim. May 16, 1974. SPD Chancellor Willy Brandt, under constant fire since it became known in late April that one of his personal assistants was an East German spy, steps down, handing power to Helmut Schmidt. May 21, 1974. Taxi driver Günter Jendrian is killed by police in Munich when they mistake him for a RAF member. May 31, 1974. Siegfried Buebach succeeds Ludwig Martin as Attorney General. July 23, 1974. In the wake of a failed coup, the Greek military junta collapses. September 1974. The RAF prisoners' release provisorisches Kampfprogramm für den Kampf die politische Rechte der gefangenen Arbeiter, provisional program of struggle for the political rights of imprisoned workers, the only document they will ever release addressing prisoners in general. September 13, 1974, February 5, 1975. Ulrike Meinhof announces the RAF prisoners' third collective hunger strike while testifying at the trial where she, Horst Mahler, and Hans-Jürgen Backer face charges related to Batter's breakout from the Institute for Social Research Library. For the first time, the prisoners demand association with one another, rather than integration into general population. At least 31 prisoners, including 2 JM prisoners and others participate. September 27, 1974. Monika Berberic reads a statement expelling Horst Mahler from the RAF during the Bakker-Mahler-Meinhof trial at which she is testifying. Mahler has by this time joined the Maoist KPD, previously known as the KPD/AO. October 2, 1974. The perceived leadership of the RAF, Andreas Bader, Ulrich Meinhof, Gudrun Inselen, Jan Karl Rasp, and Holger Mainz are indicted on dozens of charges. October 16, 1974. The BAW files for seizure of the correspondence between defense attorney Kurt Grenwold and the RAF prisoners on the basis of a claim that attorneys form the core of an illegal RAF communications system. November 9, 1974. RAF member Holger Mainz dies after almost 2 months on hunger strike against isolation. Demonstrations break out all over West Germany. November 10, 1974. Günter von Drenkmann, president of West Berlin Supreme Court, is killed during an attempted kidnapping by the 2JM. A communiqué is issued claiming the action in retaliation for the death of Holger Mainz. November 18, 1974. Holger Mainz is buried in the family grave in Hamburg. 5,000 people attend the funeral, amongst them Rudi Dutschke, who, standing over Mainz's casket, famously gives the clenched fist salute, crying, "Holger, the fight goes on." November 26, 1974. With Action Winter Reese, Operation Winter Trip, the BKA searches dozens of houses and offices in 12 cities, including the West Berlin office of attorneys Klaus Eschen, Henning Spangenberg, and Hans Christian Straub. Roughly 40 people are arrested. November 29, 1974. The West Berlin LG sentences Ulrich Meinhof to 8 years in prison for her role in the Bader jailbreak. Recently expelled RAF member Horst Mahler is sentenced to 14 years. Hans-Jürgen Bakker, who testified against the guerrilla, is acquitted. December 4, 1974. Philosopher and Nobel Prize winner Jean-Paul Sartre visits RAF prisoner Andreas Bader in prison. December 7, 1974. A bomb explodes in Bremen Central Station, and 5 people are injured. December 9, 1974. The RAF issues a communiqué denouncing the Bremen train station bombing as a police action. December 13, 1974. Attorney General Siegfried Buebach files for seizure of the correspondence between RAF prisoners and defense attorneys Klaus Croissant and Hans Christian Straub. December 30, 1974. Second Senate Judge Theodor Prinzing rules that defense attorney Klaus Croissant is acting as supporter and spokesman for the RAF prisoners and, as such, for a criminal association. 1975. January 1, 1975. The Lex Bader-Meinhof laws, come into effect. Amongst other things, the laws allow the court to exclude defense attorneys who are suspected of forming a criminal association with their clients, and allows trials to continue without the accused present if the reason for the absence is deemed to be the fault of the prisoner, example the result of illness due to hunger striking. January 20, 1975. Spiegel prints an interview with RAF prisoners Andreas Bader, Gudrun Inselen, Ulrich Meinhof, and Jan Karl Rasp. The Federal Supreme Court alleges that defense attorney Hans Christian Straub is a member of a criminal association for referring to himself as a socialist and a political attorney and for expressing solidarity with the thinking of the prisoners, whom he refers to as comrades. February 2, 1975. The RAF on the outside writes a letter to the hunger striking prisoners ordering them to call off their hunger strike and promising to carry out an action on their behalf. February 27, 1975. The 2JM kidnap Peter Lorenz, CDU candidate for mayor in West Berlin, from his automobile, beating his chauffeur Werner Soa. Soa identifies Angela Luther, who has been underground for 3 years, as one of the kidnappers. Luther, who was also alleged to be involved with the RAF's 1972 May offensive, disappears without a trace. February 28, 1975. The Lorentz kidnappers demand the release of 6 imprisoned guerrillas: Rolf Pottel, Rolf Heisler, Gabriele Krocher-Tiedemann, Verena Becker, Ingrid Siepmann, and Horst Mahler. March 1 to 3, 1975. The Verfassungsschutz surreptitiously plants bugs in the cells of 5 RAF prisoners. March 3, 1975. Rolf Pottel, Rolf Heisler, Verena Becker, Ingrid Siepmann, and Gabriele Krocher-Tiedemann, with former West Berlin Mayor Heinrich Alberts acting as insurance, are flown to Aden, South Yemen. Horst Mahler declines to go with them. March 4, 1975. Peter Lorentz is released unharmed, and police raid suspected left-wing safe houses throughout West Berlin and West Germany. March 8, 1975. Facing pressure from the West German government, the government of South Yemen refuses to extradite the recently released prisoners, but does ask them to leave the country. March 17, 1975. Defense attorney Klaus Crescent is barred from representing Andreas Bader. April 15, 1975. American attorneys Ramsey Clark, the former Attorney General of the United States, William Kunstler, Peter Weiss, and William Schopp file a formal protest against the Lex Bader-Meinhof at West Germany's Constitutional Court. The court bars attorneys Klaus Crescent, Kurt Grenwold, and Hans Christian Straub from the RAF's defense team. April 22, 1975. A Stuttgart court bars attorney Klaus Crescent from defending RAF prisoner Andreas Bader. April 24, 1975. The RAF's Holger Mainz Commando occupies the West German embassy in Stockholm, Sweden, and demands the release of 26 political prisoners. During a tense standoff, the guerrilla executes the military and economic attachés. Police storm the building, detonating explosives the guerrilla had laid. RAF member Ulrich Wessel is killed, and RAF member Siegfried Hausner is seriously injured. As soon as the occupation begins, all RAF prisoners are searched and the contact ban is applied. May 1975. Interpol declares the RAF a criminal organization and places 15 West German citizens on its wanted list. May 1, 1975. The Verfassungsschutz bugs 2 additional cells occupied by RAF prisoners. May 4, 1975. RAF member Siegfried Hausner, who was seriously injured during the April 24 action at the German embassy in Stockholm, dies in Stammheim prison. May 5, 1975. Defense attorney Kurt Grenwold is excluded as Andreas Bader's attorney on the basis of allegations that his office served as an information central to allow prisoners to communicate amongst themselves. May 9, 1975. Elizabeth von Dijk and Siegfried Haag are arrested on charges of smuggling weapons out of Switzerland. They are released soon after. May 10, 1975. All of Siegfried Haag's files related to the Stammheim trial are seized. May 11, 1975. Attorney Siegfried Haag goes underground, joining the RAF. May 13, 1975. Attorney Hans Christian Straub is barred from defending Andreas Bader. May 16, 1975. Rumors are spread in the media that the RAF is planning a poison gas attack on Parliament. May 21, 1975. The pre-trial hearing for Ulrich Meinhof, Gudrun Inslen, Jan-Karl Rasp, and Andreas Bader begins in Stammheim. Defense attorneys Otto Schiele, Marie-Louise Becker, Rupert von Plotnitz, and Helmut Riedel, as well as several court-appointed attorneys, are present, but Andreas Bader is still without an attorney. May 23, 1975. Federal Minister of the Interior Werner Mayhofer claims there are 200 to 300 terrorist sympathizers in West Germany, with a hardcore of about 30. June 5, 1975. RAF prisoner Andreas Bader reminds the court that he is still without legal representation and claims that the prisoner's cells are bugged. He is dismissed as paranoid in the media. 2 years later the government will admit to the bugs, but claim they were only used during the Stockholm crisis and briefly in 1976, after which the tapes were immediately erased. June 12, 1975. Kurt Grenwold, one of the attorneys representing RAF prisoners, is subjected to the Berufsverbot for his alleged role in the RAF prisoners' info system. June 23, 1975. Defense attorneys for the RAF prisoners in Hamburg, Heidelberg, Stuttgart, and West Berlin have their offices and homes searched. Hans Christian Straub and Klaus Croissant are arrested. Files relating to the Stammheim trial are seized. June 29, 1975. RAF member Katharina Hammerschmidt dies of cancer in a West Berlin hospital. August 9, 1975. RAF prisoners Andreas Bader, Ulrich Meinhof, Gudrun Inslen, and Jan Karl Rasp are jointly charged with 4 murders and 54 attempted murders. September 2, 1975. The trial of RAF members, Manfred Grashof, Wolfgang Grundmann, and Klaus Junschke begins in Kaiserslautern under heavy security. September 13, 1975. A bomb explosion in Hamburg Central Station injures 11 people. Although the RAF is blamed by police and the media, the RAF, the 2JM, and the RZ all distance themselves from the action. September 14, 1975. A false bomb threat at the Munich train station leads police to a communiqué signed by the RAF, the 2JM, and the RZ denouncing the recent train station bombings as counterinsurgency actions. October 6, 1975. A bomb is discovered in the Nuremberg train station. Although the RAF is blamed by police and the media, the RAF, the 2JM, and the RZ all distance themselves from the action. November 12, 1975. A bomb explodes in the Cologne Central Station. The RAF, the 2JM, and the RZ issue a common statement denouncing the bombing as a police counterinsurgency action. December 16 to 24, 1975. Police carry out raids of left bookstores, publishers, printing presses, and housing collectives throughout West Germany. December 21, 1975. An OPEC conference in Vienna, Austria is raided by a mixed Palestinian/West German commando calling itself the Bewegung 21. December der Arabischen Revolution, December 21 movement of the Arabic Revolution, under the leadership of the Venezuelan Carlos. They take the oil ministers hostage. One guerrilla, RZ member Hans Joachim Klein, is severely injured in an exchange of fire in the OPEC office, which also leaves Austrian police officer Anton Tickler, Iraqi Guard Khalifi, and a Libyan oil ministry representative Youssef Ismaili dead. 2JM member Gabriel Crocher Tiedemann is identified as the shooter. In exchange for the hostages, the guerrillas receive a $5 million ransom and are flown to Algeria. 1976. January 13, 1976. The trial of RAF prisoners Andreas Bader, Ulrich Meinhof, Gudrun Inslen, and Jan Karl Rasp begins. January 16, 1976. The West German Parliament passes 88A, a censorship law, under which, effective May 1 of that year, writing, producing, publishing, distributing, advertising, selling, or displaying materials glorifying acts of violence is a criminal offense subject to a maximum 3-year jail sentence. January 20, 1976. RAF prisoner Ulrich Meinhof's attorney Axel Aitzela puts forward a motion that the defendants in the Stammheim trial be recognized as POWs. March 16, 1976. The Hamburg LG sentences RAF member turned state witness Gerhard Müller to 10 years in prison. In exchange for his cooperation, Müller is never charged with the murder of police officer Norbert Schmid. Instead, he is released after 6.5 years, paid 500,000 DM, and relocated to the USA. RAF member Irmgard Mahler is sentenced to 4.5 years. May 4, 1976. Attorneys for RAF prisoners Andreas Bader, Ulrich Meinhof, Gudrun Inslen, and Jan Karl Rasp petition to have Richard Nixon, Willy Brandt, Helmut Schmidt, George Kiesinger, and Walter Scheel called as witnesses in an attempt to prove that U.S. activity in Southeast Asia violated international law, making the RAF attacks legitimate and legal under international law. The petition is rejected. May 6, 1976. The trial of the members of the RAF Holger Mainz Commando, Hanna Krab, Lutz Toffer, Karl-Heinz Delwo, and Bernd Rossner begins. May 7, 1976. Police Chief Fritz Sippel is shot in Sprondlingen. It is believed that RAF members Peter Jürgen Buch and Rolf Clemens Wagner are the shooters. May 9, 1976. RAF member Ulrike Meinhof is found hanged in her cell. The state claims it is a suicide. Fellow prisoners and supporters assert that it is murder. An international commission will eventually rule that the evidence indicates rape and murder. May 10, 1976. In response to Ulrike Meinhof's murder, there are riots in West Berlin and a Molotov cocktail attack on the Land Courthouse in Wuppertal. May 11, 1976. RAF prisoner Jan Karl Rasp makes a brief statement during the Stammheim trial and releases a package of documents that indicate Meinhof's state of mind at the time of her death and the unlikelihood that she committed suicide. In response to Ulrike Meinhof's murder, there is rioting in Frankfurt, during which a police officer is severely burned when a Molotov cocktail explodes in his car. May 14, 1976. In response to Ulrike Meinhof's murder, the Stadtschutz shopping center in Munich is bombed. Police raid a dozen collective houses in Frankfurt, arresting 14 people on a variety of charges relating to the May 11 riot, including attempted murder. All are released the next day. May 14 to 16, 1976. 36 women hunger strike in Hessen prison in response to Meinhof's murder. May 16, 1976. Ulrike Meinhof is buried in West Berlin. Following the funeral, there is a massive demonstration. May 18, 1976. 8,000 demonstrate in West Berlin against murder of Meinhof. Clashes with the police lead to numerous arrests. June 2, 1976. The RZ's Ulrike Meinhof Commando bombs the headquarters of the U.S. Army and U.S. Officers Club in Frankfurt. A group calling itself the Friends of the 2nd of June firebombs 2 fully loaded military trucks at the U.S. Air Force Base in Frankfurt. June 5 to 7, 1976. The Sozialistisches Bureau organizes an anti-repression congress in Frankfurt. 20,000 people take part. Attorney Klaus Croissant is among the speakers, as is Sponti leader Jischke Fischer, who makes a historic speech urging the radical left to reject the armed struggle. June 10, 1976. The Interior Ministers' Conference gives the police the right to shoot to kill when dealing with suspected terrorists. June 14, 1976. 24 attorneys for political prisoners release a statement protesting the murder of Ulrike Meinhof, as well as isolation and torture. June 16, 1976. 5 former intelligence agents, including Winslow Peck, National Security Agency, Air Force, Gary P. Thomas, Military Intelligence, and Philip Agee, CIA, testify in Stammheim about the use of West German territory by the U.S. for the Vietnamese war effort. June 18, 1976. The office of Klaus-Jürgen Langner, Margaret Schiller's attorney, is firebombed. 7 people are injured. June 24, 1976. The West German parliament passes legislation integrating 129A, which illegalizes supporting or participating in a terrorist organization, into the Basic Law. June 30, 1976. Attorney Klaus Croissant is banned from taking on any more political cases. July 1976. The influential French monthly newspaper Le Monde Diplomatique interviews the RAF prisoners and their attorneys. July 7, 1976. RAF member Monika Berberic and 2 JM members, Julianne Plambeck, Gabrielle Rolnick, and Inga Viet overpower a guard and scale the wall, escaping from the Lehrter women's prison in West Berlin. July 16, 1976. Attorney Klaus Croissant is arrested and charged with supporting a criminal organization after he announces the formation of an international commission into the death of Ulrich Meinhof. July 21, 1976. Rolf Podel, one of the prisoners exchanged for Peter Lorenz in 1975, is arrested by West German police in Athens, Greece. RAF member Monika Berberic, who escaped from a West Berlin prison with 3 other women on July 7, is re-arrested. August 18 to 19, 1976. Left bookstores and publishers in West Berlin, Hamburg, Bochum, Essen, Cologne, Heidelberg, Tübingen, and Munich are raided in connection with 88A. Books and magazines are seized and a Bochum book dealer is arrested and held for a week. July 22, 1976. RAF prisoner Brigitte Monhoek testifies at the Stammheim trial refuting most of Gerhard Müller's testimony. October 1, 1976. In spite of protests, Greece, under extreme pressure including threats of economic sanctions, extradites Rolf Podel to West Germany. November 10, 1976. Ministers from 19 EEC countries establish the European Convention on the Suppression of Terrorism. November 30, 1976. RAF members Siegfried Haag and Roland Meyer are arrested on the Frankfurt Kassel Highway. Chief Federal Prosecutor, Siegfried Buebach, claims that they were in possession of a variety of weapons at the time of the arrest. Attorney Klaus Croissant is denied the right to represent Haag. December 1976. A section of the RZ releases an open letter criticizing the RAF's strategy and dogmatism. December 8, 1976. Attorney Brigitte Tilgener is denied the right to represent RAF prisoner Siegfried Haag. December 10, 1976. The BAW accuses attorney Hans Christian Straub of supporting a terrorist organization and applies for a Berufsverbot against him. December 13, 1976. Attorneys Klaus Croissant and Hans Christian Straub are denied the right to represent RAF prisoner Brigitte Monhoek. December 14, 1976. RAF member Waltraud Buch is arrested in Vienna, Austria following a bank robbery. December 15, 1976. One of attorney Klaus Croissant's secretaries is offered several thousand DM by the Verfassungsschutz for copies of legal notes and clients' names. December 17, 1976. There is a bomb attack against the Vienna, Austria Police Information Center demanding the release of RAF member Waltraud Buch. This is followed by 2 bomb threats with the same demand. December 21, 1976. Attorney General Siegfried Buebach requests that attorney Jürgen Laubacher be denied the right to represent RAF prisoner Siegfried Haag, because he has previously represented political prisoners. 1977. January 10, 1977. RAF prisoner Monika Berberic responds critically to the RZ's open letter of December 1976, which criticized the RAF's strategy and dogmatism. January 12, 1977. Defense attorney Otto Schiele launches a motion of non-confidence against Theodor Prinzing, the judge in the Stammheim trial, when it is discovered that he has leaked the trial tapes to the media, in spite of the fact that it is illegal to make them public. January 23, 1977. Chief Judge Theodor Prinzing is expelled from the Stammheim trial for partiality following 85 legal requests for his removal. January 27, 1977. 17 states sign the European Convention on the Suppression of Terrorism in Strasbourg, France, committing them to a common struggle against terrorism. February 4, 1977. In Vienna, RAF member Waltraud Buch is sentenced to 15 years. February 8, 1977. RAF member Brigitte Monhoek is released from prison and immediately goes back underground. March 17, 1977. The state admits to having bugged the cells of 7 RAF prisoners, and to having listened in on the prisoners' conversations with their attorneys. They claim, however, to have only used the bugs briefly on 2 occasions, during the Stockholm crisis of 1975, and briefly on 1 occasion in 1976. They also claim to have destroyed the tapes immediately afterwards. The media spreads rumors that the RAF is planning to kidnap children from playgrounds. March 29 to April 30, 1977. RAF and 2 JM prisoners begin the 4th collective hunger strike, demanding POW status under the Geneva Convention, association in groups of no less than 15, abolition of isolation, an international investigation into the deaths of Holger Mainz, Siegfried Hausner, and Ulrich Meinhof, and an end to psychological warfare through false actions and communiques. 35 prisoners participate from the outset, including Waltraud Buch in Vienna, but soon 100 prisoners are hunger striking against brutality and force feeding. April 7, 1977. The RAF's Ulrich Meinhof commando assassinates Attorney General Siegfried Buebach, riddling his car with submachine gun fire, also killing his driver, Wolfgang Goebel, and a bodyguard, George Wurster. RAF prisoners are searched and the contact ban is applied. April 14, 1977. The head of the BKA, Horst Harold, claims that there are between 400 and 500 terrorists with 4,000 to 5,000 sympathizers in West Germany. April 26, 1977. Attorneys Otto Schiele and Hans-Heinz Heldmann temporarily halt their pleas in the Stammheim trial to protest the bugging of their meetings with witnesses. April 28, 1977. The Stuttgart OLG finds RAF members Gudrun Inslen, Jan-Karl Rasp, and Andreas Bader guilty of 6 murders and 34 attempted murders in connection with 6 bomb attacks. They are sentenced to life plus 15 years. The so-called Stammheim trial lasts 2 years, including 192 days of testimony and costs $15 million. April 30, 1977. The Minister of Justice for Baden-Württemberg rules that the RAF prisoners' demands for association must be met. In response to this gesture, the prisoners end their hunger strike. Shortly thereafter, work begins on the 7th floor of Stammheim to allow the association of 16 prisoners. May 2, 1977. The weekly news journal Spiegel prints poll results claiming 50% of West German citizens want the reinstatement of the dead wing in prisons. 35,000 people sign a petition to this effect. May 3, 1977. RAF members Günter Sonnenberg and Verena Becker, formerly of the 2JM, are arrested in the German-Swiss border town of Singen. Sonnenberg is shot in the head and Becker in the leg. Sonnenberg is suspected in the Buebach assassination and Becker has been wanted ever since she was freed through the Lawrence kidnapping. May 5, 1977. RAF supporters Uwe Folkerts and Johannes Thimi are arrested in connection with the Buebach assassination. May 13, 1977. RAF member Irene Goergens is released from prison. June 2, 1977. The Kaiserslautern LG sentences RAF members Manfred Grashof and Klaus Junschke to life in prison. Wolfgang Grundmann is sentenced to 4 years. RAF members Verena Becker and Sabine Schmidt start hunger strike for association with prisoners in Stammheim. June 22, 1977. RAF prisoners Hannah Krab, Bernd Rossner, Karl-Heinz Delwo, and Lutz Toffer begin hunger strike for association with the prisoners in Stammheim. RAF members Sabine Schmitz and Verena Becker break their hunger strike when they are assured that they will be allowed association with other RAF prisoners. June 27, 1977. The Stuttgart OLG bars attorney Klaus Crescent from representing defendants in trials related to state security. July 1, 1977. RAF members Willy Peter Stahl and Knut Folkerts rob a gun store in Frankfurt, making off with 15 revolvers and 3 pistols. Kurt Riebmann becomes Siegfried Buebach's successor as Attorney General. July 7, 1977. RAF prisoners Helmut Pohl, Wolfgang Beer, and Werner Hoppe are moved to Stammheim. July 8, 1977. Attorney Klaus Croissant, facing increasing harassment, flees to Paris, and holds a press conference at which he requests political asylum. July 12, 1977. Attorney Klaus Croissant files a formal request for political asylum in France. July 16, 1977. West Germany requests that France extradite Klaus Croissant. July 20, 1977. The Dusseldorf OLG sentences RAF members Hannah Krab, Karl-Heinz Delwo, Lutz Toffer, and Bernd Rossner to 2 life sentences for their respective roles in the April 24, 1975, Stockholm Embassy action. July 27, 1977. RAF prisoner Waltraud Book begins a hunger strike for application of the Geneva Convention governing POWs and for association with RAF prisoners in Stammheim. July 30, 1977. Jürgen Ponto, the president of West Germany's largest bank, the Dresdner Bank, is shot and killed in his home. Suzanne Albrecht, who is the sister of Ponto's goddaughter, is recognized. She goes underground along with Angelika Spittel, Silke Meyerwitt, and Sigrid Sternebeck. Immediately following the shooting, RAF prisoners are searched and the contact ban is applied. August 8, 1977. A special unit brutally breaks up the month-old Stammheim group, marking the renewal of draconian prison conditions. August 9 to September 2, 1977. RAF prisoners participate in the 5th collective hunger strike in response to the attack on the Stammheim prisoners and the Ponto assassination. Some of the prisoners escalate to a thirst strike almost immediately. August 12, 1977. RAF member Elizabeth von Dijk is named as a suspect in connection with the Ponto assassination. August 13, 1977. Berufsverbot is requested against attorney Kurt Grenwold. August 14, 1977. Suzanne Albrecht issues a communiqué on behalf of the RAF regarding the July 30 assassination of Ponto. August 15, 1977. The Office of Attorneys Arndt Muller and Armin Nuerla, previously Klaus Croissant's office, which they have taken over, is firebombed while under 24-hour-a-day police surveillance. August 20, 1977. Attorney Armin Nuerla is arrested along with 6 other people. August 22, 1977. Attorney Armin Nuerla and the 6 other people arrested are released, but charges of supporting a terrorist organization are laid against Nuerla and 1 other person. August 25, 1977. A RAF commando carries out a failed missile attack against the BAW office in Karlsruhe. The rocket failed to ignite due to a technical failure. August 30, 1977. Attorney Armin Nuerla is rearrested and his office is searched and documents are seized. September 2, 1977. Following the breakdown of negotiations between Amnesty International and the federal government, the prisoners call off their hunger and thirst strike. September 5, 1977. West Germany's top industrialist, and former SS officer, Hans-Martin Schleyer is kidnapped from his limousine in Cologne, by the RAF Siegfried Hausner Commando. His chauffeur and 3 bodyguards are killed. September 6, 1977. A total contact ban is instituted against all political prisoners. September 13, 1977. At the funeral of Schleyer's driver in Cologne, North Rhine-Westphalia Prime Minister Heinz Kuhn delivers a speech warning the kidnappers that Schleyer's death will have repercussions for the prisoners. September 19, 1977. RAF member Angelika Spittel is involved in a shootout with police in Den Haag, Holland. September 22, 1977. RAF member Knud Fokerts, a suspect in the Buebach assassination, is arrested with a large sum of money and a false passport in Utrecht, Holland, following a shootout in which police officer Arie Kranenberg is killed. Brigitte Monhaupt manages to get away. September 28, 1977. The Hamburg LG sentences RAF members Christa X, Helmut Pohl, and Wolfgang Beer to 7 years, 5 years, and 4.5 years in prison, respectively. September 29, 1977. Parliament votes 371 to 4, with 17 abstentions, ratifying the contact ban. The editors of Arbeiter's Tim, Workers' Voice, the newspaper of the KBW, are sentenced to 6 months in prison for publishing an anonymous article entitled Buback shot enough reasons, but what's the purpose? September 30, 1977. The BKA, through attorney Dennis Payet, states that all of the countries visited by Hans-Jürgen Wisniewski declined to accept the prisoners. Attorney Ardent Muller is arrested and the documents remaining in his office are seized. A representative from the BAW flies to Paris with information he claims proves defense attorney and political exile Klaus Croissant's role in the RAF. Croissant is arrested. October 2, 1977. Volker Spittel and Rosemary Price, workers in Klaus Croissant's office, are arrested on a train in Puttgarden. October 8, 1977. 20,000 people participate in a demonstration in Bonn to protest the state's threat to ban 3 Maoist organizations, the KBW, the KPD, and the KPD/ML. October 13, 1977. A 4-person PFLP, EO, group calling itself the Struggle Against World Imperialism Organization, hijack a Lufthansa airliner en route from Majorca to Paris, taking it first to Rome, then to Cyprus. They issue a communiqué saying their action is meant to reinforce the demands of the Siegfried Hausner Commando. Attorney Hans Christian Straub's home and office are raided. October 16, 1977. Dennis Payet receives a communiqué from the SAIO demanding the release of the 11 prisoners demanded by the RAF Siegfried Hausner Commando, as well as the release of 2 Palestinians held in Turkey, and $15 million to be delivered by Schleier's son Eberhard. October 17, 1977. The hijacked jetliner arrives at Mogadishu, Somalia. Hans-Jürgen Wisniewski and the GSG-9 fly to Mogadishu. The trial of Rolf Pottel begins in Munich. October 18, 1977. The jetliner in Mogadishu is stormed and 3 of the 4 hijackers are killed, the 4th is badly injured, and 1 passenger dies of a heart attack. Shortly thereafter a state official announces the suicides of Andreas Bader and Gudrun Inslen and the attempted suicides of Jan Karl Rasp and Irmgard Mahler. Rasp subsequently dies of his wounds. Only Mahler survives to refute the state's suicide contention. In West Berlin, 38 apartments, bookstores, and printing shops are searched and 40 people taken into custody. Infobug and its printers Firma Agitdruck are amongst those targeted, and the radical newspaper now finds itself banned. October 19, 1977. The DPA news agency in Stuttgart receives the final communiqué from the kidnappers, saying that Schleier has been executed. His body is found in the trunk of a green Audi 100 in the border town of Mulhausen, France, just where the RAF said it would be. Attorneys Otto Schiele and Hans-Heinz Heldmann hold a press conference to denounce the state's suicide story regarding the prisoners. October 20, 1977. The contact ban is lifted. October 27, 1977. Inslen's parents bury Gudrun Inslen, Jan Karl Rasp, and Andreas Bader in Stuttgart. Several hundred supporters attend the funeral. November 2, 1977. At Klaus Croissant's extradition trial in Paris, 15 attorneys from all over West Europe plead that he not be extradited. November 9 to 13, 1977. The 2JM kidnaps industrialist Walter Pommers in Vienna. He is released in exchange for a ransom of 31 million shillings, which was divided amongst the 2JM, the RAF, and a Palestinian group. November 11, 1977. RAF members Christoph Wackernagel and Gerd Schneider are arrested in Amsterdam. A year later they will be extradited to West Germany. November 12, 1977. RAF prisoner Ingrid Schubert, one of 11 prisoners demanded in exchange for Schleyer, is found hanged in her cell in Munich. The state claims it is suicide, but supporters believe it is a murder. November 16, 1977. The French Court of Appeals rules that Klaus Croissant be extradited to West Germany. November 17, 1977. Klaus Croissant is extradited from France to West Germany and immediately imprisoned in Stammheim. November 19, 1977. RAF prisoner Irmgard Mahler begins a hunger strike for association with RAF prisoner Verena Becker. November 28, 1977. The trial of RAF member Verena Becker begins. She is charged with attempted murder, robbery, and membership in a terrorist organization. December 20, 1977. In Utrecht, Holland, RAF member Knud Fokerts is sentenced to 20 years in prison. He is later extradited to West Germany. December 28, 1977. The Stuttgart OLG sentences RAF member Verena Becker to life in prison. 1978. January 18, 1978. The trial of attorney Kurt Grenwold on charges of helping organize the RAF prisoners' illegal communications system begins in Hamburg. January 21, 1978. RAF member Christine Kuby is arrested in a shootout with police in a Hamburg drugstore. Kuby and a police officer are injured. Kuby was attempting to use a forged prescription to buy narcotics for fellow RAF member Peter Jürgen Buch, a drug addict. January 28, 1978. The Tunics Congress is held in West Berlin. A broad cross-section of the left meets to discuss how to proceed after the German autumn. February 1, 1978. RAF prisoners held in Holland begin a hunger strike, demanding an end to isolation and bans on visits, free access to literature, and to be flown to a country of their choice. February 9, 1978. RAF prisoners in Hamburg begin a hunger strike, demanding POW status, association, the return of confiscated writings of Gudrun Inslen, Jan Karl Rasp, and Andreas Bader, and an independent investigation into the murders of the RAF prisoners. March 3, 1978. Deutschland im Herbst, Germany in Autumn, a film examining the events surrounding the Schleyer kidnapping and the Stammheim deaths, with segments by several West German directors, including Alexander Kluge, Volker Schlundorf, and Rainer Werner Fassbender, premieres. The events will thereafter be known as the Deutsche Herbst, German Autumn. March 9, 1978. Former defense attorney Klaus Croissant's trial begins. Croissant refuses to distance himself from his former clients, but, rather, publicly identifies himself with them ideologically. March 10 to April 2, 1978. RAF prisoners participate in the organization's 6th collective hunger strike, demanding POW status, association, the release of seriously ill RAF prisoner Günter Sonnenberg, and the end to the psychological warfare against the RAF. April 26, 1978. The Stuttgart OLG sentences Günter Sonnenberg to 2 life prison sentences. May 11, 1978. RAF member Stefan Wisniewski is arrested at Orly Airport in Paris. He is in possession of a letter from RAF prisoner Karl-Heinz Delvaux criticizing the Schleyer kidnapping, along with 40 capsules of narcotics for RAF member Peter Jürgen Buch, a drug addict. June 30, 1978. RAF members, Sieglinde Hoffmann, Brigitte Monhaupt, Rolf Clemens Wagner, and Peter Jürgen Buch are arrested in Yugoslavia. July 10, 1978. The Hamburg OLG sentences attorney Kurt Grenwold to 2 years probation and a fine of 75,000 DM for supporting a criminal organization. September 6, 1978. RAF member Willy Peter Stahl is shot dead by police in a Dusseldorf restaurant. September 15, 1978. Former RAF member Astrid Prohl, who has been living under the name of Anna Puttick in London, is arrested by British police. She is extradited less than a year later to West Germany. September 24, 1978. RAF members Angelika Spittel and Michael Knoll are wounded and arrested in a shootout in which police officer Hans Wilhelm Hansen is killed. RAF member Werner Lotze escapes. Michael Knoll subsequently dies of his injuries. November 1, 1978. RAF members Rolf Heisler and Adelheid Schultz shoot and kill Dutch border guards Dionysius de Jong and Johannes Gomans at the Kirkade border crossing into Holland. November 6, 1978. Former RAF prisoner Wolfgang Beer along with supporters Peter Alexa, Matthias Boge, Simone Borgstede, Ingrid Jacobsmeyer, Rosemary Preece, Helga Roos, and 4 other people, occupy the offices of DPA, demanding that the Newswire run something about the life-threatening prison conditions in which Karl-Heinz Delvaux and Werner Hoppe are being held. They are all arrested and sentenced to a year in prison. November 17, 1978. Yugoslav authorities release RAF members Sieglinde Hoffmann, Brigitte Monhaupt, Rolf Clemens Wagner, and Peter Jürgen Buch, who were arrested on June 30. When the West German government refuses to exchange them for 8 exiled Croat fascists, they are flown to an undisclosed third country. December 14, 1978. The Stuttgart OLG sentences RAF supporters Volker Spittel and Hans-Joachim Delvaux to 3 years and 2 months, and 2 years in prison, respectively, for supporting a terrorist organization. Both had agreed to cooperate with the police in exchange for reduced sentences and new identities. December 15, 1978. The International Investigatory Commission into the death of Ulrich Meinhof releases its findings, which indicate that Meinhof was brutally raped and murdered. Mid-December 1978. RAF members Susanne Albrecht, Sieglinde Hoffmann, Christian Klar, Werner Lotze, Silke Meyerwitt, Brigitte Monhaupt, Adelheid Schultz, and Rolf Clemens Wagner seek refuge at a Palestinian training camp in South Yemen. 1979. February 1979. RAF members Susanne Albrecht, Sieglinde Hoffmann, Christian Klar, Werner Lotze, Silke Meyerwitt, Brigitte Monhaupt, Adelheid Schultz, and Rolf Clemens Wagner return from South Yemen and begin preparations for a new offensive. February 8, 1979. Werner Hoppe, whose health has been seriously damaged by years of isolation, is released from prison on compassionate grounds. He had disavowed the RAF and armed struggle the previous year. February 16, 1979. The Stuttgart LG sentences attorney Klaus Croissant to 2.5 years in prison and 4 years of Berufsverbot for supporting a terrorist organization. April 20 to June 26, 1979. More than 70 prisoners participate in the RAF prisoners' 7th collective hunger strike, demanding the end of isolation, the application of the Geneva Convention for POWs, and the release of Günter Sonnenberg. May 2, 1979. The Hamburg OLG sentences RAF member Christine Kuby to life in prison. May 4, 1979. RAF member Elizabeth von Dijk is shot dead by the police in Nuremberg. May 31, 1979. The Heidelberg LG sentences Irmgard Mahler to life in prison for her role in the RAF's May 1972 offensive. June 9, 1979. RAF member, Rolf Heisler is shot in the head without warning as he enters an apartment in Frankfurt. He survives, and is placed under arrest. June 25, 1979. The RAF's Andreas Bader Commando attempts to assassinate the NATO Chief of Staff, U.S. General Alexander Haig. July 11, 1979. The Stuttgart OLG sentences Siegfried Haag and Roland Meyer to 14 years and 12 years in prison, respectively. November 19, 1979. RAF members Christian Klar, Rolf Clemens Wagner, Henning Beer, and Peter Jürgen Buch rob a bank in Zurich of an estimated 548,000 Swiss francs. Making their getaway, they shoot 2 police officers, and passerby Edith Kletzandler is killed by a ricocheting bullet. Rolf Clemens Wagner is arrested in Zurich later the same day. 1980. January 31, 1980. On the basis of testimony supplied by former RAF supporters Volker Spittel and Hans-Joachim Delvaux, the Stuttgart OLG sentences attorneys Arndt Müller and Armin Nuerla to 4 years and 8 months, and 3 years and 6 months respectively for smuggling weapons and explosives into Stammheim. February 22, 1980. Astrid Prohl is sentenced to 5.5 years for bank robbery and using a forged ID, but is immediately released on the basis of time already served. RAF member Peter Jürgen Buch is arrested in Hamburg. He soon renounces the RAF. May 5, 1980. 2JM member Ingrid Barabas, RAF member Sieglinde Hoffmann, and supporters Karen Kampmann-Ruchau and Rugin Nicolai are arrested in Paris. June 1980. Der Minister und der Terrorist, The Minister and the Terrorist, a book-length conversation between Federal Parliamentary Secretary Gerhard Baum, FDP, and former RAF member Horst Mahler is released. June 2, 1980. The 2JM releases a communiqué announcing its dissolution and merger with the RAF. Some 2JM members in prison will release a document distancing themselves from this fusion later in the month, but the 2JM will never claim responsibility for another action. July 25, 1980. RAF members Julian Plambeck, formerly of the 2JM, and Wolfgang Beer are killed in a traffic accident outside of Baiataambissingen. July 31, 1980. The Dusseldorf OLG sentences RAF member Knut Folkerts to a life sentence for 3 murders. September 5, 1980. The Dusseldorf OLG sentences RAF members Christoph Wackernagel and Gerd Schneider to 15 years in prison for attempted murder and membership in a terrorist organization. September 26, 1980. The Dusseldorf OLG sentences RAF member Rolf Clemens Wagner to life in prison. October 1980. RAF members Suzanne Albrecht, Werner Lotze, Christine Dumlein, Monika Helbing, Ekkehard von Seckendorf, Sigrid Sternebeck, Ralph Baptist Friedrich, and Silke Meyer-Witt leave the RAF. They are provided with new identities and sanctuary in East Germany. 2 years later, Inge Viet and Henning Beer will join them. 1981. February 2 to April 16, 1981. More than 100 political prisoners participate in the RAF prisoners' 8th collective hunger strike, demanding association and the release of seriously ill prisoner Günter Sonnenberg. April 16, 1981. Political prisoner Sigurd de Bus, who is participating in the hunger strike although he is not a RAF member, dies of a brain hemorrhage that is the result of being force-fed. The Federal Minister of Justice agrees to association of prisoners in groups of 4 and an end to solitary isolation. As a result, the hunger strike is called off. August 4, 1981. French police officer Francis Violot is shot and seriously injured in an exchange of fire with RAF member Inge Viet in Paris. Viet is one of the 2JM members who joined the RAF when the organizations fused. August 31, 1981. The RAF Sigurd de Bus commando bombs the headquarters of the U.S. Air Force in Ramstein, injuring 17 people and causing 7.2 million DM in damage. September 15, 1981. The RAF's Gudrun Insland Commando attacks the car carrying the head of the U.S. Army in Europe, General Frederick Croizon, with a bazooka. The armor-plated vehicle survives the attack, and Croizon and his wife suffer only minor injuries. October 10, 1981. 265,000 march in anti-war demonstration in Bonn, the largest demonstration in West German history. December 4, 1981. The Dusseldorf OLG sentences RAF member Stefan Wisniewski to life in prison for his role in the Schleyer kidnapping, among other things. 1982. Inge Viet and Henning Beer leave the RAF and are provided with new identities and sanctuary in East Germany. Early 1982. RAF prisoner Verena Becker begins cooperating with the Verfassungsschutz, naming Stefan Wisniewski as the shooter in the Buback assassination. Other RAF members have already been convicted for this murder, and the Verfassungsschutz does not pursue this lead. 25 years later, in 2007, a political crisis will develop around exactly this question. May 1982. The RAF releases a major theoretical text re-evaluating their practice and opening a new phase in their discussion with the legal movement. This paper, Guerrilla, Widerstand und die Anti-Imperialistische Front, the Guerrilla, the Resistance, and the Anti-Imperialist Front, calls for a broad-based front involving the guerrilla, the semi-legal movement, and the legal anti-imperialist movement. It becomes known as the May Paper and is hotly debated amongst supporters, some of whom see it as showing a bold new way forward, while others see it as a betrayal of some of the guerrilla's key tenets. June 16, 1982. The Frankfurt OLG sentences RAF member Sieglinde Hoffmann to 15 years in prison for her role in planning the attempted kidnapping that led to the Ponto assassination. October 1, 1982. The CDU proposes a constructive vote of no confidence which is supported by the FDP, the motion is carried, and 2 days later the Bundestag votes in a new right-wing CDU/CSU-FDP coalition cabinet, with Helmut Kohl as the chancellor. November 10, 1982. The Dusseldorf OLG sentences RAF member Rolf Heisler to 2 life terms plus 15 years in prison for the murder of a police officer and membership in a terrorist organization. November 11, 1982. RAF members Brigitte Monhaupt and Adelheid Schultz are arrested at the RAF's Huisenstam Arms Depot. November 16, 1982. RAF member Christian Klar is arrested at the RAF's Anmuhl Arms Depot. December 14, 1982. The neo-Nazi Hexel-Hep group bombs the U.S. Army base in Hessen. 2 GIs are seriously injured. Many people on the left originally applaud the action, believing it was carried out by the RZ. Both the RZ and RAF prisoner Christian Klar issue statements pointing out operational indicators that the action came from the right and criticize the superficiality of the left's analysis of the action, establishing the difference between anti-Americanism and anti-imperialism. 1984. May 7, 1984. The Stuttgart OLG sentences RAF member Peter Jürgen Buch to 3 times life plus 15 years for his role in the murders of Ponto and Schleyer. Summer 1984. Members of the anti-imperialist resistance including Birgit Högfeld and Wolfgang Grams go underground, rejuvenating a dwindling RAF. July 2, 1984. RAF members Helmut Pohl, Christa X, Stefan Frey, Ingrid Jacobsmeyer, Barbara Ernst, and Ernst Volker Staub are arrested in Frankfurt after one of them accidentally discharges a gun into the apartment below their safe house. Police find a document entitled Aktionspapier, Action Paper, directed to members of the anti-imperialist resistance working within the context of the front concept, as spelled out in the RAF's 1982 May paper. November 5, 1984. The RAF robs a gun shop in Maxdorf for weapons, making off with 22 handguns and 2,800 rounds of ammunition. December 1984. The first issue of the illegal RAF support newspaper Zusammenkämpfen, Struggling Together, comes out. December 4, 1984. RAF prisoners begin their 9th collective hunger strike, demanding association in large groups and uncensored mail and visits. 2 statements are released, a shorter hunger strike statement and a longer document aimed at the support movement. Within the context of the anti-imperialist front, dozens of armed attacks will be carried out by supporters during the 79 days that the prisoners will be on hunger strike. December 18, 1984. The RAF's Jan Karl Rasp Commando attempts to bomb the Shape School, the NATO officers' school, in Oberammergau. The bomb is discovered and defused. 1985. 1985 sees an ambitious offensive by the anti-imperialist resistance, within the framework of the RAF's front concept as spelled out in the 1982 May paper. Within the first half of the year alone, there are 111 firebombings and 39 bombings reported by the Minister of the Interior, and for periods of time, daily low and medium-level attacks. January 15, 1985. The RAF issue a bilingual joint statement with the French anti-imperialist guerrilla group Action Direct entitled Pour l'unité de révolutionnaires en Europe de l'Ouest/für die Einheit der Revolutionäre in West Europa, for the unity of revolutionaries in West Europe, calling for united guerrilla action in West Europe. January 20, 1985. RAF supporter Johannes Thimi is killed and Claudia Wannersdorfer is seriously injured when a bomb they are planting at the Association for the Development of Air and Space Industries in Stuttgart explodes prematurely. January 25, 1985. Action directs Elizabeth von Dyck commando assassinates General René Auditran, ambushing him as he parked his car outside his suburban Paris home. Auditran was in charge of arms sales for the French Ministry of Defense. February 1, 1985. The RAF's Patsy O'Hara commando assassinates arms manufacturer Ernst Zimmermann, chairman of the MTU Board of Directors. The murder remains unsolved. February 2, 1985. The RAF sends a letter to the prisoners asking them to call off their hunger strike, saying that the mobilization it has achieved is as much as can be expected in the existing conditions. March 13, 1985. The Dusseldorf OLG gives RAF member Adelheid Schultz 3 life sentences for her role in the Schleyer kidnapping and for membership in a terrorist organization. Rolf Clemens Wagner receives 2 life sentences, largely as a result of Peter Jürgen Buch's testimony. April 1985. The illegal RAF support newspaper Zusammenkämpfen releases an interview with the RAF addressing their common actions with Action Direct and the front concept in general. April 2, 1985. The Stuttgart OLG sentences RAF members Brigitte Monhaupt and Christian Klar to 5 life sentences each in connection with every RAF action from 1977 until 1981. August 8, 1985. In Wiesbaden, RAF members abduct 20-year-old American GI Edward Pimentel in order to steal his ID card, and then execute him with a single shot to the back of the head. The joint RAF and Action Direct George Jackson Commando uses his ID card to gain entrance to the Rhine-Main U.S. Air Force Base in Frankfurt, where they then plant a bomb which causes 1 million DM in damage and kills a soldier, Frank Scarton, and a civilian employee, Becky Jo Bristol. August 25, 1985. In a second communiqué regarding the Rhine-Main Air Base action, the RAF claims responsibility for the killing of U.S. GI Edward Pimentel, whose ID card they used to gain access to the air base for the August 8, 1985 action. Prior to the release of this communiqué, many supporters had denounced the killing as a false flag action. The execution of Pimentel, which was clearly unnecessary, will provoke much criticism from the support scene. September 1985. The illegal RAF support newspaper Zusammenkämpfen releases an interview with the RAF entitled "And Die Mituns Kämpfen, to those who struggle alongside us," addressing questions and criticisms that have arisen on the left in the wake of the Pimentel killing. December 6, 1985. The Stuttgart OLG sentences RAF supporter Claudia Wannersdorfer to 8 years in prison. 1986. January 1986. The RAF releases Die Revolutionäre Front aufbauen, Build the Revolutionary Front, an assessment of their 1984 to 1985 offensive and a call for the further development of the Revolutionary Front in West Germany and West Europe. January 31 to February 4, 1986. The Anti-Capitalist and Anti-Imperialist Resistance in Western Europe Conference in Frankfurt, organized by RAF supporters to advance the front concept, draws thousands from all over West Europe and around the world. March 1986. All over West Germany there are actions against the Reinhard Haupt film, Stammheim, based on the Stefan Ost book, Der Baader-Meinhof Komplex. Both are seen as counterinsurgency pieces. July 9, 1986. The RAF's Marakagal Commando assassinates Karl-Heinz Beckertz, the president of Siemens and a key figure in Strategic Defense Initiative, Star Wars, development, and his chauffeur Eckhard Groppler. October 10, 1986. The RAF's Ingrid Schubert Commando assassinates Foreign Department Director Gerald von Brunmel in Bonn for his role in restructuring West Europe into a unified imperialist bloc geared towards destabilizing the Eastern Bloc and rolling back the anti-imperialist movement in the Third World. The murder has never been solved. November 28, 1986. Peter Jürgen Buch, who has broken with the RAF, has his sentence of 3 times life plus 15 years reduced to a single life sentence. 1987. February 25, 1987. Action Direct members Natalie Minigan, Joel Aubrin, Jean-Marc Roerlin, and Georges Cipriani are arrested in a farmhouse outside Orleans. 1988. June 17, 1988. An attempted bombing of a discotheque popular with U.S. military personnel in Rota, Spain is disrupted when a police patrol happens upon the scene. The would-be bombers escape following a firefight. RAF member Horst Meyer and alleged RAF member Andrea Klump are sought in connection with the action. September 1988. The RAF releases a joint statement with Italy's Red Brigades calling for greater cooperation between guerrilla groups in West Europe. Within days, there are raids across Italy, with 6 Red Brigade safe houses being discovered and 20 militants arrested. September 20, 1988. The RAF's Khalid Acre Commando attempts to assassinate Secretary of State for the Minister of Finance, Hans Tietmeyer, but their automatic pistol jams. November 30, 1988. President Bernhard Vogel pardons former RAF members Klaus Junschke and Manfred Grashof, both of whom have publicly distanced themselves from the RAF. 1989. February 1 to May 14, 1989. Political prisoners participate in the RAF's 10th collective hunger strike, demanding improved prison conditions and the right to communicate between themselves. November 9, 1989. The Berlin Wall falls. November 30, 1989. The RAF's Wolfgang Beer Commando assassinates Deutsche Bank chairman Alfred Herrhausen in Bad Homburg. His chauffeur is also injured. The murder is never solved, and the sophistication of the bomb, containing armor-piercing projectiles and triggered by a laser, leads many to suspect the involvement of the East German Stasi. 1990. June 6, 1990. Susanne Albrecht is arrested in East Berlin, in the GDR. June 12, 1990. Inga Viet is arrested in Magdeburg, in the GDR. June 14, 1990. Werner Lotze and Christine Dumlein are arrested in Seffenbeck, in the GDR. Eckhard von Seckendorf and Monika Helbing are arrested in Frankfurt an der Oder, in the GDR. June 15, 1990. Sigrid Sternebeck and Ralph Friedrich are arrested in Schwed, in the GDR. June 18, 1990. Silke Meyerwitt and Henning Beer are arrested in Neubrandenburg, in the GDR. Of the above-listed arrestees, Dumlein and von Seckendorf are quickly released, the charges against them being moot due to the statute of limitations. Nonetheless, they, like all of the arrestees, with the exception of Viet, provided prosecutors with testimony against other former guerrillas. All those charged, with the exception of Viet, would, as a result, receive relatively short sentences. Their testimony would be used to increase the sentences of Eva Hall, Christian Klar, Adelheid Schultz, and Sieglinde Hoffmann during trials in 1994 and 1995. July 27, 1990. The RAF's José Manuel Sevillano Commando fails in an assassination attempt against State Secretary of the Minister of Interior Affairs, Hans Neusel. The attempted murder has never been solved. August 1990. The final issue of the illegal RAF support newspaper Zusammenkämpfen comes out. October 3, 1990. Germany is officially reunited, with the German Democratic Republic being absorbed into the Federal Republic of Germany, again collectively known simply as Germany. 1991. January 16 to April 12, 1991. Following the occupation of Kuwait by Iraq, the U.S. Air Force and ground troops attack Iraq, in what will become known as the First Gulf War. February 13, 1991. The RAF machine guns the U.S. Embassy in Bonn. First they call the commando the Vincenzo Spano Commando. In a statement released on February 24, they will call it the Ciro Risito Commando. April 1, 1991. The RAF's Ulrich Wessel Commando assassinates Karsten Rohwedder, the chairman of the Treuhandanstalt, the organization responsible for privatizing industry in the former East Germany. He is shot through the window of his home in Dusseldorf by a sniper. His wife is injured by one of the 3 shots. In 2001, DNA evidence from hair found at the scene will implicate Wolfgang Grams, but by that time Grams is dead. June 3, 1991. The Stuttgart OLG sentences former RAF member Susanne Albrecht, arrested in the former GDR, to 12 years in prison. July 3, 1991. The Koblenz OLG sentences former RAF member Henning Beer, arrested in the former GDR, to 6 years in a minimum security prison. October 8, 1991. The Stuttgart OLG sentences Silke Meyerwitt, arrested in the former GDR, to 10 years in prison. November 30, 1991. President Richard von Weizsäcker pardons former RAF member Verena Becker. She began cooperating shortly after her arrest. December 23, 1991. A bus carrying Russian Jewish refugees on their way Israel is bombed in Budapest, Hungary. RAF member Horst Meyer and alleged RAF member Andrea Klump are sought in connection with the action, carried out by a fringe Palestinian guerrilla group, the Movement for the Freedom of Jerusalem. December 26, 1991. The USSR is dissolved. 1992. January 6, 1992. The Kinkel Initiative, a government proposal for the gradual decarceration of RAF prisoners, is launched. By September of 1993, 8 prisoners from the RAF and its support movement have been released: Günter Sonnenberg, Bernd Rossner, Karl Friedrich Grosser, Claudia Wannersdorfer, Thomas Thien, Angelika Gotter, Barbel Hofmeier, and Christian Clough. The initiative is harshly criticized by Chancellor Helmut Kohl, the BAW, the Verfassungsschutz, and the BKA Terrorism Unit. February 24, 1992. The Stuttgart OLG sentences former RAF member Monika Helbing, arrested in the former GDR, to 7 years in prison. March 11, 1992. The Bavaria OLG sentences former RAF member Werner Lotzi, arrested in the former GDR, to 11 years in prison. April 10, 1992. The RAF issues the Zaischererklärung, ceasefire statement, also known as the April Paper, announcing a unilateral de-escalation, indicating that it will no longer assassinate leading figures of the state or industry. The paper calls for the decarceration of RAF prisoners who have already served lengthy sentences and for all who are ill. This paper is generally seen as a response to the Kinkel Initiative. April 15, 1992. RAF prisoner Irmgard Mahler, who has been in prison since 1972, issues a statement voicing her support to the RAF ceasefire decision and calling for the immediate release of 2 seriously ill RAF prisoners, Günter Sonnenberg and Bernd Rossner. May 15, 1992. RAF prisoner Günter Sonnenberg is released from prison. May 18, 1992. Spiegel publishes an interview with RAF prisoner Irmgard Mahler. June 1992. Konkret publishes an interview with RAF prisoners being held in Zelle, Lutz Toffer, Karl-Heinz Delwo, and Knut Folkerts. June 22, 1992. The Stuttgart OLG sentences former RAF members Sigrid Sternebeck and Ralph Baptist Friedrich, arrested in the former GDR, to 8.5 and 6.5 years in prison, respectively. June 29, 1992. The RAF releases a statement expressing their solidarity with protests being planned for the IMF World Economic Summit to take place in Munich from July 6 to July 8. In the document, also sometimes known as the June Paper, the RAF also reaffirms its April de-escalation. July 6 to 8, 1992. Extremely violent protests involving tens of thousands of people greet the IMF World Economic Summit in Munich. August 1992. The RAF releases a statement, sometimes known as the August Paper, pronouncing the end of the front concept first developed in the May paper of 1982 and calling for a broad-based discussion to determine the next step to be taken by the movement. August 26, 1992. The Koblenz OLG sentences former RAF member Inga Viet, arrested in the former East Germany, to 13 years in prison. September 30, 1992. The RAF writes a letter to Concrete regarding the June interview with the RAF prisoners in Zelle. November 3, 1992. The Stuttgart OLG reduces RAF prisoner Christian Klar's sentence to a single life sentence. 1993. Early 1993. Attorney Hans Christian Straub mediates a meeting between RAF prisoners in Zelle, Karl-Heinz Delwo, Lutz Toffer, and Knut Folkerts and the president of Daimler-Benz, Edzard Reuter, and chairman of the Central Council of Jews, Ignaz Bubis, to explore ways of preventing a new upsurge of violence in Germany. The RAF prisoners request that Reuter put pressure on the federal government. March 9, 1993. The Dusseldorf OLG decides that as a result of the extreme gravity of his crimes, RAF prisoner Stefan Wisniewski will only be eligible for parole after 20 years. March 30, 1993. The RAF's Katharina Hammerschmidt Commando detonates 34 200 kg bombs at a new high-security prison outside of Darmstadt shortly before it is to open, causing 123 million DM in damages and setting back the opening 4 years. June 27, 1993. RAF members Wolfgang Grams and Birgit Hochfeld are lured into an ambush in Bad Kleinen by police infiltrator Klaus Steinmetz. Following a shootout, both GSG-9 agent Michael Nrzila and Wolfgang Grams lie dead. As evidence mounts of gross irregularities in all aspects of the operation, including eyewitness reports that Grams was executed on site after he had been subdued, Minister of the Interior Rudolf Seiders resigns and Attorney General Alexander von Stahl is fired. October 18, 1993. The Stuttgart OLG sentences former RAF member Ingrid Jacobsmeyer to 15 years in prison. October 28, 1993. RAF prisoner Brigitte Monhaupt, speaking for herself and fellow RAF prisoners Hannah Krab, Irmgard Mahler, Christine Kuby, Sieglinde Hoffmann, Rolf Heisler, Rolf Clemens Wagner, Eva Hall, Adelheid Schultz, Christian Klar, and Helmut Pohl, releases a statement announcing a split with the Zelle prisoners and the RAF on the outside. November 2, 1993. The RAF releases statement responding to Brigitte Monhaupt, requesting that the prisoners she represented reconsider their decision to break with the RAF. November 24, 1993. The Dusseldorf OLG sentences RAF member Rolf Clemens Wagner to 12 years for the attempted assassination of Alexander Haig, largely on the basis of testimony by Werner Lotze. 1994. March 6, 1994. The RAF releases a statement assessing their relationship with police infiltrator Klaus Steinmetz and the killing of RAF member Wolfgang Grams. They again reiterate their decision not to carry out attacks against representatives of the state and industry and call for a broad-based debate to determine the next step to be taken by the movement. They also demand association for political prisoners. April 28, 1994. The Frankfurt OLG sentences RAF member Eva Hall to life in prison. April 29, 1994. RAF prisoner Bernd Rossner is pardoned by President Richard von Weizsäcker. July 27 to August 3, 1994. RAF prisoners Manuela Happ, Eva Hall, Rolf Heisler, Sieglinde Hoffmann, Christian Klar, Hannah Krab, Christine Kuby, Irmgard Mahler, Brigitte Monhaupt, Helmut Pohl, Adelheid Schulz, Rolf Clemens Wagner, and Birgit Högfeld engage in a limited hunger strike demanding the release of Irmgard Mahler, who has been imprisoned since 1972. Although they refer to it as the RAF's 11th collective hunger strike, a number of prisoners do not participate, a further sign of the gravity of the split in the group. December 1, 1994. RAF prisoner Irmgard Mahler is released from prison. 1995. February 21, 1995. RAF prisoner Christine Kuby is released from prison. April 25, 1995. RAF prisoner Manuela Happ is released from prison. April 26, 1995. RAF prisoner Lutz Toffer is released from prison. May 10, 1995. RAF prisoner Karl-Heinz Delwo is released from prison. September 5, 1995. On the basis of testimony from former RAF members arrested in the former GDR, the Dusseldorf OLG sentences RAF member Adelheid Schulz to life in prison in connection with the attack on U.S. General Frederick Croezen. September 26, 1995. On the basis of testimony from former RAF members arrested in the former East Germany, the Stuttgart OLG sentences RAF member Sieglinde Hoffmann to life in prison for her role in the Schleyer kidnapping and execution. November 13, 1995. RAF prisoner Knut Folkerts is released from prison. 1996. May 10, 1996. RAF prisoner Hannah Krab is released from prison. November 5, 1996. Birgit Högfeld is sentenced to life in prison, with no possibility of parole for 15 years. November 19, 1996. The Frankfurt OLG sentences PFLP, EO, member Suhaila Andraz, the sole survivor of the Mogadishu hijacking, to 12 years in prison. After serving a year in prison in Somalia, Andraz had moved to Oslo with her husband and daughter. Tracked down by German police in 1994, she was arrested and extradited to Germany in 1995. She served 6 years of her sentence before being released due to ill health. December 9, 1996. The left-wing daily newspaper Jungwelt prints a letter from the RAF addressing the split in the RAF. 1997. January 1997. RAF prisoner Inga Viet is released from prison. 1998. March 13, 1998. Former RAF member Peter Jürgen Buch is released from prison. April 20, 1998. The RAF issues a document entitled Die Stadtguerilla informed der RAF ist nun Geschichte, the urban guerrilla in the form of the RAF is now history, announcing its dissolution. The document is dated March 1998. June 1, 1998. RAF prisoner Helmut Pohl, who had suffered a stroke in May, is pardoned by President Roman Herzog and released from prison. October 19, 1998. RAF prisoner Adelheid Schulz is released from prison due to ill health. October 27, 1998. The SPD/Green Party coalition government is formed with former Jusos leader Gerhard Schröder, SPD, as Chancellor, former Sponti leader Jischke Fischer, Green Party, as Minister of Foreign Affairs, and former RAF lawyer Otto Schiele, SPD, as Minister of the Interior. 1999. March 1, 1999. RAF prisoner Stefan Wisniewski is released from prison. He continues to be subjected to parole conditions. May 5, 1999. RAF prisoner Sieglinde Hoffmann is released from prison. She continues to be subjected to parole conditions. July 20, 1999. In Duisburg, an armored car is attacked with a bazooka and robbed of an estimated 1 million DM. DNA evidence ties Daniela Klett and Ernst Volker Staub, RAF members still living underground, to the robbery. Another RAF member still at large, Burkhard Gerweg, is also sought in connection with the robbery. The three remain at large. September 15, 1999. In a shootout with police in Vienna, RAF member Horst Meyer is shot and killed and alleged RAF member Andrea Klump is arrested. 2001. May 15, 2001. The Stuttgart OLG sentences alleged RAF member Andrea Klump to 9 years in prison in connection with an action in Spain and an action in Hungary, neither of which were carried out by the RAF. She remains in prison, but is not generally considered a RAF prisoner. October 26, 2001. RAF prisoner Rolf Heisler is released from prison. He continues to be subjected to parole conditions. 2002. February 26, 2002. President Johannes Rau pardons RAF member Adelheid Schultz. Schultz, who was released from prison in 1998 for health reasons, remains in poor health. 2003. December 10, 2003. RAF prisoner Rolf Clemens Wagner is released from prison. 2007. January 13, 2007. Clergyman Heinrich Fink reads a message from RAF prisoner Christian Klar to the Rosa Luxemburg Conference in Berlin. In his message, Klar calls for the continuing struggle against capitalism and for a more humane society. February 26, 2007. The television news magazine Report Mainz, the Mainz Report, reports on RAF prisoner Christian Klar's application for a presidential pardon, setting off a media debate. March 25, 2007. RAF prisoner Brigitte Monhaupt is released from prison. She remains subject to parole conditions. April 25, 2007. Attorney General Monica Harms launches an investigation into the allegations of former RAF members Peter Jürgen Buch and Verena Becker that Stefan Wisniewski was the shooter in the Buback assassination. May 7, 2007. Following a personal conversation with RAF prisoner Christian Klar, President Horst Kohler turns down Klar's clemency request. He will also turn down a similar request from Birgit Högfeldt. August 27, 2007. RAF prisoner Eva Hall is released from prison. She remains subject to parole conditions. September 9 to 10, 2007. Special programming on ARD commemorates the 30th anniversary of the Schleyer kidnapping. Former RAF member Peter Jürgen Buch claims in an interview that Stefan Wisniewski and Rolf Heisler executed Schleyer in a wooded area in Alsace. He also claims that there were plans to kidnap then-Chancellor Helmut Schmidt. October 18, 2007. In an interview with Jung Welt, Rolf Clemens Wagner expresses the opinion that even in retrospect, many RAF actions still seemed correct. Bild-Zeitung and former Federal Minister of Defense, CDU, Rupert Scholz call for charges to be laid for speech encouraging criminality and disparaging the memory of the dead, but nothing comes of it. 2008. January 3, 2008. The Federal Supreme Court orders coercive detention for former RAF members Brigitte Monhaupt, Knut Folkerts, and Christian Klar to apply pressure to have them provide information regarding the assassination of Attorney General Siegfried Buback in 1977. The order is subsequently reversed. The case has been reopened on the basis of claims by former RAF members Peter Jürgen Buch and Verena Becker that Stefan Wisniewski and not Knut Folkerts, who was convicted for the crime, was the shooter. September 25, 2008. The German release of Der Baader-Meinhof Complex, a film based on Stefan Ost's book of the same name, and directed by Uli Idel. Ronald Augustin criticizes the film for portraying Baader as a madman and all of the female guerrillas as cold-blooded killers. December 19, 2008. Christian Klar is released from prison after 26 years. Birgit Högfeldt, who will reach her mandatory release date in 2011, remains the only RAF member in prison. A newspaper article reporting on a welcome home party held for Klar in Berlin a week after his release, quoted Inga Viet asserting that the guerrilla was a reasonable expression of our resistance to capitalism and that, in retrospect, she wishes they had carried out the guerrilla struggle with more know-how, intelligence, patience, and support. Note on sources and methodology. Obviously, many of the challenges in working on this book have stemmed from the nature of the organization we have chosen to study. The Red Army faction was not just a clandestine organization, but also a revolutionary communist one. As such, it faced not just state repression, but also actual historical suppression, not merely through regular police and paramilitary action, but also more subtly, through ideological attrition. The latter has sometimes taken the form of outright lies with their origin in psychological warfare, but just as insidious has been the unanimous, unexamined rejection of the group's core beliefs on the part of all those who have studied it. As to those authors writing from an explicitly anti-left perspective, they have often been skeptical about the group's political beliefs even being germane to its activities or history. For them the political verbiage simply provided cover for deranged crimes. All works must at times rely on unverifiable assumptions or guesses. This is especially so when studying a clandestine organization, and some authors have clearly felt entitled to make a virtue of necessity, crafting the RAF's narrative to suit their own political bias, which is more often than not the bias of those who pretend to have no bias at all. Of course, we too have been forced to make guesses where there is no way of knowing for sure. We have tried, however, to always indicate where we are unsure, and our somewhat excessive use of footnotes is intended to give the reader an opportunity to see on what we are basing our assertions. A further, at times bewildering, challenge in recovering the RAF's history has been the fact that many authors seem to feel entitled to play very loose with facts both critical and incidental to the story. This kind of shoddy scholarship is a defining feature of the real crime and espionage genres, and in the case of a revolutionary organization, it is often compounded by fabrications planted by the state, which liberal scholars often seem unwilling to subject to the same hermeneutic of suspicion as claims made by the movement. We have found almost all of the state's psychological warfare stories repeated in some place or another as if they were fact. In some cases, plans the state accused the RAF of having actually get promoted to actual events, i.e. we found one mention of a RAF commando attacking a nuclear power plant in 1977 despite the fact that no such attack ever took place, as should be easy to verify from available public sources. This basic intellectual corruption seems to come with a free pass to be less than rigorous regarding other facts as well. On several occasions, we found that authors would get people's names wrong, dates wrong, and the basic facts about various actions wrong. Siegfried Hausner becomes Wolfgang Hausner, Andreas Bader dies on a hunger strike, supporters become members, the RZ and 2JM become the RAF. These are just some of the facts we have found in various reputable works. In fairness, some authors seem to have sincerely tried to do their best. Others have done very well in general, only to falter when certain subjects are broached. And while almost all works we consulted start from assumptions that we eventually rejected, we nevertheless continued to consult, and to rely on, these works. That is to say, one or many errors, or an open right-wing bias, have not been enough to rule out our consulting a book or article, providing we could not find any other source contradicting it. The Internet is widely considered an unreliable source of information, and yet we have found it to be an excellent tool with which to cross-reference the various facts found in most accounts of the RAF story. Even such inherently problematic sources as Wikipedia have served as a crucial warning system to indicate where the extant narrative is missing information, or is in error. In many such cases, we would later find authoritative material indicating that the unreliable Internet had in fact been correct where some reputable work had erred. Finally, while we have been open about our bias, we should also admit that there are most likely errors and omissions in our work. We have tried our hardest to weed them out, but both as a result of the murky and often contradictory existing record, and as a result of our own inevitable mistakes, chances are, some have snuck in. We hope, however, to have succeeded in providing a fair and accurate representation of the first part of the RAF saga. Any note on sources would be remiss without pointing all readers to the incredible Rote Armeefraktion collection of the International Institute of Social History, Amsterdam, maintained as an online archive by former RAF member Ronald Augustin. The collection includes tens of thousands of pages related to the RAF, including several books. While most of the documents are in German, some are in other languages, including English. http://www.laborhistory.net/raf/index.php. A far more modest collection of RAF-related documents in English is available on the German Guerrilla website. http://www.germanguerrilla.com